world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from cold but sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one. Because it is Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022. And I've already preloaded Elden Ring. Please. I already preloaded it. Okay? I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear people telling me about Elden Ring. I don't want to hear about Elden Ring right now. Okay? Every moment that Elden Ring information is coming out is yet another somber reminder that I am not allowed to play it at this very moment. Okay? Yes, Elden Ring is out. I know. The reviews are out. I already preloaded it for my PC. I might potentially preload it for my PS5 as well. Something that we've been waiting for. And, you know, honestly, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but there's like nothing going on in my life other than I basically, what do you call it? I ended the broadcast last night, hung out with my brother. And then I spent the rest of the night playing Horizon Zero Dawn. It's running better on PS5 than PC right now. They fucked the optimization. Oh no. Okay, well, good. I'll have both. 10 to 20 chats hit an average, and then it's needed to be addressed. What? Down by the few thousand? I don't even know what that means. Anyway, listen, folks. Worst meta since I started subbing after Jan 6. What, the meta of what? The Ukrainian war? I can't even tell if that's the fucking view count Andy or not. Anyway, regardless, it runs better on PC but has occasional stuttering. That's what I've heard from Asmongold too. That's what he was saying. Anyway, I literally have done nothing. I've done nothing. All I've done so far is play Horizon Zero Dawn after the stream, and then Horizon Zero Dawn this morning while I like look at the news and what's going on. Because today's my rest day, you know? As the Liver King would say, today's my rest day today. Liver King here. But there's a lot of news to cover. Obviously, and you know, we'll get to it. But personal news-wise, there isn't much going on. Sorry. There isn't a lot going on in my life right now. Any updates on The Expanse? No updates on The Expanse. I've been watching it. It's great. It's fucking awesome. One of the cringiest tweets ever. Here's miscalculation. He forgot he's no longer dealing with Mr. Trump. Oh, for gore? Vladimir Putin for gore? For gore. Any chance for any idea on Elden Ring classes? No, not yet. I upload your clips for lip sync sounds on TikTok sometimes, and the algorithm only shows them to your haters, I swear. I got a lot of haters on TikTok. It'd be like that. What are you gonna do? I need to get on TikTok so I can fucking, you know, fix that platform a little bit. Like, I need to be active on TikTok so I can, you know, build a simp army on TikTok. So the fucking weirdo anti-haters, the anti-Hassan brigade doesn't take over. It's because it's dumb kids in the nicest way possible. They're just not smart. Yeah. TikTok stealing all your confidential date? What? Oh, my data. You'd have an easier time getting that early access to Elden Ring. I might actually get that early access to Elden Ring. This guy has seen the new Spider-Man 257 times. Wait, that's kind of crazy. I haven't seen Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man yet. I don't even know if it's fucking on like streaming services so far. I haven't even seen it.
Hi Hassan, hi chat.
I was expecting him to slowly at least like morph into Spider-Man, bro, at least by the 100th one. I mean, I don't even know if it's good or not because I haven't seen it, but there's no shot it's that good. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no fucking chance that it's that good. So... he's like a normal looking dude, too. It's kind of strange.
You claim to be brivophobic, but my mother said you gave her the best bangers and mash she has ever experienced.
Elden Ring, 3.5 out of 10. Maybe maybe have some ways to resolve conflict without fighting in a game for once. That's right.
Happy 15 months of Twitch brain rot to me.
Maybe it's worth 2 watches, but not 200. I don't even fucking know. I don't know anything.
Come back to New Jersey, Pogo.
This would mean he saw an average of 8 per day since release and likely spent 3 to 4K in movie tickets, not including snacks. This would mean he saw an average of 8 per day since release. That is disgusting. That's actually disgusting. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Texas banning trans people and the like face. Gay bill in Florida.
Astonished face.
Don't worry, we're gonna get to all that. This is not gonna be a Ukraine only day. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're not even gonna talk about that much Ukraine stuff because hey, guess what? I know that like a lot of people are like, Hassan, you're wrong. Hassan, you're right. You should have never conceded. Hassan, you're wrong. But I'm still gonna be mad at you, even though you fucking said Russia has brought in troops into Donbass. Nothing is going on.
"25 glorious months with my himbo in."
Like literally, nothing is going on. Also, I heard. Okay, so let's talk about Elden Ring still. This doesn't mean Putin is good, Putin bad, whatever the fuck. Okay, Putin is not a good person. He's a bad person. Anyway, From Software is insane. Their pedigree is insane. I'm not like a big there's this weird thing that we do now where I guess we've always done this, but like this thing that frustrates me is like we love pointing at like review like Metacritic the aggregate score of a game or whatever to be like, oh, it's so good. Like, who cares? Like, I don't understand. I love From Software. I think Miyazaki's a fucking genius. I think he has made incredible fucking games. He has yet to miss, okay, except for Dark Souls 2, I think, even though it got a 91. At least when I played Dark Souls 2, it was like, eh. Whereas Dark Souls 3 is better.
Worst better since I started subbing after Gen 6.
Well, Dark Souls 2 wasn't... I don't know. Listen. He wasn't director for Dark Souls 2. It doesn't matter. From Software in general is fucking awesome, okay? From Software is awesome. It's great. I could never get into Dark Souls before. Do you think I could still try Elden Ring? I mainly don't like them because I get scared easily. What the fuck? I mean, the beautiful part about From Software games is that it's the only game that makes you feel like you've accomplished something akin to a multiplayer game without actually playing a multiplayer game.
All are well. Keep crushing it.
Because like,
and I love
when you play single player games, the challenge is adjustable. The difficulty is adjustable. And
too motherfucking ill.
So for people that suck at games, wait, what? It's just incredibly it is an incredibly rewarding single player game, and there's also some multiplayer components that are awesome too. Regardless, though, yeah, Andy NGO fan Nazi furry outed as Portland shooter by Twitter and furries. I know. We will get to that as well. I don't even have a problem with adjustable difficulty. I do feel like it would ruin From Software games, though, for some weird reason. It's just like an incredibly... Get into the news already, you hairy fuck. Bro, I cover fucking politics 6 to 8 hours every fucking day, okay? The first 24 minutes, like, I'm just shooting the shit with the chat. Can you fucking calm down? Can you? Is it okay?
As high.
Anyway, this is what I saw. If you plan on playing Elden Ring, here's a big tip. Have a journal, or my version, a text edit file. You can put markers on the map, but there's no quest log or NPC appendix, and you'll find it very helpful to keep track of what's where and who wants what. Trust me, a quest log would make this a far worse experience. One of the reasons Elden Ring is so special is that it doesn't feel like so many other open world checklist games. Quests and NPCs weave in and out as you play. They're opaque and surprising and brilliant. Based on the reactions to this, I think a lot of people are misunderstanding the nature of Elden Ring's quest. This isn't like, say, Horizon, where you're constantly being bombarded with tasks. Quests in this game are subtle and rare, more like puzzles than errands.
Obligatory ask for a reading list of
so you're telling me I have to play this game with either a notepad or my laptop next to me because the developers want to be cute and taking out a basic function? Don't have time for that and will not be buying this. Sorry. There is 0% chance this person has ever played a From Software game. If this is the attitude that he has, considering that, like, when the fuck has a From Software game ever had like a like functioning quest line with like you know, it's literally always like an NPC fucking being like, hey, darkness one, you need to take out the Tesseract from the Benelith underworld. And it's like, you're like, I don't even know what any of those words mean. I just got launched into this planet, and you're calling me a traveler or the Ashen One, and you're saying these other words that kind of sound English, but I don't even know what the fuck it is. Like, is it this English language that you're saying? It's like, and yeah, you must rekindle thy flame in the Tesseract fire. And it's like, okay, I guess I will go through this portal now, and I will kill everything that I see in this portal, and I will die a million times over, and then eventually I will figure out, once I unlock a fucking shortcut, I will be able to run away from the enemies all the way to the boss and try to kill the boss over and over again, and then die over and over again. And it's going to be really fucking cool. It's going to look really fucking cool. It's going to frustrate the shit out of me. And I'm going to learn the lore along the way by reading items. Okay? Like, that's it. There's no like, oh, there's a fetch quest. Please go get 3 different berries so I can make a meal for you, Ashen One. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Do you ever play games like Total War? I'd like to see how you would run a kingdom / handle war tactics.
Thank you for the apology. It devastates me that you will not be purchasing the video game I like. Jason
17 months
Dryer is fucking funny, dude. No, you aren't. You're going to watch VOD. First of all, I didn't watch VOD when I first played Bloodborne. So I did read all the items when I first played Bloodborne. I didn't know VOD Vidya existed back
9
then.
months of the broadcast saving me from my work day. Big ups, Big Haz.
I think the game has gained so much hype that it reached normies that never played Dark Souls and don't know the franchise. So what's really interesting about it, what's really interesting about Elden Ring is, yes, I think it's like reaching maximum fucking hype now. And this is literally news. This isn't just like fucking, oh my God, this is gaming, whatever. This is news. So shut the fuck up. We're going to talk about Ukraine in a second. You played it for like 30 minutes? No, I didn't. I played Bloodborne before I started streaming, chat.
Trump.
I'm baffled that this tweet is controversial in any way. When people actually play Elden Ring, they will not be thinking, wow, this needs a quest log. They will be thinking, wow, it'd be fun to keep track of these weird things I'm discovering. Like a quest log would. I couldn't care less about this game, but that seems bizarrely semantic. What is happening? Why are people like, hey, you, I've never played this game before, but I don't intend on playing this game, but I'm going to get mad at you. What is happening right now?
Beans, can of corn, 2 loaf
Hey
of
guys,
bread, bag of shredded cheese, paper plates, cat litter, Oreo double stuffed bag, half gallon of milk.
I love going on message boards and complaining about games I've never played.
A zucchini.
What the fuck is happening, dude? Gamers like hating games that are popular or hyped up, but these guys aren't gamers. Like, they just have never played a From Software game. From Software games are literally games made for capital G gamers, okay? I've never once wrote down notes for Elden Ring. That's just Jason playing the game like a classic D&D adventure, which was his preference and can be a lot of fun, but they also need to stop overreacting and thinking they need a moleskin notebook. People keep forgetting that Dark Souls and Elden Ring are heavily inspired by Dungeons and Dragons and are deliberate attempts to recreate that sense of adventure and self-determination in the most tactile, realistic sense. what? It doesn't matter if I have to keep a journal word file. That's period. There's no polishing that turd. That's bad. It's not like the other games. What are you talking about? You think keeping a Word document is fun? You can't be serious as copium. Wait, what are you saying? No, you don't have to do any of that, man. That's what Jason said he did. Have you ever played any of the other games? You've never. I've just described how the From Software games operate. You've never ever had to fucking. Yo. What the fuck is going on, dude? How many e-girls are gonna sell personalized Elden Ring journals on Etsy?
Can we put a time limit on the Ukraine stun like today, Arjan?
Guys, this is like, I've talked about this before. Someone in the chat also pointed this out, okay? From Software games, with the exception, I guess, of Sekiro,
freeloading Prime
have
RFG.
What is called, what is it like, is it show, don't tell storytelling? Where it's like, the games have historically always demanded you seek out the story. The game literally does not tell you what the story is. Show, don't tell, or whatever the fuck it's called. But you have to seek out the story. You have to dig the story yourself. The game is brilliant and incredible, even if you don't understand the story, because the combat mechanics are unmatched, unparalleled. There's nothing that is as responsive that I've ever played, with the exception of Dark Souls 2. There's nothing I've ever played that is as responsive and as fucking like as hard hitting as From Software games. Now that person is saying, we're not talking about the story, we're talking about what to do. You've never had a quest line. You've never had a quest line in any of the From Software games. I already described it to you. You literally fucking there's an intro scene, and then you wake up. And basically, they're like, Ashen One, you know, shove the Tesseract in your asshole, okay? That's it. That's what the fucking NPC says to you. And then that's what you're doing. They weren't open world. I mean, they are, though. They are. I've had this argument before. What is it called? What's the term? What's the proper, appropriate term for the type of game it is? It's not fully open world, but it's like a open loop, like an open circuit. They're semi-open. Metroidvania, exactly, or instanced, wide linear, whatever. But they're technically not. They're technically not like sequential and linear in the way that most like single player games are. Okay? But the way that you can, I mean, you can literally go, I did order the second controller, by the way. I ordered a second and third controller last night, literally after I ended the stream. I was like, I need a second controller, I need a third controller. If I break my PlayStation 5 controller, like, I don't want to fuck this up. So, anyway, but like all the other games have always had that, where clearly there are certain parts of the map that are blocked off, right? But so has Grand Theft Auto done that. Grand Theft Auto has done that as well. Up until like the last one, you couldn't go everywhere on the fucking map. There were bridges that shut off that you needed to unlock in the game. Okay? And it's the same fucking concept as Dark Souls, with different universes that you can travel to and play in whichever sequence you want to. And that's it. So, people complaining about this are very strange, because it seems like you've never played the game before. This is true for every From Software game except maybe Sekiro to some extent. If you don't play them, I can see this being a deal breaker, but not for veterans. For what it's worth, the one review I've seen from a big Souls head says it's their best work yet. The thing that made me fall in love with this game, besides world design, combat, the incredibly satisfying feeling of solving something, etc., was that there's some of the few contemporary games that aren't watering things down so they can appeal to the broadest consumer base. Yeah. Felix with a brilliant take on this. It is strange though that people, I guess it is because like it reached a really large audience, which is good because like I want them to be Souls gatekeepers are cringe as fuck. I mean, I want the game to reach a broad audience and have other people also experience the wonderful game. But can you customize your horse's hair like in Red Dead? I don't know if you can customize your horse's hair, but Dark Souls character creation is pretty fucking pretty aggressive. You can customize a lot of stuff.
Hi, chat has high.
Also, Dark Souls does have annoying people in its fan base for sure. They do. They have a lot of annoying like people that don't want anyone to fucking join in on the fun. I think what Felix is saying here is that like they don't try to make the Marvel Cinematic Universe of video games, and that's okay. Dark Souls also reminds me of like old school games. You know, it took 6 years to fucking make a new one, but goddamn, when it came out, it was like it was incredible, you know? And we don't do that. It's all fucking DLC bullshit. It's all copy pasted Assassin's Creed model bullshit. Every fucking video game franchise that has like struck gold with good IP will turn around and turn it into FIFA. Okay? Every major developer now does EA Sports. It's all EA. It's exactly like the way EA Sports used to operate. Every developer does that now. At the very least, like Dark Souls puts the fucking, or From Software puts a lot of effort into its new games. Now people might say, oh, it's the same, dude. You're talking about the same thing. But like, you don't play a From Software game and think like, damn, this is exactly like the past one. And it sucks. Why don't they like change this up a little bit? Okay. You say, wow, everything I love about the previous game is exactly the same. And there's some cool new shit in this one on top of that. Those of us who have been here since the beginning get annoyed at how others summarize the game and why it's good. There's not, you can't really do anything. You can't really do anything other than just like expect people to get upset and then tell them to suck the fuck up. Just read this. My review for Elden Ring will be coming later this week. This is because PC performance was so poor that partly through my review I had to switch to a PS5 version of the game. And I have a 3080 with a 32 gig RAM. So expect a report on performance of both versions of the game. The game is absolutely massive, both to its benefit and detriment. When Miyazaki said this was developed alongside Sekiro, I completely believe that. And when you get to play it, you quickly understand how it impacted Elden Ring overall. In response to people QRTing, here are my thoughts about performance. If the game crashes or freezes, that's not great. If the game stutters and drops frames in a very frame-reliant game, especially concerning combat, that's not good. Especially a full-price game. Wait for a patch. You're okay with these issues, that's cool. I don't need people being weird about how I personally feel about freezing, crashing, etc. I've never seen a person in the wild who says a From Software game is bad. Anyone who says From Software games is bad is not a serious person. No, the only people that say From Software games is bad are people who are like, they're too difficult for me and I don't like it. And that's fine. It's not for everyone. But every single person that is like tried hard. I mean, dude, every From Software game I've ever played, I literally quit. I quit Sekiro for a year, okay? I quit Sekiro for a fucking year. You guys remember this. I quit Nameless King for a fucking year and then came back and finally killed him. So, like, it's just a really sweaty game, but it's fucking awesome. And it makes you feel incredibly accomplished. And for people who are saying like, oh, this is not a niche game, it is a fucking niche game in comparison to other AAA titles. As Gene points out here, he said something about Horizon, right?
The quality content hassle.
Probably the clearest way to differentiate open world of Elden Ring, the games like Assassin's Creed, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon. Latter games are all part of the Rockstar Grand Theft Auto 3 lineage of design, map markers, checklist, GPS. Elden Ring is a big ass Dark Souls. Where was it? Hold on. He said something along the lines of like, don't cry too many tears for Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Zero Dawn took 5 years to sell 20 million, which is almost as much as the entire Dark Souls trilogy. Horizon sold just fine in 2017 and will be okay. What sucks for Horizon is that they keep making fucking games and releasing it right before like literally one of the greatest games of all time. Wasn't the past Horizon like right around when Zelda came out? That's insane. Like Breath of the Wild is one of the greatest games ever created. Okay? In my opinion, like as someone who was very expressly anti-baby games, Breath of the Wild was one of the greatest games I've ever played in my entire life. And I believe that like 100%. It's fucking one of the top games of all time. Sucks that Horizon came out right before that, which it was a great game regardless. And now it's coming out before Elden Ring, which many people are saying is the best, like one of the best video games of all time.
Mad, I missed the gaming streams.
No Zelda game is a baby game. Every Zelda game is a baby game. Get the fuck out of here. So,
hi, hello chat, you're looking cute today.
Breath of the Wild and Horizon 1 dropped the same week. It's a miracle it didn't get completely overshadowed. Well, the point I was trying to make here is that like, you know, Horizon is for everyone in comparison to Dark Souls, which is not for everyone. Do you understand? Horizon is for everyone. From Software games are not for everyone. I think Sekiro was like the highest grossing From Software game when it came out, right? Like, and obviously now it's probably going to be Elden Ring now. It's just like, it's growing its fan base slowly but surely.
Anyway.
Skyrim is better though. Just bought my 50th copy. Dark Souls is for mentally ill people only. I mean, it's true. Sekiro looks nicer, which makes a difference to a lot of people, me included. I think Sekiro's lore and Sekiro's like background was also more accessible to a broader audience because everybody likes cool ninja, you know, samurai shit. Whereas like Dark Souls, it seems kind of weird. It's like, what is it? Fucking medieval? Is it anime? What the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? Weird. Like it is the IP that Dark Souls sits on top of, or From Software games sit on top of, are like different than, like, it's not pirates. You know what I mean? It's almost like its own fucking thing, and that's probably one of the reasons why it's like less accessible. Gothic shit is less accessible to a broader audience overall. Because it's not like, it's like Gothic, but it's not fucking elves and orcs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like medieval stuff in and of itself is often interesting to... It's not even just Gothic. I don't know how else to describe it. It was influenced by the Berserk manga. Yeah, I know.
Entertainment and education while I work from home. Thanks, Hassan. Less than 3.
Sekiro also had a very clear story, and Dark Souls just drops you in with a weapon to fight giants. Exactly. Anyway, let's get started on the new stuff though. Here, I'm fucking. I'll tweet out that I'm live. Then jumping in. Is Ukraine invaded? What are the steps? Greg Abbott. Trans bill.
Hassle.
Okay, Schrodinger's Ukraine. Would you say you're an open role fantasy player or a retro style gamer? I don't know what the distinction there is, but I'll tell you this much. I love single player games. I've always been a fan of single player games. I will always love single player games, okay? That's my thing. I love that shit. And this is so far very good. Very good for single player shit. Anyway, give me a meme. From Software Games is summarized by Hassan the Hun. I already described it to you. You literally fucking there's an intro scene, and then you wake up, and basically they're like, Ashen One, you know, shove the Tesseract in your asshole. Okay, that's it. That's what the fucking NPC said from Software Games. I already described it to you. You literally fucking. I mean, that is true. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Before you get started, I need to know, is Putin bad? Yes, Putin bad. Putin bad. Single in video games, single in life. Stay incel, my king. You got it.
06's rise up.
What? Kid Rock? President Biden is telling us to expect a hit to our economy and higher gas prices if Russia invades the Ukraine. Gas prices have been so low until now. He and the media clearly think we the people are stupid. Let's go, Brandon. Baby games are more stream friendly. You always finish baby games compared to other games. First of all, I played Ratchet and Clank, and that was a baby game, and that was not stream friendly at all, and I still finished it on stream. Anyway, I did not watch the Donda live stream yesterday.
Huh.
Oh, this is funny as fuck. Okay, I'm using this. I gotta fix my hair real quick as well. There we go. Fixed.
Listening to this to keep sanity at work.
Here you go. Here we go.
Sussy.
There it is. I did not play Returnal. No, I did not. I did not play that game. Will you be at TwitchCon? Yes, I will be at TwitchCon.
At Hasanabi.
Orange season, baby either dog. You get your shit together. Ratchet and Clank is not a baby game. I mean, it's a baby game. More like Returnal that game and get a refund. Wait, really? Not that good?
And discovered you recently and enjoy the content. Keep up the good shit.
Anyway, here you go.
Elden Ring hype.
Okay. Will you be at
Let's go
TwitchCon
gaming is
EU
news, let's
or
go gaming is
Amsterdam?
news,
Yeah,
let's
I will go to
gaming is
TwitchCon EU.
news.
If Russia invades tomorrow night, they're doing it just to ruin your gaming, dude. That's gonna be so. That's gonna be fucking sad.
But if I wanted an award, I'd probably throw a T-shirt on Ludwig that's like vote for cutie.
I dropped my breakfast on the floor.
You should have. This is Hassan's fault at the end of the day that he didn't wear a shirt that said vote for Will. That's what happened.
Wait, what?
That's what happened. you gotta use and abuse that man when you gotta use and abuse that man, you know?
I am thou art I now fetch me some cigs, bruv.
I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what is happening in this. If Russia invades, just play Elden Ring anyway. Poke Hasan RP? What the fuck?
Hold the fuck on.
Peepo.
Oh my god. Dude, stop.
This guy. Dude, you really come to my stream when I'm a political guy talking...
Can't wait to beat Elden Ring in 15 hours so I can watch you struggle through a 60-hour playthrough Elnerd.
Donetsk People's Republic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You know, liberate Donetsk. Donetsk. How can you think From's games are hard when nothing will ever grow as hard as the top of the hour ad break? Fucking yourself. Get fucked. Why did I read that? Why did I read that?
Did you know that in Texas it's illegal to own more than 6 dildos, but you can own as many guns as you want? Yeehaw.
Why did I fucking read that? That at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And that you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. First of the day, boys. God fucking damn it, dude. I wish you and Poke got along. You are both my favorite streamer. Wait, what do you mean? I do get along with Poke. What the fuck are you talking about? I love Poke. I can't believe it's been an hour already and we haven't started talking about news yet. It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Can we please stop talking about Ukraine during the entire broadcast? We have Nazi shit happening here on our own soil. First of all, America's involvement in Ukraine is incredibly important. Okay, this is a very important geopolitical news story that's happening. Just because it's not like directly happening in our backyard doesn't mean that like we are not immediately and significantly impactfully involved. But like I've already mentioned, there is some shit popping off in the United States as well. Obviously, we're going to cover all of that. We're going to get to all of that. What is this? The former chief of Texas Power Grid testified today that Greg Abbott instructed officials to charge the maximum amount for power during the winter storm. Texans still owe $3.4 billion. There's nothing new in the news because Russia disconnected the internet from Ukraine. That's why thousands of people are being slaughtered by Russia as we speak, but no one can report on it. It's a closed country now. You say stuff like this, but like I feel like people will believe it. They must be, right? If you, for the past 2 months, kept saying and kept thinking, okay, if you for the past couple of months kept saying and kept thinking like Russia is going to bomb Kiev, Russia is going to bomb Kiev any moment now, Russia is going to bomb Kiev, they're going to start a bombing campaign in Kiev. And then that bombing campaign never happened. And then Russia's actual invasion, which I would still consider to be an invasion because it's boots on the ground within Ukrainian borders, is not technically considered a real invasion by Ukraine or technically considered a real invasion by the United States or all the people that said it was a fucking invasion.
Yo,
okay, because it's only troop presence within occupied territories that are controlled by Russian separatists that have been getting aided by the Russian government for the past 8 years. So now no one is fucking saying it's an actual invasion. I would probably think there's some fucked up shit going on, and maybe they cut the internet and actually everyone in Ukraine is being slaughtered and they're not telling us what the fuck is going on. Because it seems a bit like, again, while everyone on the internet was, or everyone in our immediate ecosystem was too busy yelling at me for being like, you're wrong, you're wrong. It seems like they all got a lot of stuff wrong, maybe even more than I did. Yet, you know, maybe Russia will invade Kiev and do a bombing campaign in the same way that everybody fucking said it was going to happen. So, yeah, but of course, all the people who said Kiev was getting invaded have to admit to being wrong. No, they will never have to admit to being wrong. We already covered that. We already fucking covered all that. It doesn't matter. And also, I don't want to make this about myself or about people in general, but I do want people to, again, you know, reconsider their priorities and reconsider the way that they analyze the news. Because clearly, like, you know, clearly something, what we're hearing from news media and what is actually happening on the ground is not matching up with the reality. Okay? Please, bro, stop with Ukraine for 15 minutes when it's illegal to be trans in Texas. I'm going to cover that story. It's already in front of me, but that's fucking ridiculous to say, like, stop with the Ukraine shit when it's a country of 44 million people. And this conflict, if actually it turns out to be as serious and as invasive of an invasion as the United States and the State Department and the media that's been you know, basically repeating whatever the fuck the State Department tells them is going to happen, that is World War III potentially. Okay, so like, hey, guess what? Trans people in Texas, you know, you can be like, my World War III is every time the don't talk to me about World War III. My World War III is every time Governor Greg Abbott signs a law, but like, that is literally World War III. So
keep trucking, Hassy boy. 8 months, let's go ye. Different strokes for different folks.
So,
Pog.
Ukraine declares state of emergency and summons citizens home from Russia. So, obviously, shouts out to Reuters. I can't read the rest of this article because fucking, you know, it's paywalled, but
I'm not ready to go to war with
as of today, Ukraine has declared a state of emergency. They've lowered gas prices. It's called like what is it called? Like a patriotic economy or something. They are trying to get their reserves to work for 1 year, or to serve for 1 year. And it's going to be staying there for that state of emergency is going to be there for the next 30 days. Okay, let's see what Joseph Robinette Biden had to say, and then we'll get to the Ukraine stuff.
With a growing debate over how to stop what President Biden is calling the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Take a look at this new satellite imagery from yesterday. It shows Russian military vehicles and tents at an airfield in Belarus. There are also fresh reports of Russian vehicles over the border in the breakaway parts of eastern Ukraine. President Biden has hit Russia with new sanctions, and other nations have joined in as well to prevent more conflict, they hope. Mr. Biden says there could be even harsher sanctions if Russia fails to stop its aggression. We have a team of correspondents covering the crisis, but we're going to begin with Nancy Cordes at the White House for us. Nancy, good morning. President Biden calling this the first tranche.
Why wouldn't the U.S. call this an invasion? Wouldn't they be all over this to hype up the war hogs? The reason why what the United States has said leading up to Russia moving in peacekeeping troops within Ukrainian borders is because partially, I think, they wanted to cut off Russia's strategic interests. They wanted to fucking undermine they wanted to undermine Russia at a global scale. They wanted to stop Russia from having any sort of like additional trade opportunities with Europe. Nord Stream 2 is obviously the pipeline that we've talked about regularly, even before this conflict arose. So that is the reason. That's something that the United States has never wanted. Okay, the United States does not want Russia to give more gas to Germany and also Europe. But then also Russia does want to, for a multitude of reasons, Russia does want to expand its territory. Okay, or rather, build more defensive positions in areas, right? So that was the reason why they pushed the war is imminent shit.
7 months.
Yeah. When Russia actually did move forward and call out the U.S. and Western world's bluff, and actually put troops inside of Donbass. Now they are backing away from saying this was like an imminent invasion. And even the sanctions themselves have been relatively targeted. They haven't been like all out, removing Russia from SWIFT, all out sanctions that stop Russia from, for example, getting microchips and strategically important things that they would get from their trade partners. You know what I mean? It's just like Russian central bank, a couple oligarchs at the top, which is still significant, of course, but not the degree of which they could not anywhere near what they could actually sanction if they truly wanted to turn these sanctions into like a really devastating scenario for the Russian economy. So now part of that is because they'll say this is just the beginning of the sanctions and like they want to have more. They don't want to fucking stack the deck this hard. Okay. The other reason is because I think, like I said, they want to still continue to have a possible diplomatic solution here.
Why don't you Eldon some bitches?
Everyone says World War III, but who else is even on Russia's side? It seems like it's just everyone versus Russia, not quite an Axis versus ally situation. I mean, when we say World War III, we don't mean literally like states coming together and fighting against like allies versus Axis. There's China, but ultimately it doesn't even matter because like it's a nuclear superpower. So there is no World War III is just nuclear holocaust. When people say World War III, we mean like nuclear holocaust. That's it. There's no end game other than nuclear holocaust in that circumstance, which is what people want to avoid, which is precisely why you have to be careful about these sorts of things, right? It's like you fake the fight with your foe in public for clout and money, but then your foe got actually mad, but you didn't want to really fight him because you never actually intended to. I mean, it's a little bit more than that. I don't think America could actually fight Russia, and Russia could actually fight America because of the reasons that we just stated. It's part of the reason why they also don't want like full-blown. They will dangle NATO partnership in front of Ukraine to goad Ukraine into thinking that they actually have a reasonable allegiance, a reasonable assurance that they will join NATO, when none of the fucking NATO countries are going to allow Ukraine to ever join NATO for what you are experiencing currently, what you're watching unfold in front of your eyes. And that's the annoying part of this process, which I've been saying since fucking day one, which is they are using Ukraine like a weapon against Russia to annoy Russia and to intimidate Russia, but they don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian people in this circumstance, and they're treating them like the Kurdish militias in the Middle East, for example. Okay? That's precisely what's going on in Ukraine, and that's the shittiest part about this conflict. Is that it's just like their lives are getting fucking ruined, okay? Their economy is getting even more ruined. You're moving further and further away from neutralization talks. You're moving further away from like de-escalation and diplomatic solutions to this conflict, which will inevitably happen. And ultimately, Ukraine is losing more territory as well as a consequence of that. So it's a very, very weird thing that weird thing that the United States is doing, or a really fucked up thing that the United States is doing.
"23 months with the best community on the internet. Thank you,
Anyway.
Hassan. Hassel.
It's simple. If Ukraine would join NATO, it would suddenly turn into a global conflict since Russia would be in war with half the world, and Europe knows this. Putin as well. Yeah, Putin as well. Exactly. So, basically, everyone assumed Russia wouldn't invade and World War III was off the table, which is why it was easy to poke Russia is going to invade as a tactic, the foreign policy poker game. Then Putin invaded. Hopefully, this is a lesson that anyone might think war maybe, but it wouldn't go nuclear because...
I hate myself.
Like, people don't listen. Biden keeps saying they will back NATO countries and Ukraine isn't part of NATO, so I guess Biden doesn't care now that Russia has troops on the ground. Yeah, Biden has also stated that he's not even going to fucking send in troops, even if American embassy members or American citizens are captured or hurt by Russian soldiers. That's why they tried to force an evacuation out of Ukraine over and over again. And the Ukrainian government was like, what the fuck are you doing? What do you mean evacuate Americans? Wait, hold up. It's not that bad. Chill the fuck out. They literally fucking evacuated citizens ahead of time so that there wouldn't be any sort of additional conflict between, like, Russian troops and Russian troops and American citizens that are in Ukraine. Now, of course, there are still obviously American citizens in Ukraine. But it's counterproductive to claim that Ukraine is just being used by US and has no autonomy. What do you mean by that? I mean, Ukraine is understandably and justifiably fearful of Russia expanding into its country, as it has done so far. Okay? We can have a conversation about whether those people, whether the interests of those people on the ground in Crimea matter or not. But ultimately, the Ukrainian fears of Russia doing what it's done to Georgia, for example, and numerous other places in its immediate reach, is reasonable. That's a reasonable fucking fear that Ukraine has. This is part of the reason why they're like, we have two options here. Either we deal with the West, get some fucking sweet loans as a consequence of that makes us look good, especially in leadership, makes us very rich, especially in leadership, okay? And maybe even join NATO so that, we'll have full-blown, we'll have the full-throated support of all European countries, okay? Or all of the NATO countries, which is not going to happen. Or we have to fucking deal with Russia, which is fine. And I think that is what you're supposed to do in that situation. You have to build a separate neutralization agreement with Russia. You have to be able to, if you truly want to survive in this situation, your over-reliance on the West will hurt you in the long run. It's just the truth. Biden's goal was just to freeze Europe's commercial agreements in relationship with Russia as much as possible, aka Nord Stream 2. At this point, USA's mission is accomplished. It's true. Yikes. Become a puppet to Russia. Yeah, no, autonomy is good in the long run. I don't agree with you. Wait, what? No, Ukraine deserves to be a sovereign nation. Okay? Ukraine deserves to be a sovereign nation and make up its own mind and be able to help out its own citizens. But historically speaking, given its proximity and history to Russia, given its proximity with Russia and its history, its complex history with Russia, the likelihood that Ukraine will be able to join NATO is slim to none, okay? For this very specific reason, because if Russia, for example, decided, well, this territory where there's a lot of Russian people living in it is actually now Russian territory, and did what they did with Georgia or parts of Georgia, and they did that to Ukraine like they did this time, that would actually be World War III. And that's precisely why people know that's precisely why people won't fucking do that. That's precisely why people don't want, like France, Germany, and other NATO partners do not want Ukraine to be a part of NATO. I don't even think America wants Ukraine to be a part of NATO, if we're being real. They just want to dangle it in front of them like a Kurdish nation state for all the Kurds living in diaspora in the Middle East in the exact same way. Okay? The reason why people say I'm a puppet to Vladimir Putin, though, is because unlike the rest of like American foreign policy Andes that live in the imperial core, I don't fucking treat Russia as a monolithic force for evil, like as though we're creating villains and good guys and bad guys in the story, even though Vladimir Putin is bad. He is a bad person. He's a kleptocratic, authoritarian, bigoted, evil human being, okay? Straight the fuck up. But this isn't a goddamn Marvel movie, okay? This is a person who is in charge of a gigantic country, who has run this gigantic country for a very fucking long time. And obviously, he has strategic interests, geopolitical interests, and an interest in defending its own borders and its own territorial sovereignty. That's the reason why people get fucking mad at me, because I take a realpolitik approach to why Russia is operating in the way that it does. And for people who are used to the black and white, you just lost all your credit. I did not lose anything. For people who want to hear the baby-brained, here, there you go. Banners up, boys. For people who want to hear the baby-brained, like, oh yeah, Vladimir Putin's a bad guy and that's why he's doing bad things. There's no material reason for why this is happening. For people who want to hear that, you're not going to get that here, okay? You do a disservice to the people suffering under these regimes if you say he's a madman without thinking about the strategic reasons for these decisions. There can be no change if you think that way. Yeah. We do kind of look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide. Yeah. I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide, if, you know, there was a active bombing currently happening on Kiev and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened. At this point, I have a more aggressive stance on Russian troops inside of Ukrainian borders than the American State Department does. So how do you pair up with that? Okay. Anyway. So. Everyday 18-month subs who avoided the previous purges come out of their caves to give idiotic takes. Yeah. I mean, they come in here and they're like, I want baby brain shit. Like, I want, give me that good baby brain goo goo gaga shit. Like, tell me fucking, tell me a story. Like, Vladimir Putin bad, Joe Brandon good. He's doing all the best things, okay? And, you know, we gotta, they truly care. Like, America this time legitimately cares about Ukraine. And legitimately cares about the Ukrainian people, and legitimately cares about the Ukrainian people's interests. And it's totally not fucking just using Ukraine like a fucking cum receptacle, okay? And just like the case, just like the civil society NGOs that operate all around the fucking world, okay? Just like how they operate all around the goddamn world. Oh, I saw this already. This is fucking hilarious too. Just like they do in the same exact way, there are legitimate grievances that they pinpoint within the fucking country. Like the Euromaidan, for example. There are legitimate grievances with the prior administration and how corrupt it is, right? Of course. And it's fucking dog shit, right? So then they use that as an opportunity to fucking turn around and be like, this is that's why we got to fucking abolish this government. We got to throw this government away and put our government in, a government that is actually on our side. They're doing this exact same thing with Ukraine. Ukraine has legitimate fears of Russia doing what it's been doing so far. Okay? Using those legitimate fears, they're saying, hey, let's get you on board with NATO, even though we have no interest in actually putting you in NATO, but let's get you hyped up, you know? Go ahead. Do whatever the fuck you want. Pentagon calls Russian troops ready to go now. But like, go where? Are they gonna? So look, this is less similar to Crimea than it is to Georgia, right? However, your critique doesn't hold any true geopolitical weight. It's easy for you to be harsher than the U.S. State Department. I mean, of course. My words have no material effect on the situation, but doesn't that kind of prove to you that like the American government is not really run as a democracy either? I mean, I criticize America because I'm an American, right? And theoretically, our words and our opinion on this situation should be impactful, but it's not. So, wait, let's continue for a second, okay? So here's what I think is going on currently, or what is scary for everyone involved is Vladimir Putin using the situation to take over and permanently take over even the Ukrainian occupied parts, of now territory that it now declared sovereign and independent this past week, right? The Donbas region. And there are areas there. First of all, that region currently has 7% of the entire 7% of the entire Ukrainian country's citizens, right? And what? Break the internet again? What the fuck is this? Okay, stop. That's completely irrelevant. So if they actually move further, because right now they have troops inside of Ukrainian borders, but in the separatist controlled states. Okay, that's part of the reason why they won't actually. That's part of the reason why they won't. The American government is saying like this is an introduction to the invasion. Okay, what they could potentially do. No, we got to listen to people like this guy. What they could potentially do is take over the entirety of that region, and there would be actual fucking war. Okay, in that situation, there would be like not war and not an invasion like what's going on currently with no fucking fire and just shelling, back and forth shelling, but like actual war where Russian troops are fighting against the Ukrainian National Guard in an effort to overtake the rest of the Donbass region and declare it fully independent and sovereign from Ukraine, and then most likely run another fucking referendum to be like, oh yeah, look, all of the Ukrainian people evacuated from this area, and now everyone that's Russian is saying they want to be a part of Russia. Like, oops, we're taking over. Okay? That is the exact same fucking that is the exact same playbook from, I mean, in some ways from Crimea, but definitely even closer to Georgia. That's why they used the exact same press release from when they did this in Georgia. Okay? So, how does this move forward though? Like how do we move forward in this situation? So what they possibly could do is take over even more strategic positions beyond the Donbass region, and then hyper focus everyone's efforts onto that additional encroachment, and then basically neutralize all the conversation and force the most favorable Minsk II agreement that they wanted to create upon Ukraine by being like, here, look at the other territory that we actually went into with our troops, hyper focus on that. This territory now, the territory that has already been run half by like Russian partisans and Russian people and wanted sovereignty or whatever. This area is now Russian territory. Okay? And that is, in a way, that is exactly similar to Crimea, because Crimea, or fears about Crimea were neutralized, or fears about Crimea and anger about Crimea from the rest of the world and from Ukraine was basically tempered because they had more pressing matters at hand, right? The two people's republics that they recognized earlier this week. Yes, one thing I hear is Mariupol is another potential area of strategic interest that they could shift their focus onto, so that nobody fucking gives a shit about Donbass anymore. Okay? Does that make sense? I think that what might likely be is that Russia would go to at least to the Dnipro River. Strategically, it's one of the barriers separating NATO from the Russian heartland. $100 IQ prediction. They get Kiev, say this is Russia now, and then threat Poland border with Belarus. Mark my word, in 5 years. Okay. The reason why I've said that is a laughable notion, because like there are 44 million people in Ukraine. Okay, they have guns, they have training. Like, America couldn't deal with the insurgency in Afghanistan. Why do you think Russia will be able to do that in its own fucking border? Okay, that like, no one wants that. Russians don't fucking want that. The Russian people don't want that. At least the polling that I have seen thus far show that the broader Russian people do not want to take over fucking Kiev. Worrying reports from Crimea on the entire night shift at Titan Chemicals plant in Armyansk evacuated from the facility. This might be a preparation for another staged provocation by Russia. Moscow seems to have no limits in attempting to falsify pretexts for further aggression. Afghanistan doesn't have access to nuclear waste. CNN released a new poll that indicated more Russian people are now for it, but it sounds like BS law. I saw that. Half of Russians say it would be right to use military force to keep Ukraine out of NATO. 43% of Russians said use of military force against Ukraine to join it to Russia would be wrong, while 36% said it would be right. The rest of the respondents said they didn't know if it would be right or wrong. Wait. What? So still more Russians. Wait, how do you write this article and then live with yourself the way that you live? So okay, so I'm right. One out of every 2 Russians says it would be right, while only a quarter say it would be wrong. I know, but that's vague as fuck. Because right now they are using, they're already strong arming Ukraine. They're already using military force in Ukraine to ensure that they do not join NATO. Whereas this is full-scale invasion, okay? Using military force against Ukraine to join it to Russia. Full-scale invasion and annexation of Ukraine. Why is invading Donetsk and Luhansk not counted as a real invasion when it's part of Ukraine? I personally think it is. I personally think that's an invasion. Like it's a baby invasion. Okay. You put your fucking soldiers in there, but it doesn't seem like, I don't know, going into Baghdad, for example. Right. So why doesn't it feel like, the same? Why haven't people started dying in like active hot war thus far? Even though technically it is an invasion. If you're confused at this point about this, if you have this question, okay, the reason for it is because the boots on the ground that Russia has brought inside of Ukrainian borders is in a vassal state of Russia, basically, okay, where a lot of Russian people live and is controlled by Russian people, one of which is literally in Putin's party, and is a separatist territory that has, for the past 8 years, fought against the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian National Guard, for the past 8 years. Okay? So that's the reason why it doesn't feel like a real invasion. Do you understand? I know that a lot of people have a different points of view on this. I have a different point of view on this. I think it is a real invasion. Okay? If you put fucking, military members inside of another country's borders that you are actively, saber rattling with, then it's no longer saber rattling. You've actually put fucking boots on the ground. That is the reason why I said I was wrong. Right? And by definition, it is. By definition, it is a incredibly aggressive move forward. But if you are thinking like, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Where I don't understand why there's no war going on. Why no one has fucking died yet. Like, what the fuck's happening? I'm trying to describe that to you. The reason why is because they haven't actually encroached upon territory that is hostile towards their Russian military yet. Okay? Hostile towards their presence. There's active shelling going on, but they haven't fucking engaged in like real war at the moment. Dude, that's basically a narrative in Russia on state TV, etc. You motherfuckers watch state TV more than anyone else does, I think. I have no idea what the fucking Russian state TV narrative is. I don't even know where the fuck to even find that. But for some reason, all these dudes are like, they're bigger Russaboos than anyone else that they claim are like in the pocket of Russia. It's so strange. It's like, dude, this is exactly like the same State Department propaganda. When do you think there will be active participation of U.S. troops instead of only weapons? No, that won't. I don't think that'll happen, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But never forget that like Vietnam escalated to the point that it did because America knowingly sent military trainers and military equipment, and then some of those trainers got shot and killed. But there's a reason why there are no American trainers, or at the very least, no official American trainers on the ground inside of Ukrainian borders at the moment. Okay? And by that, I mean, like, I don't know who the fuck, like, they might have people, of course they have people there, like CIA and shit, but I mean, like deliberately sending, officially sending military members is different than, like, having contractors there, having CIA members there. You know what I mean? Like, that's entirely different. We're going to get to the Pentagon news. They do have Canadian trainers, though. We saw Canadian trainers yesterday. They do. Canada has sent in trainers. But nobody gives a fuck about, the Canadian trainers. If Canadian trainers die, what's Canada going to do? Invade Russia? Okay. Because America runs the show. Okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. Nobody gives a fuck about Canada. Canada is like literally the little kid behind America's little brother going like, I should fuck them up. I'll fuck them up for you, Dad. I'll fuck them up for you, big bro. Let me at him, big bro. And it's like, it's just America's controlling the situation. Okay. Does anyone have a fucking a YouTube link for the Pentagon one? I want to see that one. Bro, imagine valuing Ukrainian sovereignty. They would be much better off under Russian management. Ukraine will drift even more fascist, and you know the situation only propels that inevitability. I have talked about this already, and I do believe that, yes. People will get mad at me, but like I do.
Able to strengthen port infrastructure and supply chain resiliency.
No, not the press briefing. There's a Pentagon one too, isn't there? But I don't want a defense.gov one. I want to watch the fucking here.
To get back online quickly after such an attack.
So first, I don't think we're in a position to attribute these cyber disruptions that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the various websites, the government websites that were taken offline. What I would just tell you, broadly speaking, Jen, is that we have provided
Hasan Battalion, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I gotta pee. I'll be back in 1 second.
Cyber resilience training and assistance to the Ukrainians. And I won't go.
Dude, how would America train anyone in cyber resilience? We have no cyber security. Our fucking diplomats get owned by like free USBs, okay? We have literally gotten owned. We have bases that are supposed to be top secret that have gotten absolutely fucking opened up to the rest of the planet because of Fitbit. Okay, we have no cybersecurity. We have no cybersecurity. If we teach Ukraine about cybersecurity, they're fucked. Okay, what is our cybersecurity?
To invade Ukraine, what will the U.S. do? Secondly,
what the fuck?
If Russia were to use nuclear weapons in this invasion, what would be the impact on the Korean Peninsula? Because there is a fear that the North Korea will copy this. Any comment?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid speculating here and getting into hypotheticals, particularly about the potential use of nuclear weapons, Jenny. What we've said all along, two things. One, Mr. Putin has a lot of capability at his disposal right now. As I've said earlier, they are ready to go. And number two, if he decides to conduct a full-scale invasion here, again, bigger than what we've seen in just the last few days, this will be a war of choice. That he'll be doing so with, with diplomacy and options still left on the table. And it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice. And all of that must and should be laid at his feet, because he's doing this by choice. How he does this, when he does this, we don't know for sure. But if he does this, this will be a war of choice and totally
our cyber fleet. What?
And as for the impact on the region,
for the record, we still hold the record for most nukes lost too. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Korean allies, and we noted that the South Koreans also came out publicly yesterday with a statement of support for Ukraine. That was certainly noticed by the whole international community.
Yes, you fucking heard. Did I stutter? Yes, I said lost. Nuclear warheads lost. Okay? Another fun fact. I think like some Greenpeace activists or like anti-war activists literally broke into a military base. Obviously, they don't have the fucking keys to launch them, but like they were able to literally go to the area where you could launch. Like just random normies, like not fucking, the espionage, statecraft Andes. Like I'm talking like fucking grandmas, anti-war grandmas. Notoriously bad.
Command hack. I don't know of any changes to that.
I love when I say something and then someone Googles it and they're like, holy fuck, he wasn't making that up. It's my favorite fucking thing. Yeah, Google it, dude. Fitbit, U.S. military base. Google, I think Iranians were able to fucking steal a boatload of information by just giving free USBs out at a fucking conference. All the dummies were like, oh, free USB. Click, put it in your fucking computer. Oh, no.
To continue to have them. So this will be a constant discussion with each host nation that they
yeah,
end
that's
up in,
2013 is when the nuns broke into what the media calls Fort Knox of nuclear weapons in Oak Bridge.
Opportunities are going to conduct. This is really all about reassuring allies and partners and demonstrating that in tangible ways. On your, I lost your third question. Dang it.
Rapid response force.
Oh, that's a better question for NATO, Abraham. That's not a question for the United States. That'll be up to the NAC to decide, North Atlantic Council to decide, not just the United States unilaterally, of course. What I will tell you is that as you know, the Secretary has put on a shorter alert tether our contributions to the NRF, the NATO Response Force, so they are more ready to go if called upon. So while I can't give you any sorts of timing or certainty about whether the NRF is going to be activated, what I can tell you with certainty that is, if it is, our contributions to the NRF will be ready to go and will contribute fully.
But they're still in the United States, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Tony.
Is there much discussion within the Pentagon or within the National Security Council about whether all of Putin's maneuvers and the force buildup is a grand game of brinksmanship, and he's got no intention of invading? He just wants to show his muscle, get the U.S. and NATO to commit to not letting Ukraine into the alliance. In other words, a game of brinksmanship, bluffing, but not really an intent to invade.
We have seen no indication of that, Tony.
But let me ask you this.
Wait, what do you mean? Other than what he's literally said?
Assuming he's going to do this? Or have you actually skeptically look at whether this is just...
We have no indication of that other than what Vladimir Putin has said. But obviously, Vladimir Putin is an unreliable orator. Clearly, we should not listen.
Allies and partners. 4 months. The Secretary was just in Brussels last week meeting with all his counterparts in the alliance. It's not just the United States who is deeply concerned about the potential for war in Ukraine now. That other NATO allies feel the same way. We've all been looking at this. I hope, we all hope that we're wrong about this. But every indication we have is that he is poised to attack Ukraine again, and this time with what could be significant military force. I mean, we are talking about more than 150,000 troops that he has arrayed against that border. As I said earlier, we believe that they are now at a state of readiness where they could attack at any time. That's what we're seeing. And that's what we've been saying. We've been talking about this very openly.
I've said this already, and I will repeat it one more time, okay? Have a fucking, have a conversation, a negotiation with Russia, okay, where you ask them to withdraw their troops, you demobilize near the Ukrainian border, and you give in writing it promises that Ukraine does not join NATO, okay? Hasan, it's not that easy. Well, it is that easy. It's literally that easy. This could have happened last month. Don't say they already tried, bro. This literally could have happened that last month. The only reason why it hasn't been able to de-escalate up until last month is because America keeps fucking up the talks. It's just like people love saying this. And by the way, it's not that easy. I am old enough to know that the Taliban originally also made conditional agreements on giving Osama bin Laden to the United States. And George W. Bush famously said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay? And that was used as a reason to fucking invade Afghanistan. So it's so fucking stupid to have this conversation over and over again when America is always the one that refuses to fucking come to the table. Okay? Ukraine wanting to join NATO is completely insignificant because Germany will never allow Ukraine to join NATO. And even America, I don't think, will allow Ukraine to join NATO for what is happening to Ukraine currently. Okay? They're just dangling NATO in front of Ukraine and giving them guns and giving them weapons and saying like, oh, go off kings, go off kings. Meanwhile, Ukraine isn't even, in my opinion, and this goes against exactly what, this goes against what like leftists who are a little bit too much simping for Vladimir Putin will get mad at me for saying this. But I do think that that Ukraine is less aggressive than the way that the Russian media fucking portrays Ukraine to be, especially right now. Why in the ever-loving fuck would Ukraine straight up fight in those territories in Donbass when there are 200,000 fucking troops? Some of which have almost direct access to Kiev if they want to from the northern border. Okay? It's like strategically the worst time to fucking actually engage in aggressive action, which is why I'm saying if there's like any sort of serious fucking explosion or any sort of serious like death or whatever the fuck that occurs within Russian-controlled territories, okay? I would expect it to be at the hands of either like America-backed CIA-trained fucking Azov battalion dickheads who do want to fucking escalate the conflict and tension, or I would expect it to be done as a false flag operation. If Russia wants to further encroach within Ukraine and say, hey, we need to shore up our borders, we need to defend the Russian citizens, the Russian individuals that we gave passports to not that long ago that are living in this territory. Okay? Why should countries ask Russia if they want to join NATO and Russia wants USSR back? NATO, unfortunately, necessary. Okay, dude. I can't have this conversation over and over again with motherfuckers who are like, dude, Russia definitely wants USSR back. They're going to get USSR back. What countries want and what they can do is entirely separate conversations. I mean, dude, every Eastern Bloc fan of mine has understandably this like irrational fear of Russia doing whatever the fuck it wants and like rebuilding the USSR or some shit. But remember, I want to point this out. What I suspect will end up happening is Russia will further encroach into areas if like an actual invasion in the way that you understand it with like death and like, you know, active fucking military members fighting one another. If the closest thing to that, the closest you'll ever get to that is potentially Russia further moving into the rest of Donbass and not necessarily just the Russian separatist controlled territories as they are currently inside of. Kremlin says the heads of DPR and LPR asked Putin to help repel the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces in order to avoid civilian casualties and a humanitarian disaster in Donbass. This is legitimately worrying. Like this is like way more worrying and way more troubling than what fucking the American government is saying about like Kiev this, Kiev that. Okay? It's worrying, but it's predictable. But it's still worrying. So just like Georgia and no one cares about that? Exactly. That's why I kept saying it's just like, that's why I said it's similar to Georgia. I already talked about this in the beginning. I already talked about this in the beginning of the broadcast. I'm not going to repeat it again, but what I feel like is going to happen, what I feel like is going to happen in this situation, and Ukraine has been restrained for the record. I do agree with that so far. What I do believe is going on, or what I do believe will happen is potentially Putin taking further, like Putin escalating tensions into Ukrainian-controlled territory, Ukrainian-controlled parts of the Donbass region, and full-blown taking it over or trying to take it over, which will lead to active war. Which will lead to active fucking war, like actual war, not like what we've seen so far, but like legitimate fucking war in that region. And then Russia will further take additional territories, or Russia will go into another area, and then everyone will hyper-focus on that other area, and then no one will give a shit about Donbass anymore, in the same way that no one gives a shit about Georgia. Even you know that's true? What? Even I know what? Even you're fighting against yourself, but I'm not the problem? What? Even you know that's not true? That's the problem? Wait. Okay. Strange. Why wouldn't they just invade earlier? Because now everyone's more prep for war / Gen. That executive director, false flag operations. Okay. We'll wait for this I don't want to hear it from OSINT Twitter, okay? Open source intelligence Twitter. But now people are claiming that there will be a false flag operation in Crimea. There was evacuations that occurred at the Titan chemical plant in Armyansk. And now they're saying that could be a false flag operation in an effort to justify further going into Ukrainian-controlled areas, Ukrainian-controlled territories in Donbass. Okay?
Jim.
John, you talked about to build on Sylvie's question, you talked about the F-35s and I guess 32 Apaches. Well, it's not just an aircraft and a pilot. How many people are associated with those moves?
All told, if you added up,
according to reports, we would totally not frame Russia. Dog, come on. Come on, dude. Okay, look, man. I understand the realpolitik and the genuine interest that Vladimir Putin has in like defending its own fucking regional sovereignty. But if you think that they're above fucking doing false flag operations, they're not. America does it all the fucking time, and Russia does it too. Get the fuck out of here. Of course they would do that. That's crazy. That's crazy to fucking say that like Russia would not do that. I mean, come on. Come the fuck on, dude. Like, anyway.
Is more appropriately General Milley's counterpart, but I can't imagine that there would be a reason why if General Walters wanted to speak to him that he couldn't in his NATO hat. Yeah.
John, based on given the fact that Russians have brought a variety of capabilities to the area, including cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, do you still think that the arms provided by the United States would help Ukrainians to defend themselves against all these capabilities? Because
we are providing, again, lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. They've expressed their gratitude for that assistance. I would remind you that, well, a couple of things, $650 million just this year alone, and we're still in discussions with them about what kind of support they might need going forward. And we're in constant consultation with them about their needs and what we can provide. It's not just us. That's my second point. Other nations are as well, stepping up to provide both lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine.
Lethal and non-lethal assistance.
Phones here. I haven't done that yet. Let's see.
Yeah, get the phones going. Get the phones going, dude. Is it still happening because Russia doesn't want to allow Ukraine to join NATO? It's not just that. It's two separate components. The NATO fears are, one, in my opinion, legitimate, and it's definitely a very real reason. But the other component is the Minsk agreement. Okay, and now, and this is technically something that the Ukrainian leadership did not want either. This is now it looks like Russia is violating it by sending troops into the Donbas region, even if it is on the Russian-controlled parts, officially putting boots on the ground within Ukrainian borders. Okay, but as far as the Minsk agreement goes, okay, and it's completely a violation of that now. It's like an official violation of this, rather than just like the baby shelling that goes back and forth between the Ukrainian National Guard and the Russian separatist forces that are backed by the Russian government. This is like an official end to that, okay? It is an official end to that. NATO legitimate? I think, yes, NATO fears are legitimate. I do think that. So you are defending Putin and basically saying he's the good guy and the invasion is almost as good as the top of the hour ad break? You should be ashamed of yourself. I feel violated. I feel absolutely fucking violated. Okay, I do not like this. You're taking my joy away. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You just violated my Minsk agreement, okay? And I was not party to it. And you fucking violated. You violated me. You just invaded me. But if you don't want the ad break to invade you, you can actually get some lethal aid in the form of a $5 a month subscription, or potentially in the form of a Twitch Prime subscription for free if you don't have $5 a month to spend on a Twitch Twitch subscription. That's right. For free $99 with a pre-existing Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, you can just avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Or if you're a good boy, maybe you can get lucky and get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay. Putin has made it clear he does not agree with the idea of a Ukrainian sovereignty. I'm not a fan of Putin, but the only force capable of stopping him is NATO intervention or brutal sanctions on its people, not just oligarchs. These are horrible options, and Ukraine would be better under Russia than the U.S. Wait, what? No, it's not. No. It's not that Putin is not in line with Ukrainian sovereignty. When he talked about decommunization, or however you say it, and Ukraine's betrayal to Lenin, being a bunch of fake friends to Lenin, okay? What he was, and then literally said, "I'll show you decommunization," okay? That was more so Ukraine's step towards exclusively partnering with the West and moving away from partnering with Russia, making it impossible or completely almost putting an end to any sort of partnership with Russia in the future, down the line, whatsoever, which would understandably and obviously harm any sort of fucking sovereignty or any sort of territorial integrity that Russia would want to have. Okay? This doesn't change the reality that, like, what he is doing is further encroaching in. Tankies were so confused at this speech. Dude, Ban Evasion Andy number 4. You have to be fucking stupid if you think that, like, Vladimir Putin was ever a communist or a socialist or anything like that. He is not. He is literally a fucking hyper-capitalist kleptocrat oligarch. He is very much an invention of the West sacking the post-USSR Russia. Like, he was built and created as a capitalist puppet. Okay? Of course he's, like, not fucking pro-communist. There's never been a communist, and he will never be a communist. That bit about decommunization is also a Russian dog whistle, though. You heard the last thing you heard the thing you just described. People in Russia heard something with a bit of extra flavor. Yeah, I mean, that's why he also said, "I'm calling upon all the nationalist forces of Russia, all the Russian patriots will understand and agree with me on this." Okay? Where my Russian nationalists at? Am I right? Also, he was literally dissing Lenin and dissing Stalin in that entire speech. What he's talking about there is not about decommunization, okay? What he's talking about there is Ukraine partnering up and, like, officially moving towards aligning themselves with the Western world, no matter what the fucking cost is, no matter what will no matter what will happen to their economy as a consequence of that, rather than, like, actually ruining the remnants of communism in Ukraine or whatever the fuck. Okay, that has nothing to do with, like, actual decommunization, because he, in the speech prior to that, shit on Lenin and Stalin. So why the fuck would he care about decommunization? It's not about decommunization. Putin was literally a communist, though. Yeah, totally. He's a total communist. I will show you decommunization. He meant territories, what was given to Ukrainian SSR by... Yes, I know. I know what he's saying. He's saying not Kiev, but he's basically stating, like, oh yeah, you want to fucking... You want to shit on Lenin's legacy? Okay. Well, then I'll take over the fucking parts that Lenin offered to you. That was a big mistake. That's the take there. Okay? That's the main point that he was making there, which is like, we will take all of the fucking... You're talking to a straight pro-Stalin Marxist-Leninist. Saw many of my MLs blindsided by the realization that Putin is super anti-communist. There's a legit but bigger contingent of online MLs. What? You just said you're like a Stalinist, dude. What the fuck? Anyway. What is the Russian Communist Party up to nowadays? Are they gaining and losing support? I don't fucking... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anything and everything that happens in Russia is completely in control and done by Vladimir Putin. Anyway. The reason why Marxist-Leninists or people on the internet are functionally on Putin's side or whatever the fuck, okay? The reason why they have this sort of approach, this sort of fucking take, seemingly, is not because they genuinely and legitimately love Vladimir Putin or anything, but usually they offer critical support because they see it as a counterbalance, a counterweight to American imperialism, and that's it. Okay? That's the reason. Anyway, still wrong, lol, because Russia is also imperialist. Russian Communist Party isn't really communist. They're just there to fake pretense of party competition. I mean, look, I've talked about this before. This like frustrates a lot of people. This is going to trigger the fuck out of Americans, so I'm just going to put the banner up one more time. But Russia's imperialism and its imperialist desires are real, but they're baby imperialism desires in comparison to what the actual imperialist superpower is. It's like fucking complaining about the One Belt, One Road initiative when you literally have 350 military bases around the world. There is no one that is a true imperial power like the United States of America. Okay? This does not make Vladimir Putin's actions reasonable, desirable, good at all. Okay? It does not. It absolutely does not. I just want to point that out. But it also doesn't mean that like every single thing that Vladimir Putin is doing with respect to combating encroachment from the West and taking initiative in an effort to defend its own regional sovereignty in the way that many other countries do, especially if they do not align with the United States of America, like Turkey has, for example. That's the reason why you don't fucking hear about the northern corridor of Syria anymore as a big deal, okay? Because like what Turkey did in the northern Syrian corridor is identical to what the fuck is going on to what Vladimir Putin is doing. But the reason why you don't hear about it is because Turkey is a NATO ally, Turkey's an ally to America, and Turkey did that. Sorry, Kurdish people who thought that like America would give you a fucking nation state, but Turkey did that with America's go-ahead, as I said back then. Okay? The main difference here is that Vladimir Putin, some of the actions that Vladimir Putin takes is understandable and reasonable territorial controlled desires. Okay? Which Kurdish people have thought that? Literally just making shit up. Actually, it wasn't even Kurdish people that thought that. It was mostly Western leftists. You're right. Kurds know that they get fucked over by America every time, but they have no other option. So they still are like, yeah. They just do it because they have no other options. Everything you say is wrong and you have bad takes always. There's the rest of your criticism for today, bud. Thank you. Literally taking over countries are better than making military bases? What? The countries that they're literally taking over are entirely different than like bordering nations that they take over with like historic populations of the citizens that they that are Russian or speak Russian is entirely different than like building a fucking military base in Africa so you can have a better launching point to you know control whatever nation you want to from that point. Okay? Ukrainians aren't Russian, you fucking weirdo. Of course Ukrainians aren't Russian. I'm not talking about Ukraine. No, I'm not going to get into that. That's not what I'm referencing. I'm talking about Crimea. I'm talking about fucking the areas that Vladimir Putin believes is supposed to be independent. There are at least Russians living there, so they can fucking so he can claim and justify that it's because he wants to defend those Russian people there. Okay? Not saying that's all right. I'm not saying that's true, and I'm not saying that's a reasonable fucking assertion. Okay? I'm simply stating what Vladimir Putin's perspective on this is. Ethnicity, not nationality. Choose your words wisely. If you were Putin and there were chatters in Eastern Ukraine, would you come to their aid? Yes. I would defend my chatters on both sides. Okay? France is going to invade Quebec because French people there need to be protected. Again, France and Canada do not have a border. France and Canada have a way. First of all, that would be correct if the French people in Quebec literally were like, we want to be independent and then become a vassal state for France. But I'm pretty sure the fucking Quebecois despise France. Like, they're francophone, but they're not French. It's just, that's an entirely different league of its own. They fucking, and also France doesn't like Quebec. Quebec will invade France more likely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Alberta becoming a vassal state for the United States is more likely than Quebec becoming a part of France. I think Albertans want to be American more than fucking Quebecois want to be French, dude. Honestly, take Alberta, you can have it. No, we're good. We don't want that. Can the Pope no, the Pope can't intervene on anything.
Not enough.
Okay, this sucks. Yeah. The fucking inflation is happening because there's not enough competition. That's why. I mean, there's truth to that, actually. Alberta is like that conservative shit face in your family. You said China also isn't a communist country, so what's an example of a true communist country? There's no fucking true communist country, dude. Communism is an end state, okay? A stateless, borderless, moneyless, classless society. There is not a single fucking place that has been able to achieve this, okay? There are transitional socialist states with their own seasoning, with their own version of that. I, as a disgusting revisionist, believe in reform leading up to a revolution. So, you know, it just depends on what your perspective is on the matter. Communism is not an end state to be established. Communism is the real movement that sublates the present state of things, which is from Marx. Okay, I'm trying to describe it to Normans. It's a goal. It's what we should evolve back into. Communism equals this dictatorship. Yeah. Imagine having realistic understanding of revolutionary capabilities rather than being a wannabe terrorist. I mean, in that situation, I think Marxist-Leninists that fucking LARP about that are no different than the anarchitties that fucking, you know, love burning cop cars or whatever. They just LARP about something that is like a little bit more well-established and has historical precedent, but is nearly impossible to fucking recreate because there is no current understanding or analysis of the current material conditions and the way that the way that workers relate to the means of production at the moment, especially in the countries where these people LARP at. Unless you're a fucking Maoist third worldist living in like literally a country with productive capabilities, you're just simply LARPing. Everyone around you is doing like a fucking white collar job. Everyone around you is doing like a professional managerial class job. And you're just fucking fantasizing about this kind of revolution. Anyway, I personally do not believe that there is any revolutionary potential in the first world. I don't. The only thing you can do as someone living in the imperial core is to not undermine actual revolutionary potential occurring in the third world by, you know, slowly but surely building labor movements, slowly but surely building allegiances, and making sure that America, the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, doesn't get in the way of other countries that are democratically deciding to seize the means of production or nationalize key industries. Because America has been the most significant hurdle against any sort of socialist revolution taking place. We're the labor aristocracy. Our conditions are too comfortable for us to give up. I mean, yeah, that's the truth. Are we ready for it? Don't even fucking say it. Sit your ass down and let us do it. What? Okay. Which is why we should be fundamentally against the expansion of NATO. I mean, I am. And ultimately, all this fucking theory nerd shit it's completely meaningless. We're just going back and forth on you know, outdated ideas, outdated theories, basically, and fantasizing about these things that we have no power to fucking genuinely change. So it's a completely insignificant fractionalist attitude to have. Especially when you're living in a country like the United States of America. You're gonna get so much shit for this. May Allah protect you. What? I mean, this is a position that I've had for a very, very long time. I mean, I talk about it regularly. That's why people say I'm a fucking liberal. That's why I don't have a problem with having a large base within anyone and everyone that considers themselves to be a leftist or anti-capitalist or even interested in learning about anti-capitalism. That's why it's just, I think it's idiotic to, I mean, I make memes about Marxist-Leninists and I joke about fucking anarchists regularly and I joke about liberals all the goddamn time and even social democrats, but your takes on Marxist-Leninists sometimes just shows me how incredibly online you are. Like actual organizing IRL MLs are not like how you describe it. It's painful to see chatters just eat the shit up. And so are actual anarchists that engage in organizing. That I understand that. It's part of the reason why I don't give a fuck. Are you balding? Never noticed it before. Still looking sexy though. Don't worry. No, I'm not fucking balding, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Any and every conversation that motherfuckers engage in on the internet, especially the ones that revolve around theory, oftentimes are just stupid as fuck. It's just you're not anywhere near any sort of like serious grip of power. Okay, but this is fun. This is a fun thing to see. Just love how you can always bet on Western bourgeois, gay, lesbian organization and media publications to come right in the right time as an established wing of empire when it is time to beat those drums for imperialist war, just incredibly consistent in their role. Russia has a list of gay rights advocates to be killed or sent to camps after invasion of Ukraine. Come on, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. This is like, first of all, what makes this even funnier, or rather sadder, and way, way more hypocritical, is that this piece of news conveniently comes at a time when both Florida and Texas, two gigantic fucking states, have independently passed, like through their state legislature, bills that are harming LGBT people in America. Okay? Greg Abbott has officially directed the Family Protective Services to begin investigating all trans children in Texas and prosecuting their parents as child abusers. He has also instructed all teachers, doctors, and caregivers to begin reporting any trans students they see. Jesus fucking Christ. And of course, other red states are also trying out their own version of this. The only difference between this bill, okay, and this, where the fuck did I delete it? What happened? And this is that this is made up. Both of those things are newsworthy. So what? I'm not saying that Russia is not expressly anti-LGBT. Of course they are, okay? They 1000% are. But this is just leaked intel. This is a fucking real bill, okay? A new amendment to the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida would explicitly require schools to out LGBTQ students and their parents within a 6-week time frame, but this got taken out, right? Or is this still... Oh, the amendment has been withdrawn. Okay, as of yesterday. Both sides are dog shit. First of all, you can't even fucking pinkwash Russia invading Ukraine because it's not like Ukraine is pro-LGBT. What the fuck are you talking about? But motherfuckers don't know this shit at all. They literally act like Ukraine is at the fucking height of like non-corrupt Western democracy that is not fucking, that's not anti-LGBT themselves. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Russia and the US are not even close to comparable on LGBT. Of course they're not, dude. Yes, the United States of America is better for LGBT rights than Russia. No shit. I don't understand why this is important fucking pretext to justify like invasion or taking an incredibly aggressive stance that will ultimately allow us to fucking take military action against the entire Russian population. Okay? People do not understand. Russia is literally a conservative Orthodox state and we are not that far off. No, that's not true. We are far off. Unless you're in fucking Texas. I mean, Texas is fucking abortion bills. Like, America, if left to its own devices, is more conservative in certain territories than Colombia, which legalized abortion as of this week. Colombia, motherfucker, are you kidding me? Are you fucking joking, dude? We live in America. It's supposed to be the #1 freest country in the world, baby. How fucked is that? How insane is that? How psychotic is that? It's insane. I feel like chat sometimes doesn't understand that this is what doesn't get talked about. We don't need you to be parroting the imperialist line. That's for the rest of the media to do. Yeah, I mean, I talk about that. I mention it all the time. I do mention that all the time when people are like, dude, why aren't you? That's why I have this fucking laughable, this comical banner above my head. Because there are a lot of fucking children that need to be babied. Like, they need to be fed like little babies. Like, I need to fucking make the food into a puree, okay, and sweeten the deal so they understand it. They need to like hear, they need to hear all of the fucking, criticisms with a sweet little fucking shell around it. You know what I mean? I can't just like talk exclusively about one side without other people being like, well, what the fuck? This is not reinforcing my perspective that like Russia is bad. It's a bad country. Vladimir Putin is a bad person. Okay? Your audience is children, so what do you expect? I mean, that's fine. The only issue is that the only issue that I have with this sort of stuff, though, having like a younger audience that's like genuinely curious and interested in hearing a different perspective is understandable. Good, okay. It's the people who are like, no, I actually do know better, and you should be fucking basically reposting everything I've seen everywhere else and not talk about the other side at all.
Of sanctions.
That's right, Tony. And the tension between this white.
You're such a dumb fuck. You cannot go 5 seconds without trying to equivocate to America. Putin supports a leader in Chechnya that hunts down, kidnaps, and tortures gay people. How are you surprised a list like that might exist? You don't know fucking anything. What do you mean, bro? There's no gay people in Chechnya. Right? None. 0. Hey, you are great. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. I already said that, of course, Russia is worse on LGBT issues than America. Okay? I recognize that. It's incredibly stupid. You just proved exactly what I was saying, which is I recognize that. I understand that. There is no reason to fucking mention that. There is no equivocation happening here. Okay? Do you get it? Do you understand? It doesn't have to be equal. The point is, Iran hurts gay people does not give us justification to fucking glass Iran. Because you know who dies in that situation? The gay Iranians, okay? A fact that I've mentioned 1,000,000 times over, okay? The way to help gay Iranians is not by glassing Iran, or is not by taking aggressive military stances against Iran, putting sanctions on Iran, so that Iran will then further become more reactionary and anti-Western, because anti-Western sentiment oftentimes is the way that like more reactionary and more fascist, more bigoted fucking forces rise up and seize control and harm gay people even further. Okay? She's pogging about Russia. She's like, pog, responding to Russia, pog. Okay? That's what's fucking annoying.
White House and Russia is growing. Late yesterday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken called off a plan.
Seriously, though, you just did it again. I just want to show the other side. There is no other side. Imperialist Russia is invading a country. They're 100% at fault. I agree that U.S. is bad, but in this case, we are doing nothing to do with this shit. The fact that you're even bringing up the U.S. is weird to me. No, the fact that I'm bringing the United States up in this circumstance is weird to you, or it's scary to you, because you refuse to fucking recognize the United States as an imperial power that is, of course, absolutely has everything to do with fucking matters in Ukraine and matters in Russia. Okay? They touch everything. It's fucking baby brained for you to act like the United States has nothing to do with this when we've openly sent hundreds of millions of dollars worth of lethal aid, i.e. weapons. We have trained and backed some of their more reactionary fucking elements within that society that are still unpopular and yet not as unpopular as they originally were. Okay?
Planned meeting with Russia's foreign minister. He said it doesn't make sense at this point to go ahead with talks now that the invasion has begun.
This is a flagrant violation of international law.
President Biden responded to Russia's invasion with what he called the first tranche of financial penalties, imposing sanctions on 2 large Russian banks with ties to
the U.S. UK get Ukraine to denuke in return they would be protected is a silly fucking take too, because like those nukes weren't even, those were USSR nukes that Ukrainians had no fucking opportunity to be able to fucking launch, okay? And they were sent back to Moscow. But for the record, I still think, listen, bitch, you got fucking nukes, you should keep them. Never give up your nukes. Don't forget, rule number 1 for nation building, for state building, never give up your nukes. Doesn't matter. Okay? Doesn't matter if you don't have the launch codes. Doesn't matter if you don't know how to fucking launch them. Never give up the nukes. Rule number 2, when someone asks you to give up the nukes, don't give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if they tell you you have nukes when you don't have nukes, find nukes. You have to find nukes at that point. Okay? Oh my God. If you don't find nukes, you are so fucked.
to the Russian military, cutting them off from Western investment. Ukraine's foreign minister hailed the news.
Hit Russia's economy now and hit it hard.
But some lawmakers from both parties are pushing the president to unleash all the economic punishments he's prepared.
Well, I think you should use the overwhelming amount of it
What?
now.
Impose.
What the fuck, bro? Bob Menendez and Mitch McConnell. Oh, God. Yo.
Well, I think you should.
Pushing the president to unleash all the economic punishments he's prepared.
Well, I think you should use the overwhelming amount of it now.
Impose the toughest possible sanctions. The toughest possible sanctions now.
The White House is coordinating.
Why? What good will that do? Then you're fucking giving the game away. Then you're literally, then you can't do anything. If Putin decides to do more shit, then you got nothing. The only thing you left in your hand, the only thing you have left in that circumstance is just war, I guess. Sick. Like Mitch McConnell, let me tell you something. I know you don't have a lot of life left to live on this planet, okay? Even though evil people never die, unfortunately. Okay? But like, you know, there is no bunker that fucking protects you and your neck pussy, you bitch ass, okay? You die in a nuclear holocaust too, okay? Holy fuck. Why is Kyle Kalinske rocking so hard with the sanctions? I thought he's not about that. So I understand the position that some people have where they're like, how dare we put sanctions on anyone? Okay. Like, how dare we? I get that. These are incredibly limited sanctions so far. Even though these kinds of sanctions are still an act of war, it's nowhere near as egregious as like imposing them on fucking Iraq, imposing them on Afghanistan, imposing them on Cuba and other countries that do not have a way to withstand these sanctions. These sanctions will marginally hurt the Russian population, not drastically, partially because they're geared up for these sorts of things. But ultimately, this is more saber rattling sanctions rather than like legitimate ones. The real consequential one is harming both the EU and also Russia, which is stopping Nord Stream 2 from coming to fruition. Everyone is saying fuck Russians in the chat, and I feel so sad because fuck Putin, not the people. We do not choose to be in war. I mean, yeah. Saying sanctions only hurt civilians, is that true? It seems much better than military action. Yes, sanctions do hurt civilians, 1000%. Anyone who tells you it doesn't is wrong. Like, even these sanctions will end up hurting civilians.
With allies who also imposed new sanctions. Germany put a hold on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Why didn't we hear this uproar when it was about Iraq, Libya, Syria, and now everyone who dares to have a second opinion about causes of the Russian invasion will get skinned alive? I mean, dude, listen, anti-imperialism, like true, genuine anti-imperialist sentiment is one of the, there are a couple fucking attitudes in America, in the American population, that are so powerful that it doesn't matter. Even the progressive causes, even the progressive fucking people will rip your throat out. Anti-imperialist sentiment is one of those things. Obviously, I'm not talking about like near history or anti-imperialist sentiments when you're describing America's like contemporary history, but like actual things that America is engaging in right now. If you have an anti-imperialist point of view on it, you will get fucking attacked like I did for the past month or so. People are fucking losing their shit. They go so far, they lose their minds. Like they fucking start saying, why don't they come after you? What do you mean, why don't they come after me? Are you fucking kidding me? They said I was a Hitler supporter on Twitter for like 2 days. There is no more aggressive thing that you could say to someone who is anti-war than like, you're literally a defender of Hitler. Oh my God, you weren't attacked for being anti-imperialist? I 1000% was attacked for an anti-imperialist, a anti-imperialist position of having a anti-NATO perspective, okay? And talking about how much the State Department and the mainstream media has beefed up whipped up people into a fucking frenzy. And not even people, like not even real people, just people who hyper focus on this shit. Just people who hyper focus on this stuff, because I think only 26% of the country is a fan of involving ourselves in Ukraine. Yeah, people said I was doing appeasement and I was Neville Chamberlain. Okay, so we have been hearing this shit for a month now, man. Active listeners are aware this was your take since the beginning. Exactly. You've trended 10 for... Also, every single time I've been fucking canceled is because I've said something that goes against the like the overwhelming America is actually exceptionalist attitude. So don't ever say that. That is not even true. Like that 1000%. The other one, the other thing is criminal justice. Americans literally do not value. Americans do not value prisoners as human beings. They think prisoners are fucking, they are deserving of like the worst kinds of punishments for their crimes, no matter what the crimes are, or they think all of these fucking, you're being attacked not for anti-imperialism, you're being attacked for saying the invasion was a CIA talking point. The invasion, as the way that the State Department said the invasion was going to happen, that is still yet to happen, is 1000% America fucking saber rattling by utilizing the media. And it's not me who says this. People have come out, like Julia Ioffe, or however the fuck you say her last name, has come out and literally said and admitted misinformation, trafficking misinformation about Russia is a part of our strategy against Russia. Those people are being celebrated. And that's why you don't see America fucking all of a sudden changing anything about their fucking way of dealing with Russia from last week, when Russia has put boots inside of Ukrainian borders. Bro, you called Crimea Russian land? That's propaganda. I watch you do it. Stop crying. What the fuck? Because I do believe that. I do believe that the people living in Crimea want to be a part of Russia. And by the way, you know who else believes that? Motherfuckers that live in Crimea. So it doesn't matter what your point of view is on this subject. It's just the truth, okay? It's deeply, deeply, deeply fucking frustrating to regularly mention this over and over again when it is a thing that is real, okay? I don't know what else to tell you. You can say it's blood and soil. You can say whatever the fuck, but, you know, the facts on the ground do not care about your fucking feelings. Bro, then it's the same thing as Kashmir. The people living in Kashmir are Muslim and Pakistani. What the fuck are you saying? It's the same thing as Kashmir. What do you mean? Despite the immigration, the forcible fucking immigration from India into that region, the people living there are Muslim. And also, the people living in Kashmir are not exactly welcoming. Of India coming in and fucking assassinating or imprisoning, shutting off their internet, imprisoning their fucking leaders, shutting off their electricity. Okay? Whereas the people in Crimea, like if there was actually a fucking study conducted, a poll conducted in Kashmir. And they were like, oh yeah, we're totally fine. We want this. We want India to fucking take over. We want it. We want India. We love India. Okay, they're not harming us. Then you could have maybe a take. And as far as the referendum goes, it doesn't matter what the fucking referendum said in Crimea. Yes, the referendum in Crimea that was done under annexation. The referendum done in Crimea was done during annexation, so you can say that it's like faulty, it's bullshit, whatever. But the demographics of Crimea are overwhelmingly Russian. The Crimean Navy became a part of the Russian Navy. Like, there is no other situation in the world where people willingly fucking join the Russian military, the force of the fucking oppressor, like willingly, okay? They speak the language. They wanted to be a part of it. They historically wanted to be a fucking part of it, and polls showed that reality over and over again. And yet this is still a conversation that we are having in this chat. Half my family lives in Crimea. I was there months after the annexation. And I didn't see a single person upset or protesting receiving a Russian passport. My uncle wore a suit and shit. Anarchists defending the borders of a capitalist nation state while denying the sovereignty of the people within it. I know. It's a very, very weird fucking take. It's really fucking strange, man. It is like, and it's always anarchists too. It's always anarchists that like are pro-NATO anarchists. They're like ACAB. Also NATO, best cab. Okay. Anarchists defending the territorial sovereignty and the constitution of Ukraine against the wishes of the people living in those borders is a really ridiculous fucking take. It's just, it is once again showing me that if you are an extremely online anarchist, you're not fucking an anarchist. You're just a rad lib who wants to have some kind of radical, aesthetically radical politics. That's it.
A top Putin project that would carry natural gas from Russia to Europe. President Biden is also moving some U.S. troops already based in Europe to the Baltic states in an effort to support NATO allies that border Russia to the west.
Let me be clear. These are totally defensive moves on our part. We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said talks with his Russian counterpart are off until Russian aggression abates.
We will not allow Russia to claim the pretense of diplomacy. At the same time, it accelerates its march down the path of conflict and war.
Starting today, the U.S. is also going to be imposing sanctions on specific Russian oligarchs. And the U.K. is taking similar steps. But Ukraine's foreign minister wants the U.S. to go even further. He says that Putin and his inner circle should be targeted with sanctions, too. In a tweet, he said, hit more, hit hard, hit now. Nate?
Just bringing our foreign correspondent James Longman for the latest from Moscow.
I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second.
Putin has weathered sanctions like the ones imposed so far before.
Well, that's absolutely right, George. Well, today is Defender of the Fatherland Day here in Russia, and Vladimir Putin is taking the opportunity to double down on the rhetoric about defending Russia from foreign powers. He was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier here in Moscow this morning, and the sanctions imposed by Western countries have been met with yet more bluster. Government officials here shrugging off their possible impact, saying they've been sanction-proofing the economy for months in preparation. They also know just how much the rest of the world relies on Russian gas and how Moscow can use the current energy crisis that a lot of countries are facing around the world this winter to its advantage. Former President Medvedev has been taunting Europeans, saying soon you'll be paying $2,000 for gas. But the suspension of that important gas pipeline to Germany was a step that not many people expected and would mean a major hit to Russia. Putin has been appealing to the emotions of the Russian people about the dangers of a genocide in Ukraine, and that wild claim, he's repeated it again yesterday, about a possible US-enabled nuclear attack. He doesn't need public support to wage war, but his system relies on the appearance of democracy, and that's why we've continued to see these false flag reports really stepping up this morning. George?
Yeah, the propaganda war is intense. Okay, James, thanks very much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here.
Come on, Robin Roberts.
Ukraine. Charlie Daggett is there for us today. He visited a factory.
Gallup poll done after the annexation and referendum of Crimea, of both Crimea and the totality of Ukraine. You will have to download the PDF file to view it, though. It's a good comprehensive review of the situation. Post-Maidan Ukraine opinion polls. I don't want to download it. Do you think sanctions ever work in this sort of situation? I don't know. I think sanctions are a way to appear tolerant and more civil, while still enacting brutality upon a group of individuals. It's collective punishment. Sanctions are collective punishment for the crimes of leadership in a country. That's why people say sanctions are an act of war. In this circumstance, the sanctions that we are talking about are hyper targeted, but also on top of that, like they are impactful. Of course they're impactful, but they will be marginally impactful upon the citizens of Russia. It depends on where the sanctions go going forward in the situation. Obviously, on top of that, having some sort of fucking like we have to shut off a part of our brains to feel like sanctions are justifiable against Russia in this circumstance, especially when they're being done by the United States of America. I'm not anti-sanctions across the board. For example, I am in favor of sanctioning Saudi Arabia. I'm in favor of putting sanctions on American allies in general, Saudi Arabia being one, Israel being another one, right? These are absolutely sanctions that are well-deserving and would be way more impactful because they're our allies, okay? For literally, by the way, for Israel, you could just use the template for Ukraine and use it on Israel. You could literally be like, listen, taking over, annexing territory that doesn't belong to you, that's crazy. There you go. Boom, sanctions. That'll never happen, of course, even though Israel has annexed Golan Heights, which Israel has no fucking historical ties to. And if you were to poll the people living in Golan Heights, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be like, oh, we love that Israel has taken over this territory. Okay, so but unfortunately the sanctions are more impactful to the average citizen and harm the average citizen when it's done to nations that aren't our allies and nations that are historically poor and powerless. Okay, so that is precisely what's going on here. But in Russia it's a little bit different than sanctions on Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and numerous other countries. We're talking about sanctions on a country that is also powerful in and of itself, and these sanctions are not actually ones that would diminish the quality of life of the people that live there. Still, I mean, it will make their lives marginally worse, but as far as I understand, the current sanctions that we have applied are baby sanctions, very targeted, a couple fucking oligarchs here and there, banking, and sanctions targeted at like the central bank, which is bad, but other than that, it's mostly just like, hey, more will come if you do this. Anyway. I think it's more complex. It's not intuitive to understand how much damage sanctions can do. They often literally starve people to death, and that's the most cruel form of death by far. Yes, but sanctioning Russia is not the same as Iraq, is what I'm saying. The sanctions on Iraq demonstrably led to what, like 500,000 fucking children dying of starvation. Like that's unimaginable cruelty. We did that, by the way. No, not Iran, Iraq. I'm talking about Iraq. Okay? In the 90s, not like our active boots on the ground military warfare. So like, and famously, what's her face said that was justifiable. That is just the cost of doing business. And, And Madeleine Albright said that, yeah. And for we have sanctions on Yemen too. We were imposing more sanctions on Yemen. The U.S. has imposed new sanctions on alleged Houthi financiers, though as usual, the evidence is scant, especially the Houthis are effectively the government in the vast majority of the country. As the U.S. knows full well, this will impede civilian imports. Same with Gaza. Yeah, the media uncurious about Iraq's policy effects there or here. We think the price is worth it. Leslie Stahl asked, Madeline Albright, we have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And is the price worth it? Secretary of State Madeline Albright famously on 60 Minutes in 1996 said, I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. That is the reality of America. And when you when you take a weird, like, black and white, Putin bad guy, America civilizing force against the brutalizing oppressor and doing better imperialism than the other imperial force in power here, when you take an approach like that, you're siding with that attitude. if you don't recognize that like America has never done an action, has never engaged in a single fucking, has never engaged in a single piece of action that is not, that's Anna Kasparian's buddy. Oh, shut the fuck up, Tara Genome. You fucking idiot. That's not Anna Kasparian's buddy. I do think it's like, you know, I don't like that she interviewed her and had like this, you know, it took a photo with her or some shit, but like, they're not like, stop being fucking weird. Okay. Don't be like that fucking deranged person on the internet. Okay. Yeah. I'm just defending her because we worked together. Fox News just interviewed a Ukrainian activist named Serhiy Sternenko. Sternenko is the former head of the Odessa branch of the right sector, a neo-Nazi group. Sternenko is suspected of murder. The U.S. media is openly whitewashing Ukraine's far right. I wonder why. I wonder how. I wonder what the purpose is. That the American government, once again, has found itself completely supporting, in a bipartisan capacity, Ukrainian far right elements. So interesting. So interesting. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why it's happening. Is there a video of this, by the way? I would love to watch that. I grew up in Iraq. During sanctions, my family used to share one piece of bread between 7 of us and an egg if we're lucky. Yeah. Can you expand on that instead of vague memeing? Expand on what? Foreignpolicy.com. Oh, yeah, they are. Foreignpolicy.com is a very popular neoliberal outlet, but they do sometimes have like interesting realpolitik takes.
European countries are preparing for a wave of refugees as Ukrainians brace for a possible full-scale war with Russia. An activist on the ground in Kiev fought against Russian militants when they tried to invade Ukraine in 2014.
Like, what's that? There's that black dude in Ukraine right now that's like doing coverage out of Ukraine that everybody loves and is talking about. He literally has like photos with fucking these guys, okay, with the right sector people. Being like, oh, right sector in the house. Like, if you're in fucking Ukraine as an American, okay? If you're in Ukraine as an American working alongside the American State Department, okay? Not saying that you're CIA or anything like that. Maybe you just legitimately believe it, okay? Not Lester Holt. The other dude. He's like famous on Twitter now. Terrell J. Starr, yeah. Host of Black Diplomats. This dude. Terrell Jermaine Starr. I mean, he's at the Atlantic Council, okay? Like, if you're in the Atlantic Council, you routinely find yourself surrounded by these right-wing reactionary forces, but you're supposed to be the democratizing force there, right? You're doing civil society shit. You're fucking out there helping, you know?
Serhiy Sternenko joins me now. Good morning to you, Serhiy. How concerned are you about this latest aggression from Putin?
I think that Russia wants to destroy us, destroy our country. Vladimir Putin said that Ukraine and Ukrainians are not exist. So I think that Russia will try to attack our country again.
So does that mean that you think a full-scale war in Ukraine will break out?
Repeat, please.
Do you think that a full-scale war in Ukraine will break out? And if so, what will you do?
I will stay. Now I'm in Kiev. And my friends are ready to protect, to defend our country. We don't leave Ukraine. We keep calm now. Let's call a spade a spade. This is not a crisis, or this is not just a conflict. This is a really big war in the heart of the Europe. This is the biggest war in Europe after World War II. This is a war.
I wonder what side he would have been on during World War II. Yeah, biggest war in Europe since World War II, which, of course, my grandfather and I, if I had the opportunity, would totally side not on the Allied side. But hey, guess what? It's fine.
Of hatred, and Putin wants
Got a fucking DX racer in the back, too. Look at this fucking dildo. Jesus Christ.
Destroy and our country and Ukrainians as a nation. So we need more help from Eastern countries and from the United States.
Well, yesterday.
West countries.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, yesterday, President Biden did announce sanctions against Russian banks and Russian oligarchs. Do you think that is a good enough response from the United States?
Oh, I think that the United States are doing a lot of for Ukraine, and we appreciate that. But more needs to be done to stop that bloody dictator Vladimir Putin. Biden said yesterday that he would defend every inch on NATO land. So I think Ukraine must be in NATO. If Putin's regime is not stopped now, Poland and other countries of NATO will be attacked as Putin attacked Ukraine. If Putin doesn't meet NATO resistance in Ukraine, he will see it as NATO's weakness. Also, I think it will be great if the United States imposed sanctions.
I'm from Russia and it's fucking shit. We fear and don't want it. Putin is a crazy man. We want to escape to any land. It's like Turks talking about Erdogan. Consumers learning that international conflicts may be a little bit more difficult than bad man bad. Yeah.
On Russian channels and propagandists like Solovyov and Shari, and force YouTube to block them. Putin says that Russia recognized the LDPR within the Donetsk and Lugansk regions. This means that the Russian occupiers may soon begin hostilities to attack the free towns and villages of Donetsk and Lugansk regions. Putin already got sanctions, but he asks.
I definitely agree the sanctions will be devastating to people of Russia. No, the current sanctions, I mean, people are going to yell at me, but I do think that the current sanctions that they've applied are like very, very targeted, very limited in its capacity. That doesn't mean that like they won't harm the population. They always do. That's what sanctions are designed to do. It's to harm the civilian population in an act of collective punishment so that they're angrier towards their leadership, and it weakens the country so that they can fucking... It weakens the country so that, you know, it's an opportunity ripe for volatility and potentially ousting that government. That's the main purpose of why they do that. That's the main purpose of why people do sanctions. But these sanctions that they've done so far... is not as significant, and also because they're doing it to Russia, a country that has been hit with sanctions before and is already prepared against it. The real thing that you need to prepare for in the situation, as far as American foreign policy, is the top of the hour ad break. Though sanctions are collective punishment, top of the hour ad breaks are collective punishment, just like sanctions. And if you no longer want to be impacted by the sanctionist, you know, the sanctions at the top of the hour ad break, then all you need to do is subscribe against them. Okay. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can subscribe by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Like the Donetsk People's Republic gifting 5 gifted subs. Dude, I'm in the pocket of DPR. Not LPR, but DPR definitely. So many gifted subs from Donetsk. Anonymous, probably Vladimir Putin, gifted 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you. And here's the ad break now, folks. Okay, let's continue with this.
For more.
Yeah, and you know, I understand that you fought against Russian militants in 2014. What was that experience like?
On May 2nd, 2014, my friends and I were defending Odessa from the Russian and pro-Russian militants as in Donetsk and Lugansk. They wanted to seize the region then and create an OPR like DPR. They also killed my friend Ihor Ivanov. We managed to defend our citizen, and we Ukrainians are able to defend our.
Like, Ukrainians, be honest. Like, if there's any Ukrainians in here, when you fucking see like a straight up white supremacist Nazi piece of shit on Fox News, just being like, yeah, we are defending Ukraine, it's like, and being lauded as though they're like a good guy, doesn't that fucking scare you a little bit? Do you not understand? I mean, I get why Russia is scarier, because it's like happening in front of you, and a scarier force in general. He's a good guy. He's not the white supremacist. What is this? Ukrainian court frees former far-right leader from prison. The Ukrainian court on May 31st. Radio Free Europe. A Ukrainian court on May 31st commuted the prison sentence of a controversial former leader of a far-right paramilitary group and set him free on probation. Sergei Starnenko, who once led the right sector group in the city of Odessa. By the way, he literally led right sector. Like, saying that this dude is not far right is fucking insane, okay? Like, he wasn't like, oh, you're... Like, there's people in here who are saying, like, the guy who led right sector in Odessa is a good guy. Oh, does he have a swastika on him at this moment? Like, it's like the guy, it's like the fucking conservative telling me, like, did he say he was a Nazi? I'm like, dude, he was literally the leader of the Nazi party. Okay? Not a good guy, so deserves to die to Russians. Sounds right. Wait, there's a whole range of differences between being like a straight up Nazi who's being fucking lauded in American media as a hero and getting brutally murdered by Russians. Okay, like there are a range of different scenarios in between. Do you understand? Why are you defending the Nazi who said he's a Nazi and has said he's a Nazi? What the fuck? Dude, what is happening? Shut up. It's so good to see someone with long hair and a hairline that is sprinting into the distance as fast as Usain Bolt, just like mine. Thanks for making me feel not alone. Is this the new thing? Like, people are just going to keep saying, like, your hairline is receding. Your hairline is receding every time I fucking pull my hair back. Is that what's going on? Like, my hairline is pulled back. Okay? It's pulled back. Shut the fuck up. Chad will defend literal Nazis to debate Hasan. I mean, they are doing that. You're pulling it back too far. Yesterday was why are you defending Hitler, and today is why aren't you being nicer to Nazis? Yeah, I know. The very same people that are like Hasan is defending Hitler are turning around and literally fucking defending the defenders, the actual defenders of Hitler.
Our country now, as in 2014.
You know, we're looking at live images right now on the screen of Vladimir Putin. In Russia, they're celebrating a holiday called Defender of the Fatherland Day. It's observed in Russia, Belarus, Tajikistan, a couple other countries. I understand that in Ukraine, they abolished this holiday in 1992. This is a new holiday for us in America. Never heard of it before. But how important is this?
Fox News be like, why can't we do Fatherland Day? Like, I feel like Fox News in any other circumstance would like love Russia. You know what I mean? They would love Putin. Like they want Trump to be like Putin. Okay. An autocratic, dictatorial kleptocrat. You know, that's like exactly what they want. Fatherland Day, it literally is just like national holiday in America, 4th of July, or fucking straight up, just so. Straight up, just like any side of other like nationalistic, patriotic bullshit that we love to do here.
Celebration to Russia.
It's very important celebrating to Russia, and as I know, Putin can use this data, this celebration, to do some bad against you.
Your tweet at 4:17 a.m. on February 11, 2022 was kind of weird. Wait, what? Why did you tweet this controversial thing? Should I ban this person without even clicking on the link?
Ukraine,
Yeah.
he do same things more times before.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're hearing as well. Serhii Sternenko, thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe. We appreciate your perspective.
Yeah. Fox News does. At least they're honest. They really do. They really do appreciate why the Russia-Ukraine crisis just got much worse. Start here.
Hi, everyone. There's a lot going on with Russia and Ukraine, so we thought we'd jump on to answer a few questions and help you get your head around.
Oh, this was awesome. Dude, by the way, if you want to understand, maybe you're thinking, because we live in like a hyper fucking, we live in like this echo chamber. We live in a weird echo chamber where we think like everyone else feels like the way that we do. So everyone must be constantly talking about Russia. Everyone must be constantly talking about Ukraine. Everyone must have like a well-established position on this matter of international importance, right? Except that's not the case, as we know. 26% of the country, what? Goalpost? 26% of the country, I think, believes that we should have major involvement in Ukraine. I think more people want minimal involvement, but ultimately, most people just don't care, right? Most normal people do not give a fuck. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just stating that, like, most Americans don't give a fuck. Now, the reason why most Americans don't give a fuck is because of people like Tucker Carlson, who recognize that most Americans don't give a fuck and then do a very good job of propagandizing against it. I'm not saying this is the adequate position to take here. Please do not misunderstand me. I'm saying that Tucker Carlson is a villainous, vicious propagandist, okay? Very, very fucking good at taking any sort of fucking situation and churning out hyper-nationalistic, right-wing propaganda.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Since the day that Donald Trump became president, Democrats in Washington have told you have a patriotic duty to hate Vladimir Putin. It's not a suggestion, it's a mandate. Anything less than hatred for Putin is treason. Many Americans have obeyed this directive. They now dutifully hate Vladimir Putin. Maybe you're one of them. Hating Putin has become the central purpose of America's foreign policy. It's the main thing that we talk about. Entire cable channels are now devoted to it.
Because you are not in Europe and USA people are just talking with no nonsense. They don't even know what's going on there and how USA manipulate with idiots.
Very soon, that hatred of Vladimir Putin could bring the United States into a conflict in Eastern Europe. Before that happens, it might be worth asking yourself, since it is getting pretty serious, what is this really about? Why do I hate Putin so much? Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened?
Bro, this is literally the Viet Cong never called me the N-word, but for people who love saying the N-word, by the way. This is Tucker Carlson's, like, incredibly important method. Okay? This is his watershed moment. This is the speech. Okay? You guys know what I'm talking about? the Viet Cong never called me the N-word. It was a prominent attitude that obviously, I mean, it was Muhammad Ali, but it was a prominent attitude expressed by black civil rights activists at the time that were also anti-war activists, and you know, they were anti-imperialist, anti-war activists. Which, by the way, that's actually really funny. Thinking about that, that's one of the instances where the New York Times actually criticized MLK at the time was because of his anti-imperialist attitude towards America in Vietnam. So that was, we never talk about that either. But hey, that was the justifiable right thing to do in that moment, okay? We had to go into Vietnam. So, as I was saying, so this is Tucker Carlson's version of that, but for racist people.
Threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him as he shipped every middle-class job in my town.
Stop comparing yourself to MLK. I would never, ever in a million years compare myself to Martin Luther King. I am just simply stating that, once again, no matter how insignificant, inconsequential, and fucking stupid of a himbo you might be, like myself, okay, as a Twitch streamer himbo, I get ripped apart whenever I talk from an anti-imperialist point of view. That does not mean that I'm like MLK or fancy myself in the same way, okay? I'm simply stating that, you know, all the way to the top, like people like Martin Luther King, who were actually, you know, incredibly impactful civil rights leaders, all the way down to, it's insane that you have to qualify almost every statement you make. Chatters are wild. Yes, I have a lot of brain diseased and brain broken people in this chat that are looking to interpret every single thing I say in the least charitable position so they can clip it and then ship it onto the internet to make other people also feel exactly that same way. This is my everyday life. Unfortunately, this is the reason why I have to constantly and consistently qualify every single little thing that I say. Otherwise, they will, you know, turn that into another opportunity to destroy me and embarrass me and publicly vilify me. That is precisely why I do that. And they do that. They do it all the time. It's just, it's something that everybody fucking despises. It's something that everybody fucking hates when other people do that. But they do it regardless. Isn't Pepega the equivalent of calling someone the R-worded? So why do we use it if so? Because people are R-worded, okay? And sometimes you need a fucking terminology to describe that without using like a medical diagnosis that is now considered to be bad, okay? That's the reason. How do you describe someone with a bad brain? How do you describe someone who is Pepega? What are you gonna do? Some people have a smoothened out brain, like as though they are the size and shape and smoothness of a fucking grape. What are you gonna do? How do you describe that? How? No wrinkles. They got no wrinkles. Mister, are you brain dead over here? I mean, I say that all the time. I use plenty of ableist pejoratives. Most pejoratives are ableist.
Town to Russia? Did he manufacture a worldwide pandemic that wrecked my business and kept me indoors for 2 years? Is he teaching my children to embrace racial discrimination? Is he making fentanyl? Is he trying to snuff out Christianity? Does he eat dogs? These are fair questions.
Does he eat dogs? What the fuck? What's he saying?
And the answer to all of them is no. Vladimir Putin didn't do any of that. So why does permanent Washington hate him so much? If you've been watching the news, you know that Putin is having a border dispute with a nation called Ukraine. Now, the main thing to know about Ukraine for our purposes is that its leaders once sent millions of dollars to Joe Biden's family. Not surprisingly, Ukraine is now one of Biden's favorite countries. Biden has pledged to defend Ukraine's borders even as he opens our borders to the world. That's how it works. Invading America is called equity. Invading Ukraine is a war crime. So with every day we move closer to some kind of conflict with Russia, a conflict that could easily spin out of control, given that the people running this have no fine motor skills. The administration assures us this has nothing at all to do with repaying Joe Biden's personal debts to Ukrainian oligarchs, not at all.
I told you guys that Tucker Carlson's attitude on this is like, we shouldn't hate Russia, we should hate China. Taking away from who we actually should hate, China. Classic. He's like, we should literally be fucking way more aggressive against China. That's the real fear that you should have.
It's completely and totally unrelated. The point here is to defend democracy, not that you.
Part of the reason is this, though. Okay, listen, Tucker doesn't give a shit about whether fucking Russia takes over Ukraine or whether Ukraine takes over Russia. He doesn't give a shit about any of that, okay? First of all, they're Slavs. So obviously, Tucker Carlson does not see them as human beings because he's a Nazi. Now, having said all that, okay, having said all of that, by the way, maybe someone should tell that to the Ukrainian right sector guys that they are not human in the eyes of Nazis, despite the fact that they want to be Nazi collaborators or LARPA's Nazi collaborators. Anyway, so the real point here is that for most Americans, okay, especially ones that like watch Tucker Carlson and a lot of like Norman Americans, like they don't give a fuck about what's going on in Ukraine. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm simply stating a fact, okay? Most Americans do not give a fuck. You know who gives a fuck? The media. You know who gives a fuck? The State Department. You know who gives a fuck? Extremely online people who are routinely and regularly watching the news and constantly covering it round the clock and like to debate about it. Other than that, like, go ask every fucking average person in your neighborhood what they care. Like, they're like, what, is there war in Ukraine? Okay, I don't know. Most people do not fucking care. Okay? They don't. And Tucker recognizes that. Tucker recognizes that and is using that to further propagandize his position.
Ukraine is a democracy. It is not a democracy. Ukraine's president has arrested his main political opponent. He has shut down newspapers and television stations that have dared to criticize him. So in American terms, you would call Ukraine a tyranny. But Joe Biden likes Ukraine, so Putin bad, war good. How will this conflict affect you? Will it affect you quite a bit, actually. Energy prices in the United States are about to go way up, and that means that everything you buy will become much more expensive, from the food you eat to the car you drive to tickets you need to take your family on vacation.
The irony, of course, on the other side of this is that, like, the Biden administration has tried to tie back in a post hoc, like in a really silly post hoc way, tie back inflation to the conflict in Ukraine, which is really fucking stupid, because then you got people like Tucker Carlson who are going to be like, then why are you getting us involved in Ukraine and making inflation worse, you fucking idiot? So even though we're past the inflation and the Biden admin is very stupidly trying to fucking tie inflation to Ukraine and Russia, okay? You're literally making yourself worse. You're making yourself look worse because people don't give a fuck. The American citizens don't give a fuck about Ukraine and Russia. And now they're making it seem like, you know, you're giving them an out. You're giving the conservatives extra talking points. Not only does inflation predate our dealings with Russia and Ukraine, but also on top of that, Americans now think you are making it worse.
This summer, assuming you can still afford vacation.
Here, look, the pain will be worth it, Biden and Kamala. The absolute worst domestic policy strategy. And remember, all those fucking anarchists that are like, you have to vote for Joseph Robinette Biden because it's the lesser evil, okay? It's the lesser evil. You have to vote for them. It's more important. Everything that, defund the police is not a bad idea because ultimately what's more important is like, what's happening in the polls, okay? Vote extra hard. Oh, yeah, shut the fuck up and vote. No anarchists. You know I'm talking about anarchists on the internet. Shut the fuck up. Bread tubers, okay? Those very same people are refusing to recognize that this is a fucking horrible talking point that's going to hurt them in the fucking midterms, okay?
By then. You're about to become measurably poor. That's not a guess. Joe Biden has admitted.
I did also, yes, I said you should vote for Joe Biden as well, while also still maintaining my criticisms against Joe Biden. And then everyone would yell at me and say that I'm wrong for even saying that Joe Biden is bad, and I should be excited to vote for him. But you know how you know how it is.
On the other hand, you're going to win an important moral victory against dastardly old Vladimir Putin, who is much, much worse than Justin Trudeau, just so you know. So you can feel good about that because Let's see, come to think of it, why would you feel good about that? It seems like a pretty terrible deal for you and for the United States. Hunter Biden gets $1 million a year from Ukraine, but you can no longer afford to go out to dinner. That's not a bargain. So what are we missing here? What we're missing is the big picture, and that's why Joe Biden has dispatched Kamala Harris to explain that picture to us. Kamala Harris's old job was to open America's border. She did that. Her new job is to keep Ukraine's borders closed. Kamala Harris was in Europe the other day to explain the whole thing. She began with a history lesson, letting the European peoples know about their recent past, which she assumes they've forgotten since so few of them speak English. She opened with the traditional salutation, "Listen, guys," because that's the way real historians and statespeople talk. Watch Kamala educate.
I mean, listen, guys, we're talking about the potential for war in Europe. I mean, let's really take a moment to understand the significance of what we're talking about. It's been over 70 years. And through those 70 years, as I mentioned yesterday, there has been peace and security. We are talking about the real possibility of war in Europe.
Dude, she makes this so easy, though. Like, she's just so fucking, like, patently, categorically unlikable. Making it so fucking easy for, like, dislike her.
Listen, guys, you may be Europeans who live in Europe, but you don't fully understand the ramifications of war in Europe. That's your problem. The thing about Europe, you've had peace and security for more than 70 years. Kamala Harris just told the Europeans that. And that, by the way, is true if you don't count the breakup of Yugoslavia, which caused hundreds of thousands of deaths in the 1990s, or the Soviet occupation of half of the landmass, which amounted to the enslavement of hundreds of millions. But apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, it's all been peace and security in Europe, until now. Now, the Soviets were fine. Vladimir Putin is bad. What do we do about that? Kamala Harris explained that too. Watch.
And the allied relationship is such that we have agreed that the deterrence effect of these sanctions is still a meaningful one, especially because, remember also, we still sincerely hope that there is a diplomatic path out of this moment. And within the context then of the fact that that window is still although it is absolutely narrowing, but within the context of a diplomatic path still being open, the deterrence effect, we believe, has merit.
Got that? Take a breath and let it sink in. Here it is again. Quote, "We have agreed that the deterrence effect of these sanctions is still a meaningful one, especially because, remember also, we still sincerely hope that there is a diplomatic path out of this moment, and within the context then of the fact that the window is still open, although it is absolutely narrowing, but within the context of a diplomatic path still being open, the deterrence effect, we believe, has merit." Well, of course it has merit. The only
Crochet class, Tex Montel? What the fuck is that? Is that like the person that they said she fucked to get ahead or whatever? Is that what they're saying? No. Who would right wingers say Kamala Harris like? Oh yeah. Well, not to get ahead, but oh yeah. This is it. Yeah. Montel Williams addresses dating history with Kamala Harris back in 2019. No, yeah. Dude, that's so weird. Like, why are you bringing that up? What the fuck?
The question is, what the hell are you talking about? And the answer is Kamala Harris has no real idea what she's talking about. She can't even point to the direction of what she's talking about. Her mouth opens and predigested chunks of language come tumbling out in no particular order. It's soothing to listen to until you try to understand what it means. As Kamala Harris told us just last month, quote, "It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day." To which we'd respond, that's right, Ms. Vice President Person, today is the first day of the rest of your life. Learn it, love it, live it, and while you're at it, eat, pray, love.
This is like obviously fucking Garbo, but it's Garbo, but it's effective. okay? It's effective because there's a lot of people who don't give a fuck. They're making the Biden administration come across even more fucking out of touch. All right. Anyway, let's continue.
The basics. Starting with what just happened.
Al Jazeera might.
So on Monday, Russia's President Vladimir Putin officially recognized 2 breakaway areas in eastern Ukraine. Both of them are in the Donbass region. They call themselves the People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, and they've been controlled by pro-Russian separatists since 2014, with Russia's backing. Now, these so-called People's Republics make up around 1/3 of the Ukrainian districts of Luhansk and Donetsk, and there's what's called a line of control, with the separatists on one side and the Ukrainian forces on the other. They've been fighting each other off and on across that line for years, even though there's supposed to be a ceasefire. One thing to keep in mind is that the separatists lay claim to all of Luhansk and Donetsk, not just the 1/3 they control now. And Putin confirmed that Russia's recognition of the independence of these so-called People's Republics also includes their claim to that extra territory. Now, President Putin made another big move. He's ordered Russian soldiers to go into the separatist areas. He says they're peacekeepers.
We've been speaking to people inside the self-declared Republic of Donetsk. They were describing the Russian military build-up as being like nothing they'd seen before. They described tanks, Grad missile systems.
So this is a really big deal, because it raises the risk of a direct confrontation between Russian and Ukrainian forces, and that could trigger something even bigger, maybe a full-blown war. Don't forget, Russia looks ready for one. It's been building up troops along Ukraine's border for months. The U.S. reckons there are now up to 190,000 soldiers surrounding Ukraine on 3 sides.
Everything from, of course, the high-end weapon systems to field hospitals to logistics to command and control.
Okay, so next question. Why did Putin make this move in eastern Ukraine? Well, you can answer that on a few different levels. There's the on-the-ground stuff. Putin says Russian speakers and Russian citizens living in eastern Ukraine have been under attack all these years by Ukrainian forces, and they need protection. And recently, separatist leaders started evacuating people to Russia. They accused Ukraine of planning a military operation to retake the territories. But Ukraine rejects that accusation, and the US, NATO, and others think Putin has just been cooking up an excuse to go in.
President Putin made a series of outrageous false claims about Ukraine aimed at creating a pretext for war, and immediately thereafter announced Russian troops are entering the Donbass. He calls them peacekeepers. This is nonsense. We know what they really are.
So why might Putin be willing to consider a war? Well, that takes us to the other thing he's been talking about a lot, NATO, the Western military alliance, and what he feels is an intolerable threat to Russian security. Putin has basically been telling NATO to get out of his neighborhood. He wants guarantees that it will never admit Ukraine as a member and stop any further expansion to the east. NATO says it will never agree to that Ukraine is a sovereign country and that it's not for Russia to decide, even though it's pretty unlikely that Ukraine.
It's not for Russia to decide. It's for Germany to decide, by the way. Like, because that's who's like, yeah, Ukrainians want to fucking join NATO. But like, it doesn't matter because NATO nations don't want Ukraine to join NATO because of the steady and ongoing threat that Russia presents if Ukraine would join NATO. Why do you keep saying that about Germany? Because Germany doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO. I don't even think, and I said this already, I don't even think America wants Ukraine to join NATO. I think America just wants to fucking dangle NATO membership in front of Ukraine and give them guns and shit and aid, as in loans, so you can fucking buy more aid and American guns. To posture against Russia and saber rattle against Russia and throw Ukraine to the fucking dogs.
Would join NATO anytime soon. But here's another thing. When Putin announced Russia's recognition of the breakaway areas, he gave a long, rambling speech complete with his own take on history, which included the idea that Ukraine is part of ancient Russian lands. He essentially questioned the whole legitimacy of Ukraine as an independent country.
Итак, начну с того, что современная Украина целиком и полностью была создана Россией. Точнее, большевистской, коммунистической Россией. Украина, по сути, никогда не имела устойчивой традиции своей подлинной государственности.
The speech by President Putin, the 65-minute long diatribe, many analysts have said it's a declaration of war. He's not invading because it's not a sovereign country. That's his narrative.
Okay, so next question.
I think that part's bullshit. A lot of people have made hay about that, but I don't think he was saying that to be like, all of Ukraine is ours. I think he was saying that to say all of the Ukrainian territories that were that have Russian citizens in them should have never been fucking separated from the motherland, and we will fucking take it if you keep dealing with the West. Like, you want decommunization as a factor? Like, you want to westernize? Substitute decommunization as westernize. That's what that is. It's a threat. It's an active threat against Ukraine if it chooses to continue partnering up with the West against Russia.
Question. What's the response been? Well, from Ukraine and the West, outrage, basically.
Україна однозначно кваліфікує останні дії Російської Федерації як порушення суверенітету та територіальної цілісності нашої держави.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a
only we get to do that.
Flagrant violation of international law.
This is the most dangerous moment in European security for a generation.
And what are they doing about it? Well, for a while now, Western countries have been sending weapons and money to Ukraine. And they've beefed up troop numbers in nearby NATO countries, places like Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states. And now they're hitting Russia with economic sanctions, targeting people and organizations connected to the decision to recognize the breakaway areas, and with links to Russia's military. So, for example, wealthy individuals, politicians, and some banks. Germany's made a big move by suspending the final approval for Nord Stream 2, a major gas pipeline from Russia which has already been built. And Western leaders say they've got even tougher sanctions ready to go if they need them.
Something in reserve in case Putin goes further, because to recognize these two republics, he didn't need more than 150,000 troops, and many fear that there is another stage to his operations.
Okay, so final question. How are Ukrainians feeling about all this? Well, of course, it depends on who you ask and where they live. Some people are scared, but many Ukrainians also seem to be getting on with life as best they can.
People are remarkably calm, actually, and since this whole crisis kicked off, they've been incredibly stoic. And
I wonder why, dude. Bro, this is their life. They live on Russia's doorstep. This has been their fucking lives since day one. That's why. That's the reason. And no matter how much Americans claim that this is different, this time is different, this time is different, like from the perspective of Ukrainian people, it seems like just another day in Ukraine.
in their response, and it kind of runs really counter to the panic that has been splashed across Western headlines. I think there is a kind of level up of panic, but I think it's still so unclear about what's going to happen. So it's so hard to prepare when you don't know what you're preparing for.
Якось не знаю, і бояться, і не бояться, поки немає за що бояться. Ну, щось я дивлюся теж ці передачі, щось розказують, ну, нічого не віриться.
The diplomatic here is over, and what I'm gonna say, that's crazy, because we don't want a war.
Так усе надоїло нам от це жити вже за 8 лет. 8 лет це отак не живемо, существуємо.
That's the thing with this crisis. It's not new, but it's definitely gone up another notch. Now, if you were hoping for answers to the biggest questions in all this, what does Putin really want? And how far is he willing to go? Well, there's really only one person who can answer that. Remember, if you want more basics and background info on things like the roots of the conflict in the Donbass region and why Russia has beef with NATO, then check out our earlier episode, linked here. And if you're looking for all the latest updates, you can follow. Let's talk about Ukraine and the threat it's facing from Russia. President Vladimir Putin has been building up his forces along the border. There are now tens of thousands of soldiers there.
NATO is alarmed about Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders. New intelligence suggests the Kremlin is in advanced stages of planning an invasion of Ukraine.
Russia, the US, and other big players have been talking, but people are still nervous.
Any provocation from
Even if bombs actively go off in your city, you continue life. Westoids would know. Hasanabi weirdos over here want to make a movie out of it.
any side can be a trigger for more serious conflict.
So what's behind all this? To understand this story, here are 5 things you need to know. Okay, so let's start with the basics. Here's Ukraine. It's sandwiched between Russia on one side, Belarus to the north, and the rest of Europe on the other side. And that geography puts Ukraine on the front line in a big power play between Russia and the West. And here's the first thing to know about what's going on right now. It looks like Russia's ready for a fight. All along the border with Ukraine, there are around 100,000 Russian soldiers, hundreds of tanks, and lots of heavy artillery.
When I talk to Russian military experts, they say that there's missiles in places where they shouldn't be, and that tanks are fully dressed. And this idiom doesn't mean that the tanks have lipstick on or their earrings on. It means that they have metal cages on and they're ready for war.
We are very, very concerned, but we are not panicking. We live with Russian threat for almost 8 years, so army is preparing, but definitely, you know, it's not very comfortable.
Thing is, the relationship between Russia and Ukraine has not been very comfortable for a while now, and that's putting it mildly. So here's the second thing you need to know. There's history between these two. This is the quick version. Ukraine and Russia were both part of the Soviet Union. When the USSR broke up in 1991, they became separate, independent countries. Russia was the most powerful country in the region, and still is.
Russia has a very parochial view of Ukraine. Russia sees Ukraine as its little brother. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, of course, but Ukraine has its own independent identity. And part of what we're seeing here, and part of what we've been seeing since 2013, is so Moscow does not want to let Ukraine go.
So what happened in 2013? Well, that year kicked off a really tumultuous time for Ukraine. It was tested. Would it lean more towards its European neighbors in the West or stay within Russia's orbit? The president back then, Viktor Yanukovych, was about to sign a political and economic deal with EU. But instead, he signed a deal with Moscow, which a lot of Ukrainians saw as a sign of pressure from Russia. There were huge protests that went on for months. Yanukovych was kicked out, and the EU deal was eventually signed by a new president.
It was a protest against attempts to impose authoritarian.
Not mentioning the aftermath of the Maidan protests and just simply stating it as such is definitely I think it's a little bit biased.
Model on Ukraine.
Now, while all this was happening in early 2014, President Putin made a big move. He sent forces into Crimea. It's a peninsula that had been part of Ukraine.
A little biased is totally biased. This is the part where people get mad at me and say that I am a Russian propagandist, so I'm going to put this sign back on. I just want to make sure that America has, despite what this video fails to mention, America and Western nations were specifically and very deliberately and very aggressively involved in Ukraine and what Ukraine was doing, or what was happening to the Ukrainian government. American civil society organizations, NGOs, just like they regularly do all around the world, and color revolutions everywhere, took legitimate grievances that everyone had in the country and legitimate protests that they had, and turned it into a coercive, nationalist-led coup, basically. Okay? I will never say that Viktor Yanukovych was good. He is not. He's a fucking monster. He's incredibly corrupt, awful. Okay? Just pointing that out. He is not a good person. And the people were legitimately upset with him, and they were legitimately angry with him. Okay? Legendary levels of corruption. None of that has anything to do with America. Okay? I'm not saying that is America. Okay? I'm not saying that is the part of the American involvement. What you fail to understand, what you fail to realize always, is that America doesn't create problems usually, okay? They latch on to pre-existing and legitimate grievances. Because if you were some fucking, CIA guy, you can't just like whip people up into a frenzy for no reason if their bellies are well fed, okay? You can't get them mad unless they're already are mad, okay? And they were legitimately mad. They boost reactionary responses to real problems. Exactly. And that's precisely what they did. That is exactly what they did. And the Euromaidan protests, which started with legitimate grievances. So the legitimate grievances supported by Western NGOs is bad. Why? Because they never stop and actually address the legitimate grievances. They turn legitimate grievances into opportunity for destabilization. They turn legitimate grievances that the people have into a situation where you have a puppet leader that is almost entirely swallowing the fucking Western boot whole, come into power. Not saying that like the fucking centrist neoliberal Zelensky is this person, stating that is what historically America has done. And in this situation, those people literally fucking funded and supported the hyper-reactionary nationalist forces within the country, specifically the Azov Battalion and others like it, like the right sector. And look no further than look no further than John McCain straight up fucking meeting up with some of the leaders of some of these Nazi leaders. Okay? Unlike Yanukovych, of course. So gross that you said this, because I started the conversation by saying that Yanukovych is dog shit and fucking corrupt, and that people were already upset at Yanukovych with legitimate grievances for his historic corruption. You're such a fucking stupid person if you literally refuse to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth because you want to fucking make a... You want to make like a fucking dumbass, smug, stupid fucking counterpoint.
Since the 1950s, but Russian speakers are a majority of the population. And
can you stop calling nationalists Nazis? Dude, this attitude would never, ever go anywhere, okay? This is a community that normally fucking claps the living shit out of this attitude. But for some reason, we got fucking dumbass anarchists who are literally now advocating for this, dude. Like, you got homies wearing swastikas, like literally actual fucking swastikas on their chest, like not just wearing it on their clothes, but like on their body. Bro, can you just like say that they're nationalists and not Nazis? Like, that swastika is actually a fucking Buddhist symbol, dude.
Crimea always had close ties with Russia. There was a referendum in Crimea, which Ukraine and the West said was illegal, but the people there voted to join Russia. And the next thing we knew, Russia had annexed Crimea.
The referendum in Crimea was a clear violation of Ukrainian constitutions and international law.
Nobody predicted in 2014 that Russia would attack Ukraine. It happened.
Zelensky is addressing the nation right now. If there's anything... if there's a link to it, I would like to listen to what he has to say.
But it didn't end with Crimea, because things also kicked
Shitting on anarchists in this situation is a little fucked up, considering the only people fighting the Nazis in Ukraine besides the Russian Nazis are anarchists. That's true too.
Off in eastern Ukraine. We're talking about the Donbas region. It's made up of Luhansk and Donetsk and is a part of Ukraine that has a big population of ethnic Russians. In April 2014, pro-Russian separatists started taking territory, and the fighting became a full-scale war between them and the Ukrainian military. The separatists took control of two areas. They named them the People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk and said they were independent from Ukraine. Russia was accused of backing the separatists with troops and weapons, although Moscow has always denied it. 8 years later, diplomatic initiatives to resolve the crisis have basically failed. More than 14...
Is Putin diplomacy bombing Zelensky right now? He just like West Elm Caleb for real. Exactly.
1,000 people have been killed, with 1.5 million...
For the record, the 14,000 people that have been killed so far, if I don't want to fuck this up, but from what I understand, the overwhelming majority of those people that have been killed have been on the Russian side, no? Like, aren't there casualty numbers that show the overwhelming majority of those people that fucking died are on the Russian side? Like the brunt of the fucking the brunt of the they could be fucking Ukrainians fucking dying on the Russian side, but if you don't know, don't say anything. I mean, dude, here. Why does it matter? I mean, it doesn't matter in the situation. I just, hold on, I'll just give you the info. Hold on. Eastern European lives don't matter? No, that's Not what I'm fucking saying at all. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter which sides people dies because there's still fucking civilians dying that shouldn't die. Okay, Zelensky appeals in Russian. Stupid question. Why can't we just let Russia have those territories and call it a day? What? No, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I was looking at this. This is Radio Free Liberty, by the way. You know, directly fucking State Department. Estimated toll includes 3,300 civilian deaths in the UN Office of High Commissioner for the Human Rights said in a document. It comes to simmering conflict between Russia. OHCHR estimates the total number of conflict is at 40,000 and 43,000. Estimated death toll includes 3,000 civilians. Dutch-led international investigation concluded the jet was shot down by a Buk missile from a Russian system that had been brought from Russia into the separatist-held territory in Ukraine, later returned to Russia. Estimated death toll is 4,000 members of the Ukrainian forces and 5,500 armed groups. Oh, so it's 4,000 to 5,500. So yeah, I was right. It is not the overwhelming majority, but the majority is people dying on the Russian separatist side. Not that it fucking matters, but what? You were not right, dude? Wait, what do you mean I was not right? It's not the overwhelming majority. I was wrong. It's the majority. I thought it was like 65%. And I thought it was like 65%, but then even then I wanted to make sure that I was right. 65% is not the overwhelming majority. Admit you are wrong. Dude, please shut the fuck up. I literally don't need to admit anything. I said I don't remember it correctly, so I'm going to look it up. Looked it up and mentioned it, and you're crying about it, dude. Just shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're not here to learn anything. You're just here to fucking cry and be like, admit. What a perfect fucking situation. What a perfect circumstance. To like, what a perfect example to just, you know, describe how little people give a fuck about the situation and exclusively just want to like win fucking points or something. Like, admit you were wrong. You're being like hyper pedantic for no fucking reason. Like 65% is almost double the 35 from the other side. What the fuck? $3,321 civilians and 4,000 military personnel. Wait, what? What leads you to believe the 3,321 civilians are all fucking Ukrainian? What are you what? Because they were part of Ukraine? Yeah, there are Russian people living in fucking... Wait, what are you saying, dude? It's Ukrainian territory. There are Russian separatists that are dying on the civilian side. You know that people... Not every fucking person living in like Luhansk or Donetsk is a fucking separatists armed to the fucking gills, right? What the fuck? What? Yo, guys. We'll defend ourselves while advancing. You will see our faces, not our backs. Ukrainian President Zelensky. That's what he said. Okay.
Million forced to leave their homes. The status of eastern Ukraine still hangs on the balance.
If they're separatists, are they Ukrainian citizens? No, if they're separatists, they're still civilians, dude. There are still civilians among the separatist population. I don't think you guys understand that. Like, even if they're living in the Russian occupied region, there are still civilians there. What the fuck?
And the fighting hasn't stopped. So that's the history lesson, which helps to explain where we are now. But then there's NATO, and that's the next thing you need to know about. With everything that's happened in the last 8 years, Ukraine's been getting a lot of military support from the West. It's now closer than ever to NATO, and Russia doesn't like it.
In Washington, the signing ceremony of the North Atlantic Treaty.
The key here is that this website isn't explicitly calling out the civilian deaths as Ukrainian civilians. That should be a big clue as to who the civilians are. I mean, I don't want to make that assertion. We're literally talking about Russia invading Ukraine. What the fuck do you think? I mean, cope more Putin's boy? Nah, the more Russians that die, the better. Just let them have it. Exactly. Why even joining? Wait, what? Around 4 to 4.5 thousand are Ukrainian casualties. Around 5 to 6 thousand are Russian deaths. You were right. Chatters are fucking stupid. A brief summary of the Zelensky statement just now. If you were wondering, he doesn't want any cold, hybrid, or hot war. He claims he tried to initiate a talk with Putin, but received no answers. Zelensky says that war will remove any chances of peace, and that ordinary people will suffer the most. I mean, he's right. He said this needs to stop, but only the Russian people in Russia can stop it. Just like only you can stop the top of the hour ad breaks. What the fuck? I can't believe Zelensky knows about that. By subscribing for $5 a month, or if you don't have $5 for free with a Twitch Prime, only you can stop the top of the hour ad break. Fucking got him, dude. Why does he know that? Keeping messages that counter your own point. Why? But like 90% of the civilians living in the region identify as Ukrainian. That's not true. I don't know what the exact percentage is, but it's not 90% of the civilians living in that fucking region that identify as Ukrainian. And secondly, I don't even think that, like, I don't think it's appropriate. What Vladimir Putin did is inappropriate in my point of view, from my point of view. I was simply trying to figure out what the actual fucking data was. Okay? Like, even when I ask a fucking question, you motherfuckers lose your shit. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, before I forget, top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break, as Zelensky stated. Okay, gonna run that ad break now. I mean, the Donetsk People's Republic has gifted 5 gifted subs once again. Thank you to the DPR. This is where my allegiances lay because DPR is on my side. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Anyway, Vice did a really cool video on the DPR. You should watch it. Why do people who watch you daily always come at you like you're a bad faith person when you clearly are a decent dude who's doing his best not to only push leftist agitprop but get the facts correct? Every time you tell a joke, the same people whine and try to act like they don't know what is clearly a joke. Grow the fuck up, chat. Let's be better. I mean, you're asking people who have chosen to be uncharitable to be charitable. They're not going to happen. They're not going to do that. But thank you. Thank you for the kind words. This is Vice, so I do not believe that it's going to be charitable at all to the DPR, so we'll see. Or to the people that are involved in this. In early 2014, pro-Russia rebels seized the regional administration building and other key institutions in Donetsk, expelling Ukrainian officials and raising their own flag. The rebellion here and other incidents elsewhere quickly escalated to a bloody civil war. Oh, wow. Back when Vice was also calling it a bloody civil war. Surprising, for the record. Actually surprising that they were calling it a civil war. Because now when I say that, motherfuckers will literally be like, dude, that's Putin's propaganda. It's not a civil war. It 100% was a civil war that turned into a proxy war that turned into a geopolitical conflict that is international now. Okay? It was a civil war that turned into a proxy war because Russia was like, okay, well, these are some people here that we're going to use to our advantage to cripple Ukraine or continue controlling Ukraine as best as we can, pull at the fucking strings. And then America was like, Russia can't do that. We are the ones who control. We are the reason. Okay? That's why those territories are a political space. That's not Russian or Ukrainian. I mean, that's the reason why it's like an invasion, but it's technically not an invasion in the eyes of America, or at least one that justifies like full-scale, a full-scale, complete fucking sanctions on everything. I don't know if this is
Я считаю, что наш русский мир, Донбасс и Россия, должны воссоединиться.
Biden officially called it an invasion. That's the American position. They called it an invasion, but they didn't. Okay. There's a difference between like invasion in the way that I agree it's an invasion. When you put boots on the ground inside of Ukrainian borders, I would consider it to be an invasion. Okay. Versus like bombing fucking Kiev. Okay. Okay. Kiev.
It's May the 1st.
I still don't understand how Russian civilians could be dying in a war that's being fought in Ukraine. Civilian is a term for a non-military personnel. It doesn't mean that they're like citizens, okay? Citizen and civilian is what you're mistaking here. When they talk about civilian casualties, they mean people who have allegiances to Russia, living within the controlled separatist territory, versus people who have people who are Ukrainian citizens with allegiances to Ukraine. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know how. It just means non-combatant, okay? I don't know why or how. I don't know why or how you cannot understand this very, very easy to understand distinction, okay? It's like motherfuckers will literally act like they don't understand the meaning of words just to win an argument here. They will literally be like, what are words? I don't know any words, motherfucker. Explain to me what the meaning of words are. Like, I've completely given up on trying to have... I've completely given up on trying to, like, actually come at you with facts, so I'm just going to do the most pedantic bullshit. Soldier Boy, tell him about the Donetsk People's Republic? No shot. What? Bro, you know when he says stuff like, yo, I was the first rapper to do Bitcoin. I was the first rapper to do this. I was the first rapper to do that. Like, he literally might have been the first rapper to fucking defend the sanctity of DPR and the sovereignty of DPR. That's wild. That's wild. Like, Soldier Boy is the most famous rapper in Russia. Soldier Boy, more like Little Green Man Boy. Yeah, Soldier Boy, first rapper to align with the Little Green Men. First rapper to do Russian spec ops. He was cranking that Draco literally in fucking in Donetsk. All right. President Zelensky to Russia, you were told we are Nazis, but how could you tell how the people spent 8 million lives being Nazis? How could I be the Nazi? Tell this to my grandpa who walked the whole war as Soviet soldier but died in independent Ukraine. So this is the complicated part about Ukraine's history, is that, and that's why it's ironic, is that, yes, Ukrainians burdened the brunt of the fucking deaths on the Soviet side, okay? And then there were some Ukrainians who literally were like, yeah, no, fuck that. We're actually going to literally side with the Nazis. And Zelensky knows that. He fucking knows that. Just like there are Nazis in every country now? No, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back then when it fucking mattered more, okay? Poll from 2014 in Ukraine on uniting with Russia by Crimea region, Donetsk through Kiev. 41 to 6% minority support. Wait, what? Public opinion poll was conducted by Eco-Kuchetiv Democratic Initiatives Foundation together with Kiev International Institute of Sociology. Ukrainians don't want visas and borders with Russia, but at the same time don't want to be united in Ukrainians don't want visas and borders with Russia, but at the same time don't want to be united with Russia in a single state. So they asked people, what? What did they ask? In Ukraine, as well as in Russia, majority of respondents want both countries to be independent but friendly with open borders, without visas and customs houses. In Ukraine, 68% of people want it. In Russia, 59% want it. In Ukraine, with numbers have decreased since November 2013 by 5%. In Russia, it's increased by 4%. Integration with Russia into a single state is supported by 12% of respondents in Ukraine, and during recent years, this number has decreased from 20 to 9%, but after Maidan, increased by 3%. The main part of supporters of this idea of unification with Russia is in the east by 26% and in the south by 19%, while the smallest part is the center and west. By regions, majority integration in Russia in one state is in Crimea, 41%. This was before. Okay? This is a Ukrainian poll conducted in Crimea about full-blown integration. Back in 2014, even then it was a 41% support. That's insane. 41% support, well, that means the majority wanted it? No, the overwhelming majority want it now. And 41%, according to a Ukrainian study, a Ukrainian poll, found 41% wanting it. Donetsk district was at 33%. Lugansk district was 24%. We're literally looking at Kiev's own International Institute of Sociology numbers at this point. It's like when America fucking would conduct studies. And this is in 2014. The two prevailing thoughts in Crimea were either independence or unification with Russia. Mayor of Kiev is setting up an emergency status with special headquarters for the government. Consistent with what my friend from Ukraine says too. Crimea is 82% Russian though, so probably half of the Crimean Russians didn't support it back then. Go to a poll in Ukraine right now. I mean, I don't need to do it right now. There are polls that have been conducted consistently since then. Crimea unification polls. I mean, we looked at like all of them. There's like a fucking Gallup one that I didn't want to download, but we can do that if you want. I mean, even 530. Many signs pointed to Crimea independence vote, but polls didn't. On Sunday, voters in Crimea region in Ukraine overwhelmingly chose to secede and become a part of Russia. Crimean's official says nearly 97% of voters backed the move, casting ballots as the peninsula remained occupied by thousands of Russian troops. Now, that margin is fucking insane, right? That's a little sussy, and it is. Of course it's sussy because it was done during annexation. Okay? The huge margin lent credence to the U.S. government claims that the vote was tainted by intimidation and Russian military intervention. The high turnout rate and local media reports suggested fraud occurred. That secession one came as a little surprise, though, except perhaps the readers of polls conducted by the Kiev International Institute of Sociology, which has worked in the region since 1990 and has a strong reputation with the U.S. pollsters who work globally. 41% said that it wanted it, that should merge into one state. That percentage has ebbed and flowed within recent years, in part because of the small sample size of any one of Ukraine's 24 provinces in a national poll. Okay? Now, he's saying that that number has changed throughout the years. I would like to see what it said in, I don't know, 2010. Here's the PDF of the post-Maidan survey. You don't actually have to download it. If you hit the download PDF, it automatically opens in the browser. Okay, here. Here, dude, here. I'll fucking open it. God damn it. I'll open it. How do I download this? BBG Research Series, Broadcasting Board of Governors, Gallup, News Gathering and Policy Perceptions in Europe. National probability sample of 1,400 adults, age 15 and older. Additional sample of 500 adults living in Crimea. They modeled the Crimea one differently, specifically because Crimea was probably at the heart of the conversation. Ukraine is only slightly more active in news seeking. Top sources similar across Ukraine. Gallup, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. On. Okay. Almost everyone in Ukraine can understand most of a newscast in Ukrainian and Russian. 87% of ethnic Ukrainians can understand all of a newscast. 67% of ethnic Russians can understand Ukrainian. That's why it makes it even funnier. But hey, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to judge the whole language and cultural differences between Ukrainians and Russians. As a Turkish person, it comes across silly. But what do I know? Da-da-da, when it's facts that don't agree with you. We're talking about fucking Crimean independence votes. Why would you want to fucking understand like Ukrainian websites and their preferential news sources, you fucking idiot? That's why I'm skipping through them. I'm trying to get to the actual fucking information. You absolute buffoon. You stupid troglodyte. You literally think that every single piece of information, that's how uncharitable you are to what I'm doing here. Okay? Not only does this fucking poll agree with me, but also I'm skipping through the bullshit parts that are completely irrelevant to the conversation that we're having. But because you're so fucking uncharitable, you think I'm skipping through it because it shows information that's conflicting with what I'm saying. Oh! Dumbass! Views of foreign parties' role in the crisis, Ukrainian residents exclusive of Crimea. For each of the countries' organizations I mentioned, mostly positive, mostly negative, neither positive nor negative. Russia is, wait, what is this? For each of the countries, views of the foreign parties' role in the crisis, Ukrainian residents exclusive of Crimea. This is outside of Crimea. Views of the foreign parties' role in the crisis in Crimea. Russia, 71%, mostly positive. Germany, mostly negative. European Union, mostly negative. United States, 76% mostly negative. Poland, 52% mostly negative. For the rest of the country, however, for the rest of Ukraine, their views are mostly positive and mostly negative of Russia. Wow, it seems like Crimea has a very, very different perspective on Russian intervention and Russian involvement than the rest of Ukraine. Interesting. Favorability towards the United States' role in a crisis. Tell me whether you think the United States played... Okay, I don't care about that. Perceived legitimacy of the March 16 Crimean referendum. Please tell me if you agree or disagree, okay? The total of Ukraine exclusive of Crimea, 29% only, 29.5% agree, 48% disagree, okay, with the referendum in Crimea. In Western Ukraine, and regionally speaking, they do not agree. Kiev and the western part of Ukraine, that's Ukrainian and that has a lot of anti-Russian sentiment, do not agree. Eastern regions where you actually do have more Russian people ethnically, okay, more ethnic Russians living inside of Ukrainian borders, all of a sudden that jumps up to 45%. In Crimea, it's 82.8%. 82.8% of the people, according to this Gallup poll, perceive the legitimacy of the March 16th Crimean referendum. Ukraine, exclusive of Crimea, ends up not agreeing. But we're talking about Crimea's referendum, by the way. So for people to be like, well, the rest of Ukraine doesn't agree. Well, the fucking Crimeans do, man. The people living in Crimea do. The real fucking counter dunk that you're supposed to be offering me, if you at least had like a little bit of fucking knowledge over the situation, and I can't believe I'm giving you talking points so you're fucking, your pseudo-intellectual video essayist breadtuber daddy can use that tomorrow when he fucking finds out about it, and he can do a little bit more research, is the fucking Tatars, okay? That's the real counter. The fucking, the actual displacement of the Tatars. That's what you're supposed to say. If you were actually going to fucking... Here, I'll debate myself on the matter because I'm clearly more knowledgeable of this than you are, okay? Because, unfortunately, Vosh doesn't know this shit. But now he will find out, so he can actually, endlessly pontificate on this. The real fucking brutality that people in Crimea were subjected to weren't the fucking Russians living there. It was the Tatars, okay? That's why Crimea belongs to Turkey. Stop fucking coming in here and being like, this survey is bullshit. Crimeans don't want this, blah, 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 blah. There you go. I'll counter myself. Okay, here's a better talking point for you, okay? Here's a better talking point for you in the future to fucking cry about what happened in Crimea, okay? It's so stupid. Like I literally have to give you better talking points to fucking shit on me with. Wow, you really beat that straw man to death. What straw man? It's not a fucking straw man. It's not a fucking straw man if everyone in here is still coming in here to be like, oh, Crimea. Crimeans don't want fucking to be a part of Russia. Here, we're looking at a fucking poll done You can't fucking literally routinely fucking read the chat, launching this bullshit over and over again, and then come in here, and when it's fucking when it's destroyed, you're like, well, that was a straw man that you built. Most Crimeans say life would be better as a part of Russia. By the way, this is consistent with the attitude that Crimeans have now, years after this integration. What would you say to people saying stopping funds to Ukraine because neo-Nazis like preventing funds to Palestine because of Hamas? I would say that's a fucking disgusting statement, because Hamas is the fucking government of Gaza, and Gaza is being shelled regularly, destroyed. They have no infrastructure. They have no institutions. They're constantly in active war. Ukraine has a current government. Hey, but guess what's going to happen, actually? Guess what's going to happen? Also, Hamas is not a white supremacist paramilitary group, but that's besides the point. You know what's going to happen to Ukraine? Similar shit if this continues, okay? And then maybe the Azov Battalion will become the functional government of Ukraine. Gaza is an open-air prison. Ukraine is not. 6 years and $20 billion in Russian investment later, Crimeans are happy with the Russian annexation. Our survey shows high levels of trust in Putin, though lower than in 2014. Wednesday is the 6th anniversary of Russia's annexation of Crimea after a hastily organized and deeply contentious referendum on March. Following Russia's military occupation of the peninsula, Vladimir Putin signed a treaty of accession to Crimean leaders in Moscow 2 days later. Crimeans favored rejoining Russia. The conditions under March 2014 referendum in Crimea was conducted were far from ideal. This is true. Yet most observers acknowledge that the majority, though certainly not all, of Crimeans supported the peninsula joining Russia. Russia's government uses bans the use of the word annexation to describe these events. Numerous polls supported the conclusion, as I've talked time and time again about this over and over again. So maybe if you fucking read it in Washington Post, maybe it will be a little bit more helpful for you to fucking understand. It's like the I consent meme. Crimeans consent, Russia consents. Motherfuckers in Ohio that watch bread tubers don't consent. Okay, dude. That's why y'all sound like fucking like Trump supporters. You sound like 3%ers that want to fucking protect the territorial sovereignty of Ukrainian constitutional boundaries. Like, you're like, I'm an anarchist, but also I'm a 3%er oath keeper, brother. I'm in Iowa, and I'm fucking big mad. I'm big mad. I'll defend those borders, brother. It's like 75% of the fucking Crimean military joined the Russian Navy. If that's not enough proof for you that these motherfuckers wanted to be Russian and they were Russian and wanted to be a part of Russia, I don't know what to tell you. That does not happen. That does not happen, okay? Even before they were officially a part of Russia, they were still Russia's entry point into the fucking Black Sea. Don't you think the annexation still violates Ukraine's sovereignty? Okay, dude, here, let me fucking put it in like, I don't know, radlib terms or something. It's not even radlib to say this, but let me put it in fucking terms that is a little bit more understandable for you, okay? It's land back. How about that? Is that better?
Я русская, а это значит, во мне мятеж.
The feelings of Russian nationalism in Crimea is pure irredentism. Justifying this by the majority want to be a part of Russia supports this. In Ukraine, they are an oppressed group. Doesn't matter whether Marxist or not, they deserve self-determination.
Душа. Я русская, а это значит, другой быть просто не могу. С праздником, Севастополь! Люблю тебя! Спасибо!
This is Crimea in early 2017.
You're acting like they were facing genocide and had to join Russia. Allowing secession just like that will encourage weaponizing one's diaspora and weaken minority rights. Why would you allow a minority to prosper if they just leave? Wait, are you fucking claiming that like the Ukrainian government was going to be worse to Russian minorities that are ethnically Russian inside of Ukraine because of what fucking Putin was doing? I mean, that you're putting the cart before the horse, dude. What the fuck? You literally, this is not even a chicken or the egg situation. You are now saying, you are now doing Russian propaganda. That is the propaganda that the Kremlin does, for the record. You just owned your own, that's an own goal, dude. You just owned your own argument.
Nearly 3 years after the Russian takeover.
It is the day of the founders of the fatherland. In other words, a very patriotic celebration, particularly for the people of Sevastopol who use this day to celebrate their pride in Russia.
Люди не понимают, что действительно происходит. Люди думают, что мы здесь в оккупации. Как мы можем находиться в оккупации, если мы сделали свой выбор?
Like literally, Russians are just like, dude, I mean, the fucking dudes in Crimea are literally like, we love this is great. And you're like, no, that's not, that fucking
За
sucks.
возвращение домой, в Россию.
Нам силу дает наша верность отчизне. И наши мысли, и наше будущее должны быть с Россией.
In a controversial referendum, over 95% of Crimeans voted to join Russia in 2014. Though the annexation and the referendum are not recognized internationally, many of the Crimeans we met were eager to obtain their Russian citizenship.
Что ты россиянин, еще подтверждают наши паспорта, что мы действительно стали россиянами, настоящими.
A lot of Crimeans are hoping for a return to the peninsula's glory days, when it was known as a popular tourist destination for Soviet elites, vacationing along the Black Sea coast.
We're in the southern town of Alushta, which has seen a massive amount of development over the last 3 years.
Dude, I don't know why people keep saying under no coercion whatsoever. Like there are poll after poll that support the conclusion that Crimeans favor rejoining Russia and are happy with it. And you keep saying coercion. Are they constantly under gunpoint for the past fucking 8 years? It's so fucking delusional. You are denying reality. Why can you not be charitable in this circumstance? Holy fucking shit, dude. And then they turn Ukrainian Sudentoland. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Please, I beg you, please be more charitable, okay? Like, please, just try to understand that maybe this is one instance where you are in the wrong, okay? It's hard. I admitted I was wrong. I said Russia is not going to fucking put boots inside of Ukrainian territory. I was wrong. I admitted it. Now I expect you to also fucking be doing the same, okay? Please. It makes no sense that you have this position. It literally makes no sense you have this position. You're arguing, like you're arguing against the people that and their own fucking wishes. For what? Like, fuck Vladimir Putin, okay? Fuck Vladimir Putin. You know I am not a fan of Vladimir Putin, okay? He is a kleptocratic, authoritarian, capitalist KGB agent, okay? He's a brutal man, a violent man. He's a fucking bigot. The Crimea circumstance is different, okay? And even though Crimea is the example that they will use, okay? Even though Crimea is the example that they will fucking use to justify additional annexation, you should be able to separate between those two things, looking at historic precedents, looking at cultural ties, looking at ongoing opinions of the people that are living there. Crimea had their own parliament and their own constitution even before 2014. Since 92, it was something like not exactly like Scotland, the UK. Yeah, it is like that. No, it's a great, that Scotland is a great example. KGB agents on their way to poison you. Have fun. Smile. Heart Putin. Please tell me if you agree or disagree. By the way, this is important too, for the record. Crimea, all white, 19% in the east. And this is where all of the territorial problems come from. The country is led by this area, okay? The Ukrainian country's heart is right here. The Russian contested territories are here and here. %37% support for pursuing NATO integration. 13% in the East support NATO integration. Do you want to know why? Because those are the people who are closest to the Russian border and are fucking Russian. That's why I say Ukraine is a complex situation where you have to fucking understand that the best path forward is neutralization and allowing Ukraine to develop its own fucking sovereignty by partnering both with Russia and also with European nations. I know that both sides do not want the other side to do that. I know that Russia doesn't want EU support, and EU does not want, well, not even EU, but like the UK and America and Canada does not want Ukraine to fucking deal with Russia at all. But to have a black and white approach to this circumstance is really fucking stupid. Are you saying Ukraine should just give Russia to Crimea? Bitch, Ukraine already gave Russia to Crimea. What the fuck are we having a conversation over? Like, not only did Russia take Crimea, okay, but also the people of Crimea are happy, and it doesn't matter what your fucking consideration is here.
That's largely thanks to Mr. Alexander Lebedev.
Lebedev is a Russian billionaire with a combative reputation. He spotted an opportunity for an energetic tycoon like himself.
You're building a church, you're building a theatre, you're building a clinic, you're building hotels.
Yeah.
You own pretty much all of this then?
Yeah. This is an investment of about 200 million euro.
Wait, what? Question. Even if they agree to unify with Russia, should they be allowed to on a geopolitical standpoint? Yes, dude. What the fuck? Yes. Yes. What do you mean geopolitical? Like, I am not in the business of fucking telling people that want to fucking join Russia that they can't join Russia because, like, it cripples Russia's, it undermines, it gives Russia more geopolitical power. That's so fucking insane. What a crazy fucking take that is, dude. God, Americans, man, we are such pieces of shit. We are such fucking garbo humans, dude. Imagine having this take, like, about people that want to do a particular thing, and we're just like, no. Should we allow that to happen? Should we allow Germany and Russia to build a second pipeline? I don't know. It will undermine our strategic interests in the region because it will give Russia more power. You know, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't allow that. You know who thinks that way? Colonizers. You know who thinks that way? Actual motherfuckers at the heart of the imperial core. Okay? That's how it is. Can you imagine, like, Iraqi citizens being like, I'm just thinking about, like, people in fucking Iraq being like, bro, should we let Russia do this pipeline or what, Ahmed? And Ahmed's like, I don't know, bro. Like, no, dude, that's not happening anywhere else, okay? That's just America and UK and maybe Canada because they're like little baby imperialists. They're like, we want to do it too. I do not consent. What the fuck, dude? Like, I don't even think China does this shit. Not even China does it. Exactly. You think Chinese motherfuckers are sitting around being like, should we allow this to happen? The funniest part about that also is that, like, They don't even have, they sometimes have this fucking conversation when it comes to like Taiwan or comes to places that they claim to have historical claim over. You know what I mean? They have this conversation about Xinjiang. Well, not the Chinese citizens themselves, but like the Chinese government, right? And then we get mad at that. Meanwhile, we're having this conversation for everyone else. Like we're literally having that convo for everybody else while we're doing that everywhere else. But that's imperialism. That's the difference between imperialism and being a sovereign power in a territory, being a territorial sovereign power. Okay?
$1, it's whatever. And I've never picked up a penny of profit. I love the place and I treat it as a mission. I picked up a few missions in life. It's always better to put some butter.
Some butter? I'm sorry, I'm such an amateur. Why is it that Russia is so focused on developing Crimea?
Well, I have no doubt that Putin is very much interested to show results in Crimea. That's beyond any doubt.
But he has something to prove here.
No, the whole Russian nation has something to prove here.
And what is that they need to prove?
That they'll be running the place much better than it was run by Ukraine. Ukraine neglected completely Crimea. And so what the Russians are doing, they're investing 10 times, 20 times more money into infrastructure, even putting back all of the tourists within such a short period of time.
The projected boom in tourism that Russia's support would bring excited a lot of local business owners. People like Oleg Zubkov, who runs a safari park.
Это как раз есть референдум и весна, те знаменитые тигры, которые родились в ночь, когда крымчане голосовали. Это была дань тем патриотическим чувствам, с которыми мы встретили переход Крыма в состав России.
Oh my God, let me out.
Изабелла, мы должны быть together, вместе. Together.
Are you sure?
Yes, закрой дверь.
Oh my God. I hear that you wanted these beasts to play a role in Crimea's return to Russia.
Да, это правда. Если бы эти львы вышли на внешние границы, то они воевали бы с украинскими националистами, которые, хотели нас, русских, побить, там, изничтожить. Иди ко мне.
Dude, Dude, Russians are fucking psychotic people. I swear to God. Like... Tiger Czar. Oh, dude, holy shit. She's not comfortable with that.
Также и бандеровцы, по моему убеждению, должны были испугаться львов.
But Zubkov's initial enthusiasm for a Russian Crimea soon turned to disillusionment when his business began to suffer.
How much is your business down by?
Сегодня осталось от того объема, который был в украинском Крыму, 1/3, и она продолжает уменьшаться.
Why do you think that is that tourist numbers are down?
Во-первых, мы полностью лишились украинского потока. Сегодня всего этого нет. Крым находится в изоляции и находится под достаточно жесткими санкциями.
More worrying than the dip in tourists, though, is the fact that Crimea is running dry. In large part because in 2014, Ukraine dammed the North Crimean Canal.
Oh, oh, fuck. I totally forgot about this. This is incredibly fucked up, by the way. In an effort to starve out Crimea as a consequence of fucking their vote against, or their vote in favor of Russian annexation, they literally fucking damned Crimea. I can't believe I forgot to mention that too, by the way. Yeah, totally fucking non-violent means. But also, again, like, Ukraine is not so fucking innocent in this situation either, for the record.
Previously provided 85% of the peninsula's fresh water.
Это было огромное водохранилище. Сегодня воды от прошлого водохранилища осталась маленькая лужа. И этой воды нам не хватит и на 1 месяц. Я думаю, что будут страдать очень многие и жители городов, если проблему правительства не решит.
Look at this guy. Well, it's not Ukraine anymore. Russia can provide the water now. Yeah, except, Turkey did that to fucking Syria, okay? And that was completely unacceptable. And so much so that, like, they had to literally fucking normalize relationships with Syria back in the day because of the rivers that flew from Turkey, Fırat, and fuck, what's the other one? Into Syria. Water is a fucking human right. Shut the fuck up, idiot.
За счет других водохранилищ.
But the Kremlin says it has a solution to the water problem, the tourist problem, and just about every other problem in the
for the record, for people saying like, I thought that was illegal or whatever. No, of course it's not illegal if you are fucking backed by Western allies. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want. Just like Saudi Arabia keeps bombing the fuck out of and creating a fucking artificial man-made famine in Yemen. But it doesn't matter because Saudi Arabia is our ally. So it doesn't matter. You can violate... Yeah, exactly. You can violate all manner of human rights, dude. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as you got big dick America backing you, it doesn't fucking matter. That's the point. That's why I always tell you, like, international law is a laughable fucking concept, okay? I laugh at you if you bring up international law.
peninsula. The Kerch Bridge.
And you know, exactly, as Shatter pointed out, collective punishment is literally illegal, okay? It's a violation of human rights. But sanctions are collective punishment, and it doesn't fucking matter. We are the ones who do the sanctions all the fucking time.
We visited while construction was still ongoing.
We're standing on the biggest bridge in Russian history. It's going to be 12 miles long. It stretches all the way from Russian mainland, which is just over there, to Crimea.
President Putin triumphantly opened the mega project earlier this year.
Это замечательный результат, который делает Крым.
Do you guys now at least understand a little bit better why I keep saying Crimea is different? Crimea is different. Crimea River. Crimea is different. Like, maybe we should have just like looked at these fucking polls instead of me saying like there are numerous polls time after time after time that have shown that like consistently Crimeans actually want to fucking join Russia.
Легендарный Севастополь еще сильнее. А всех нас...
Sanctions are expressly allowed under international law. Please stop. But yes, Crimea is different. Hey, dumbass. I'm once again showing you that like there is a difference. Okay, we're the ones who do the sanctions, so we can get away with it. But sanctions are collective punishment. 500,000 Iraqi babies dead as a consequence of sanctions. Where's the international law there? Can you tell me? Can you tell me that's all right? And that's allowed, dude? Oh, well, they carved out sanctions. Okay, I guess that's all right then. You motherfuckers, especially the debate lords, I thought you were the #1 people that say, like, morality cannot supersede legality in this circumstance. You love talking about morality versus legality when it comes to everything else, but for some reason, when it comes to sanctions, you're like, oh, actually, legality is just the right and moral thing to do here.
Нас еще ближе друг к другу.
Now that Russia has further cemented its grip on Crimea, both physically and symbolically, we traveled to Ukraine's capital, Kiev, to meet the people still pushing for reunification.
Today is the Day of the Defenders, and there's a lot of people out here to celebrate.
Ukraina! Ukraina!
This is a very nationalistic crowd.
What the fuck? What's going on there? Wait, what's happening there? That's... Listen, some of the Ukrainian, pro-Ukraine movements have a lot of nationalism, okay? But that's okay. That's all right. That's like an ultra swastika, bro. I've never seen that shit. They were like, swastika's so nice, we had to do it thrice. What the fuck is that, bro? What is that? I've never seen that. My man was like, a swastika is not enough. I need to do a fucking mega swastika, okay?
There's a lot of far-right militias who are coming here to...
It's just so strange, always. The pro-Ukrainian movement is always partnered up with so many fucking different nationalist elements. I don't know how.
Voices heard. What are you guys doing here today?
To дуже велика дата для усіх українських націоналістів. Люди прокидаються, вони повертаються до свого коріння українського. Цього року набагато більше юнаків.
Do you think that Ukraine can take Crimea back?
Неодмінно станеться. Неодмінно.
The hangover of Crimea only emboldens these far-right militia groups, many of whom are actively fighting Russian separatists in eastern Ukraine, where a bloody conflict has claimed over 10,000 lives since 2014. But other Ukrainians have focused on curbing the Kremlin's soft power. Ukraine is currently home to over 1/3 of Russian Orthodox churches, which are often criticized for being vessels for Putin's propaganda. But in a historic decision, Orthodox leadership finally agreed to grant the Ukrainian church independence from Moscow.
What does this mean to Ukrainian people?
I believe that this moment shows our cultural identity. It helps to unite all Ukrainians in one nation.
How did the situation with the annexation of Crimea impact what's happening now?
Ukrainian people, they are usually quite patient, but
Some of them are wearing masks for this group, S14, a Ukrainian group. Oh, we can't find it. C14 is a Ukrainian nationalist group founded in 2010 that gained notoriety in 2018. Is a Ukrainian nationalist group founded and gained notoriety for being involved in violent attacks on Romani camps. Oh, that's another fucking element. The Romani people, I'm going to use this term one time for Americans to understand. I know it's an unacceptable thing to say, but it's gypsies. It's an inappropriate thing to say, but that is what Americans know as what the Romani people are. This is the group of individuals that, like, ask a European if there's racism in Europe. They'll say, "Oh, of course not. That's like a very American thing." And then ask them what they think about, Romani people. It's not just Ukraine. It's just the entirety of Europe, for the record. My Northern Irish friend called mobile home communities gypsies or Irish traveling communities, or actually Pikers. Fun fact, but Facebook wouldn't let me have my last name because it's technically a slur. Anyway.
step by step, Russia showing her aggression, and we have to fight back.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
We've arrived here in Kiev at a very opportune moment because the president is about to make his first speech to Ukrainian people to talk about the declaration of independence of the Ukrainian church from the Russian Orthodox Church.
Слово має президент України Петро Порошенко.
Це велика перемога боголюбивого українського народу над московськими демонами. Ми за місяць ще більше переконалися, що помісна церква є одним із ключових елементів, запорукою незалежності нашої держави.
This is about more than religion. And while Ukrainian parishioners attended Sunday Mass, President Putin took the news as a major blow. The Kremlin immediately denounced the church's decision and even said it would defend Russian believers if threatened in Ukraine, sparking real fears of further violence.
The fear of escalating conflict rang true. Just this week, Russia shot at and seized 3 Ukrainian ships and 20...
By the way, I want to remind people about something here, but top of the hour ad break is here. But also, you can avoid those top of the hour ad breaks by subscribing for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub like from Viktor Yanukovych, who gave 5 subs, or numerous other you know, pro-Russia propagandists that are paying me. I'm in the pocket of Russia today. But the other thing I was going to say, here's the woman ad right now. But the other thing I was going to say is, I totally forgot. Holy shit. Oh, we talked. Remember when old heads remember this probably. Old heads remember this. Remember when I fucking talked about Azov Battalion like a couple years ago, maybe like a year ago or 2 years ago, and people got fucking mad and they were like, those photos are photoshopped. 3CPC, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Kami Cole, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Some people will remember that. Like I talked about the Azov Battalion like a couple, maybe like 2 years ago or a year ago, and there were like debunkers debunking me, and they were like, actually, those photos are fucking photoshopped. And you know, the Azov Battalion, like technically they're not Nazis, like even though it was 100% a Nazi flag, and they were like, well, that's not a real flag, that was just a Photoshop flag, even though they were wearing patches with the Nazi patches too. I probably banned most of those people now because most of those people forgot about that. Like all those people that were there when I covered that years ago probably forgot about it, and now they're like, it was like right before the election coverage in 2020. Yeah. Probably banned most of those people now because, you know, they fucking are now full-blown like NATO Andes, but I just remember people being upset with you about being negative towards Nazis and you being shocked about it.
24 sailors who were in the shared waterway of the Kerch Strait. Moscow has maintained a geostrategic naval base on the peninsula for decades, allowing them to reach Eastern Europe, the Mediterranean, and Syria. As part of an effort to monitor the militarization in the region, Ukraine established the Ministry of Temporarily Occupied Territories and IDPs, headed by Vadim Chernish.
So what can you tell us about any military developments that you've seen on the peninsula?
Random fact, I'm from Saarland, the smallest state in Germany. There was a referendum in the 1930s where over 90% of people voted for a unification with Nazi Germany. Hey, at least you admit it. I'm certain that right now, if we were to ask other places that also voted to unify with Germany, they would probably have a different fucking point of view and act like they totally did it under duress and not because they genuinely wanted to be a part of Germany. So, you know.
For example, there are places where S-400 Triumph complex established by Russians.
So from your satellite images, you've picked
Yes.
3 new missile bases here.
Right. They can reach a lot of countries, including Middle East. They use Crimea as a military base.
So essentially, this ministry was formed in order to try and take back what Ukraine sees as occupied territories, including Crimea. What actual work are you doing to achieve those goals?
We are trying to win hearts and minds of Ukrainians who live within occupied territories.
Isn't it a bit late for that? If most people are now happy with the fact that Russia has taken Crimea.
We have been trying to support our population because they are Ukrainian citizens. Russia influence a lot. They use their secret service, they use their propaganda, bribes. They demonstrate some success in infrastructure development, and they don't want to show problems with human rights in Crimea.
Russia's abysmal human rights record has trickled down to Crimea, leading the US to announce additional sanctions in November 2018.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like illegal annexation, human rights abuses, all this shit, right? It's like, how are we doing that? Think about who we apply these sanctions to and why we apply these sanctions. Just think about that for a second. Okay? Think about that. And who we don't apply those sanctions to. And please don't tell me whataboutism in this circumstance because it's America applying the sanctions. I'm simply asking you to consider why we use sanctions on certain groups in certain countries and not others when they are consistent routine violators of said human rights abuses, okay?
Here in Kiev, the Crimean human rights group works to collect testimonies and evidence of illegal detention and torture.
Александр, скажите, пожалуйста, какое время вы провели в СИЗО Симферополя? Сколько времени вы там были?
9 месяцев.
Alexander Kostenko was eventually moved to a prison and held for over 3 years in what he claims are baseless charges of assault and possession of illegal weapons.
Скажите, пожалуйста, какие пытки к вам применялись?
Сотрудники ФСБ хотели мне отрезать палец, поэтому с учетом того, что я сжал кулаки, мне была сломана рука. И вытащили меня наверх и повесили на дверь, застегнули и повесили.
I ran the ad break already.
За руки, то есть руки были в наручниках?
За руки наверх так повесили меня. И получается, так и говорю, проведем где-то около 6 часов.
The team here has documented dozens of cases like this one. The founder, Olga Skripnik, was also forced to flee her home in Crimea in 2014.
What kind of activities are these people involved in order to get picked up by the Russian authorities?
Більшість цих людей, вони були пов'язані з якимись активними формами громадянських активностей. Це, наприклад, журналісти або блогери, або це були активісти, які просто виступали проти окупації. Як, наприклад, Володимир Балух, він просто підняв український прапор на своєму домі в селі, і лише через це проти нього відкрили кримінальну справу.
Recently, have things got better or worse?
Порівняно, наприклад, з 2014 роком на 2018 рік кількість таких людей, хто незаконно позбавлений волі через їх погляди, зросла в 5 разів.
There's almost no reliable data on what's actually going on in Crimea, and Russia holds a tight grip over all information coming out. Recently, even traveling to the peninsula has become difficult. So we wanted to catch up with Oleg.
Say something. Say what? It's completely fucking unacceptable. Like, what do you mean, say something? What Russia does in this circumstance is exactly what I mean when I say, one, this, okay, Vladimir Putin is bad, and two, when I say he's an authoritarian kleptocrat. This is it. Like, there's nothing to say in that situation. I'm not a defender of Russia, okay? Unequivocal defender or supporter of Russia or Vladimir Putin.
Zubkov, the zookeeper, to ask if things really have become worse.
Has there been any change?
The reason why we're talking about all this, by the way, is because you motherfuckers keep pushing me to this point. Why are you saying that it's good that they annexed Crimea? Dog, are you fucking stupid? We already covered that base, okay? Russia being horrible with their human rights abuses and their fucking draconian rule of law, and the way that they fucking arrest people and imprison them, it has nothing to do with what the fuck we were talking about for the past hour. The reason why we're watching this, and the reason why we looked at all the fucking studies and polls that showed that the people of Crimea are overwhelmingly in support of the fucking referendum, even if the referendum itself was conducted under suspicious circumstances, under coercive circumstances, does not change that reality.
Change in atmosphere there? I mean, now that the Russians have been there for 4 years?
Вот, Крым превращается в такое, знаете, полицейское государство, военизированное государство, где военных колонн, военных машин.
Two options that didn't include rejoining Ukraine is very sus. It's just so odd to me that once again, okay, if that was so fucking sus, why are they not fighting back against it, dude? For 8 years under duress? Is the duress continued? Is that what you're saying?
Крым вооружается. Понятно, что мы готовимся к какой-то Третьей мировой войне, но это происходит очень активно.
Was all this worth it?
Вот я не против России, я русский человек, я очень люблю Россию. И я также для себя уверен, что лучше, если бы Крым остался бы тогда в составе Украины. Вот, но, к сожалению, я тогда не ценил, что мы имели.
Yes, he's literally talking about how it's a police state. Dude, you are fucking bananas. It's one fucking dude as opposed to numerous fucking polls conducted by Western pollsters over the course of the past 8 years, dude. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're one-guying this because Vice portrayed the narrative that way in the end. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Fuck 80% of Crimeans who agree with the fucking choice in the referendum. Fuck it, dude. What are they supposed to say after being conquered? Dude, you're pissing me off now. I think you're just saying shit just so you can fucking like, you sound like a QAnon supporter, dude. Oh, dude, the polls are actually wrong, or there's another underlying reason for why they you know, say that to pollsters. It's fucking bullshit, dude. I'm sorry. You got owned, okay? It sucks to suck, but yesterday, Biden said the invasion already started, sparking US-EU sanctions and halting NS2. Now we're being told that the invasion is just about to start, meaning all sanctions so far have been preemptive sanctions, presumably to prevent invasion. So preemptive sanctions failed. Crazy thought. Why not ramp up diplomacy? Hard, grubby, painful diplomacy. Too much work, too many tough decisions, too many unknowns. Like asking why Team Biden let their most progressive agenda in US history dissolve into oblivion. A question I have asked as well. Rather strange. But there's going to be another UN Security Council meeting tonight because now reports on the ground say that Eastern Ukraine has become a no-fly zone for commercial travel. Okay, and now we've gotten to a point where this man under nonstop checks for animal abuse after Russia gets to Crimea. Russia gets Crimea. He's like, I used to love kissing my tigers and love kissing my lions, and now they say you can't do that anymore. You can't diplomacy with Russia if Russia refuses to come to the table. Quit spewing bullshit. Oh my God, dude. Look, I agree. Putin said in his demands in that speech, it's essentially a dissolution of Ukraine as a state. There's no more negotiations. That's really interesting that you state that. Once again, we're having this conversation. And I do believe that Putin will escalate aggressive actions and probably overtake the rest of the fucking eastern Ukrainian territories. Okay? Hopefully not. But I believe that that is where the situation is moving towards. Not only that, but also they will probably potentially take over even additional territories that aren't even fucking, technically Russian or sovereign independent states exclusively. So people hyper focus on the extra territory that Putin took. So it neutralizes the fucking sovereignty of the other Donbass states, the two independent states within Donbass. Okay, that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you, that's probably what's going to happen right now. Okay? Just so that, don't turn around and be like, oh, you were wrong. Okay? That's probably what's going to happen. And then a month down the line, you're going to fucking forget about it and you're not going to give a shit. Okay? The way to avoid further fucking invasion, or the way to stop all of this from happening, is sit at a fucking table with Ukraine, France, Germany, and maybe even the United States of America, because nothing happens without the U.S.'s approval, because the United States is the true imperial power. Okay? So, I already ran the ad, chatters with PTSD. I already ran the fucking ad. 100% correct. It won't even take a month unless they march on Kiev. Nobody in chat will care in 2 weeks. 1,000%. 1,000%. Now, why won't they exhaust diplomatic options when Biden keeps saying we want to have diplomatic options, even after the supposed invasion / not really an invasion, apparently, according to the fucking United States, that kept saying there was an invasion, a full-scale invasion and an assault. So now, why can't they exhaust that? Why can they not exhaust a diplomatic solution And then if Russia violates it, then they have no allies. Okay? They have no allies. The entire planet will be completely against their violation of a third Minsk agreement. Anthony Blinken canceled his meeting with Lavrov that was supposed to happen. There were supposed to be talks. Russia is not engaging diplomatically. Putin mugged Macron off. I think Putin has lost his mind. That's not true. That's literally not true. Macron doesn't have power. Macron individually does not have power. And that's what happened after that meeting. Because Russia doesn't want to sit at the table. He's pissed at the Stalin/Lenin regime and wants revenge. That's pretty much it. Again, we're doing childish fucking takes, dude. Childish fucking understanding. Whack take that this could end with Ukraine being neutral, bro. That won't happen. No, that's not a fucking whack take. The Minsk agreement also had a recognition of the sovereign states being recognized as independent, or not fully independent, still part of Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken, but independent, like have autonomy, while still being able to fucking teach in Russian. And have, Russian culture, protecting Russian heritage, blah, 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 blah. But ultimately, it would lead to neutralization. And it's not just me. Like, actual fucking bona fide foreign policy Andes are also on this side, unless they are currently actively working within the government, and they don't want that. I do not excuse imperialism when Russia does it, because I believe that Russia taking over additional regions in Donbass and moving further into Ukraine is different than Crimea. And I do think it's not acceptable, okay? Putin is going to invade regardless. He's a dictator. He doesn't care. So what's the problem with exhausting diplomatic options if an invasion is going to happen regardless? And that's what I'm frustrated with. You keep saying like, oh, well, the invasion is going to happen. The invasion is going to happen. 89% of Ukrainians said the Crimea referendum should be recognized by Kiev, page 4. Pew Research Center. We moved on from Crimea. I've already, I think, done enough to show everyone here that, that Crimean situation is different. I think your uncle would disagree with you. He believes Russia is doing imperialism. First of all, I don't give a fuck what Jank thinks. Secondly, Jank was a Russiagator and I was not. So he was wrong on that and I was right. And lastly, okay, I don't even disagree. I think Russia is engaging in actions that, yes, you could consider to be imperialist because they are flexing their regional sovereignty. At this point, Hassan has reiterated the same position over 100 times because people keep coming in here with either false presumptions on these positions due to misinfo on Twitter or their own misinformed takes on Crimea. Diplomacy can't be done when Russia is refusing. Dog, look at this. You're staring directly at the barrel of a gun and you're like, there is no gun here. You have this take, but you're not looking at the screen where it says, Blinken cancels meeting with Russia's Lavrov because Moscow's approach is now too aggressive for them. Does that sound like you're engaging in diplomacy? It's pure imperialism to seize Donbass. Yes, it is. It's additional territorial control. And they're going to either false flag it, or some fucking dumbasses on the Ukrainian side are most likely, again, I've talked about this, is speculation. Either they're going to fucking false flag it, and I mean, like, Russians are going to blow some shit up and be like, oh my God, I can't believe the Ukrainians blew some shit up, and then use that as a justification to engage in peaceful expanding of Russian territorial control over Donbass, or some fucking CIA-trained dickheads, and that has happened before. Again, here comes a random sniper, but that wasn't Russia, for the record. But some fucking, CIA-trained dickhead is going to blow some shit up. Either or. That's my fear. And then that will be used as a reason to fucking move the troops further into the Ukrainian-controlled side of Donbass. Yeah, the UA didn't try to take Donbass for 8 years. No. That's my take. That's my fucking take, you idiot. No, I agree. It would be fucking idiotic to try to retake Donbass when there's 200,000 troops at the border. I agree. I agree with you. That would be fucking idiotic for Ukraine to do that, which is precisely why I said some CIA-trained fucking Andy, or the more likely outcome being Russia. You can't fucking use my take against me. I'm the one who's saying it's probably either A, Russia with a false flag, or B, some fucking American CIA-trained dickhead on the Ukrainian side that's operating not with the interests of the Ukrainian government, but against it. New for me, as tensions ramp up, disclosures from CIA front group, the NED shows it's spent $22.4 million in Ukraine since 2014, funding pro-West media, pro-West political parties, and pushing through a massive privatization campaign to benefit Western corporations. It's not. The National Endowment for Democracy, baby. They're doing, and they are well endowed. Russian recognizes Donbass. Russia moves in to defend Russians in region. Ukraine attempts to seize region either in reality or was a false flag. No, Ukraine is not going to fucking attempt to seize that region in reality right now. That would be fucking psychotic. Okay? That would also be madman shit. I don't believe that the Ukrainian forces are going to be like, yeah, no, it's time for fucking war. Like, we're defending our borders from Russia. I'm going to be real with you. Like, I don't think that would, yeah. They didn't do that for 8 years. They're not going to do that. They didn't do that for 8 years against separatist forces. They're not going to do that now when there are actual Russian military members there. That's fucking insane. But then again, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. By the way, that is a take that I have that is on the fucking, on the side of the Ukrainian government. So if you're still not understanding what I'm saying and you think I'm being like pro-Putin when I say that, that means you're just not listening to anything that I'm saying. Like, what are they going to do? 6,000 NATO troops to the fucking... 6,000 NATO troops at the fucking border of Ukraine? You think they're going to be able to defend against Russian fighter jets? Are you insane? It'd be a fucking bloodbath. What? Oh God, this is terrible. The U.S. is right to impose targeted sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs. We also must work with our allies to prepare for a refugee crisis on a massive scale. Finally, any military action must take place with congressional approval. Oh, Jesus, that's a fucking horrible take. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is indefensible. That's true. That's what Bernie Sanders has said. That's what I think. That's what fucking Jeremy Corbyn believes. That's true. The targeted sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs, that's you know, you can have a debate on that, okay? But this part, the military action must take place with congressional approval, that's bullshit. What do you mean military action? No military action. That's like some neocon shit, dude. That's like a little bit to the left of like actual fucking neocon bullshit. No military action. What do you mean? She's saying the POTUS can't do whatever she wants. No, the actual criticism in this situation is we must exhaust diplomatic options. We must exhaust all diplomatic avenues. Bring Ukraine and Russia and other European leaders to the table to come up with a neutralization agreement. Military options should not even be like a conversation unless you're completely against it. Okay, to be like, no military option should ever be used in this situation. Military option? The fuck? What do you mean? Guys, what do you think a military option with congressional approval means? What kind of fucking... American Congress is bipartisan on military option, okay? We love military options. Congressional approval doesn't mean anything. It's just, you know, it's a yes. She says that the president can't send the army alone and needs congressional approval. Yeah, sure. Why would you be advocating for Putin? Is Russia paying you? If you were motivated by money, you'd run more ads. Is Russia threatening you? You get death threats all the time. I don't get it. I'm not advocating for Putin. I'm advocating for the path of least resistance and no war and no bloodshed. Thus far, there isn't bloodshed, okay? You haven't seen fucking bloodshed. Is it literally because I put this out? Is it because I, you know, don't have this fucking banner up? Is that what it is? Do I really have to do this like baby brain banner every time? When is this? The Crimean annexation was non-consensual. Holy shit, a CIA whistleblower just admitted the military is ramping up. What the fuck is this? Is this a meme? Are you sending me a fucking meme? Oh, you are. You did the fucking I consent, I don't. We won't be covering Ukraine shit much today. 5 hours ago, dude, it's a little difficult for me to not cover fucking Ukraine shit when it's the most pressing fucking matter. Okay? It's not easy to make sense of how the United States and Europe are responding to Russia's aggression. With some notable exceptions, opinion and commentary in the West have solidified around a black and white view of the situation in Ukraine. The near total consensus is that it's all Russian President Vladimir Putin's fault. Russia's stated grievances have no legitimate basis whatsoever, and the only conceivable Western response is to refuse to make any concessions, stand up to Moscow, send more U.S. troops to Europe, though not to Ukraine itself, and proceed with tough economic sanctions if Russia invades. In some ways, I wish I could subscribe to this view because it would allow me to stop thinking about this complicated set of issues and join the chorus. Me too. But I can't do that because key aspects of the crisis strike me as puzzling, and I keep hearing echoes of the same beliefs, tropes, and ingrained orthodoxies that have led U.S. leaders astray in the past. These reflexive responses are making a bad situation worse and are likely to do further damage to Ukraine and broader U.S. interests. For starters, I'm puzzled by the gap between the level of resolve conveyed by the United States and the NATO and the diplomatic positions in the alliance has taken. U.S. President Joe Biden has made it clear that the United States is not going to send U.S. troops to fight for Ukraine, and no important European countries are proposing to do so themselves. If anything, the United States has sent the opposite message by withdrawing U.S. military personnel and relocating its diplomats. Literally claiming, like, that's what I said too. They're just like, hey, Ukraine, you're on your own, Jack. Apart from a few hotheads, nobody in the U.S. foreign policy establishment wants to fight a real war for Ukraine, a tacit acknowledgement that is not, in fact, a truly vital interest. By contrast, Russia has made it clear it's willing to use force to achieve its core objective, which is to keep Ukraine from joining NATO, not just now, but at any point in the foreseeable future. Also true. It demonstrated that willingness back in 2014, and Biden thinks they're about to fight a war of choice now. As with 2014, current movement of Russian troops into the Donbass region is illegal, immoral, and indefensible from the West's perspective, but it has happened nevertheless. Also agree. Even if Russia decides not to mount a broader invasion, the crisis has done considerable economic damage to Ukraine already. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, here's what puzzles me. Not only is there a significant imbalance in resolve, take a week off. You're being incredibly fucking frustrating when you act like my consistent coverage of a fucking ongoing international crisis is a stun lock. You're reducing something I'm doing as a part of my profession into just like being fucking annoyed. Yeah, get fucked. You won't be able to speak during Elden Ring this week, okay? It's just incredibly fucking annoying, dude. This is not just about Ukraine versus Russia either. This is not about NATO either. This is about American imperialism. This is about American propaganda. This is about manufacturing consent. This is an issue that literally targets every single fucking point that I mention regularly, okay? The United States and NATO may be far stronger than Russia overall, but Ukraine is right next door to Russia and therefore vulnerable to its air and ground forces. Yet despite its yawning gap in both capabilities and resolve, the U.S. negotiating position, and thus NATO's position as a whole, hasn't budged at all on the central issue dividing two sides. That issue is Ukraine's future geopolitical alignment. Unless I've missed something, NATO is still insisting that Ukraine has the right to join the alliance whenever it meets the membership criteria. Even though no one expects Ukraine to join anytime soon, a point the West keeps reiterating to Moscow in the hope of allaying its concerns, it hasn't been willing to budge on this abstract principle. That's all it is, by the way. Open door is a policy position NATO adopted some years back, not a law of the universe. As I've argued previously, NATO's reluctance to rescind its 2008 declaration that Ukraine and Georgia would eventually join the alliance, a fucking fate brought about on us, by the way, by the worst, most bloodthirsty, most violent fucking administration, like the legacy of the most bloodthirsty and violent administration, the George W. Bush administration, for the record. I know that it's like a 2008 declaration. This was George W. Bush's foreign policy approach to Russia. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't remember, he was the one who like brought this up. Okay? So thank you, George W. Bush, for that, you fucking piece of shit. Anyway, would eventually join the alliance is partly due to the understandable desire not to make concessions to Moscow at gunpoint. But I do not understand how Western leaders think they can resolve this crisis without giving Russia some of what it wants on this core issue. There's little reason to think that Putin will be satisfied with minor concessions on missile defense radars or other weapon deployments. When your opponent has local military superiority and cares more about the outcome than you do, resolving a dispute typically requires some adjustments on your part. This isn't a question of right or wrong, it's a question of leverage. Widespread inability to empathize with the Russian perspective on crisis is puzzling too. As international affairs researchers Matthew Waldman noted in 2014, strategic empathy isn't about agreeing with an adversary's position. It's about understanding it so you can fashion an appropriate response. Thank you. That's exactly what you have to do. That's why I always laugh at people when they fucking behave like, you know, there's good people and bad people are doing bad things. Okay? Oh, are you defending Putin? No, motherfucker, I'm not defending Putin. Whatever your views on NATO, why is this article hitting so hard? Because the only thing you've read thus far is idiots like myself or other fucking idiots on the internet. You haven't read anything. The first time you fucking read some like person who isn't directly doing State Department propaganda, even if it's on fucking foreignpolicy.com, which is like the favorite neoliberal article for the blob for the most part. The first time you read an article from someone who is, the first time you are reading an article from someone who isn't like a fucking bread tuber, you're like, oh, this seems so legit. Or even myself, I'm a dumb himbo at the end, okay? The U.S. Secretary of State says he believes Russia will invade Ukraine before tonight is over. Motherfuckers are like upset that I'm covering this. Meanwhile, the situation is escalated to a point where it's like literally like Russia is potentially going to invade. Like they're gearing up, not like in the State Department way, like actually gearing up in a way to escalate conflict. And you guys are literally like, oh man, I don't want it. I don't want you covering this. I don't want you talking about this. Ukrainian media report on the closure of airports in Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Zaporizhzhia for the reception and departure of flights, as well as preparation for the closure of the Kherson airport. This motherfucker literally waited for Donda 2 to drop, but not for Elden Ring to drop. It is really fucked up. Whatever your views on NATO enlargement might be, there is overwhelming evidence that Russian leaders were alarmed by it from the start and expressed their concerns repeatedly. Moscow grew increasingly opposed as its powers recovered and as NATO crept ever eastward, given the United States' own tendency to indulge in the worst-case analysis and view minor security problems in distant lands as if they were existential dangers. That's a really good one. Not to mention its willingness to use force to try to solve such problems. You'd think the U.S. foreign policy community would be acutely aware of the great powers' tendency to exaggerate threats and be highly sensitive about their immediate vicinity security environment. Try to point this out, however, and you're likely to be denounced as a naive apologist for Putin, as I have been non-fucking stop for literally mentioning that, of course, it's understandable that the fuck Russia coalition further encroaching around and surrounding Russia is going to be met with a lot of fucking anger from the Russian government. I can't wait for motherfuckers to be like, this dude, what's his name? Stephen Walt is actually you know, a fucking tanky or something, even though he's literally like writing for foreignpolicy.com and a Harvard professor. I can't wait for all these fucking dummies to be like, what a tanky this guy is. What a Putin apologist tanky he is. Anyway, I'm less puzzled but still disturbed by the ease with which the blob has fallen back on the familiar tropes in the foreign policy establishment playbook of greatest hits. Read the Washington Post, the Atlantic Council's website, and yes, even Foreign Policy in recent weeks, and you'll get a steady diet of hawkish posturing with only occasional dissenting views on offer. Putin alone is said to be the source of the problem, neatly demonized along with dictators Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Saddam Hussein, Fidel Castro, Bashar al-Assad, every member of Iran's political elite, Xi Jinping, and anyone else we've ever been seriously at odds with. Although Washington has been on good terms with any number of bellicose but mostly pro-American despots, the West insists on viewing this crisis not as a complicated clash of interests between nuclear-armed states, but as morality play between good and evil. As usual, society is told that what is at stake is not Ukraine's geopolitical alignment, but the entire direction of human history. And right on cue, here comes the well-worn Munich analogy, as if Putin was a genocidal maniac whose real aim was to conquer all of Europe the same way Hitler tried to do. One can despise everything he stands for and much of what he has done, as I do, and still reject this from this sort of simplistic alarmism. This tendency is especially dangerous because of once a conflict is framed in such stark and moralistic terms, compromise is anathema, and the only acceptable outcome is total capitulation by the other side. In this environment, diplomacy becomes little more than a sideshow. And that's precisely why so many motherfuckers are like, dude, you're doing appeasement. Dude, you're doing appeasement. Vladimir Putin is the big bad baddie. He's only a bad guy who has bad ideas and will only do things for fucking being bad. Okay? So just, you know, understand that a fucking Harvard professor is more like, is a more restrained voice in this fucking conversation than your favorite bread tuber, okay? Whether that be Adam something or whether that be fucking Vosh. Holy fuck. Or you? Wait, what do you mean? This is verbatim my point of view. What the fuck do you mean, or me? Or you? Everything he fucking wrote in this article is verbatim, word for fucking word. Is exactly the same approach that I have to this subject. Like literally exactly the same. Reporters are saying that Putin during Crimea had a full 360 view and lots of advisors. Since COVID, he's been quarantining basically the entire time, reads immaculate history books, and has now no advisors and no input. Almost like Trump during January 6th, Putin has become the state. What do you mean? Putin has always been the state. What the fuck do you mean? Putin's actually going to push Sweden and Finland towards NATO? No, it's not. The West policy response are equally familiar. The usual statements to resolve the symbolic dispatch of troops to reassure allies and the imposition of economic sanctions, but scant consideration of compromises that might diffuse the risk of war. Even worse, there's reason to suspect this tendency is well advanced on the other side too. Unfortunately, if the U.S. goal is to get Moscow to back down and tacitly or explicitly acknowledge that Ukraine acknowledged that Ukraine can join NATO someday, then it is likely to be disappointed. There's an echo of the past year, too. The U.S. foreign policy elite has repeatedly shown an inability to recognize the limits of U.S. power and set realistic objectives. Beginning in the early 90s, U.S. leaders convinced themselves they could, 1, create global liberal order, 2, entice China into becoming a responsible stakeholder, which would eventually embrace Western political values, 3, speedily transform Iraq. Do you see that? Do you see the things that he's saying? Do you understand what this person's position is a little bit further? Okay? Like, this is not a fucking ideological ally of mine, okay? Lincoln leaked shit, then walked it back. What did he do? Asked if he has a reason to believe that Russia will launch a full invasion of Ukraine tonight, U.S. Secretary of State says, I do, but later says he can't put a date or exact time on it. What? What's the difference between your dumb himbo defense versus Joe Rogan is I'm just a comedian defense? At the end of the day, you're both commentators in the political space, or am I missing something? Yeah, no, you're not missing anything. I'm a dumb himbo. I can get some stuff wrong, but usually I'm right. So that's it. And I don't fucking, like, I'm not actively and deliberate. Joe Rogan is completely removed from any sort of like actual criticism. I deal with it head on every single day. And so even if it's like pushback from a fucked up point of view, even if it's pushback that is not like, even if it's pushback that's like unwarranted, I still deal with it every day. Okay? Under AOC's post. Speedily transform Iraq, Afghanistan, and a few other unlikely states into stable liberal democracies, rid the world of evil, compel North Korea and Iran to abandon their nuclear programs, and expand NATO as far as the West wanted without facing hostile backlash from Russia or driving. Chatter criticism is not the same. What? No, I mean, it's still something that I see all the time, though. Like, Joe Rogan never sees any pushback if he just doesn't fucking go on Twitter. Okay, and even then, he can just avoid it. Me, on the other hand, I regularly fucking see criticism and deal with it head on and respond to it head on. Maybe to a detriment, actually. As a matter of fact, definitely to a detriment. Most people know that is like a really bad tendency that I have, and that's why they come in and do this. And then idiots will say you see and you ban. And the only people I ban usually are people like that are completely fucking coming in here to derail the conversation in the most selfish way possible, to the detriment of like 32,000 other people that are actually in here interested to learn or hear my perspective, rather. So that's the difference. Iran abandoned their nuclear program. Yet, despite these humbling failures, the present crisis reveals there is still a reflexive tendency to assume the United States has the right, responsibility, and most importantly of all, the capacity to dictate political arrangements all around the world, even in regions that are more important to others than they are to the West. The United States didn't have that capacity at the height of the unipolar era, and it certainly doesn't have that capacity today, which is not to say that the U.S. is a pitiful, helpless giant, or it cannot pursue policies that will make it more secure and prosperous in the longer term. The U.S. is still the world's mightiest country, despite repeated self-inflicted wounds and stubborn divisions at home. But there are limits to what it can accomplish, and success still requires setting clear priorities and pursuing achievable goals. There's a final feature of this crisis that worries me, okay? The United States NATO allies were not ready to handle this crisis themselves, and the U.S. has once again assumed the role of the first responder to a crisis in Europe. There's also a vast amount of bureaucratic muscle memory at work here. Reinforcing and reassuring Europe when threats arise from the East is a fabric Washington knows how to weave. I mean, he's eventually going to be right if he says it every fucking day. Breaking, the U.S. Secretary of State believes Russia will invade Ukraine before tonight is over. Yeah, 40 years from now, maybe, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it can happen tonight. This is like, we're in a very different situation than where we were like a week ago. When was the U.S. a first responder to a crisis in Europe? They're talking about the United States like approaching every fucking issue that happens in Europe, whether it be like post-World War II, like being like the leader spearheading the response. And by that, I mean anti-communist sentiment being pushed everywhere in Europe, in you know, Western Europe. The Cold War. If the United States and NATO do manage to get through this crisis without a war, it will reinforce the idea that Europe cannot handle its own security problems and doesn't need to try because Uncle Sam will still rush to protect it when it's necessary. Efforts to strengthen European defense capabilities will lose steam. U.S. allies will eventually turn the gas taps from Russia back on, and Ukraine and Georgia will keep knocking on NATO's door, and the United States will continue to be committed to defend a set of wealthy democracies that have their own military capabilities atrophy for decades. Who will benefit the most from this outcome? Do I really have to spell it out? And there it is. And that's precisely why, for the record, I said from the top that I don't agree with this person. This person is not an ideological ally of mine. This person is very much, and that's the reason why you see a lot of conservative foreign policy people have this take now where, and he is right. Technically, he is right. Technically, he is right. He's not wrong. America exhausting what little fucking influence it has on the international scale to try to whip a tiny country in comparison to the United States doing geopolitical posturing in its own fucking backyard is losing a lot of political capital that it's going to desperately need if it wants to fight back against China. Not that I think it's a good thing to do that, don't get me wrong. But if I were to put my foreign policy thinker cap on, that's what I would say. Doesn't fit your head? I thought I had a tiny head. Neil lives in bread too bricked up for war. Well, Hasanabi just wants peace. No cap. Goat, no cap. Thank you. I will be playing Elden Ring when it comes out. So I will not be, you know, I don't know why you keep bringing that up right now. I just don't understand how the United States is so consistently fucking up in this situation. This is a gigantic fuck up. Real gaming streamers got early access for Elden Ring tomorrow morning. Okay, well, like, why are you fucking flexing? Why? Why are you, like, Ninja, do you want to get fucking banned again? All right, here. The Ukrainian paramilitary is ready to fight Russia. Let's see. Wait, where the fuck did it go?
They look like the military. They train like the military. But these men say they are not part of Ukraine's official armed forces.
By the way, they changed this title. It was the right-wing nationalist military is ready to fight Russia. this morning when I originally clicked on this video, and now they're actually they changed it to the Ukrainian paramilitary is ready to fight Russia. I wonder why they did that.
They're paramilitary.
Право, переміщайся. Не стій на місці ніколи.
Remnants of the national volunteer movement that bolstered the Ukrainian army against Russia-backed separatists in 2014.
Виходимо.
In the last 8 years, the government has tried to integrate fighters known as volunteers into the military's official ranks.
I wonder if they're like smart enough to fucking. I watched yesterday and did I say right wing? Wait, am I wrong? Maybe I misread it then. Maybe I misread it. I'm sorry. I might have misread it. I wonder if they told them like you should take the patches off.
And officials in Kyiv insist they no longer operate on the front lines. But with fears growing...
Sit this one out? Dude, no, it's not sitting this one out. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying literally get to the table. Sit on the table, directly on top of the table. Not fucking sit this one out. I mean, sit it out if you want fucking, you know, the real adults to handle it, which is, you know, Germany and France. But, you know, if you're going to fucking sit at the table, be a goddamn adult.
Of an imminent invasion, we spent several days with these paramilitary fighters, who seem to be operating there unofficially. We wanted to understand the role they could play in a new escalation with Russia, and the risk they pose to a government that doesn't want to provoke Moscow.
Не дай бог, завтра начнется полномасштабная война в Украине, то таких как я, как вот пацаны, добровольцев, будут десятки тысяч, может даже сотни тысяч, как и в 2014 году.
Yuri Olshin goes by the call name Greek, and Ruslan Polstovoit goes by Spider. They're battle-hardened veterans who command a paramilitary unit of about a dozen fighters in southeast Ukraine. Both men joined the armed forces in the early years of the war. But they left, frustrated with the chain of command and orders not to return fire. They say they want to fight aggressively.
Oh no, uh-oh. They were like, well, what do you mean I cannot return fire? What the fuck do you mean?
And on their own terms.
Там посадка противник, сепаратист. Russia.
Так, тільки попереджую, в мене прав немає. Я без прав їжджу. Принципово.
Ukrainian law prohibits independent armed groups from entering the conflict zone. Even so, on a drive to the front lines, these guys breeze through military checkpoints.
Motherfuckers just admitted separatists are Russian? Yeah, of course.
Так, і то ті всі машини наші, друже, 4 машини. Дякую.
That plate carrier flak jacket is literally the same kind I had. I mean, they are using like NATO equipment.
Тільки заїжджають ті люди, які вже тут працюють. Ми тут працюємо вже 6 років чи 7.
They take us to an open
Russia
field.
said they wanted handwritten guarantees that Ukraine would never be allowed into NATO and wouldn't take anything else for an answer should the U.S. have accepted that. Fuck yeah. 1000%. Especially because the United States doesn't want fucking Ukraine to be a part of NATO either. They're such fucking assholes. They never intended for... I've said this already. They never intended for Ukraine to be a part of NATO. You want to know why? Because of what's going on right now. That's why it's so fucked up. They literally could just say, yeah, it's not going to happen. Like, they could just say, yeah, okay, it's fine. We'll give you concessions. But they can't because Russia is the big bad baddie. They're the villains. They're the enemies. They're bad. And they want to fucking do Hitlerian, you know, the bloodbaths on Ukrainian babies. Okay? That's why. And like Vladimir Putin is not a good person. See? Appeasement. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, you're right. Vladimir Putin and Hitler are one and the same. That is the actual adequate way to fucking do foreign policy. You're right. Appeasement, appeasement, appeasement. What do you want, bitch? Anyone that says appeasement, I'm fucking tracking you down, okay? I got your IPs written down. I am forcibly conscripting you, okay? You have to go and you have to fight in the fucking front line. You need to get fucking absolutely sprayed up and down by fucking Russian helicopters, okay? What's the opposite of appeasement, motherfucker? What's the opposite of appeasement? Huh? A warment? Is that what you want? Of course you're going to do appeasement. You need to exhaust diplomacy, you fucking idiot. These motherfuckers act like they have to go and fight a nuclear power. Also, I'm not tracking your IPs, obviously. I wish I could, like, you know, I wish I could do like a deal though with the fucking American military. Fuck it, with the Ukrainian military. Now they're sponsoring me. You have to go fight there now. Oh yeah, this was really funny. I know exactly what this is. This is one of the fundamental differences between American political culture. Julia Ayafe. What a psycho, dude. She said America is allergic to war, unlike Russia. Russia loves war. America is allergic to war.
Where they say Russia-backed separatists fly surveillance drones to guide attacks.
Противник не спить, не дремле, тому вони часто сюди пускають свої дрони. Нам приходиться тут з ними боротись, тому.
The fighters say they use this jammer to bring down enemy drones.
Це він шукає дрони, засікає ціль, показує, де воно знаходиться.
Засікли, нажали, зажали його і ждемо, коли вже вона тягне орієнтацію і починає принижуватись. І вже потім далі вже починаємо розстрілювати її з автоматів.
Spider is using the same technology in this video, filmed near the site of an artillery attack on Ukrainian armed forces last May.
Давай, работай, братан. Левее, брат, левее. Мама мия, блин, пацаны лишь бы живи были.
The battlefield looked very different when Greek and Spider first joined a civilian armed resistance in 2014. They appeared in videos from the early years of the war. Back then, it was open street battles, and Greek and Spider were part of volunteer battalions that were hailed as the country's first defenders. Some battalion members were accused of harassment, torture, and attacks on civilians. And some members held neo-Nazi views. According to Greek, only a small fraction of members shared those views.
I mean, dude, what?
The majority, he says, just wanted to defend their country.
That can't be the guy who you're saying is saying only a small fraction. He's like, only a small fraction have those views. I'm a part of the small fraction.
Just wanted to defend their country. Inside Greek and Spider's headquarters, the walls bear insignia of volunteer units formed over the years. In many ways, a reminder that
he
this
literally is like, it's just a small fraction, which I am a part of. Like, what the fuck? It's right there. What is going on, Dad? What the fuck? I mean, they flash it again.
Inside Greek and Spider's headquarters, the walls bear insignia of volunteer units formed.
Actually, I don't know these badges. I don't know if any of those badges are. I assume it's right sector though. Yeah, this is right sector, right? I mean, the black and red in that situation is right sector, not fucking anti-capitalists, okay? People are like, actually, red and black is the color of Antifa. They are anarcho-communists, actually. No, they're not. It's the right sector's colors. They're Nazis, for the record. And that does say, I assume that these are both right sector logos, but the flag I was pointing to in that room is a right sector flag.
Years. In many ways,
that one too, the Azov Battalion.
Reminder that this grinding war is their life.
Правий сектор!
Це тяжкий камінь, який знаходиться тут у кожного.
Oh my God, the dude that they're literally, oh yeah, he is him. He's saying, oh, the Nazis, they're a small faction, which I'm a part of. Like, that's what's going on.
Хто знаходиться на війні, це великий тягар.
Today, sources familiar with these groups estimate there are dozens, if not hundreds, of fighters like Greek and Spider operating at the front lines.
Dozens?
Greek and Spider take us to an official military command post to show us how they coordinate with soldiers.
If there are dozens of them, if not hundreds of them, how the fuck does every Western outlet exclusively end up interviewing those guys? Okay? And also routinely avoiding that they are Nazis as well. Not in this situation. New York Times is covering it, to be fair. But how? Like, there was a news button that went out last week of grandma with a Kalashnikov, and they were being trained by the Azov battalion. How? It's funny how these guys in Ukraine have the same exact aesthetic as guys in Idaho that drink monster truck energy and drive trucks because, my friend, because we are exporting that fucking brain rot. Everyone wants to be an American pig dog, okay? That's why the fucking Taliban, dude. The Taliban, one day after they fucking overtook Afghanistan, they took they repurposed all of the U.S. military gear. They were running around with like fucking skin-tight Oakleys. I'm like, motherfucker, you were literally wearing guy liner yesterday. Now you got a skin-tight Oakley on. How did that happen? Literally in fucking like, in that flowy ass fucking shit that they wear yesterday. Today he's like, yeah, that's right, brother. That's right, brother. I love this equipment. Very good. I love wearing backwards cap and my Oakleys, drinking giant size orange soda.
But they ask us not to refer to them as volunteers in our questions.
This Under Armour, very good.
Доброволі, Збройні сили. Оцього не треба озвучувати.
Under Ukrainian law, unofficial fighters like them are not allowed to be here. And he doesn't want to put the local commander in an awkward position. When we arrive, both groups appear to be familiar with each other.
Юрій Батькович, жаркоє може?
Та він би такий, що похавав би.
Яку ситуацію у вас?
По фронту, да? Или тут в стране в нашем?
Столовой.
Столовой все стабильно.
Точно?
The commander tells us his brigade collaborates with fighters like Greek and Spider.
Хлопці, які, допустим, у них є безпілотні аеророзвідку проводять нам. Я попросив, вони прилетіли там, допустим, над ворогом, там якийсь район мені засняли, да?
Do you understand why I said I'm fearful that like some of those fucking skinhead dipshits that got CIA training are the ones that are going to go and like end up blowing some shit up if it's not a Russian what do you call it? If it's not going to be a Russian false false a psyop Russian fucking like a Russian bomb that they blow up and then they say is attributed to false flag is the word I was thinking of. My brain has stopped functioning. I've been covering the story for 6 fucking hours. But reinstate the draft and put the entire U.S. economy under direct state control. Anything less than that would mean you want Hitler 2.0 to win. Do you now understand how much fucking clout, power, and movement capabilities these guys have within the Ukrainian forces?
Noticeably, the commander avoids calling them volunteers.
Тут, на даний час, нас на території лінії нашої оборони добровольських військ немає.
Wow, that's a really bad take. No, I think the primary thing here would be, or the primary take would be, I think, like a Russian false flag operation to use as a justification for further encroachment, okay, and to overtake more territory in Donbass, specifically the Ukrainian-controlled side, okay? That's what I think could happen. But also, there's a likelihood that these guys could do it as well, and no one would know because they're unaccountable. Who knows?
Чисто Збройні Сили України.
Back in the car, Spider reflects on the visit.
Yeah, he has a fleece top. Dude, of course, they all have... That's all... They're getting NATO gear, chatters. That's why they're gear... That's why they're running on a... They were training grandmas on the fucking AR platform. Why? I didn't realize Ukraine had like a fucking AR factory.
Командиры групп для журналистов подготовлены уже к тому, что добровольцев на фронте нет. Вот вы, чтобы вы понимали. Им нельзя говорить. Потому что они все госслужащие. И все несут за это одну ответственность.
I mean, this video is pretty fucking damning. Like, this is just Black Ops, like, unofficial. Official, but also unofficial.
The official line from Kyiv, hundreds of miles from the front line, is that paramilitary fighters do not exist here. While the threat of an invasion looms, officials worry that any uncontrolled activity risks an escalation with Russia. Politically, these fighters pose a liability.
No, it's not unofficial. I know the CIA trained them, okay? I know that. And yes, they will fucking take a central role if Russia invades. I've been saying this over and over again, non-fucking stop. I'm just saying that the media will not cover it. Either they'll cover it as like heroes, okay? Jacobin wrote about this too, many, many years ago. Or if they cover it, they're going to cover them as liberators, okay? Rebel fighters like liberating Ukraine from fascist Hitlerian style Russian encroachment. Or they will straight up be like, Ukraine never actually fucking openly gave these guys guns and shit. Anyway, I don't even know what movement is happening currently, so... Russia takes half of Ukraine, nationalists overthrow Kiev, us to blame, just a thought. Yeah, that is precisely what's going to fucking happen. That's what I'm saying is going to happen. Because when you are stuck between two imperial powers, the only elements that actually fucking rise up to the top, as Ukraine is currently, Zelensky just made address the Russian people in Russian, urging them to put pressure on their government. Not gonna happen. Fucking Putin doesn't give a shit about the interests of his fucking government. The only thing that can stop what is about to happen is if they all get to the table and fucking put together another Minsk style agreement for neutralization of Ukraine. That's it. Anyway,
When we pushed the Ministry of Defense and the Intelligence Agency for more answers about Greek and Spider's status, they declined to comment.
Wait, what did they decline to comment about? What?
Politically, these fighters pose a liability. When we pushed the Ministry of Defense and the Intelligence Agency for more answers about Greek and Spider's status, they declined to comment. So for now, this paramilitary group remains in the shadows of an intractable war.
Понятно, что Россия потужная армія, у них там 2 мільйона, 3 мільйона вони можуть мобілізувати. Так, у них там 10 тисяч танків. І ми готуємось к битві. Вони можуть пройти далеко, можуть зайти. Но далі вони тут і залишаться, понимаєте?
But they say they are eager to fight.
Мы уже готовы давно, много лет. Мы просто ждем.
And are preparing for a larger war with Russia.
Це наша земля, це наш дом, нам йти нікуди. Ви розумієте? Нам звідси йти нікуди. Тому і вперед.
Two Turkish Air Force entered Ukrainian airspace. The Nazis aren't even a problem. Wonder what the U.S. would do if neo-Nazis were targeting Americans in its border. What the fuck do you mean? They would literally bring them into the... Is that an Anarchy flag amount? No, Warger. How the fuck do you not know what right sector is? Jesus Christ, I've been covering this and you've been editing the fucking videos for like the past week or so. That's a Nazi flag. That's a right sector flag. I know it has the same color as ANCOM colors, but no, it's black and red in this circumstance is the fucking right sector Nazis. The real appeasement Andes, for the record, or more than just appeasement, collaborator Andes. Nazis aren't a thing anymore, pal. Yeah, you're right. That's probably why Vosh is confused. I mean, true. To be fair, that could be, you know, given how much fucking ANCOMs and libertarian socialists have been fucking defending NATO recently on the internet, you know, who knows? Maybe it is the same. News Blinken. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken with Lester Holt. Wait, this came out already?
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. I'm pleased to be joined by U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Do you have reason to believe that before this night is over, Russian forces will be engaged in something akin to a full invasion of Ukraine?
I do. Unfortunately, Russia has positioned its forces at the final point of readiness across Ukraine's borders, to the north, to the east, to the south. Everything seems to be in place for Russia to engage in a major aggression against Ukraine.
To be clear, you think tonight that could happen or will happen?
Look, I can't put a date or an exact time on it, but everything is in place for Russia to move forward.
I love the dude that was like, bro, he's going to get it right one of these days if he keeps saying it, which, by the way, it might actually happen tonight for the record. I just, it you know. I thought it happened already. No, like it understandable that you are confused on whether it happened or not, because America said it was going to happen, and then they were like, maybe it didn't really happen fully, or you know, maybe it's happening now. It's going to happen again. Okay, but you know what happened is. Oh, Rachel Maddow's being deranged about Putin. I love that. I fucking love Rachel. I want to hear what she has to say. Why didn't Russia invade Ukraine during Trump's term? Perhaps because Putin was so pleased to see Trump pursuing goals in line with Moscow's agenda? Fuck yeah. No one says the U.S. shifted goalposts, only that you are wrong. Exactly.
Has apparently not deterred President Putin. And given the attack posture you just described, that the Pentagon describes, it sounds like follow-on sanctions won't be deter him either. Is the administration out of options here?
She's saying we should have re-elected Trump to protect Ukraine. I agree. Okay. But yeah, Ukrainian airports are closed down. Turkish fighters or Turkish fucking jets are flying over. It does look like they're posturing, but it does look like they're gearing up for additional troop activity, like I've mentioned in this morning, to potentially overtake the entirety of Donbass, like the Ukrainian-controlled side as well, and not just the Russian separatist side. So. For real though, did Trump say anything about all this? Yeah, he said fucking Putin is brilliant. He said literally Putin is fucking smart as hell. Like he's super smart and that he loves him. The Zelensky statement, I wanted to watch if there was like a translated version of it, but I could not find it. The only thing I could find when I was looking around was the top of the hour ad break, which you can of course avoid by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Here's the video.
Is Russian control of Ukraine a fait accompli?
No, it's not. And there, I think, is still an opportunity to avert a major aggression, although, again, they're in their final stages of being able to engage in one. Yesterday, when they began this invasion of Ukraine, we hit them hard, not just us, but in unison with Europe, in unison with other allies and partners, going against major financial institutions, taking out a major project, the so-called Nord Stream 2 pipeline that Germany took off the table, a major cash cow for Russia going forward, an $11 billion project that's not going forward. But at the same time, we've said very clearly that if Russia continues to escalate, so will we. And so they have to factor that into what they're thinking. At the end of the day, if that doesn't stop President Putin, we've made very clear, along with all of our allies and partners, that there will be massive consequences going forward, a price that Russia will have to pay for a long, long time.
Russia will have to pay, but in the meantime, Ukraine would be in Russian hands. What does Europe look like with Ukraine in Russian hands?
Well, two things, Lester. First, we've also made clear, and we've already begun to do this, that we will reinforce NATO. We will reassure all of our allies and partners by positioning forces to the east among our partners and allies to make sure that they're protected. At the same time, we're doubling down on our assistance to Ukraine itself, making sure, as we've already done, that we're providing additional security assistance, diplomatic support, economic, humanitarian support. That will continue. And in fact, the president says we're doubling down on that.
All right. Secretary Blinken, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Lester. Good to be with you.
Are you going to be drafted? Maybe. My hope, my honest to God hope is that every single motherfucker who was like, dude, this has to happen. Like, you know, we have to, you're doing appeasement. Every single one of you motherfuckers is drafted. Straight up. I'm too old, so get fucked. You know what I mean? But I hope every single one of you fucking young, you know, 17, 18-year-olds, all you motherfuckers get forcibly conscripted, forcibly drafted into the fucking military so you can go fight in Donbass, okay? You can defend Ukraine. Bro, this ain't even funny. I'm 18, I will desert. Yeah, no, you'll be, you know, yeah, you'll be desert, all right. Yeah, all these like fucking weirdos that got like the Ukrainian flag in their Twitter bio or whatever, like, yeah, get excited, dude. I'm making a mental note of all of you anime avatar furry motherfuckers with like Ukrainian flags in your bio next to the sock and the globe emoji. I'm taking mental account, okay? You have to go. You literally have to fight. You understand? You have to go. You have to fight out there. Get your asses to Ukraine right now, dude. You can't get drafted. The U.S. currently operates an under all volunteer armed force policy. All male citizens between 18 and 26 are required to register for the draft and are liable for training and service until the age of 35. Fuck. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'll go to Turkey. Dude, I will go to Venezuela, dude. I'll go to China. I think I have a clip from you last year of you saying in World War III broke out, you joined the Turkish military before the U.S. Wait, I said that? I probably said I'd fucking run away, dude. Why would I fucking fight? You kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. Are you trying to imply that furries are mentally fit for the armed forces? First of all, you know, there's Ostenak, or that's not even Ostenak, it's a cleric. No, don't fucking Google, give them draft exclusion exceptions, okay? No, I want them to be fucking drafted. I want them to go and reap their rewards. You know what I'm saying? I want them to fucking, they're so adamant. If they're so adamant about going to fucking war, dude. Sorry, boss man Biden, I may no longer be a minor, but I am still neurodivergent. War for D, not for me. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid this shit. Y'all motherfuckers want it so bad, you need to go. Also, I already ran the ad break. They don't draft students, right? Yeah, dude. No, they do. Dude. No, you're getting drafted. You're straight up, you're getting super drafted. I heard they draft students who said things about like how we shouldn't do appeasement and no diplomatic solutions in Ukraine. Like we have to do all out war. You have to go. Doesn't even matter, dude. You're super drafted. I already logged you, dude. I already logged you. Hasan is just like Neville Chamberlain will be the final words when a Russian drone hits my dome. Yeah, exactly. Get fucking lasered. Get duked on, okay? Yeah. Oh, dude, you're just like Neville Chamberlain. Hey, if that's the case, if Putin is Hitler, then, you know, you gotta, what do we do? You gotta deal with Hitler. You can't be dealing with Hitler by posting. Go out there. Fight. Fight against Hitler, dude. I'm good. Okay? All you motherfuckers love posting about how this is exactly like Hitler and I'm doing appeasement, but you don't want to actually, you know, go out and fight. What's up with that? That's disgusting. Anyway, now let's talk about the horrible fucking... Oh my God! Wait, hold on. This is how war could be. This is how your wallet could be affected by the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Oh, that's great.
On Russia in retaliation for what he calls the beginning of an invasion of Ukraine. The growing crisis could have serious financial fallout for Americans. CNN's Brian Todd is working in this part of the story for us. Brian, the president talked about gas prices specifically, but the impact could go beyond that.
It could, Wolf, but tonight the concerns of many Americans are centered on the gas pump. A senior administration official says today's sanctions were targeted to impact Russia's economy, not the U.S.'s, and that they're designed not to affect oil prices. Still, the president is warning Americans they could feel some pain.
Tonight, President Biden's message to Americans. The escalation in Ukraine and the sanctions he's imposing on Russia as a result could hurt you in the wallet.
As we respond, my administration is using every...
This is what the Americans actually care about, okay? Not like Ukrainian sanctions, you know, the safety and security of Ukrainians or anything like that. This is what these motherfuckers actually care about, which is, you know, how will it hit my wallet? Will I be able to get my jalapeno poppers? Okay. Will I be able to drive my fucking 10 miles per gallon or 4 miles per gallon truck down to get the jalapeno poppers? You need to call Putin right now and tell him to delay the shit for at least a week. We've got to play Elden Ring in peace. I know. Saudi Arabia is working with Russia to drive up gas prices, worsening the Ukrainian crisis. Partnership dates back 2015 when MBS opted to meet with him and Putin. But this is not new news. I don't know why Ken just wrote this, but MBS opted to meet with Putin after Obama declined to meet with him, sources tell me. I mean, this isn't like secret news. This is actually very openly news. This happened like out in the open last week or 2 weeks ago. People are saying shelling has started in Mariupol. Saudi betraying us would be so funny. They would. I mean, that's not real. Dude, you need to talk to Putin. This has gone too far. Please think of Elden Ring. Dude, I have been thinking about Elden Ring. I haven't stopped thinking about Elden Ring. Flash is hurt. Dude, I don't know why. Live view map. Okay, got it. Here. I fucking despise this. This is like, you know what this reminds me of? Like when fucking in the beginning of the pandemic, people were like, China is murdering its citizens. Like, China is murdering its citizens. Here, look at this video of the Chinese. Look how they yearn for the American liberators to come and defend them against this authoritarian country. It's like, do you guys remember all that shit? That's why I hate doing this fucking crowdsourced like OSINT bullshit, okay? It's just like, I never know what the context is. I don't know if it's from this year or if it's from fucking 1984. Obviously not, because we wouldn't be a phone camera. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it could literally be from 2015. It could be from any part of the planet, okay? No, this is from Woofers. He is legit. Yeah, 2015 Mariupol was attacked. Wait, no, do you know this is Mariupol? Do you know? No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. I mean, it could be real. I'm just saying we don't know. I have no way to fucking actually clarify. I have no way to like, you know, figure out the authenticity of this. MDK is like a pop culture page in Russian Facebook. Could be fake, just saying. Could be real too. I just don't know. Too rhythmic, double burst, like truck mounted rockets. War nerds are so fucking annoying, dude. They're so fucking lame and so annoying. Like, dude, I remember yesterday when we were fucking, okay, here, this is one thing I gotta say. Okay, if there's any way to capture how fucking funny like open source intelligence Twitter is, it's that one guy who was tweeting like, I'm actually going to not show any Ukrainian military troop positions. Of course, I will be continuously showing Russian troop positions, but none of the Ukrainian military positions. Like, what? You mean to tell me that like the world's fucking most powerful evil army needs your fucking Twitter account? Like they need your intel? Like they don't got their satellites, bro. It's like, what are you doing? Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Like, how fucking self-aggrandizing, like weirdly self-important fucking the weirdos are you? All of you. Holy shit. What is this? Wow. The world if America had its way, dude. Except historically, Taiwan tried this and got their fucking shit pushed in, okay? Like, embarrassing. Destroyed. Absolutely fucking dumpstered. Okay? Not a malice, but goddamn, that was like Taiwan tried it. Like, just impossibly destroyed. Like, so bad. The worst. For the record. Oh, wow. But there's still in North Korea, though. That's interesting. Remember when Trump said, I like Putin, he likes me, despite repeated warnings from intelligence officials and his own FBI director where Russia is carrying out a blatant attack on U.S. democracy? Imagine how he could be handling it. First of all, the blatant attack on U.S. democracy that Vladimir Putin carried was, even if you take that at face value and act like that's like a super serious thing, it was pro-Trump. So, of course he likes Putin. What do you mean? Wait, what the fuck is this, dude? Just says 2 Turk Peopleistan, and then 2.3 trillion. That's fucked up. Fair Org agrees with you about Azov propaganda. Of course they do. Fair Org is awesome. Okay, here it is. Here's some more OSINT shit. I think this was one of the guys that was yelling at me for my takes, saying that I'm a fucking idiot. I was given this info by Build that likely shows an entire GRU Spetsnaz by Build? Wait, isn't Build bullshit? What the fuck? It's like, isn't that literally like getting information from the Mirror? Why the fuck does Build know? That's like the Sun. What the fuck? Yo, dude, come on, dog. You gotta have some media literacy. What the fuck? Even I know that Build is bullshit. It's an entire thread that goes back months. He's been chronicling this since November. Yeah, I know. Oh, this is the guy that has like the 1,000. Wait, fuck. I was talking to Brace about this dude, I think. He has like 1,000. He has like a 1,000 Twitter thread. Like 1,600 Twitter thread. Jail, by the way, immediately. If you have a fucking Twitter thread with 1,000 fucking tweets on it, you need to go to jail. Like, straight up. Lots of videos being shared of Mariupol right now. Unverified claims of missiles and shelling. Can't refute those, but it is raining and could also be thunder. Best to wait for confirmation. Wow, dude. Even the fucking Atlantic Council Eurasia guy is agreeing with me. That's crazy. And he's got a Ukrainian flag on his fucking Twitter description. That's wild. By the way, it can be an invasion. Like, I'm just saying, it can be shelling. It can be an invasion, but it's best to wait. Okay? Don't get fucking horny and jump the gun and be like, oh, it's happening. This is the most insane post I've seen out of all this. Oh, the Ireland one? Yeah, I saw that. Hold on. Anyway, I was given this video by Build that likely shows an entire GRU Spetsnaz brigade with 220 fully loaded vehicles in Rostov, 25 kilometers on the border of the Donbass, including 26 Rise, 14 Tiger M SPN, whatever the fuck, an MRAP ambulance, and trucks. Spetsnaz! I'd be careful. It's on that dude's from Virginia. What is he gonna fucking execute me? Okay, he's like Don't do that, CIA. I love you. I got like 10 friends called back to army because of this in Crimea. How far does this have to go? How far does this have to go for it to be nuclear? A lot. Nothing like this. Being able to defend Crimea is an important mission for the Russian military given its location. Russia will test its ability to defend its other isolated region in Europe, Kaliningrad, during Zapad 2021. And a strong demonstration there makes sense with a new U.S. admin. Here you go, real-time footage. Wait, what?
Numerous reports on Twitter about southeastern city of Mariupol being shelled. I cannot verify this at all. This is just like the other night, guys. I feel like we're having a replay of the other night. They kept saying Mariupol was getting shelled and stuff, but then the next morning the Ukrainians all came out and said that that was fake news and that nothing of that sort had happened. However, it could be that tonight is the night and that the Russians are moving in. Everything that we've seen, everything that we have seen kind of points towards that. So that could be what's going on here.
Ukraine invasion live situation room. Bro, people are legit like, this is war porn, dude. How many nights have they been doing this, you think?
Some gentle grad rockets, you know, just to lull you off to sleep in Ukraine. Let's another video here from Mariupol. This might be the same footage that we just looked at. Yeah, this is the same footage we just looked at, so we're getting a lot of that same footage in constantly.
Dude, open source intelligence is like one of the many different ways that you can absolutely fucking manufacture consent and utilize the internet to just like slowly and subtly just feed information. None of these people engaging in war porn have been the war themselves. Bummy? Yes. That's why they're fucking engaging in all this war porn. Because war is sick when you're watching it. You know what I mean? From afar. And endlessly speculating on it. Oh, he's 1,751 posts. Yep. Look at the thread. Look at the thread. 1,751. That's jail. I would have tossed him in the jail the first time he hit 500, for the record. I think that's the smart thing to do. That would have been the right thing to do at like 500. But no, 1750. Well, he just told you hi on his stream. 1750. Oh, this guy said hi to me? Oh, fuck, I missed it.
Here's a live view of, actually, wait, do we have that up on screen here? I believe we do. Yeah, here it is.
Okay. Wait, I haven't been good too much about this other than we're going to have war. Hasan, explain my anxiety is killing. No, I can't watch him because I'm worried about him pulling up TOS stuff that's not TOS on YouTube, but might be TOS on Twitch. Oh, I did see this one. Yeah. Russia about to invade Ukraine. Reuters starts a live stream from Kiev's central square. Ukrainians launch a drone carrying the trolling ad sign "Garage for sale" with the Russian embassy phone number in front of live cam. That is funny. one OSINT Telegram channel I'm in is organizing a fundraiser now, and I'm quoting here, white and Christian Ukrainians. That's awesome. That's great. Paradox about to bribe Russia into war so they can get that Hearts of Iron 5 money, baby. You totally look at your second tab. Damn. This motherfucker remembered, dude. Okay, we'll look at this. Remember that the second tab had the Greg Abbott thing. Wait, what did the Kremlin say? Another OSINT thing. Or no, Moscow Bureau Chief. The Kremlin says DNR and LNR have asked Putin to help beat back the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces to avoid victims among the civilian population and a humanitarian catastrophe in the Donbass. Per Russian wires, this could be it. Yeah, we saw that. No, both letters are dated yesterday. The U.S. believes additional Russian military forces are moving on to the Donetsk and Luhansk region of Ukraine. Not beyond that region that we have seen, but we can't confirm with any great specificity in the numbers and what the formations are. Dude, just ask open source intelligence Twitter. Like, they'll tell you. Jen live, FYI. What do you mean? Jen Psaki is live? Why is Jen Psaki live? A Western official of the UN told Sky News that tonight's emergency meeting at the UN Security Council at the request of Ukraine is a last chance appeal to Russia to step back from conflict. The meeting will begin at 9:30 p.m. New York time. It's 6:30. In 50 minutes, there's going to be one last appeal. $9:30. Sorry, war had to happen when Elden Rings came out, bro. That's kind of fucked. Dude, I kept saying. Oh my god, why did I click on it? Bernie and AOC talking live about Ukraine. Other Vinny. Fuck you, dude. Take a week off, you piece of shit. Yeah, no chatting for you during fucking Elden Ring. How about that? God damn it, dude. Stop. I'm off my game. Why didn't I look? Why didn't I look at that? Wow, clever suits uncovered that Putin actually signed the agreement to recognize the independent breakaway. Yeah, we already fucking looked at that. You've been slipping, boy. Are you going to stream for a bit longer? Do you have something important today? Wait, what? Oh, no. Anadolu. Wow. Turkish. Russian military tanks seen in separatist held Donetsk region. I mean, this is old news. I know that the key Ukrainian websites have been down for a while. Jen is live on her IG right now showing feet. Okay, Warger.
Found that only 26% of Americans want the U.S. to play a major role in this crisis. Given that this could increase costs on Americans, gas prices, other economic ripples, has the White House done enough to prepare Americans for what the U.S. role could be and what impact it could be on their lives?
Well, this is very important to the president personally. It's why he gave
Why? Why is it important? And if it's important, why won't you exhaust diplomacy before moving on with like all this other shit? I mean, seriously, like people will inappropriately turn around and be like, oh, you don't care about the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine that's like inevitable or whatever the fuck. And it's like, dude, if you truly do care, then fucking have a collaborative response. Okay? If you do fucking care, then do something about it. But like not, you know, sending troops or escalation. For once. They've been exhausting diplomacy though. That's not true. Blinken is the one who fucking pulled back. That's not true. People saying that Russia is not collaborating is not true. They fucking made their demands yesterday. But instead of like hearing out the demands, you hyper focus on like his boring ass bullshit about fucking decommunization and like the history of fucking Ukraine and all this other shit. And oh yeah, I showed you this, remember? That's the guy that Terrell J. Star, Russian star, right sector in his house. (2014). Nolan Peterson, new thread. He's at the front line. Something bad is in the air tonight. We're under a national emergency. Airports are shutting down. Military reserves have been called up. I like the talent to express what it feels like to be in this European capital, home to millions, and to feel a chill that has nothing to do with the cold as we brace for a distant madman's wrath. What? Sitting here waiting to hear the bombs, missile and bombs. Why is he writing like this? Why? Because he's fearing for his life or something? What the fuck? Are you stupid, dude? If I'm fearing for my life, I'm not writing poetry. I'm sitting here, waiting for the lights to go off and my links to the outside world to go dead. I'm sitting here thinking about all my friends across this country and on the front lines. I'm sitting here wondering what a parent tells a child on a night like this. I'm sitting here wondering what our world is going to look like when the sun comes up a few hours from now. There's been a lot of false alarms, and I hope beyond hope, that tonight is one too. And we wake up tomorrow and laugh. If it'd be pretty cool if that's the last thing he wrote. No, it wouldn't. It'd be whack as fuck. Imagine dying and the last thing you fucking put on this planet was literally like 3rd grade level poetry on Twitter, dude. Go jerk off. Incredibly cringe, dude. It's not even good. I'm sitting here wondering what our world is going to look like, and we wake up tomorrow and laugh our unnecessary anxieties and go on living any other day until the sun goes down and the unthinkable looms possible once again. Chair Force Andy, bro. What the fuck?
Will be the 8-year anniversary.
I can't, dude. Bro, like, if this is how you go out, it's so bad. If that's how you go out, it's so bad. I would try to, if literally fucking Spetsnaz forces are like breaking my door, okay? And they're about to take me, I would try to, literally, I'd stop jerking off and try to delete those tweets before I die. Like, straight up. I'd be like, I don't want this to be the last thing. I literally, instead of firing off a nut, I'd be like, I need to delete this. It's so cringe. You're just a psycho, chill. Sorry, terrible joke. Wait, what do you mean? Oh God, you guys are such fucking bitches, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys are such little bitches, dude. What the fuck? Where is he living? Where is he? Like, he's in like fucking Kiev in a hotel tweeting this out, and you're like, oh, he's gonna die right now. Shut the fuck up, dude. Motherfucker's tweeting this from the Four Seasons Kiev, and you're like, and even if he was literally in the front line, okay? Even if he was straight up in the front line right now, that's the cringiest fucking tweet, okay? Imagine what your haters will say if he actually dies. I'm just gonna still say that it's cringe, okay? I'm sitting here. There's no more conclusive evidence that Hasan isn't white than the fact that he would actually run from danger instead of taking a selfie in front of it and captioning with a cheesy poetic line. Yeah, dude, catch me not there, okay? Straight up, catch me never in the front line. How about that? Crazy shit. Just absolute craziness. He also writes for the Black Coffee Rifle Lifestyle magazine. I'm sitting here, sipping my last sip of Joe in the front lines. Breaking. Reports of Russian invasion could occur in less than 20 minutes from now.
Be as soon as 20 minutes from now.
What the fuck is ticker news, dude? What is going on? What?
Local time in Kiev at 4 a.m. where we may see, movement from Russian troops. This is a live picture right now from the White House in Washington as it approaches 9 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, at 9:30 Eastern time will be this UN Security Council meeting due to the military developments on the ground, according to diplomatic sources. The meeting has been requested by Kiev earlier. These pictures now live from Moscow at the moment there of the foreign building in Moscow, in central Moscow there as well. It's been backed by Western Security Council members, scheduled for 9:30 p.m. local time too. In Kiev.
A fin on total Russian ambitions? Dude, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I do not want to fucking read this. The reason why I don't want to fucking read this is because I don't want to dunk on Finland, okay? I like Finland. I didn't know until Q's post that Finland literally quietly deleted the swastika from their Air Force like 4 years ago, okay? I did not know that. I did not know how fucking Nazi Finland was, okay? It just slipped under the radar. I only knew that they like were all out, like they were fucking Russian territory way back in the day, and that they were, you know, they have those fucking troops where, you know, they have those troops where they like come out of the fucking little ice baths and you know, they're in the forests and they're all in white and they're waiting for the Russian invasion. You know what I mean? Like that's what I knew about Finland. I don't want to fucking... Finland is what happens when you try to rehabilitate Nazis instead of giving them high velocity lead poisoning. They only stopped using the swastika in their Air Force emblems a couple years ago. That's crazy, by the way. You in Kiev right now? No. Catch me not in Kiev. It was a long, rather surprising choice of imagery for the Finland Air Force Command, a swastika and a pair of wings. Symbol will always be intrinsically linked with Nazi Germany. It was adopted in 1918. Okay, bro. Guess what, though? You know, 1945 happened. Until 1945, its planes bore a blue swastika on the white background, and this was not intended to show allegiance to Nazi Germany, though the two nations were aligned. While the symbol was left off planes after World War II, a swastika still featured in some Air Force unit emblems. A spokesperson for the Finnish Air Force told the BBC. Since January 2017, the emblem of the Air Force Command has been similar to the Air Force Service emblem, a golden eagle and a circle of wings, the Air Force said. As a unit, emblems are worn on uniform. It was considered impractical and unnecessary to continue using the old unit emblem, which had caused misunderstandings from time to time, except for when it didn't. The geometric symbol takes form of the cross and further arms coming off the right angles. The word swastika comes to mind in the Sanskrit for the well-being or luck. It has been used for thousands of years in Indian cultures. However, in 1920, Adolf Hitler adopted the swastika for his National Socialist Party, which came to power following a decade in Germany. Professor Teivainen told the BBC that swastikas could have been seen in Finland on buildings dating from the 1920s. In Finland, there's this idea that it's a random decorative sign, which to some extent it is. The famed Finnish artist Akseli Gallen-Kallela first used the symbol in a painting in 1889. The romantic painter. Oh my God! Wait, there's a swastika on the cross. Oh my God! What the Wait, what? Oh my God! What is going on? Stop. But the swastika had been associated with the Finnish Air Force via a very different man, a Swedish nobleman called Count Erik von Rosen. The Count used the swastika as a personal good luck charm when he gifted a plane to the nascent Air Force of Sweden's newly independent neighbor in 1918. He had a blue swastika painted on it. This Thulin Type D was the first type of aircraft of the Finnish Air Force, and subsequent planes all had this blue swastika symbol too, until 1945. Supporters of a continued use of symbol point out that there were no Nazis in 1918, so the Air Force's use of the swastika had nothing to do with Nazism, except for, you know, during World War II, when there were Nazis. However, Erik von Rosen had no Nazi associations at the time. He did subsequently become a leading figure in Sweden's own National Socialist movement in the 1930s. Okay. Hey, yo, dude. Hey, yo. By the way, how did they write this article, dude? By the way, this is the BBC. Remember, this is the outlet that says Jeremy Corbyn, Jezza, is literally like the most, you know, the worst Nazi of, possibly the most anti-Semitic man in the 1900s, okay? Like onwards. Just remember, Erik von Rosen had no associations at the time in 1918. He did become a leading figure in Sweden's own Nazi movement in the 30s. He was also brother-in-law of senior German Nazi Hermann Göring and a personal friend to Hitler. What the fuck? Oh no! Bro, so did he invent the swastika for the Nazis? What the fuck? Finland was like, there's no Nazis here except for all the Nazis. Except for all the Nazis. Oops, all Nazis. The Finnish Air Force said that having been von Rosen symbol, the swastika remains in some Air Force unit flags and decorations, albeit no longer that of the Central Air Force Command. President Teivainen told BBC that he had never argued that the swastika should be banned in Finland, as it is in Germany. But he said that the military's duty is to defend the nation, not to defend an old symbol given by a Swedish count in 1918. He was concerned that it could affect young Finns' attitude to the military at a time when male citizens are still conscripted. Finland's huge neighbor, Russia, might see the symbol as a sign that its neighbor remains an enemy, he thought, and crucially, could it impact on Western neighbors' attitudes to support Finland if the non-aligned nation could ever come under threat again. While the emblem of the Finnish Air Force Academy still features a swastika superimposed with a propeller, the unheralded move away from the old insignia of the Central Air Force Command suggests that the military's top brass are ready to move on from Count von Rosen and his blue and white swastika. Social media protest has begun. What? Oh, dude. Oh, here we go. Ukraine has its own history. Ukraine has its own culture. Ukraine has its own language, its own nation, its own territory. Let's go. I mean, they were already like fucking putting up Ukrainian flags and shit. The worst part is like I agree. You know what I mean? Ukraine has the right to be fucking a sovereign nation. Okay, I don't even disagree. It's just incredibly fucking annoying when everyone's like, "Oh, SOS Ukraine, SOS Cuba." This is awesome, though. Planes making U-turns over Ukrainian airspace. Nearly empty with some planes making U-turns amid fears of a Russian invasion. Do you know about the bouncy ball the Finns took? Vosh defended posting pro-Finnish Nazi memes about this? Wait, what? What the fuck is what? What do you mean? Soviet bouncy ball taken as a war loot by Finnish forces? Wait, did he not know that that's like literally Nazis? Or did he know that they were Nazis and he's saying like tankies are seething because, you know, Nazis stole the ball? Why is he posting pro-Nazi memes? It's over a year old. There's no shot he knew that they were. I mean, it's one or the other. Either he has to take the L on fucking not knowing Finland's allegiances, you know, and their collaborative efforts, or he has to fucking say like he ironically was posting a pro-Nazi meme. What the fuck? Why do you think appeasement will work this time, bitch? You're over. You're going. You're drafted. You're drafted. You're going to Ukraine. Arrest this man. I have military police coming to your house right now. You will be drafted to fight in the Ukrainian People's Liberation Forces. Have fun. Okay. Have fun in Donbass. It's very cold. Very, very cold. Pack up. I am down if you are. Fuck no, I'm not down, bitch. You fucking go die out there. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. You can't say I'm down to fight Hitler if you're down. If you think Vladimir Putin is Hitler, you got to take action. Okay? I don't. I think he's a bad dude. A bad fucking dude. Okay? Not a good guy. I'm legally disabled. Doesn't matter. Sorry. Pack it up. I'm not saying I wouldn't fight against Hitler. I'm saying I would fight against Hitler. I don't think, I mean, I would fight against Hitler regardless. You know what I mean? I think there wasn't much choice back then regardless. You know what I mean? And I would. I'd like to think I would. But I don't think Putin is Hitler. I think Putin's a bad dude. He's not Hitler. Real Volkstrom hours, send the handicapped against the T-80s. Okay, but like, what you're referencing is literally what's going on. I mean, that's what they've been beefing up for. So, yeah. So I'm just saying you got to do that. Bro, you would have been a Red Army MVP, no shot, Nazi sniper, tiny ass head. What is this?
So basically you can use ussy as a suffix for anything that has a hole. So, you know, if there was a hole in the ground, that would be grussy. Or like a dolphin would have a dolphussy. Does that make sense? What are you here for anyway?
I was charged with high treason in the year 1763 and publicly hanged.
Damn, that's crazy. I just watched Tentacle. Oh, I didn't even like tell you about that yet. So basically...
Genuinely curious what your stance on China would be then. Should the world fight them due to the camps they have? What? No. No, dude. No. Oh boy, did you know that he said Jews control most of the bank during Weimar Republic? No, dude, I don't care. I don't want to do like this fucking Vosh bad hour, okay? I know. I don't want to fucking, I don't want to do that. It's just like annoying. Finland participated in the Second World War initially in a defensive war against the Soviet Union, followed by another battle against the Soviet Union, acting in concert with Nazi Germany, and then finally fighting alongside the Allies against Nazi Germany. Thank you for correcting the record, chatter. Weird way to describe Nazis. A reading of the Communist Manifesto in Providence, Rhode Island was interrupted on Monday when a group of people carrying a flag with a swastika banged on the windows and shouted slurs. You mean Nazis? I think. Oh, well, yeah, they group carrying Nazi flag interrupts reading in Rhode Island. Okay, Nazis. Finland was centrist, dude.
Administration is now telling us there will be a Russian invasion of Ukraine before the end of the night.
Dude, what is happening, dude? Thank you, fellow PVD chatters. They were Nazi assaulting a leftist bookstore. New footage from the vantage point of the library. Nazis shout white power, give Nazi salute, and identify themselves as Rhode Island 131.
What's going on?
Wait, I don't understand. Maybe he's supporting the Azov battalion. I mean, he has a black sun. I've seen from the mainstream media that like having a black sun logo doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, right? I mean, maybe he's just a defender of Ukrainian sovereignty. Have you ever thought about that, you fucking piece of shit? You fucking Kremlin propagandist. I'm just saying, this seems like a freedom fighter to me in the back. Yeah, they're just, you know, they're just fucking supporting right sector. They're just right sector supporters. Oh my God. Ukraine isn't a democracy. It's a State Department client state. Shut the fuck up. Why is he doing this? God. Oh no. Oh no.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson. Tonight, you got to hand it to the Biden people. They don't specialize in subtlety. You're not going to miss the point when they talk. And they've been talking a lot about foreign policy for months. The White House has told us that if we're real Americans, if we love this country and aren't traitors, quislings, then we will wholeheartedly support jumping with both feet into a highly complicated conflict in an obscure part of Eastern Europe where we have no national interests. Why? Because Ukraine's borders are sacred, unlike our own, and if we're good people, we'll recognize that and not ask any questions. So that's been their argument. Though you may notice it's not actually an argument. It doesn't even approach an argument. It is a lecture. It is delivered at high volume with their signature freshman year self-righteousness. How dare you? No one from the Biden White House is actually trying to convince you of anything. They leave that for people they care about, like their donors. They're not telling you that what happens in Ukraine is more important than what happens in your own country, though obviously that's the underlying assumption. They certainly believe that. But they can't say it out loud. They rarely say anything they mean out loud. What they do and what they're doing now is they just yell at you about everything. Shut up, prole! Take the shot! Surrender that civil liberty. Pledge allegiance to Ukraine or else you're a dangerous tool of Vladimir Putin. It's a heavy hand. This, once again, is not subtle stuff, not a light touch. So why do they do it? Well, they do it because it works. You can see it on display in Washington. Even in that supposedly divided city, a place you hear a lot about partisan gridlock, nothing gets done. Well, some things get done. You'll note that not a single Republican leader has stood up to point out how insane all of this is.
What the fuck is this, dude? The UK Ministry of Defense released the footage of a mounted crematorium with room to evaporate one human body at a time, which has been seen trailing Russian forces and expected to follow any troops into Ukraine. What? Like, I don't understand what the purpose of this would be even. Like, what's the fucking point of this? Like, what? Like, what are they trying to imply here? I mean, I know what they're implying. It's scare tactics, but like, what would they... Are they going to hide all of the people that they kill? Like, all of them. So how many fucking people are they going to kill? Because it's not very efficient. One at a time? They're going to be able to kill hundreds of people and then cremate them one at a time. One by one. How many minutes do you think it takes to fucking... you know, laser someone like this? You can't, you know, I think there are more efficient ways to deal with people. If anything, it's probably their own fucking troops or some shit, but the camera feed cut off. These were the last photos. Crimea Kalanch outpost is under attack. Ukrainian soldiers and civilians are running away. What? What is that? What does that mean? I don't know what that is. Cremation takes between 3 to 4 days. I know because my dad died recently and got cremated, and I asked how long it would take. Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Sorry for your loss. I know Ukraine. Well, it is past 4 a.m. It's 15 minutes in. This is when the invasion is supposed to start. Marco Rubio, the hashtag Russian invasion of hashtag Ukraine is now underway. What the fuck? Dr. Jorge A. Caballero stands with Ukraine. Data-driven MD. I think people are freaking out. I don't know if it's actually happening right now or not. We have to wait. We have to wait and see. Apparently the cover-up combat loss, according to the article. Dude, it takes a long-ass time to cremate a fucking body. You can't cover up combat losses that way. What an idiotic fucking concept. Holy shit. If you, like, how are you going to do that? What are you going to fucking cover up 8 people over the course of fucking what, like 8 hours? God damn, dude. Propaganda is so fucking stupid. Hundreds of trucks, idiot. Yeah, dude, totally. They're going to do that. They're fucking... Sending ashes of Russian soldiers to the coffins of their families. My dad works for Russia. He says, we in this hoe. The camera went black and now it's unavailable. This is a border checkpoint. Last screenshots of the Kalanch outpost. Lights went out shortly after this feed was gone. Yeah, I fucking saw, dude. I saw. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. It's really fucking annoying when we do like breaking news coverage like this. I don't want to freak people out. I don't want to get fucking people excited. You know what I mean? Senate advisor of EU Parliament confirming that the invasion has begun. Senior advisor of the EU Parliament. Breaking. Ukraine closed airspace nationwide, citing potential hazard. And now Alexandra Krause, the senior advisor of the EU Parliament, is saying Russia is invading Ukraine. However, I don't know. I don't know. Again, we don't know. This person might literally be retweeting, okay? Or it could be happening. I'm just letting you know. Be calm. Be cool. Wait for further evidence. Wait for further information. In the hours to come, hashtag Russia will conduct strikes on air defense systems, move to cut off Kiev from eastern Ukraine, move to cut off Ukraine's military forces on the line of contact in the east to prevent them from falling back to defend Kiev. First footage emerging. You can hear the heavy clashes between Ukraine and Russian forces. Pro-Russian sources also report that 2 military positions have been... Dude, stop. We're doing this. We're doing breaking news coverage right now. We're doing fucking breaking news coverage, okay? And it's the worst kind of breaking news coverage. Everyone here is a fucking shark, not you guys in the chat. I need you to understand, this is exactly what happens. This is exactly what happens when fucking mass shootings occur. This is even worse in a situation like this, when there's like a potential war at bay. Every fucking dickhead comes crawling out of the fucking woodwork and just posting whatever the fuck they can find on the internet to claim that, like, you know, war is occurring and it's imminent and it's happening right now, okay? The Ukrainian government websites are down following a series of cyber attacks, which we know has been happening all day. This might even be a reposted article and not a new one, for the record, but it is on breaking news. So I guess there's more government websites that have been hit by cyber attacks. I want to point out one more time, okay? Even if it's currently happening and if it's currently occurring, it's best to wait. It's best to wait. There's a UN Security Council. There's a UN Security Council that's going to occur right now. Okay? Yeah, see, key Ukrainian government websites were down early Thursday morning local time, following a day in which Ukrainian agencies dealt with multiple cyber attacks and concerns mounted over Russian troop movements in Ukraine's separatist regions. The websites of the Ukrainian cabinet of ministers and those of the ministers of foreign affairs, infrastructure, education, and others were expecting disruptions. Sorry. Hasan, you need to check your privilege. This isn't discussed much, but Putin very much benefits from white privilege. I just can't see a scenario in which black or brown man running Russia would be allowed to invade Ukraine with no devastating consequences. See Crimea in 2014. White supremacy will destroy us. Okay. War is incredibly serious business, okay? The United States is not going to go to war over Ukraine. This is Putin's to lose. Yeah, no, I know. But what is this mood music? Ladies and gentlemen.
This is an NBC News special report.
Ladies and gentlemen. There are reports all over Twitter stating that Russian troops are moving on to Ukrainian positions. This does not mean that war is imminent as of now, but I, as an American newscaster horny for war, will of course make it seem like war is happening right this moment. Now, it could be happening right this moment, but what we must do in this time is stay calm and wait for further information to come out, okay? Just wait. We come to you live with breaking news. War has come to your home. Okay, you know you're going to get dunked on for taking it too far, right? Okay, well, I'm making fun of all these people that are fucking losing their shit right now. So, the U.S. State Department warns of Russian... the U.S. State Department is warning of... Wait, what the fuck?
Russia and Ukraine. Tonight, the U.S. begin tonight with the breaking developments involving Russia and Ukraine.
Okay, I don't know if this about recent stuff, but okay. The U.S. State Department is warning of Russian false flag attacks, including claims that Ukraine is attacking Donetsk State Department spokesperson Ned Price said on Wednesday night, reiterated the U.S. warnings about potential Russian false flags that Moscow could use to justify an invasion. Beware of the following Kremlin disinformation campaigns that seek to justify military action. No evidence supports of any of these false claims. Ukraine is not committing genocide. Ukraine is not attacking Donetsk or Luhansk. Ukraine is not conducting terrorist attacks. Don't say Pepela State Department. If we're being fucking real, okay, fuck Ned Price and fuck the State Department. But like, Ukraine literally fucking attacking Russia would be the worst thing for them to do. Just like I've said, just like I said that like Russia invading Kiev and like bombing Kiev is fucking psychotic. Ukraine, Russia bombing Kiev would be psychotic. Ukraine fucking pushing back against Russia at a time when like there are more fucking Russian troops at its borders than ever before would be the absolute dumbest time. So, if anything, like I said, it's either A, false flag, or B, some fucking random offshoots. Like Azov Battalion Andes or some shit. But as of now, yes, Ukrainian airspace is now closed for all civilian traffic. Breaking news, Slav style. What? The fuck is this? I don't know what this is.
Are you tired of these boring beats? You want some freaking pumping shit? Well, we have breaking news for you. Ex-Bulls and Narfos are back. Give me the ratten. Yeah!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. What the fuck? That's nasty.
We are back in town.
Holy shit.
Lauter verwirft mich. Give me the ratten.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
Ex-Bulls and Narfos.
Ukrainian forces are shelling Donetsk, according to separatists in Russian state TV. Russian state news has reported Tuesday that Ukrainian security forces have shelled the pro-Moscow region of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine, citing reports from the Donetsk People's Republic Representative Office in the Joint Center for Control, Coordination, and Ceasefire Regime. State news agency RA Novosti quoted the report as saying that the shelling was a direction of the village in the Trudovskaya mine on the outskirts of Donetsk at 2:40 a.m. Russian state television also reported heavy fire in separatist-held parts of Ukraine. CNN could not immediately verify those reports. Key Ukrainian government websites are down after a series of cyber attacks. And earlier today, volunteers of the Ukraine's Territorial Defense Force said that they were ready to do anything they need him to do. Basically, it was a call to arms from the Ukrainian government. I was here when Hasanabi discovered Gabber. That was awesome, by the way. That song was sick. We are still waiting for the what? Polka Holika, same band.
In South Tyrol, we like to hear the mountain sound.
Are these guys even Russian? I don't think they are. Yeah, they're German.
All the lotus in the house. Ma scusi, dov'è la pezza?
Here's Kiev.
Polkaholica.
Okay, that one's not as good. This is yeah, UN meeting. UN Security Council 8,009. Like a fucking meme how many meetings they've had, dude. All right, the UN, the United Nations Security Council 8,974th meeting is now underway. It's about to start in literally right now, as a matter of fact. Did I run the ad break, by the way, or did I fucking forget to run it? I'm going to look it up right now at the top of the fucking hour. I was supposed to run a 60-second ad break, but I might have actually forgotten to run that ad break, and I'm going to run that ad break right now. If I have forgotten, then I apologize. Hold on. If you want to avoid those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Yeah, I forgot to run it. Oh, I'm doing a bottom of the hour ad break right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime if you want. Multicam with a UN meeting.
Russians from Russia. So as we reported to you before, we've got a couple of tweets coming in from U.S. representatives, Marco Rubio, saying the Russian invasion of Ukraine is now underway.
CNN already has a mapping up multiple attack positions. Oh my God.
This has been said over the past couple of days, but a real sense of energy just within the last couple.
Okay, what I actually have to show you while we wait for this then is well, one, at the top of the hour ad break, which is, you know, coming for you right now. But holy fuck, people are so horny. People are so fucking horny for war. Jesus fucking Christ. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you as well draw war maps? No, I can't. The only aircraft in Ukraine is a U.S. Hawk drone? Hell yeah, brother. That's right. That's fucking right, brother. Almost 4:30 in Ukraine right now, and the only aircraft showing in Ukraine airspace is a USAF Global Hawk drone at 54,000 feet, baby. Making sure that the world is free. Did they try giving Putin an NFT of Ukraine and telling him he owns it? Okay. Holy fuck, I literally kept forgetting to run the ad. I'm running it now. Cardi B summarizes it.
Hey guys, let me make this really fast. Let me make this really simple for y'all because I gotta go to work. It's 7:33 in the morning and I have to go to work. So y'all could record this live. Now, I don't know if you guys notice this. You know, I talk a little funny. You know, my dialect is crazy. But just because I talk how I talk, it doesn't mean that I'm dumb, and it doesn't mean that I don't know simple ass shit. Like simple ass shit that's going on literally on the news. And let me tell you something, I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned about people because as I fucking talk on Twitter about this whole Ukraine.
You guys are the
Russia,
fucking
America
worst,
shit.
dude. Bro, you literally put hard bass, Russian hard bass, hardstyle fucking music in my mind now, and now I can't stop listening to it, and it's really fucked up because it's like I'm stuck. I don't care about what she has to say. Oh, it's starting. The UN Security Council meeting is starting.
The 8,974th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated 28th of February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council. S/2014/136. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Germany and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance, I also welcome to this meeting the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres.
Bro, the virus guy is gonna try to fucking avoid
of the Council's provisional
potential world war. They are so fucked, dude.
Rosemary DiCarlo,
The guy who literally was saying, like, you know, we need the vaccine for the virus, the real virus, Ukraine aggression. I mean, Russian aggression. That guy's gonna fucking save Ukraine. They are so fucked.
To warmly welcome the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, and give him the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, I want to reaffirm what I expressed this morning in the meeting of the General Assembly. But of course, it wouldn't make any sense to bother you reading again the same text that I'm sure you are all aware of. In between, during the day, a number of events took place, and with your permission, Mr. President,
kind of awkward to have the Russian
like
fucking guy just sitting right there.
To be able to brief you on those events. But simultaneously, the day was full of rumors and indications that an offensive against Ukraine was imminent. In the recent past, there were several situations with similar indications, similar rumors. And I never believed in them, convinced that nothing serious would happen. I was wrong. And I would like not to be wrong.
Bread tubers be like, take the L, take the L, take the L, you were wrong.
If indeed an operation is being prepared, I have only one thing to say from the bottom of my heart. President Putin, stop your troops from attacking the Ukraine. Give peace a chance. Too many people have already died. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary General for his introductory remarks. And I now give the floor to...
He's doing what you did? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's fucking madness.
President.
It's insane.
Earlier today, the so-called authorities of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics requested military
He did exactly what I did. Sorry.
Also today, the Ukrainian authorities declared a nationwide state of emergency and announced other related defense and security measures, including the mobilization of reservists. Throughout the day, we've seen disturbing reports of continued heavy shelling across the contact line and civilian and military casualties. There are also reports of the repeated targeting of civilian infrastructure.
Putin has an emergency speech?
This evening, different media are carrying reports of an ongoing large-scale military buildup and on military columns moving towards Ukraine. The Russian Federation has also reportedly shut airspace to civilian aircraft near the border with Ukraine. The United Nations cannot verify any of these reports, but if these developments were
Okay, fuck this. Let me hear what the fuck Putin is saying.
Aggravate an already dangerous situation.
Putin is fucking
Ukrainian
co-streaming the
authorities are
UN
also
Security
reporting
Council.
a
He
new
didn't want UN Security
large-scale
Council getting all the
cyber
views.
attack targeting several state and financial
не провоцировать
institutions.
потенциального агрессора.
Dog,
Mr.
this
President,
is Russian, bro.
President
Give me a
Zelensky earlier
fucking,
this evening
give me a fucking English
called for
one, dude.
continued diplomacy.
Are you crazy?
Separately,
I don't know how to fucking speak
President
Russian.
Putin also spoke about his continued readiness to engage in dialogue. We encourage such efforts, even at this late
Motherfuckers
hour.
be like, oh, Putin speaking. Here you go. Oh, как тебя зовут? Okay, давай, dude. How am I gonna fucking understand what he's saying, dude? I don't speak Russian. What the fuck?
Really hate them. So this is much more efficient from the point of view of influencing Russian public opinion, and it is
Oh, he's not
more
speaking.
influential from the point of view of sowing seeds of like caution maybe.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude.
Escalation. The people of Ukraine want peace, and I'm certain the people of Russia want peace. We must do everything in our power to ensure that peace prevails. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing, and I now give the floor to those council members who wish
I need
to
to
make
update
statements.
this. I need to update this.
I give the floor first to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank God Albania is speaking first again.
Dear colleagues,
The best.
this is the fourth
Number
time
one.
the Council is meeting in Ukraine
I'm
in a
updating.
matter
I'm
of
updating.
weeks.
I'm updating. I'm a fair
Every
person.
time we meet, reality on the ground confirms bit by bit what some of us have been anticipating. Russia has been saying one thing
Thanks,
and
Warger.
doing its contrary. We were told troops were retreating when they only have increased. We were told to stop hysteria since troops were in Russian territory. No longer. They are invading a neighbor unprovoked with false pretexts, false narratives, and fabricated news. Every development unfolding in the last 48 hours confirms to us and to the world that Russian worries have nothing to do with its security, that its anxieties are not linked to NATO enlargement, that this issue is not a confrontation between Russia and the West. This is a confrontation between Russia and international law, the UN Charter that it deliberately has chosen to ignore, a confrontation between a hegemonistic vision and the rules-based.
Orger, he's saying that any attack on Russia will result in their complete destruction, generally flexing about Russian military tech. Is he saying that like the shelling was real and that like Russian positions have been shelled, or what is he saying?
To be independent because they have opted for democracy. Dear colleagues, this is a dark hour not only for Ukraine, but for the entire international community as we witness with trepidation the progression of a pure act of aggression carefully planned and cold-bloodedly being executed. We called and hoped for a back down of the Russian Federation from this senseless, destructive, and self-destructive action. We repeat the same call for Russia to stop, to reflect, to reverse its illegal decisions.
It's not a random chatter, it's my editor.
Not to push towards precipice. Several mechanisms are in place and various proposals have been made, including by President Zelensky, whose calls remain unanswered. Diplomacy is like hope. It dies last. But for it to work, it must be seized, not ignored, as the Secretary General just called for here.
Somebody said dude's got a gold MacBook. Nobody's taking him seriously. Stop,
in
chatters.
territorial integrity. Russia has been warned repeatedly that they will be alone in this foolishness, that they will be responsible for the innocent lives lost.
His words is rose gold, bro. He's Albanian,
And for
okay?
the destruction caused in the heart of Europe in the 21st century. If they choose to continue to execute their plans, as everything indicates, they will bear not only the consequences of the war, but also the historical blame and shame of invading a neighboring country when its responsibility as a big country, as a permanent member of the Security Council, calls for it to work and help preserve peace and security, not to torpedo it. We reiterate our support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders and territorial waters. In concluding, I welcome the presence of the permanent representative of Ukraine to this meeting. I would like to convey to him, to the Ukrainian government and people, that at this most critical moment in their history, they are not alone, and we stand firm in full solidarity with them for their rights to be free and choose who they want to be. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Secretary General. Thank you for your strong stance and your powerful remarks today at the General Assembly and for your remarks tonight.
I'm not texting him, dude.
Colleagues, a few moments ago, I spoke to President Biden,
Shut the fuck up.
who asked me to convey in the strongest possible terms his and our steadfast support for Ukraine and support.
I was
for
supposed to go play
the urgent
basketball,
meeting this
dude.
council
Fucking
has
Russia
convened
ruining
tonight.
my goddamn plans, dude.
Furthermore, he asked me to share that
Trying to
the
fix it.
United
I'm trying to fix
States
the
and our allies
situation.
and partners will continue to respond to Russia's actions with unity, with clarity, and with conviction. We are here tonight.
There's something so
because we
fucking
believe
unsettling and so weird about, like, if the invasion is occurring right now and there's like active fucking firefights happening
Ukraine by Russia
between Ukrainian troops and Russian troops right now, they're just fucking sitting around circle jerking.
We're seeing the Russians
Like
close
it's a very strange thing
move troops
to
into
watch in real time.
and move forces
You know what I mean? You're like,
combat-ready
damn,
positions.
I mean, they just have nothing,
This
dude.
is a perilous moment, and we're here for one reason and one reason only.
So typical of the
Ask
UN
Russia to
when you
stop.
think about it.
Return to your borders. Send your troops and your tanks and your planes back to their barracks and hangars. And send your diplomats to the negotiating table. Back away from the brink before it is too late.
Dude, what do you mean? It's already
Last
too
week,
late.
The United States informed this council
It's
and
late.
the world
It happened.
about
It's happening. If it's happening right
to
now, it's
see
happening. It's too
unfold.
late.
We said that Russia would manufacture.
The fuck is this? Like, hey, stop it. Like, they literally, dude, you know what's beautiful about, like, the diplomats of the world? They did what I did, okay? For some fucking weird reason, their goal and their solution was to do exactly what I did as a joke, like fucking back in December when you guys were like, yo, tell Vladimir Putin not to invade Ukraine. And I was like, Vladimir Putin, stop it. They're doing exactly that. It's just literally, it's just like, hey, put your troops back in the fucking, put your troops back in the trucks and turn those trucks around. I could be a fucking, you know, a diplomat. I could easily, like, let me do it. Just like
on Monday and during the speech of the Russian ambassador in the General Assembly today. No one could have predicted just how dangerous.
Weren't you defending
inciting-
diplomacy like 2 days ago? This isn't diplomacy. This is just posturing, dude. This is dummy posturing. Diplomacy is not being like, Vladimir Putin, I'm finger wagging against you right now. It's not cool. Please stop it. This is just like, this is circle jerking, dude. Actually, what you're supposed to fucking do if you want to do real diplomacy is like put together a fucking committee, okay? Have all of these, have every leader in the room with, you know, an actual, not like a fucking delegate, like have, you know, high level authority figures like the Russian Blinken meeting that was supposed to happen this week.
On hundreds of computers and executed on at least some. After that, we said would come the bombs and missiles, the soldiers and the tanks.
They're literally fucking running defense on all of their like
occupied region of Ukraine. Ladies and
he
gentlemen,
just declared war. Oh no.
We believe the rest is imminent. Now, over the past few weeks, Russia has called our predictions hysterical.
Yeah, and it's been going on for the last 70.
Russia said we were supplying the world with misinformation. Russia's diplomats even laughed in the face of the human suffering.
Russia cannot feel secure with the threat from Ukraine. We have no other choice but to use the means we are about to announce. I have declared a special military operation.
For all the world to see. So let us be clear. All parties are not culpable here. There's no middle ground.
Bro, not before Elden Ring,
Calling
dude.
for both sides to de-escalate only gives Russia a pass. Russia is the aggressor here. Russia's attack on Ukraine is tantamount to an attack on the UN and every member state in the chamber tonight. The Security Council is charged with adjudicating threats to peace and security. Russia is bypassing it entirely and taking matters into its own hands. And that undermines the institution. It undermines everyone who participates in it. The United States, Ukraine, its allies and partners across Europe, UN officials, every other member of this Security Council, we have all repeatedly implored Russia to engage at the diplomatic table. Those calls were not heard.
Kind of silly
Instead,
to have this
tonight,
conversation if
Russia
you
has
know,
brought its people,
Vladimir Putin has
Ukrainian
declared
people,
war,
and the
but
world to the brink of a conflict that will produce an untold amount of human suffering. I said it in the General Assembly this morning, and I'll say it again tonight. Everyday Russians should be asking themselves right now, how many Russian lives Putin will sacrifice for his cynical ambitions. Responsible members of this Security Council will stand together, and we will stand with Ukraine. And we will do so despite a reckless, irresponsible, permanent member of the Security Council abusing its powers to attack its neighbor and subvert the UN and our international system. This morning in the General Assembly, we saw dozens of leaders from across the globe stand up to defend the UN Charter and Ukraine.
Putin says that the DNR LNR asked for help. He says it by documental agreements. He said special war operation to stop genocide from Kiev on oppression of Donbass. Please, he says he doesn't want to occupy Ukrainian land, only DNR and LNR. Yeah, so what I said earlier today, he's basically declaring war on Ukraine. Demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine is a goal, not occupation, according to Putin. So literally what I fucking said earlier this morning, which is taking over, overtaking. I mean, I don't know if any of the chatters have the fucking clip, but overtaking the rest of the Donbass region, DNR and LNR specifically, from overtaking it from the Ukrainian occupied forces, which means like there will be active war between the Ukrainian National Guard and Russian troops, which has probably started at this point, for the record. Breaking, Russian President Vladimir Putin, we decided to launch a special military action aimed at demilitarization and the denazification of Ukraine. No, he said he wants regime change in Ukraine, which would not be limited to Donbass if he wants to achieve that. Okay. Putin said if the Ukrainian army leaves the front line, now no one's going to stop them. It's the South Ossetia model, though then the threat against Ossetians was actually real. I'll be 18 next year. Uh-oh. I'm just fucking with you guys, by the way. Fuck it. I don't even know. I don't fucking even know at this point where, like, what might happen. Because American leadership is insane as well. Oh, let's hear what the fucking UK delegation has to say.
Of 44 million people will bring immense suffering, casualties on both sides, and devastating humanitarian consequences. The members of this Council, the General Assembly, and the Secretary-General have all called this week for respect for the principles of the UN Charter. The world is calling for peace, but Russia is not listening. Mr. President, make no mistake, the UK will not compromise. We will not compromise our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, our support for peace, prosperity, and the democratic freedom of the people of Ukraine. We will not compromise our commitment to the purpose and principles of the UN Charter. Above all, the founding principle of this United Nations, that we live together in peace with one another as good neighbours. Russia's actions are an assault on the Charter. And we will not compromise our commitment to a search for peace. We're here for the second time this week in the Council. My Prime Minister and Foreign and Defence Secretaries have been unsparing in their diplomatic efforts. But we have also announced a significant further sanction step against Russia with our allies, a package targeted against some of the Russian oligarchs, banks, and politicians supporting President Putin. And we will ratchet up.
Looks like it's still only targeted the Donbass region. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the fuck happens. It says special operation into Donbass, which is what my expectation was. But at this point, I don't even fucking know, okay? I said earlier today that they would further expand into Donbass and then potentially overtake. This isn't real. Like or maybe it is, but we don't know. This is. Don't do this. Don't do this shit, okay? Only confirm news sources. But the take is Mariupol is potentially another fucking area that they can move into so that they can shift the attention away from the entirety of the Donbass region and pull basically what the Donbass region did for Crimea. Okay? That's what I said in the morning. That was my suspicion in the morning, that he would go further in and potentially take additional areas. And by the way, this will be fucking bloody. This will be very bloody. This is not like Crimea. This is not like the Crimean annexation. This is actually straight up boots on the ground military warfare. 13,000 people died in the subsequent ongoing battle between separatist forces in Luhansk and Donetsk, and that was over the course of, that was since 2014, and that wasn't actual fucking military. That was proxy battle for the most part. That was like Ukrainian National Guard versus the separatist forces that were backed and trained by the Russian military and some mercenaries as well. But even then, that was incredibly bloody. This is an entirely separate level of violence and an entirely separate level of escalation. And And then, yeah, that's it. This is appeasement. Ukraine is losing their sovereignty. This shouldn't happen today, yesterday, or ever again. No, this is worse than appeasement because they did not approach this in any meaningful diplomatic capacity. That's the problem. They didn't actually fucking get to the table. The United States State Department did not actually get to the fucking table, have a conversation. They did not do that. Don't say they did. It's still Russia's fault, but they didn't even try appeasement. Okay? Obviously, it's still Russia's fault, like I've said, going in and further taking territory. Okay? But having said that, like I mentioned, no, like the only diplomatic efforts that were put together were by Macron independently, by the German Chancellor independently, never together, never like a conversation with Minsk II, and certainly not from the American side. Good thing 140,000 of us were watching Dawn the 2. Hasanabi totally got us prepared for this. Anyway. Putin says clashes between Russian and Ukrainian forces are inevitable. Russia denied talks to everybody while the whole UN addressed specifically Putin. Dude, having a UN Security Council get together and wag their fucking fingers is not what I'm talking about, dummy. What the fuck do you mean? Everyone has said, don't fucking invade Ukraine. I said, don't invade Ukraine. That's the same energy as like this conversation. Stop it. That's not what we're talking about. Exhausting every diplomatic option leading up to this is the one way to legitimately do this. We did not do that. That did not happen. Like a UN Security Council meeting doesn't mean anything. Oh, yeah, don't do it. Vladimir Putin, you stop it now.
I'll give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the Secretary General and Under Secretary General DiCarlo for their very sobering.
Okay, I'm fucking muting Ireland. All right. To anyone who would consider interfering from the outside, if you do, you will face consequences greater than any you have ever faced in history. All relevant decisions have been taken. I hope you hear me. Only the readiness to fight is enough to support our sovereignty. Drawing a series of parallels, Chechnya, Crimea, Syria, Donbass, we simply haven't been given another option to defend our people other than the one we are forced to use today. People's Republic of Donbass has asked for our help. I have decided to launch a special military operation. We will seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. We do not intend to occupy Ukraine. Our policy is based on freedom, the freedom of choice of all people to choose their own course. To Ukrainians, Crimeans, and Donbassians decided in 2014 to return to their historical motherland. We could do nothing but support them. We have no choice but to defend them against the threats they face. The threats they face have been ongoing, okay? The difference in this situation is like, it's bullshit. I mean, the idea that there would be an escalation right now, literally right fucking now, with 200,000 troops on Ukrainian borders is psychotic. I'm sorry, I do not believe that, okay? I do not believe that, like, the Ukrainian government decided to actually take action, waited until there was 150,000 fucking troops at its borders with the entire world looking at fucking Ukraine. That's when they decided to do it. When during their fucking annual military training at their border where they're doing war games. Like, I don't think that that's when Ukraine decided to escalate tensions. Okay. I don't. I think it's bullshit. I think that this is just absolutely adopted American interventionist language. Oh, yeah. This is like, by the way, remember, chatters, some of you probably have heard me talk about this before when I was referencing Xi Jinping's attitude against the Muslim separatist Uyghurs in Xinjiang and how he dealt with them. Okay. Bro, I literally, Austin goes, what you doing? I said, Russia is currently invading Ukraine. Austin goes, like right now, ? Can I come over? My man said, "Can I come over?" Incredible. Anyway, regardless. Ah, fuck. What an insane man. Okay. Okay. As I said before, the interesting parallels exist within the way that Russia and the way that even Chinese leaders speak about actions that they take against, like, you know, domestic policy, actions they take against, like, Muslims, actions they take against other countries, where they use, seems like airstrikes on Ukrainian territory has begun. Okay. This kind of language, like, we're liberating our people, we're saving our people from oppressive forces, is the type of language that America uses regularly. Like, we are democratizing imperialist force. And it's like, remember how I talked about how American, like, brain rot is exported? It's like our most significant cultural export is brain rot. We have made the entire planet more American and worse as a consequence of this. Where, like, I mean, technically, the civilizing colonialist is a very old trope. It's not a new one. The imperial forces are simply not destructive, but they're actually a civilizing force against these barbarians, right? That's like a normal old school thing, but America does it regularly. They use, like, liberal values as to why they're doing imperialism now. And that is precisely what is going on here as well, where they're like, hey, we got to denazify Ukraine. Are there Nazis in the fucking National Guard? Absolutely. Does it justify all out, full scale fucking boots on the ground military warfare, explosions, and potential fucking potential fucking airplanes dropping bombs on civilian territory? Absolutely not. Okay? It's not. This is unjustifiable. This is horrible. Putin just declared war on Ukraine, announcing a special military operation, breaking massive explosion just now in Kramatorsk, at least for very big. Specific location mentioned with the airstrikes. Meanwhile, the fucking UN is circle jerking as they're...
Any further action that could contribute to a worsening of the situation. We call on all parties to exert greater efforts to bridge divergent interests. I would like to underline that the legitimate...
I know imperialism wasn't invented by the United States. The language they're using is optics, of course. Of course. It always has been. That's why I said the civilizing colonizer is an antiquated trope, but most recently used and most cleverly used by the liberal emancipatory language that the American imperialists use regularly has now been completely fucking adopted by China when they talk about their brutality against the Uyghur Muslims. They say, hey, we learned that from you. We learned this is a security risk. That's the reason why we need to fucking... What the fuck? Missiles in air? Like straight up missiles? Are they showing actual fucking missiles? Not showing anything. Anyway. The video of the shelling. I don't know, guys. I need real sources. I need real sources. Live stream of the rockets being launched. Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit. Oh shit. Yup. How are we watching a war live stream? Welcome to 2022. This is how it fucking works. Now, just you literally see. You can watch in real time explosions. CNN is claiming that there are bombs in Kiev, explosions in Kiev, according to what? Holy shit. A couple of words for those who would be tempted to intervene. Russia will respond immediately. Yeah, we talked about this already. He mentioned that, like, reporting live on CNN now that he's hearing explosions in Kiev. Unclear what they are. Oh my God. Kramatorsk is in the northwest of Donetsk. Seems like Putin wants to occupy the whole region. I mean, if they're fucking blowing bombs in Kiev, it's done. Like, they're doing the entire... My colleague, M-Chan CNN, who's reporting live from Kiev, just jumped up in the middle of the speaking on air because he heard explosions behind him. He said tonight is the first time he's heard these kinds of noises. Massive explosions rocking Berdyansk city on Ukraine's Azov Sea coast. Holy fuck. All right, everybody who fucking talked about appeasement has to gear up. You're going to war, baby. I mean, this is a live cam in Kiev, but this is not a fucking angle where it makes any sort of sense whatsoever. I doubt they can easily occupy the entire territory, but maybe they're hoping Ukraine folds easy. CNN crews putting on body armor. I mean, yeah, if the fucking bombs are blowing up behind them, I mean, I don't know if the fucking body armor is going to help him.
Heard them since he has been in Kyiv. He is trying to put on a flak jacket now to make sure that he is safe. I think we should stick with this just to see what's happening as he is doing this.
Bro, this is crazy that, like, that's where...
In a moment, but this is where it appears there are things going on. Now, the president of Vladimir Putin moments ago saying that he was going to send a special military operation to protect Donbass, and then just minutes after that speech aired on state television, our Matthew Chance is doing a live shot for us here at 10 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock a.m. in Ukraine.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but... There's blast near Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. That was what we were looking at, right? What we were actually seeing was fucking bombing happening in Kharkiv. Is it possible this is like fake shit? No, dude, this doesn't look fucking fake at all. This is like literally happening at this moment, right in front of our fucking eyes. No, this is not. I mean, I don't think they're shelling Kiev. That would be fucking psychotic. But then again, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they are fucking psychotic. At most, I thought it'd be a fucking special operations in like the larger Donbass territories. Yes, you do. You just don't want to believe it. What do you mean? Yes, you do. You don't want to believe it. What are you talking about? I'm saying that, like, it's not fake news. This is real. This is very real. It's happening right now.
What those strikes are targeting, but our colleague Fred Pleiken, who is on the Russian side of the border, just about 30 miles away, has said that he has been hearing helicopters in the skies in near Belgrade.
Okay. Here is live on CNN Air, Matthew Chance hearing a loud explosion coming in.
Right here, behind resist. Oh, I tell you what, I just heard a big bang right here behind me. I thought we shouldn't have done the live shot here. there are big explosions
Crazy.
taking place in Kiev right now. I can't see where they're taking place from this vantage point here on top of the roof of the hotel in central Kiev. And I can't explain what they are, but I heard 4 or 5 explosions a few moments ago. I don't know whether our viewers or whether you in the studio there could hear
We could hear it, Matthew.
what I just heard. You could resist. Oh.
I don't understand sending troops to DPR and LPR, but shelling Kiev is psychotic. There's no shot. I mean, dude, who knows? Okay, who fucking knows? At this point, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Multiple Ukrainian cities video streams, different vantage points in Ukrainian cities. Yeah, we've been looking at it.
We believe that the door to a peaceful solution to the Ukraine issue is not fully shut.
I mean, I feel like they're not, like, the UN people are, the UN is not even addressing it at all. China is speaking now. Let's hear what the fuck China has to say.
China's position on safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states has been consistent. The purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld. We hope that all parties concerned will stay cool-headed and rational, and commit themselves to enhance dialogue and consultation to resolve relevant issues properly through negotiations and address each other's legitimate security concerns in line with the principles of the UN Charter. It is especially important at the moment to avoid fueling tensions. China will continue to promote peace talks in its own ways and welcomes and encourages all efforts aimed at a diplomatic solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Secretary General and the Undersecretary General, Rosemary DiCarlo, for the information and remarks they have put before the Council tonight. Mr. President, the reports received about the movement of troops into certain areas of Donetsk and Luhansk in Ukraine are cause for extreme concern. The threat or use of force against the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence of a UN member state is unacceptable. In the present circumstances,
what a weird situation.
The Security Council must act according to its main purpose as holder
to watch
of the
like
primary
actual shelling and bombing
under the
occurring in
United
fucking
Nations
Ukraine
Charter for the
while these
maintenance
dudes are
of
like having a
international
formal
peace
conversation,
and security.
a formal discussion
In
about
the exercise of
you
this
know, finger wagging against Vladimir Putin, when like obviously the last time you motherfuckers did this, it didn't work. Like negotiation or nothing. Like there's no, I don't know. I mean, the formalities are, I guess, something that you have to do. Listen, these are the consequences of liberalism. Yeah, I know. All right, let's hear what CNN has to say.
Any explosions?
Stop saying appeasement moment. They didn't even do appeasement. Russia moved too fucking quickly, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Appeasement requires diplomacy. They didn't even do diplomacy. They did nothing. They just did like, oh, we're going to do sanctions. Please stop it. You don't even know what the fuck you don't even know what you're saying. Okay?
These seem like quite a distance away. You could hear them in the distance. Still in Kiev, obviously, it's a big city. And we've got this good panorama across the city here now. And it's not quite clear, and I've been speaking to our security advisors here, it's not clear what may have been targeted, but obviously this is the capital of Ukraine. The Defense Ministry is here, the Foreign Ministry building is right behind us here, government buildings, command and control centers are here. And of course, there are also units of the Ukrainian military on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital as well, which are positioned, obviously, to defend the city from any kind of ground invasion. The reason I raise that is because one of the elements of the US intelligence has been passed on to the Ukrainians, according to the Ukrainian officials that I've spoken to, is that the Russian attack, which has been which was, talked about by this intelligence, which now seems to be sort of coming to fruition, involved not just airstrikes, but also an element of ground attack as well, ground skirmishes that it was described to me, sort of both in Kiev and in other cities as well. And so, look, I mean, we don't know. It's difficult to explain at this point, being so distant from where these things are happening. But clearly something is happening now, and that is very different from what was happening just a few minutes ago.
Simple, the CSGO player,
already,
the fucking legendary CSGO player, his city is being fucking shelled. Holy fucking shit. Russia bombed almost all military warehouses in key cities. Another explosion about to be heard on CNN. Keep tuned on it. Wait, oh, because it's delayed? Is that why?
It's now to have been launched. Any bloodshed for that would be on the hands of the Ukrainian government. Now, I haven't had any reaction yet from Ukrainian officials, but they will be watching this, and I will get reaction. But they've obviously condemned it already, or condemned the build-up of forces that have led to this, and have welcomed the sanctions that have been placed on Russia as a result of its recognition a couple of days ago of those rebel republics in the east of the country. And they've called for more sanctions to be placed on Russia, more tougher sanctions that they hope will deter Vladimir Putin from going any further. And I can only imagine, I could predict that those calls are going
He's
to
in Katowice right now for attorney, but resides in Kiev.
As this continues. Another big explosion right there.
Do you have the...
Right there. I don't know whether you heard that. Where did that come from? Yeah, we're going to move to the other camera. We can move to the...
Yeah, oh yeah, we already... This is the explosion in Kharkiv that happened earlier today. Look at that top right corner. Look at that one more time. The new follower footage superimposed over the bombing. Yeah. Hundreds reportedly dead from that explosion. Wait, really? Odessa reports explosions downtown believed to be a munitions facility. So what, they're like targeting all of the strategic positions inside of civilian territory where there are like, you know, they're blowing up their map of some of the Ukrainian Russian attacks being reported across Ukraine. So these are all the what, like I guess military positions, I assume. Should I do my uni project to just get it for the nukes to fly? Dude, live. The MLRS systems deployed against Ukrainian positions. Isn't this sometimes fake? Bro, I was supposed to fucking order food. I totally forgot. God damn it. Holy shit. That's crazy. Don't play not verified. Yeah, Ukraine had isn't that posted like a no fake news poster? Yeah, I think like some of those posters are not real news. Some of those posters are fake news. So I'll you know, be more clever about what's going on.
But nonetheless worth repeating.
Ghana unreservedly stands by the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, a bona fide member of the United Nations, whose membership of this organization provides for her guarantees over her internationally recognized borders, the same borders with which she joined this organization. We aver that the current developments in the eastern regions of Ukraine would not lead to a strategic gain for any party.
These guys are going to end it, dude. I
Encourage
promise. They're going to
efforts
end war,
address
bro.
both immediate and long-term interests.
They're going to fucking end the war, bro. They're going to do it. That's they're getting to it,
By the
okay?
preamble of the Charter, we remind all parties to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Finally, we take this opportunity to urge all member states to exercise restraints on the respective unsettled but accepted situations across the
You can
globe.
see it there on the map.
Okay, fuck this. All right, I'm moving on to American news coverage.
Signal that this operation
Shit sucks.
is a large one. We don't know if it's as large as U.S. authorities had feared, but it is certainly much larger than just simply entering the Donbass from the east. I should mention that we've also learned tonight that civilian flights over Ukraine have been restricted, particularly over northeastern Ukraine there. This is believed the restriction came after a warning from Russia to flights entering these areas that they do so at their own risk. We also know that a no-fly notice had been issued for the Kharkiv airport. That's the city just to the north of the Donbass, where I said they're hearing explosions as well at this hour. As I mentioned, the second largest city in Ukraine, after the Ukrainian military reported Russia may target Kharkiv in an attack. And in fact, tonight, these explosions would signal that, in fact, is the case. You heard Martha mention earlier that U.S. authorities had urged President Zelensky to leave Kyiv. But in addressing the Ukrainian people, he made it very clear that he was staying put, at least for now. James Longman, our foreign correspondent in Moscow, listening to Vladimir Putin these last couple of days, his address to the Russian people, making the case for moving in, declaring those two separatist regions independent. And James, Vladimir Putin coming back on television in Russia just tonight, declaring a special military operation now underway. And he told Ukrainians to lay down their arms.
That's right, David. And I think the choreography of this was really rather extraordinary. The timing of this message, just as the United Nations Security Council was meeting, and actually just as the gavel went down after the Russians stopped speaking, we heard those explosions in Kiev. They know how to send a message. This is about undermining international cooperation. That is what Vladimir Putin has sought to do for years. And he's done that because he wants to divide his enemies in order that he can carry out his objectives. And we heard in that statement he gave earlier today, that word denazification, a loaded comment there. Very similar to the words he's been using around what he believes to be happening down in the eastern part of Ukraine. This word genocide, he's used it time and time again. This is about appealing to his people, to say to them, this is not an offensive war, this is a defensive war. We are saving people in the Donbass. And he's warned off other foreign elements. He's saying to the rest of the world, don't come anywhere near us because we are in the process of saving the people of eastern Ukraine. Obviously, these comments bear no
defensive war,
relation
dude.
to what is
Totally.
actually happening in that country. But this was a message squarely.
This is not defensive in any meaningful capacity, chatters. Okay, straight the fuck up. Nothing about this is defensive. This is offensive. This isn't even like aggressively posturing. This isn't like fucking putting boots inside of Donbass. This isn't recognizing the territorial integrity of Russian regions that Russian separatists have fucking carved out. This is absolutely full-scale fucking invasion. This is Kyle Rittenhousing Donbass, basically. Or not Donbass, sorry, Ukraine. Anyway, it's bullshit.
That he has been on in 2008, the war in Georgia, where again he sought to move the Russian military into an area that he had declared independent. The annexation of Crimea. This is part of Vladimir Putin's playbook. Is he the cold, calculated KGB former profiler, or is he a man bent on achieving his
like fucking,
true objective?
This isn't
which
Georgia.
Is to rebuild
I mean, no
the Russian
disrespect to
Empire?
Georgia, but
Could he
like
do
this
both
is
of those
crazy.
things? It was a very, very scary speech, David.
just an extraordinary split screen playing out on the world stage. The reality that Vladimir Putin is trying to present to the Russian people versus what the West has signaled to the world for several
Biden
weeks
released
now
a statement.
about Vladimir Putin's plans in Ukraine. I should mention we're hearing sirens now going off in
Biden released a statement. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. The prayers of the entire world over the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack. Explosion and gunfire heard near Kiev Boryspil Airport. Okay, stop. No OSINT shit. No OSINT shit. Only legit sources, like verified sources. No OSINT shit, please. Motherfucker said thoughts and prayers. I can, dude. Biden thoughts and prayers, Ukraine, boys. Okay, that's it. We're good. We're good now. It's good. No World War III. I'll be monitoring the situation from the White House this evening and we'll continue. Dude, it's way past his bedtime. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot he monitors anything, dude. He's in his pajamas right now. He's like 700 years old. I'll be monitoring the situation from the White House this evening and will continue to get regular updates from my national security team. Tomorrow, I will meet with my G7 counterparts in the morning. Yeah, okay, dude. Sure. Totally. I believe that. Monitoring. In his jammies. Okay, Christ. Tomorrow, I will meet with my G7 counterparts in the morning and then speak to the American people to announce the further consequences the United States and our allies and partners will impose on Russia. Fuck. Dude, there are 77 Ukrainians watching right now. Hey, listen, boys, I hope you're safe, okay? That's all I got for you. I don't know what else to say other than I hope, you know, I hope you're all right. Be safe.
I've been talking about this buildup, this massive buildup on three sides of Ukraine. What's not on the map are the 20 ships down here that are capable of an amphibious landing. We know that the Russians have over 400 Iskander surface-to-surface missiles arrayed around the country to cover 95% of this country. So the initial strikes that we think we're hearing right now, right out of the Russian playbook, would be cruise missiles to take out things like surface-to-air missile systems, air defense systems that the Ukrainians would have. That would clear the path for waves of bombers and attack aircraft to continue to hit things like power plants, command and control, internet command centers. So the whole idea here in these first hours will be to create confusion, to separate the government from its people, to separate the government from their military, and to create the confusion that they hope will allow them to begin a ground invasion. That's what's anticipated. Where that comes and when is the question, and it will probably take us hours to see what happens and what Mr. Putin's true goal is in a ground invasion.
Steve Ganyard with us, tracking the potential scenarios that we could watch play out in the coming hours. We're just learning that there's a statement coming in from the White House. Let's go back to Cecilia for that. Cecilia?
David, the president is saying that, of course, he is praying for the people of Ukraine tonight, but perhaps he is really pointing this directly at Vladimir Putin. President Putin, quote, has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. David, he will be meeting with G7 allies in the morning. He says that he will be speaking to the American people to announce further consequences. And that, of course, is those sanctions, what the White House has been describing, some of the most severe sanctions ever levied. We expect to hear from the White House tomorrow. David.
Cecilia, thank you. Again, you're watching ABC News live coverage of what Russia is calling a special military operation, what U.S. authorities in the West will likely call an invasion, and a full-scale invasion was what they had been warning of all day, saying it was imminent given the intelligence on the ground. Vladimir Putin announcing that this military operation, claiming it's intended to protect civilians, But before we go off the air for now, I did want to check back in with Ian Pannell, our chief foreign correspondent there in Kiev. And Ian,
I don't know what the fuck's going on in
words,
Kiev, if there's bombs blowing up in Kiev or not. Like, they fucking made it seem like the bombs are blowing up in Kiev, but now I don't know.
This will be a war of choice, and it won't be bloodless.
What is that fucking noise?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's
Is it just like people driving really fast?
It's a dark day for Europe. We're potentially now looking at the first conflict between two sovereign nation armies in Europe since the end of the Second World War. I think Ukrainians will start to wake up. They'll be hearing the news. They'll be hearing the explosions. Since we've been on air, we've heard at least 3 more distinct large explosions in the night sky here in Kiev. It's not possible to know exactly what's caused them or indeed what the targets are, but of course against the backdrop
Russian
of this
Spetsnaz is
effective
at Kiev
declaration of
airport.
war
Turkish
by
cargo
Vladimir
planes are in the
Putin,
same airport.
one would imagine that it could potentially be some kind of Russian airstrike, but it's a dark day for the country and people will wake in a climate of fear.
The sirens are like the fire department sirens. They're not like fucking bombing sirens.
Vladimir Putin declaring a special military operation, what the West is calling an invasion tonight of Ukraine. Putin warning other countries that any attempt to interfere with this Russian action would lead to, quote,
I don't think those were air raid sirens.
House, as you heard from Cecilia, already reacting tonight with prayers for the Ukrainian people and warning that there will be consequences for Vladimir Putin having taken this action tonight. We're going to continue to monitor these developments. We'll be back on the air as soon as there is something major that develops. Our coverage will continue at ABC News Live, abcnews.com. Again, Nightline later tonight, and Good Morning America first thing in the morning. I'm David Muir here in New York. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Wait, are they fucking done? What the fuck? That's crazy. You can't really be fucking ending the special report. What are you, wild? Are you wilding out, dude? Marco Rubio believes it's actually Spetsnaz, but how the fuck do we know? Russia is now working on establishing air superiority via targeted surgical strikes, a pincer movement to trap Ukrainian forces in the east and cut them off from Kiev. Finally attempted to decapitate Ukrainian government by targeting government buildings. Meanwhile, the UN Security Council is still going.
Secretary General's statements and calls on parties to avail themselves of the good offices which the Secretary General has offered. The President of Mexico declared just this morning that we will not accept the invasion of one country by another, since it is against international law. We recall once again that Russia, a few days ago, in this very chamber, before the international community, made an emphatic declaration that it would not invade Ukraine.
Yeah, that was a fucking lie, dude. Well, the sun's coming up in Ukraine, so that's cool. Wait, oh, they're still doing coverage. They're not done. They're not ending it. I thought they were gonna end it. Bro, no shot, that's real. Breaking Russian VDV forces confirmed in control of Kiev's airport. Oh my fucking god. Dude, how the fuck did they take over like everything in Ukraine in literally a second, by the way? Pictures of the fire in Kharkiv. Yeah, we saw this before. President took the Taliban to retake Afghanistan. America gave up Afghanistan to the Taliban, and they couldn't fucking take over an entire country with like built military this fast. Like, this is, I know I made fun of like people talking about fucking Hearts of Iron shit, but like this is literally Blitzkrieg Hearts of Iron shit. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I don't know if it's like full-blown this is a full-blown occupation of Ukraine. This is clearly not a fucking limited special operations exclusively with the goal of cutting off the Donbass region, like eastern Ukraine, Russian territories, or anything like that. This is a straight up fucking Oh, is the Russian rep talking at the... Oh, let's hear what the fuck he has to
repeating the
say.
Ukrainian fairy tales that those living in Donetsk are all but shelling themselves. It is no surprise that the increasing suffering of those living in the Donbass does not seem to affect our Western colleagues. Through the whole day of debate today at the General Assembly, you haven't been able to find one word of compassion or condolences. It is as if these 4 million people for you simply don't exist.
I mean, dude, come on, bro.
I would like to recall that the
That's
principle of
bullshit.
sovereignty
I
and
mean,
territorial
like,
equality of states.
yes, there is ongoing conflict and ongoing war, and a lot of fucking Russians have died there. But like, Jesus Christ, are you serious?
According to the Declaration on the Principles of International Law,
Motherfucker, you can't take over Kiev and the Kiev airport and be like, oh man, we're defending Donbass.
They should be fully complied with as regards states who, and I quote, conduct themselves in compliance with the
Absolute
principle
fucking insanity,
of equal
dude.
rights and self-determination of peoples, and thus possessed of a government representing the whole people without distinction of race, creed, or color, the whole people living in that territory. End of quote. Today's government in Ukraine simply is not that. And the tragedy in Ukraine started indeed after the illegal coup in Maidan in 2014, when, rather than dialogue with the Russian-speaking citizens of Ukraine, the new authorities brandished guns and airplanes at them. Information and testimony to this end is more than sufficient. However, our Western colleagues prefer not to notice this. We tried yesterday and today, before yesterday, to explain to you the logic of the decision made by Russia to recognize the LPR and DPR. And we focused on the need to ensure peace and security.
I'll be back. I have to pee.
There.
Fuck.
However, you didn't want to hear this, and you don't want to hear it now. For you, those living in the Donbass are simply pawns in a geopolitical game focused on weakening Russia and promoting the bloc from NATO to its borders. For us, these people are women, children, the elderly, who for 8 years have been cowering from Ukraine's shelling and provocations. For us, these are Ukraine people and not the Maidan authorities. In this is the difference in our approaches. If you do not change the geopolitical lens, you will never understand us. Then, on those on whose behalf this decision I mentioned was made, who you've not even thought about for over these 8 years, simply calling them pro-Russian separatists and terrorists. Those people are the most important for us. I'd like to say once again that the root of today's crisis around Ukraine is the actions of Ukraine itself, who for many years were sabotaging its obligations under the Minsk package of measures. Last week even, there was a hope that Kiev would rethink and nevertheless implement what it signed up to do in 2015. For this, first and foremost, they needed direct dialogue with Donetsk and Lugansk. However, further confirmation that Ukraine is not ready for this type of dialogue and steps to grant Donbass special status as set forth in the Minsk agreements, while with the support of this position from Western backers, finally convinced us that we simply cannot force those living in the Donbass to suffer more. Inasmuch as I already said, the Ukrainian provocation against those in Donbass not only has not stopped, but has intensified, the leaders of the LPR and the DPR turned to us with a request to provide military support in line with bilateral cooperation agreements as agreed at the same time as they were recognition. This is a logical step, which is a consequence of the actions of the Ukrainian regime. During this meeting, the president of Russia, Putin, spoke with and said that he made a decision for a special military operation in the Donbass. We don't know all the details today, but briefly I would like to inform you that from his statement it says that the occupation of Ukraine is not in our plans. The aim of this special operation is to protect the people
Trump
who
is on
for
Fox
over 8
News.
years have been suffering genocide from the Kiev regime. And for this we will aim to demilitarize and de-genocide in Ukraine, and also
de-genocide
and hold accountable those
de-genocide,
who carried out
more
so
like
many
just
crimes against
re-genocide,
civilians, including citizens of the Russian Federation. This decision was made in line with
no, she just mistranslated. It's not a big deal. I mean,
and the sanction of the
he just meant
Federation
denazify.
and fulfilling the agreement on and recognition of the LPR and DPR. We're receiving a lot of information, and we will analyse this, and we will keep you up to speed with
More
this.
map of
Now,
some of the
I
more
resume
Russian
my
attacks.
function as president of
Again,
the council,
this is not
and I
entirely
give the
fucking
floor to the representative
you know.
of Ukraine.
What did he mic drop? What the fuck's going on, dude? Oh shit, Ukraine is speaking now. This guy, I mean, dude, his entire country is on fire.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, Secretary General, Undersecretary. Before I try to deliver parts of the statement that I came here with tonight, most of it is already useless since 10 p.m. New York time. I would like to cite...
Bro, the amount of people that are rushing to be like, your tweet did not fucking age well when I said this is the hill I will die on, even though I already have like fucking apologized and said I was wrong, is absolutely fucking insane, and shows once again that 90% of the fucking internet exclusively cares about L's and W's on the internet and not anything about like the fucking safety and lives of Ukrainian
and
people.
In the judgment of the organization, are able and willing to carry out these obligations. Russia is not able to carry out any of the obligations.
You're so arrogant on this, you deserve the backlash? Shut
The
the fuck up,
ambassador of
bitch.
the Russian Federation,
again,
3 minutes ago, confirmed that his president declared a war on my country. So before I read parts of the statement, I would like to avail of the presence of the Secretary General and request the Secretary General to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly the legal memos by the Legal Council of the United Nations dated December 1991, and in particular the legal memo dated 19th of December 1991. The one that we've been trying to get out of the Secretariat for a very long time, and we were denied to get it. The Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Charter reads, "The admission of any such state to membership in the United Nations will be affected by a decision of the General Assembly upon the recommendation of the Security Council." Mr. Secretary General, please instruct the Secretariat to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly a decision by the Security Council dated December 1991 that recommends that the Russian Federation can be a member of this organization,
Biden confirmed
as
by
well as a decision
Ukrainian officials
by
in
the General
Kiev,
Assembly
Kiev
dated
airport.
December 1991,
Biden confirmed by
where
Ukrainian
General
officials
Assembly
in Kiev
welcomes
airport.
the Russian Federation
Here.
to this
Missile
organization.
strikes.
It would be a miracle if the Secretariat is able to produce such decisions. There is nothing in the Charter of the United Nations about continuity as a sneaky way to get into the organization. So when I was coming here an hour ago or so, I was intending to ask the Russian ambassador to confirm on the record
Yes, Russia officially declared war
that the Russian
earlier today.
troops will not start firing at Ukrainians today and go ahead with the offensive. It became useless 48 minutes ago. Because about 48 minutes ago, your president declared the war on Ukraine. So now I would like to ask the ambassador of the Russian Federation to say on the record that at this very moment, your troops do not shell and bomb Ukrainian cities. That your troops do not move in the territory of Ukraine. You have a smartphone, you can call Lavrov right now. We can make a pause to let you go out and call him. If you are not in a position to give an affirmative answer, the Russian Federation ought to relinquish responsibilities of the President of the Security Council, pass these responsibilities on to a legitimate member of the Security Council, a member that is respectful of the Charter. And I ask the members of the Security Council to convene an emergency meeting immediately and consider all necessary draft decisions to stop the war. Because it's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. Too late. The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president? Ambassador, shall I do that right now, or you can confirm it? Do not interrupt me, please. Thank you.
Then don't ask me questions when you are speaking. Proceed with your statement.
Anyway, you declared the war. It is the responsibility of this body to stop the war. So I call on every one of you to do everything possible to stop the war. Or should I play the video with your president declaring the war? Thank you very much.
Against, I must say that I thank the representative of Ukraine for his statement, and the questions, I wasn't planning to answer them because I've already said all I know at this point. Waking up
what the fuck's going on?
Minister Lavrov at this time is not something I plan to do. You said the information that we have will be something we provide. And this isn't called a war, this is called a special military operation in the Donbass. I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Do you think if the Ukrainian guy fights the Russian guy, that means they have to let go? They have to, you know, it's like trial by combat?
The President of the Russian Federation announced a military operation on Ukrainian territory. We condemn this in the strongest possible terms. And we call upon all members
Imagine
of the
being
Security
like,
Council
hey,
and the
I know we're
United
bombing your
Nations to
fucking
now stand
capital
up for
and like all of
Ukraine
your big cities, but
and
it's not a war.
Against a shameless breach of international law. 2 days ago, Russia's decision to recognize the self-proclaimed so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk was harshly rejected in this council. It had already dealt a devastating blow to the principles and the international order that the United Nations stand for. Russia has not listened, and it turns out it was not prepared to listen. It has continued its massive military buildup, and we observed and observe cyber attacks directed against Ukraine, and now Russian military is moving into Ukrainian territory. By the actions and this unprovoked military operation, Russia is violating the core principles of the UN Charter. We condemn the use of force against innocent people and the violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. We urge Russia to terminate its military action against Ukraine immediately and withdraw its troops. Mr. President, our thoughts are with the Ukrainian people. We will be steadfast in our support for Ukraine and our support for the UN Charter. The Russian aggression will come at an unprecedented price, politically, economically, and morally.
It's just this.
Mr. President, France, Ukraine, and my country stood ready for diplomacy, for another meeting in the Normandy format, or for the summit that Ukraine had proposed. With our allies and partners, we called on Russia to seek a diplomatic way forward in vain. Now is the moment to speak up and defend the international order of the UN Charter against unilateral aggression, jointly and decisively. Tonight we stand with Ukraine, and we are doing so unwavering and determined. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Germany for her statement. And now I give the floor to the United States, who wish to make a further statement.
Thank you. In my remarks tonight, I said that we predicted Russia's false flag attacks, the misinformation, the theatrical...
Bro, America's literally like, they're doing a fucking W tour. They're like, yo, we're going to predict the misinformation of false flag. Dude, okay, solve it. Solve the problem.
Unfortunately, while we've been meeting in the Security
What the fuck are they going to do? Are they going to go in? Are they going to fucking fight back? Are they going to like actually fly planes into Ukraine? Are they going to send in the 6,000 troops at the fucking border of Ukraine?
As we are gathered in the council seeking peace, Putin delivered a message of war in total disdain for the responsibility of this.
Non-believers like you was on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they got this one fucking. They got this one. Okay.
Will need to act,
at this point, if you are in a position of fucking power, you had every opportunity to fucking exhaust diplomacy. Instead of fucking endlessly being like, this is a war that's gonna happen. This is a war that's gonna happen. Okay, then fucking try to solve it.
This attack will bring. And the United States and our
They're doing ego shit, dude. It's like, you're not a fucking gray name on my Twitch chat. You're not like a fucking weirdo anime avatar on Twitter being like, dude, you were so wrong and I was so right. Who cares?
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom, who asked to make a further statement.
Thank you. As we sat in this chamber urging Russia to step back, President Putin announced special military operations on Ukrainian territory. This is unprovoked and unjustified.
Completely.
This is a grave day for Ukraine and for the principles of the United Nations. We and our partners have been clear that there will be consequences for Russia's actions. We fully support the United States call for a UN Security Council resolution. This council must do all it can to stop the war and uphold the Charter. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom, and now I'll give the floor.
I mean, the conversations that they had about sanctions was way more significant and way more impactful than this. But obviously, the sanctions were seen as a fucking provocation and another reason to fucking further escalate. And it's
explosions are reported in Kiev and in several other cities. I
mean, like I said, it's just like fucking Georgia.
Mosques are finally down.
But this time, not even like a fucking real threat, but one that they have decided to drum up. One that they've decided to drum up against fucking Russian people living in Donbass.
The land, dignity, and life. We call on all the members of the United Nations to rally in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, to stand with Ukraine and its people, to condemn firmly and unequivocally this aggression.
What if all the diplomats jump the Russian diplomat? I don't think that's how it works. I don't know, but I don't think that's how it works. Okay, let's see if there's more here. I want to see if is this ended or not.
That the Russians will veto it.
Okay.
So that will then set the stage for another conversation in the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, which doesn't have the ability to actually do things, but it can say things. It will vote to condemn Russia, but it's not able to.
Bro, they literally took the L on the sanctions. They were like, fuck it, YOLO, sanction me.
Such an issue for Russian President Vladimir Putin?
It's a great question. It is a great question. Everyone knows, including Vladimir Putin, that Ukraine is not ready to join NATO today or tomorrow or even next year. So why he is invading to stop something that's not going to happen anytime soon?
What the fuck?
This makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's totally unjustified. There is no answer to your question. It's a good question, and there's no answer.
It's true.
Realistically here, what's the worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario is a massive invasion by these 200,000 or more troops that the Russians have massed around Ukraine. It will be a terrible, bloody fight. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians will be killed, military and civilian. Thousands of Russians will be killed, military. They will go back. Your reporter in Moscow raised the right question. Do the Russian people really support this massive invasion?
They don't. They don't.
I doubt it. In particular,
they don't. There's literal polling data on it. They do not. This is incredibly fucking unpopular. Okay? They don't. They straight up do not. So that, along with like 11 other fucking reasons as to why this was so hyper unlikely, and an ongoing like active fucking war, potential counterinsurgency that they have to deal with. I mean, a counterinsurgency warfare in their fucking doorstep. All of this made it so incredibly unlikely. It is a complete psychopathic fucking action that they did.
It is, Andrew. Now, what that war entails, that's the big question, and that's what we're having to piece together in these minutes as the opening salvos are fired. Just reading a report from our person on the ground in Moscow, something very interesting.
Complete insanity, dude.
What Mr. Putin might be doing. So if we look at the map here, we know that Ukrainian intelligence today talked about that the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, about 1.4 million people, was one of Russia's targets. They also said this little town down here called Kherson is the other target. So he said, why would those be the two? This is the port city that empties on to the Black Sea, controls all of this key economic waterway that Putin, if he held this, would be able to squeeze Ukraine in a way that he could essentially economically strangle the country. So if they attack here and if they attack here, the other thing we just heard was
so they're going to cut off the rest of the country from up to this fucking Dnieper River.
So if you draw a line here from Kharkiv to Dnipro, that would be the only thing that the Russian army would have to take. And then this waterway, the Dnieper River, forms a natural boundary. So now Putin could carve off essentially 1/3 of eastern Ukraine and be able to control the river and all of the exports that go down the river into the Black Sea. All of their domestic gas production is here, and this is one of the richest agricultural areas in the world. So if Putin's looking for a prize, Kharkiv, Dnipro, all the way
Putin has
down
launched
to
a full-scale
Kherson
invasion of Ukraine. Peaceful Ukrainian cities are under strikes. This is a war of aggression. Ukraine will defend itself and will the world
Kyiv itself
can and must stop Putin. The time to act is now. I mean, they're not going to. What the fuck is the world going to do? It's a nuclear power. It's fucking insane that they're doing this.
So that's a tough thing. But we do know.
Bro, like America did this with fucking Iraq, but even America would not do this with Mexico, okay? Like, Ukraine is still a developed nation. Ukraine is still a nation with, like, it ties to fucking European nations, okay? Ukraine is literally a neighboring nation of Russia. This is fucking completely insane. Completely insane. Like, America rolls over developing nations on a daily basis and over fucking seas, and you know, and it's disgusting, but there's a white supremacist attitude that a lot of people have towards that kind of conquest in the third world. This is like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's absolutely insane.
All those places where they had missiles that could take down your airplanes. Once the skies are clear, then they'll launch more surface-to-surface missiles that are very accurate, could go after critical infrastructure, power plants, things like that, equipment areas, military command and control. Now that you have the skies clear and you have initial air defense taken out, now you can bring in your bombers, you bring in your attack aircrafts, and you pound the Ukrainian army from the air with no ability to defend themselves. At some point, given all the array of military ground forces we see here, Mr. Putin will come in to Ukraine in some way with some intent. Again, don't know if he wants to go after Kyiv and bring down the government here, or whether he wants to carve off this eastern part of the country. Remember that this is the rebel-held area of Donbass, but this is not all of the Donbass. All of the Donbass goes way out here. The rebel-held area is only about 1/3 of the Donbass.
Weekend posted,
if he
let's
said,
go.
I need to go in and retake the Donbass, he's got some work to do in here. But again, a line from Kharkiv to Dnipro down to Kherson would give him that 1/3 of the country, and maybe that's enough.
And Russia seems to have struck
what is
first
he
here.
doing?
So how can Ukraine respond? Are they prepared militarily to respond to a Russian invasion?
They are much improved. The U.S. and NATO countries have been working with them to improve their military since they were
I'm sorry to do this, but I got to run a
2000.
fucking top of the hour ad break. I forgot to run it last hour.
And in the Donbass. So they've gotten better.
No
The problem
Horizon
is
tonight.
The Russian military has also gotten much better. Over the
You already know what to do if you want to avoid those ads.
Put a lot of money into improving the Russian military in a way that makes them a very, very capable military, once again, in sort of reflecting that past glory of the Cold War. That means that the Ukrainians, even though they sort of match up man for man on the ground, it still means that the technological advantages that the Russian army, Russian military, Russian Air Force has really is going to be no match. So will Mr. Putin be able to take large parts of Ukraine? Yes, it may take weeks, it may take months, but eventually he'll be able to do that. What he will not be able to do is be able to hold that territory. You think about it, it takes about 3 to 1 in terms of the number of troops. So if he has 150, 170,000 troops around here, if he's going to even hold this much of Ukraine, he's going to need double or triple that, and he can't afford that. He goes into an election in 2 years from now and can't have body bags coming home from some bloody occupation like he saw in Chechnya. So it's probably going to be a get in, get out. I think we heard that tonight where he says he doesn't want to hold terrain, wants to teach the government a lesson. What that lesson is yet to be seen.
For the Ukrainians' defense, how does the mobilization of reservists help?
Because really what they're going to have to do is fight sort of a militia, an insurgency. So remember we saw insurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan that we had to fight. It's actually quite difficult because you have people who believe in the defense of their country, that they've been invaded by a country. They're very proud that the national spirit of Ukraine has grown since the independence in 1991 from Russia. So you have Russians invading and killing Ukrainians, and so what they're going to have to do after they eventually get overrun is to sort of go into the militias and fight a guerrilla war. And that ends up being very, very bloody, not only for the Ukrainians, but eventually for the Russians.
And Colonel, last question here. American troops are overseas right now. What kind of support could they provide Ukraine, and how will they engage?
Zero. It'll be President Biden has made it very clear that this is not our fight. So Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It's never going to be a member of NATO. Someday maybe it'll be a member of the EU. But it is not our fight. It's not NATO's fight. But it is still very, very concerning. If you think about it, Andrew, this part of the world has a really bad track record for small world wars turning into brush fires and world wars. So it's one of these things that needs to be watched.
We don't know Ukraine at all.
There's a historical overhang here that's quite scary.
Colonel Gander, thank you for that insight. And we'll be back after this break with more reporting from the ground in Ukraine and our team of analysts to break all of this down. Stay with us.
Listen, obviously fucking Russia is the #1 offender here. But America fucking cooked Ukraine, okay? Absolutely cooked them. No reason, no interest in fucking letting them join NATO. Just straight up fucking threw them under the bus. They were like, yep. Oh yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll consider it. And then absolutely, they were just like, now they're like, oh yeah, NATO, I don't know about that. Ground troops are crossing the border? What do you mean? As opposed to what? Ukrainian officials are now saying that the Russian troops are crossing the border towards Kharkiv. That's where we're at now. Paratroopers are assaulting the Kiev airport. Holy fucking shit. More booms in the distance. Reports that Russian paratroopers are assaulting Kiev airport. There's anti-air weaponry. Has a shot been fired from the fucking Ukrainian side? Like, I don't even understand. They just not even defending themselves? Like, what the fuck's happening? At this point, what is even happening? Like, they're just fucking letting it... I mean, I guess they have to be fighting back to some degree, but... what can you really fucking do? Cruise and ballistic missile strikes are targeting control centers in Kiev, reports Ukraine Operational Command. Oh, also, Donald Trump.
monitor.
Donald Trump went on Laura Ingraham.
Thank you. And joining me now is Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, we've heard a lot over the last year, just since Biden became president, of the rules-based international order. And the rules-based international order would keep the emerging nations in the world and those that were developed together to avoid unnecessary chaos. How are the rules-based international order folks thinking tonight, do you think?
Well, obviously. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, first of all, Glenn, much like myself, took a fucking L on how insane Russia was going to behave. Okay? I'm not going on Fox News anytime soon regardless, and they're not exactly big fans of myself, but there's one person who's like definitely... If there's one person who was also wrong on how aggressive Russia was going to be and what the fuck they were going to do, it's Glenn Greenwald. Your regular reminder that the U.S. isn't the only country with imperialist ambitions. Dude, you're talking to someone who already understands, recognizes, and has been talking about this for months. Your only comprehension of the situation at hand is from other fucking YouTubers who have like written essays or some shit. Or your favorite person has told you that I was like wrong or whatever. If you ever watched any of my fucking videos or any of my streams, you would already know. Not only did I admit that I was wrong, but also routinely mentioned that it's still completely fucking unacceptable and completely unreasonable. It's reasonable for Ukrainians to be afraid of Russia, and it's completely unreasonable since day one for Russia to do anything. Okay, for Russia to go into Ukraine, and I also apologize for it. I'm not the center of the conversation. Okay, if you try to make me the center of the conversation here, you're a fucking idiot. Ukraine is being bombed right now. It's a country with 44 million people, 44 million people, and the territorial sovereign power in its fucking backyard has decided to roll over them. Okay. Absolutely disastrous, absolutely awful and disastrous fucking situation at hand here. Okay? Let's watch Donald Trump talk to Laura Ingraham now for a brief moment before we return to the coverage. All right? All right, wait, hold on. First blast heard in Ukraine.
Eastern third of the country cut it off from the capital to prevent Ukrainian troops from falling back to defend it.
Let's go back to how this all started. It was a slow build-up to a possible attack. Were the Ukrainian people prepared for this?
Well, they had not necessarily been put on a war footing, but today a tone changed as President Zelensky started calling up reservists, 36,000 of them, to reinforce the Ukrainian military. He also got on the phone with world leaders, President Biden included in recent days, appealing for financial support and other support for the Ukrainian military. And the country's National Security Council called for a state of emergency, and that's to allow authorities to impose curfews or limit transport, do other things to try and get ahead of any threats that may arise. And that was a real signal that they thought something was coming. And then the Ukrainian military began to brief members of parliament, telling them that an invasion was coming and coming soon, and preparing them that it was going to be much bigger than the fighting that we've seen in this country for the last 8 years in eastern Ukraine.
And Aaron, you mentioned the calling up of reservists. How else has the country ensured that its people are going to be safe?
Well, they have certainly been well aware of the warnings from the United States and its European partners, Andrew. They know what the dire warnings have sort of built up. And although there's really been no outward sign of panic here, we know that in more recent days in talking
the other
to
thing
people,
is like it's not even just myself. It's like Ukrainians and the Ukrainian leadership didn't even think that this was going to happen because it was fucking insane.
here in Lviv, and the manager was telling me that he's had a good deal of interest in recent days, people coming in wanting to know about firearms for self-defense or to protect their families. We've also heard of Ukrainians taking up arms in preparation to fight the Russians, should it come to that. There's a good sense of patriotism here. It's a country of 40 million people, and they are not going to go down without a fight. As President Zelensky had said, the Ukrainian people
I don't even know what the fuck is going to happen tomorrow.
Are ready for whatever Vladimir Putin may have in store.
And now that a Russian invasion
earlier today we talked about potentially increasing escalation and overtaking the rest of the Donbas region and potentially moving on to another separate strategic territory inside of Ukrainian borders in an effort to like neutralize the Donbas region.
In this conflict,
and
indeed, the busier.
They've moved way beyond that.
The crossing with
They're overtaking the Kiev airport, like bombing strategic locations, Odessa, all these different parts of Ukraine being bombed at the same fucking time is way beyond what is even remotely acceptable, like, or way beyond anything that anyone who is sane would have expected, including fucking the Ukrainian president earlier today.
That it is not the aggressor that it has been portrayed in Russia in recent days. And he was hoping to sort of mobilize Russian support against what President Putin is doing, even though he undoubtedly knew it would fall on deaf ears.
And Ukraine's president made a plea for peace today, even saying that he tried to call Putin and was met with silence. How have the Ukrainian people reacted to their leadership in this trying time?
You know, I think there's been something of a rallying around Zelensky. He is the democratically elected leader, and although he's a political novice, having come from, you know, the world of entertainment, he's been doing all of the things a president can do. He's been urging calm, and indeed, we haven't seen any signs of anything but in the last more recent hours, he has started to make his people aware of perhaps what's to come.
I'm not joking. He was actually a clown, like professionally trained clown.
In the capital of Kyiv. Zelensky has been urged by the United States to leave the capital for his own safety, but we believe he is still there, although he has sent parliamentarians back to their constituencies to be with the people.
Aaron, thank you, and be safe. Now, there will no doubt be economic impacts from what's happening overseas tonight, globally and here in the United States. So we turn to ABC's Elizabeth Schulze for more. Elizabeth, there have already been sanctions announced. Has the White House indicated yet how they will respond to this particular escalation?
Well, Andrew, the White House has released a statement from President Biden that called this an unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine and vowing that the world will hold Russia accountable. So what that will look like is these severe economic penalties that they have been teeing up in case this type of invasion happens. We do know that so far the sanctions have been pretty targeted, focused on a few Russian banks, on the financial system, on oligarchs. This next round, the White House has said, will be coordinated again with its allies and could include broader measures, things like export controls, which would make it difficult for Russia to get access to critical technologies. They're talking about targeting bigger banks that could affect more Russian households, the broader Russian economy, and the possibility of personal sanctions on President Putin hasn't been completely ruled out. You know, ultimately, the attempt here is to show that we have a lot of measures that we can still take that will severely cripple the economy. The U.S. says it's prepared to do this with its allies, and President Biden is expected to make this announcement in a public address tomorrow, Andrew.
And how much could tonight's attack further rock the financial markets?
Well, if there's one thing the stock market doesn't
like,
what
are we going to do about the stocks, boys?
This is a big dose of it. We are already seeing stock market futures trade lower, and those losses have accelerated as the scope of this has become more clear. You know, one of the biggest questions for traders is how long is this going to last? And of course, we don't know that at this point. So a lot of traders tell me that you can expect very choppy and bumpy trading.
Large explosion
in the coming
seen near
days,
Ukraine's
maybe weeks,
Kharkiv after Putin declares war. We already watched this earlier today.
Some of those safe haven assets like gold, where a lot of investors go when times of uncertainty, are trading higher. And of course, oil prices are trading higher now in the wake of this announcement. That is one of the key things we're watching when it comes to the effects on the Russian economy and on the overall economy, too.
And this could have a real and immediate impact on Americans. We're already seeing a lot of pain at the pump. How high could gas and energy prices go from here? And are these price hikes expected to last?
This is the question. We are seeing, Andrew, already Brent crude oil prices close to $100 a barrel in the wake of this news tonight. That means that the price that you are going to pay at the gas pump could eventually go higher with crude oil prices going higher. So, remember, Russia is the third largest producer, exporter of crude oil in the world, the second largest exporter of natural gas. A lot of this is going to mean that European consumers pay higher prices at the pump or in their heating bills, especially if what Russia decides to do is retaliate in response to these sanctions that we expect to be announced by the U.S. and by its allies. If Russia then decides to pull back supply from the market to further disrupt the oil market, that could mean that there's more disruption for consumers here, and that could result in higher prices. We've already seen prices go up so much. Gas prices are up 20 cents for the national average gallon of gas here in the U.S., and a lot of analysts say you can expect to see $4 gallon of gas if we continue prices trending higher, Andrew.
And Elizabeth, is there anything the Biden administration can do to try to mitigate the economic fallout here in the U.S.?
I can't wait for fucking liberals to be like, Putin did this so Donald Trump could win the election again or some shit.
Bear some of the pain of these measures that we are imposing, and part of that is the cost.
Be on
of
the lookout for hot takes.
But on the other hand, inflation is already a problem here in the U.S. It's already pinching Americans. So they've tried to say we're making a coordinated effort, the U.S. with other countries around the world, to stock up on oil reserves in case Russia does decide to pull back, to stock up on natural gas reserves, to try to say we are prepared, we have enough ready to go to subvert some of the shocks that could be in place here in the market. At the same time, the U.S. isn't ruling out other options like releasing oil from its strategic petroleum reserve. This is something that it did earlier this year when we saw gas prices going up. How much of an effect that will have for the average person going to fill up at the tank, not very clear at this point. And ultimately, this is a global market. So when there are big shocks and big disruptions like this, it does trickle down to the consumer, you and me here at home. Andrew.
Elizabeth Schulze there in Washington, D.C. Thank you. Let's turn now to ABC News contributor and retired General Robert Abrams. General Abrams was an advisor to former U.S. Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel during the last invasion of Ukraine, and more recently was the head of U.S. forces in Korea. Thank you, General. Okay, so U.S. defense officials were expecting this invasion to come tonight under the cover of night. Why this timing? Why in the dark? And was this meant to be a surprise attack?
Well, I think the timing, there's a lot of factors on the timing, and you've touched on a couple of them. Historically and typically, military operations, we like to initiate them under the cover of darkness. The advantage goes to the attacker, and it's when it disrupts people's circadian rhythm. It's disruptive to people's sleep cycles, the Ukrainian military people's sleep cycles, and so forth. So striking
Thanks, man.
During the hours of darkness gives the advantage to the attacker. Why today, I think, is tied to several factors. I think the weather had something to do with it. Weather fairly good today across the country, not as good in the east. But as I've said a number of times, the weather factor swings in both directions. It may not have been ideal for the attacker, but it's not ideal for the defender either. And so I think that was probably a neutral state of play between the attacker and the defender. I think there's some symbolism on starting it today. This is the Russian Army Day of Remembrance. And I think there's a...
Bro, why did they bring him on, dude?
There to be able to initiate this defense.
I'll take Ukraine relied on the U.S. and Europe for help on the ground. Donbass decision.
On the same day. So I think many of those things played into his decision to launch his attack today.
What do you expect the Russian military forces to do in the coming hours? It's just after 6 a.m. in Ukraine. What could morning look like?
We like to attack at nighttime because it's dark and it's harder to see.
Pay attention to what Putin said. What he
said like, as you all know, when the sun goes down, it's dark and your eyesight is not as good. This is why we like to attack in the dark.
Denazify Ukraine. So I think we should kind of
it's
step back away from the tactics of what we can expect to see. I think he's made a declarative statement
how the fuck
that
did
he
this, how is
intends
this guy
to
general,
destroy
dude?
Or completely disarm the Ukrainian military. And it will not be limited to one part of the country. When he says demilitarize, that means destroy or disarm their capability to defend themselves. And then on the denazification, I think that's not a veiled threat. That is a clear, unambiguous threat to the leadership, the elected governmental officials of Ukraine, that he intends to replace them.
Are you fucking stupid? That's not what he's saying. He's saying denazification because he's talking about like the Azov battalion, even Russian propaganda, if you believe it at face value, which is obviously not like everyone, but they're talking about like the fucking National Guard members who are literally a part of the fucking Nazi, and they're sympathizers potentially, but not like the entire country.
And let's go back to the aid for Ukraine. How much could the military assets provided by the U.S., like those Javelin missiles, help Ukraine in a conflict with a country like Russia?
Yo, they did not help.
So those, the Javelin missiles and other arms and ammunition that are being provided by other NATO countries will be enormously helpful to the Ukrainian military. But as Steve pointed out earlier,
not tonight.
The Ukrainian military is good. They're very good, and they're a lot better than they were in 2014. But unfortunately, size does matter, and numbers do matter when it comes to squaring these two countries up against each other. And Russia has a decisive advantage in a couple of areas. They have it in surface-to-surface missiles. They have it in combat aircraft.
Way more aircraft.
They have it in combat helicopters. And that is something that Ukraine just does not have, and it puts them at a military disadvantage. So I suspect, and I fully expect, that the Ukrainian military will put up a very stiff defense. But we're looking at some very tough days. The amount of firepower that Russia has aligned against the Ukrainian military right now is enormous. And I would expect us to see it completely unleashed here in the next 24 hours.
Some tough days ahead. General Abrams, thank you. Let's bring in former Homeland Security official and ABC News contributor Elizabeth Newman now. Today, Ukraine experienced some smaller scale cyber attacks, but Russia is capable of much larger cyber attacks. Talk about what those could look like.
Right. So today we initially saw some DDoS attacks. Those are denial of service attacks, which think about not being able to access your bank or a government website where you need some information. It's disruptive, but it's not really of the size and scale that we expect. But then later this afternoon, we actually got word that some malware had been released. It's a data wipe malware, and it had infected, reports are up to hundreds of computers in Ukraine, and the damage that type of attack can cause could be significant depending on which places were targeted. And what some of the cyber experts are postulating, it's all pretty early to deduce everything, but they think that the DDoS attacks may have been launched to be able to distract from the other activities embedding this malware in networks. So it is very possible and likely that we will see more attacks kind of unfurl over the next few days, and with a particular focus on Ukraine. And the purpose of those is to try to cause more disruption and in particular damage and disrupt the ability to communicate with the public, as well as to exercise command and control of the military and organizing your response as a government. So I would expect to see more of those. We might also see attacks on infrastructure, taking out the energy grid. They actually did this to Ukraine back in 2015, took out power for about 1 to 6 hours for about 230,000 people. And we know that Russia has pretty significant capabilities, so I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg at this point.
Bringing this full circle, there's serious concern about the prospect of cyber attacks right here in the United States by the Russian government. What is the likelihood that could actually happen?
I think it's pretty significant. You've seen DHS and the Department of Justice actively
These motherfuckers are gonna
try to
hack
raise
the
the alarm
Sony PlayStation
about
network
potential cyber attacks.
and Steam.
And they've been doing this for months. They've been
And
putting
stop
out
Elden Ring from
bulletins,
being
they've been holding
preloaded.
calls with state and local officials, with private businesses, with the banks, anybody that is an owner or operator of critical infrastructure with a particular focus on finance, communications, internet, energy, oil and gas. We are very concerned that those businesses and critical infrastructure are going to be targeted, may already be in the process of being targeted, because of course in the way that cyber warfare is conducted, you often try to infiltrate, plant viruses, plant malware that is quiet and silent, and then you activate it when you need it. So the battlefield has probably already been prepped, and they've been trying to alert everybody to be on the lookout for suspicious activity, shields up, as they say. But from an American citizen standpoint, what does this mean for us? It could mean that we see disruptions. You remember that we had the Colonial Pipeline attack. It was a ransomware attack, a little bit different than probably what we would see in this circumstance. But it didn't take much. It didn't take much to shut down that pipeline, and disruptions to gas supplies occurred pretty quickly. Prices went up, and then there were parts of the country where there were lines and people had to wait for the gas tank to come and fill up the station in order for them to fill up their cars.
Chowder's saying everyone
those
uninstall
types of disruptions
Tarkov.
are very plausible, and we saw Putin kind of threaten that tonight. I do wonder
Calm the fuck
if his
down.
threat to the U.S. and to the West, that we may, if we involve ourselves in some way, we might see attacks of the like that we haven't ever seen in our history before. That could be a reference to cyber warfare. We really have not seen the full scale of what it would look like for the United States and Russia to go head-to-head from a cyber perspective, because, of course, if they attack us, we have some offensive capability as well. We would likely retaliate. And where does that go? So the world's never seen that, and that is... that's a little disturbing. I think I know that the people in the United States government that manage those capabilities are very mindful of the precedent that entering into cyber conflict may set, and the dangers that might pose.
We're just so owned.
We will see how Russia chooses to handle itself.
A lot more to monitor. ABC
I feel like
News
our
contributor
cybersecurity
Elizabeth
protect
Newman,
our cyber defenses
and now
are
we want to check back in with former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. Thank you for joining us again. Now, in a statement, the White House said that
Our
the president
cybersecurity is
plans to deliver
awful.
remarks tomorrow announcing further consequences for Russia. What could those further consequences be?
Andrew, he could pull out all the stops, and he should pull out all the stops. This is a major violation
What does that mean?
of Ukrainian sovereignty, major violation of international law, major invasion of a sovereign nation, in violation of everything that has kept the peace for all this time. And we have been very clear. President Biden has been very clear. The allies have been very clear that if he does this, if President Putin does this, which he has now done, that we will throw all of these
Bro, Biden literally said he wouldn't send troops to Ukraine.
export bans at him. And so I would imagine that we will see the maximum level of sanctions against top Russian banks, maybe SWIFT, maybe against the Russian central bank. This is a nuclear option in financial sanctions, is the Russian central bank. I would imagine, and I would hope, that all of these would be on the table. All of these not only on the table, would be implemented. Now is the time. President Putin has done what we said we didn't want him to do, and if he did, we were going to sanction him at the top level. At the top level, we should go to the top level of that escalation.
Now, I want to play you a dramatic moment, end of the UN Security Council meeting that just wrapped. It was a Ukrainian ambassador addressing his Russian counterpart. Take a listen.
There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
What's your reaction to that?
He's absolutely right. This is
Okay, bro. Bro, you're talking to the American ambassador, dog. I mean, he's a war criminal too. Like,
will be enormous. It will be thousands, tens of thousands. Unprovoked attack on a nation, a a sovereign nation.
Where do you think he's going?
On Putin's border, killing thousands of civilians and military. This is a war crime. The ambassador is absolutely right. President Putin will go down with other war criminals, like in the past century, who ordered attacks on innocent people, who ordered attacks on nations on their borders. President Putin will go down with that club, with that group of people, that group of war criminals.
Now that we're here, this crisis has been building for weeks. Do you think the United States and NATO allies
people saying
did
like
enough
you,
in terms
but
of sanctions, in your opinion, beforehand to try and prevent what just happened here tonight?
American war criminals don't get that kind of attention or coverage. They get celebrated.
Took a lot of
Look at Henry
steps
Kissinger.
before this happened. And
Literal
that was a good
terrorist.
thing. They moved a lot of troops. They moved a lot of units from the United States to Eastern Europe. They moved
Look at
a lot
Bush.
of U.S. forces from one part, from Germany, from
Obama.
parts of Europe, into the eastern flank of NATO. Those were active steps, active deterrence. That was an attempt to deter President Putin from what he's done today. So that deterrence has now failed. And now we go into exacting the price. We said we were going to do this. We're going to exact a price for doing this on his economy, on him, on his industry. Now's the time to do that.
What could be the next move from NATO allies then if those sanctions did not deter Russia from invading?
So two things. One is to continue to provide and increase dramatically the assistance that now the Ukrainian military needs more than ever. The Ukrainian military is on its own. There are no NATO forces there to help them, to fight with them.
Bro, what is 6,000 NATO Andes going to do?
So they need support. They need equipment. They need ammunition. They need the basis of a resistance.
This is so bitch made.
And they are going to need then continued support to resist the Russians as they try to occupy. The Russians can get in. The Russians can get into Ukraine. There's no doubt about that. When they try to hold,
Russians are already actively shelling like strategic positions inside of Ukraine. They have boots on the ground, and this guy's like, "Oh, we're gonna give him guns. We'll give him more guns, dude. They have guns, bro. They have guns. There is literally nothing you can do in this situation. Either you go to all-out war, which is impossible because Russia is a nuclear power, and that would mean nuclear holocaust, or you have to fucking suck it the fuck up and get to the table with them and come to an agreement. But then again, I don't even fucking know. Or you just keep pumping Ukraine full of guns, okay? You keep pumping them full of guns, and then you give these like sanctions off to Russia with the hopes that it actually hurts them. You try to cut them off from their strategic partners, depending on whether or not, however that fucking Chinese relationship went with Xi Jinping before this entire thing unfolded. Because that could mean, they get at least some kind of material support from a superpower. I'm not being militarist. I don't want full-scale war. I don't want that at all. I've never wanted that, and I still don't want that. But this conflict does not get resolved without talking to Russia, without having Ukraine and Russia at the table and having a fucking conversation and trying to put together an agreement that is going to be incredibly favorable to Russia. But considering that we're not going to do that, because obviously we would never do that, don't be fucking crazy, that would mean taking a fucking L on the global scale, and that would be a significant problem for America's hegemonic power status. Then what you have to do is, or what America will probably end up doing, is just keep fucking funneling guns into Ukraine and let them fend for themselves, ultimately crippling Russia and also destroying Ukraine. Afghanistan 2.0, Afghanistan 2 Electric Boogaloo, but this time in Russia's doorstep. Live from Kiev? What is this? Holy fuck. Wait, is that a fucking... Is that like a commercial building? Hold up. What the fuck, dude? Look at this. It may be an in-and-out attack like they suggested earlier. They go in for the week, kill off some of them, and then hope for a surrender of some territories. They really made an edit out of this? Wait, edit out of what? What?
Sick and tired of bitches acting like they wanna know me. Freddy ain't no phony, tried to check me, it's a warning.
Bro, we need to send Zoomers the war. I'm sorry. I mean, look, I know a lot of you are watching right now. A lot of you Zoomers are watching, but like, you need to go to war, bro. I am officially changing my anti-war stance. I am pro-war now. I think we need to fucking... I need to send some of you motherfuckers to do some warring, okay? This is crazy. If you're on TikTok, you go to war, okay? If you've ever been like... If you've ever talked about... if you've ever talked about any kind of fucking, like, oh, this is appeasement, Vladimir Putin's like Hitler, which, by the way, Vladimir Putin is bad. Look at the sign. Actually, sorry, I forgot. We elevated that to Vladimir Putin is very bad. From bad to very bad. Look at this sign. Then you have to go to war. You have to go do dance-offs on TikTok with Russians. In war. Should I add another very? I can't add another very. Can you just keep looking for new footage and show us live cams? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. No offense, brother, but our age group wasn't any better. We're just old enough to know that what they're doing is cringe. Okay, let's finish this TikTok though. I told my mom Russia declared war about an hour ago and she replied, it's all propaganda. Okay. The other part of this is that, like, I think a lot of Russian paratroopers on TikTok. Wait, what? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking insane? Yo, what the fuck? Okay, maybe I take it back. Zoomers, this is what happens when Zoomers are going to war. Never mind. Zoomer Russians are... Read the comments on the tweet. No shot did they film this. This video is 5 days old. If you look at this TikTok profile, oh, god damn it. What a fucking piece of shit. I mean, even though, you know, still insane. No way is that from tonight. Yeah. Zoomers out here are gonna do fucking TikToks like the cartel. Smoke rises in Kharkiv, the northeastern city of Ukraine. Russian troops crossing into the border into Kharkiv. Russian troops have landed in Odessa and are crossing the border in Kharkiv.
Emily in Washington, D.C. Obviously, the president fully informed about what's going on here. What's the latest?
Yeah, Ali, we've been getting periodic updates from White House officials throughout the night, and my colleague Peter Alexander just shares a significant development, I think. President Biden is actually on the phone right now with Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky, obviously an important consultation at this late hour in Washington, but in the very early hours there in Kyiv to show support for our ally at this very critical moment. Just before we learned of that, the White House press secretary Jen Psaki tweeting that the president had just convened a secure phone call with his Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, as well as his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. Earlier, they also had said he would be monitoring developments closely throughout the night and getting updates as they continue from Jake Sullivan. Now, the last we heard from the president directly was in the form of a paper statement released about an hour ago, which began by saying that the thoughts and prayers of the entire world were with the people of Ukraine. And then we heard in that statement from the president much of what we've been hearing from this president throughout the last few weeks, laying this entire conflict, this entire crisis squarely at the hands of President Putin, saying it is Putin who has chosen to make an unprovoked and unjustified attack, that this is Putin who is alone responsible for death and destruction that this attack will bring. And then Biden signaling how he will respond, saying that the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a decisive way. Now, what's next in terms of the president's schedule? We know tomorrow morning he is scheduled at 9 o'clock Eastern time to have a meeting, a virtual meeting with the leaders, fellow leaders of the G7.
No shot Israel's blocking U.S. transfer of Iron Dome missile defense systems to Ukraine. Oh my God, I did not fucking see this. Oh my Lord. I mean, Israel is aligned with Russia. System is jointly developed by U.S. and Israel, so Israel has every right to block, but it's a fully defensive system. Feels like a bigger story than Germany blocking Estonia, sending German-made weapons to Ukraine. We're wrong in everything. Dude, I already admitted that. Like, yeah, it's fucking insane. It was completely insane. If your number one fucking purpose is to be here gloating when people are potentially fucking dying, I don't know what to tell you.
Response based on how Putin proceeds. In the last 24 hours, really, at the White House, we've been hearing from White House officials this sense that, yes, everything that they're predicting has come true.
Like, I already admitted and apologized.
At that moment, an imminent invasion of the kind that we now seem to be seeing unfold, that they were hoping that they were wrong. Clearly, they're not, but that they're now prepared to go even further in terms of the sanctions posture.
Worth noting that the G7 that you were talking about used to be the G8, because Russia used to be in it. And during the Trump administration, there were some efforts to get Russia back into the G8 by that administration. Mike, we'll keep in touch with you on this. I want to go to Ambassador Mike McFaul. Ambassador, I just want to point out to our viewers right now, for those watching markets, obviously they are tumbling around the world. Oil prices, Brent crude, which is not the crude oil that we use here in America, but that has topped $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. Our crude, the U.S. light sweet crude, is on its way up there, around $97 a barrel. This is, of course, important because the one thing Russia has and the one cudgel that Russia has over its European neighbors is oil and gas.
I go back and forth between covering the market impact, because market impact is still significant, because that's the way that you're going to actually cripple Russia. You know what I mean? After this point, it'll turn into a war of attrition. Who else can fucking stand? Like, will Europe be able to fucking... will Europe not cave because of their over-reliance on... on Russian... on Russia for their energy? That's going to be a big problem. It's a bet that I assume Vladimir Putin is making as well. You cripple EU, yes, I will.
Years before it has any impact. But Ollie, I just want you to know, I travel to Ukraine a lot. I know hundreds of Ukrainians. I'm looking at 5 messages from different Ukrainians right now, fairly senior people that I'm not going to tell. I don't have their permission to report on. But I think it's important to know, I'm hearing from people that would be informed that all airports around Kiev and their communication systems are now being attacked. I'm hearing from
I think one of the craziest things is, like, look at Kiev. Like, it almost feels like the city is still, you know, they're just chilling. Like, shit blew the fuck up. I mean, I guess the Kiev airport is, like, kind of far out from the main part of the city. But it's kind of crazy that they're just like literally chilling. Like motherfuckers are going back to work and shit.
Is happening here. I think we're just in the early stages, and I think there's tragically going to be a lot more to come.
Yeah, and we're looking actually at a live picture of Kyiv right now, and you can't see any of that stuff. But to the point that you make, Ambassador, there is a way, there's a strategy. The White House has actually been pretty accurate all along about what the Russians were going to do.
Can you imagine being a fucking wage cuck working at like the Kiev McDonald's, and you have to like drive your little Vespa to work? Bombs fucking blew up. It's martial law, and you're just fucking wage cucking. Who's gonna walk in, dude? What are you gonna order a McDouble? Is that, you know? It's crazy. I'm just saying. It's like at least there's one day that you would, you know, you take off fucking work. Nazis getting fucked. This is also where the Azov Nazis are. To those uninformed, we determined Mariupol to be the hardest battle. Took under 1 hour. What? Mariupol pulls the Russian LPR, DPR forces. Russian commanders got the E2, bro. I lived in Iraq during the invasion in 2033. You mean 2003? Unless you're here from the future, chatter. I mean, what else is popping off? And that's exactly literally what we did. Dude, homie's from Iraq in the future.
They have air superiority.
What the fuck's America doing in Iraq in 2033, bro? Chill. Explain everything.
In Putin language, into his.
Do I still have hair? Am I balding in 2033? Do I have a wife? Am I still streaming on Twitch?
Understand that. Now, how he does it, how he thinks he's going to pull that off, I don't know what his plan is, but that is most certainly the objective that he has stated for this military operation.
It's 10 minutes to 7 a.m.
Still bald and
Kyiv,
still
and
single.
What we're showing on the left side
no
of the screen
kids.
now is a
I'm
highway,
miserable.
a major route in which people are leaving the city now. You can see that. You can see some sirens and lights, but you're now seeing remarkable traffic out of Kyiv. Ambassador, are you able to shed some light on this denazification stuff and why Vladimir Putin thinks that would be useful to talk about and who is susceptible to it? Because I remember in 2014, there was also an effort to undermine the opposition to the then pro-Russian government by saying that they're anti-Semites and they're Nazis. What's the provenance of this discussion?
Well, you're absolutely right. That's when he started using the phrase Nazis supported by NATO, right? The two N-words, as we called it back in 2014.
What?
And there is, you know,
what
to remember,
I'm sorry. What did you call them?
Some Ukrainians fighting on the Nazi side because they were occupied by the Soviet Union. Let's remember, you know, they considered themselves a colony, but a very small group. One should not, you know, exaggerate it. But he is pulling on that string, right? He's pulling on that thread from history to say that what you had was a neo-Nazi usurpation of power in 2014. That's what he said in his rambling speech from 2 days ago when he went on for an hour to explain and justify it. And he's appealing to Russians. He's trying to explain this to Russians. And, you know, again, you know, we've seen the polling, the majority support him, majority support these independent republics becoming independent countries. You know, there's some alleged reporting on polling on that, but a couple of things to remember. One, polling in authoritarian countries is hard to do. What incentive does anybody have to tell you what they really think? You know, when Ivan Ivanovich calls you up on the phone from Moscow and says, hey, you know, I'm doing polling here. What do you think of Putin? What do you think of this operation?
This is my favorite thing. This is my favorite thing that people say. They say polling is unreliable because people are fearful that it might be the government killing you.
Russians every single day. I don't see any enthusiasm for this war. Like, why are we attacking them? He tells us we're from the same nation, but we're attacking these Nazis. And the Nazi leader, allegedly, is this guy Zelensky. And I want to remind everybody, Zelensky's first language was Russian. You know, we had a long conversation.
He's going to say Zelensky's Jewish, which he is. And he's not talking. Zelensky is not a fucking Nazi.
Very popular television personality in Russia. Okay? And so when he, you know,
damn, he didn't mention him actually. He didn't mention that he was Jewish.
And say he's a Nazi, and that's why I think Putin needs this.
Okay, Zelensky's not a fucking Nazi at all. He's a lib. Like he's just like a centrist neoliberal guy. Okay.
Not for us, but for his own people back home.
But if the goal is to cause people to fear what was an expansionist Germany in the late 30s, the interesting part about this, which I heard you bringing up earlier this evening, is it was September 1st, 1939, that under the guise of protecting Germans in Poland, Hitler invaded, and that started World War II.
It did, and by the way, 2 weeks later, Moscow invaded Poland too. So that people need to remember that small fact about 1939.
Bro, I love Americans, dude. It's like they got to take one shot at the fucking. They got to take a shot at the USSR anytime.
Matt, what's going on?
Hey, Ali, we are hearing some shelling right now in the background. We're trying. It's actually behind the camera. We're trying to kind of figure out where it is.
I can hear it.
I'm not sure if you can hear it. It still sounds pretty distant.
Draft the unvaccinated?
But it's ongoing.
What
again,
the fuck? Yo,
Ali,
liberals have lost their
this
minds.
city, you just don't get the same impression as my colleague Eric McLaughlin was saying. You don't get the same impression that people are fleeing. We're starting to see public transportation working. It's dawn here. Taxis are circulating in the streets. But we are still hearing the distant sound of shelling. This place is a little different. This is eastern Ukraine. People here are a little more ready for war. They're expecting this to happen. And they are Russian speakers. They may have the belief that Vladimir Putin's military won't come in here
what's this
and attack
about?
civilians. Because...
Oh, what's this about, dude? In the 24 hours after Putin recognized 2 breakaway Ukrainian republics, the U.S. and its allies bought $700 million in Russian oil, gas, commodities. Do you want to know what this is about? It's about gearing up for the ongoing fucking sanctions against Russia, so they're at least stocked the fuck up. Isn't that wonderful, dude? Yo, Ukrainians got so fucked. I'm sorry, dude. Holy shit. I love war in 2022. They're just like straight up. I guess Coca-Cola kept making fucking Coca-Cola for Germany during Nazi Germany, or at least that's how Fanta was born, right? Capitalist corporations and businesses are going to keep fucking doing business. Oh, people are saying that the war was declared earlier, like... anyway, let's see.
From the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Defense, because we are right over the border from Belgorod. And this is a place where we've already started to see a lot of hardware mustering and a lot of troops mustering. Some of the big items like Sukhoi jets, attack helicopters, battle tanks, and self-propelled howitzers. These things, we're expecting them to come over the border. We did hear one report that we're starting to hear troops coming over the border.
Ukraine is not part of NATO. Why are you saying Ukraine is part of NATO? That's not a real thing.
But we still need more information. There's a lot of uncertainty. And
this literally is the reason why Ukraine is not a part of NATO.
All right, Matt, stand by. And of course, if you hear anything or see anything, wave your hand and we'll put you right back on. I want to go to Keir Simmons, who's got new reporting in Moscow and Vladimir Putin's decision to begin this incursion. Keir?
That's right, Ali. Well, we've just been speaking to a former Russian official with very close ties to the Kremlin.
Motherfuckers be like, Ukraine is not yet a part of NATO. You think NATO is going to want to fucking add Ukraine into NATO while it's currently being invaded by the one country that NATO is built against?
Elements to this that we will hear in the hours ahead that will turn out not to be true. Others.
Half of the fucking reason why this invasion happened is because of invasions like this, you can't have a country like Ukraine in NATO. Because Article 5 would dictate that it would be a fucking world war. We're waiting on, Ukraine's Interior Ministry has said there have already been hundreds of casualties. Oh, fuck.
Our contact at the Interior
Ministry,
an Interior Ministry official, saying that across the country, as a result of these attacks, there are hundreds of casualties. Now, we don't know how many of those people are dead, how many are injured, or whether that figure is accurate. But we do know that the Interior Ministry of Ukraine is putting the number of casualties so far in this nationwide assault, missile assault.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
In the hundreds, which is, you know,
it might not be as bad. It might not be as bad yet. These are okay. Even if it's Ukrainian Interior Ministry numbers, don't know yet. It might not be as bad. I hope it's not as bad. Okay. Yes, they already declared martial law. Civilian combatants, we don't know. Okay. I would bet that it's about thousands of deaths at this point due to 7+ Ukrainian cities reporting explosions. I mean, my hope in a weird way is I hope that it's just military positions. So it's like limited, and all of the cities had targeted, limited. Wait, what? Daily dose. Watching my cousin in Belarus says that the news media outlets in Belarus are saying that no invasion has happened yet. What the fuck? Is that true? Is Belarusian news, like Belarus news, actually fucking saying there's no invasion going on? Dude, they are such simps for Russia. Holy fuck, dude. I mean, I believe it, for the record. I believe Belarus would lie to, like the state media would lie to the fucking people. The Russian military says it has targeted Ukrainian air bases and other military assets, but hasn't targeted populated areas. That building that we saw that blew up, that didn't seem like a military target. That's why I was surprised. But they're bigger dick riders than Prod by Zach. Oh my god, dude. What a fucking reference. But that's true. Yes. Prod by Zach would ride Kanye's dick until it evaporated, and the Belarus is a puppet state for Russia. As hard as Prod by Zach. I can't believe what a fucking hyper-specific reference.
And he said, yes, that's how it's going. That's not surprising. We know that President Putin makes all the decisions. In the end, he will have had advice from that small clique around him.
You are now media attack discourse.
He's the decision maker. And another element of his televised address, which again, just to reiterate, many Russians.
Person blocked me. Are they fucking shit talking from behind a block?
Just seeing now. Another element from that televised address, which is chilling, frankly, is that President Putin refers to Russia's nuclear capability and clearly openly threatens Western leaders. So he says, even after the collapse of the USSR, the loss of a significant part of its nuclear potential, Russia is today one of the most powerful nuclear powers. And he says, no one should, then I think this is...
Bro, this is, I assume this is the people leaving the fucking city.
In this regard, no one should have any doubt that a direct attack on Russia will lead to defeats and dire consequences for a potential aggressor. So I just will say, Ali, just before this all began, we did hear from French diplomats.
Don't ever do that.
Real questions about President Putin's
chatter. Don't ever send that.
President Putin's state.
Don't ever send shit like that.
The man that they met was different from the past.
Don't send shit like that, chatter. That's probably misinformation. Don't do that. Don't send stuff like that. One of the worst things that happens, listen, one of the worst things that happens in situations like this, obviously, other than like fucking literal people dying, human casualties, all of that, from a media standpoint, is whenever shit like this pops off, people routinely try to lie and spread misinformation. And usually, unless it's like literally January 6th, or unless it's like this, one of the main points of my media literacy for all of you is to look for verified sources. Either it's journalists that you already know are on the ground, journalists from, mainstream media, sources like that. Always have to fucking, you always have to go with verified sources, because a lot of people are just like trying to get as much clout as possible, so they just like write fake shit out, put fake shit out there. Like, this could even be, like this, I don't know what the fuck this is, but Russian cruise missile flying by a house on the Ukrainian border. Like, this could be an old ass fucking video. You know what I mean? Usually, like, people will post old videos, shit like that.
They have sent the activity that they've got going on.
Bro, homie is
underway.
walking
We
his
have,
dogs,
A
dude.
few things going on that we should tell you about. Airspace has been closed.
Are you
All
serious?
civilian now closed. We have heard some reporting that the bombs that we're hearing drop in and around Kiev may be missiles. Someone in the Ukrainian government had posted that to a social media site. We've not been able to confirm that. As Keir said, these are the moments in which we are in the fog of war. We're not entirely sure what's true or not, but our reporters have heard explosions with their own ears. There are reports, Courtney Kube had suggested that the U.S. intelligence had heard that we would start with Russian shelling, perhaps, of military installations.
Bro, at that point, I let the dog shit inside, okay? I'm just saying. I let the dog shit inside and pee inside. What the fuck?
The area around the airport in Kyiv that is being shelled. I want to go to our two reporters in the region. Richard Engel is in Mariupol, Ukraine, southeastern Ukraine. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv. Aaron, last we left you a few moments ago, you were hearing fairly constant shelling. What's the story now?
Yeah, we've been hearing missile strikes, cruise and ballistic missile strikes. That, according to an advisor to the Minister of Interior. It started in the early hours of the morning. The last 30 minutes, though, have been comparatively quiet. We are seeing a stream
Unverified reports of Moldova, not Transnistria, but Moldova is being struck. Unverified.
That people here waking up to these explosions are evacuating the capital of Kyiv. We have just heard from the Ukrainian president. In a statement that he posted to social media, say that Russia has attacked military infrastructure and the border control in many Ukrainian cities, noting that people can hear explosions. He also announced that he is imposing martial law to the whole state. He says, quote, "Today we need each and every one of you to stay calm and stay at home if you can. We are working, the army is working, all sectors of defense and security of Ukraine is working," continuing with a common theme, trying to keep people calm, trying to keep people from panicking in what is, and there we go. I've just heard the first siren has just gone off.
What the fuck?
And I've been told by city officials that that indicates that this is a city under attack. That, again, is the first time we have
Bro, that's the first time they fucking put those out. The entire night, the city was being bombed and shit. They didn't have the fucking air raid sirens.
Now for a couple of hours, and we were asking about these sirens. You said they'd been tested. Let's just listen. The sirens are now underway in Kyiv. The sirens are sounding to indicate that the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, is under attack. We have had reports of missiles and explosions. Let's listen for a moment.
You're gonna listen to the fucking sirens?
All right, those are the sirens we had been listening for. Aaron, stand by for a second. I want to go to Richard. There we go. There's the sirens again. Aaron, we had
been wondering, Ali.
Go ahead.
Yes. No, we had been wondering why we hadn't heard sirens. We all heard the explosions. We were wondering where the sirens were. I've been told by city officials that they had tested this system earlier in the week. They said it was working, and now, hours into this attack, we are now hearing this siren system alerting people that
I mean, my geolocation shows like people in Ukraine literally watching. You know what I mean? There's like hundreds of people watching from Ukraine, which means there's more people watching from Ukraine. So what the fuck are you guys doing? Like how does that work? It's got to be VPN, right? Like every single person watching from fucking Ukraine has got to be watching from VPN. Like it's not like actual Ukrainians watching, right? It can't be. What do you want him to do? I mean, I don't know. I mean, what's up, guys? Like, be safe, you know? I guess that's what I got. Yeah, no, the Ukrainians are watching on mobile, so they don't know the fucking invasion is happening. You know what I'm saying? Because they're currently watching on mobile, so they're like delayed. Sorry. Okay, listen. Okay, I need to lighten up the mood a little bit. Holy fuck, this is insane. Okay, listen. It's lighting up the mood so I can light the chat on fire with a fucking top of the hour ad break. Okay, a contractual obligation by Amazon, my glorious overlords. It's I'm running it right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, you already know what to do. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Here it is. Or if you get gifted a sub, you can also, if you're lucky, avoid those ads.
So President Zelensky, as Aaron was just talking about, issued a video
What the
statement.
fuck?
It almost looked like a selfie that he took at his desk, in which he said that martial law is being imposed all across Ukraine. He didn't describe exactly what that martial law would entail, but he told
Airstrikes
people
on the
to
way?
stay calm, to stay in their homes. And he said that military installations and border posts had been attacked after Vladimir Putin announced the start of special military operations. But then he went on to assure the people
Russia has closed airports in several southern cities, including Rostov, Krasnodar, Sochi, Anapa, and Belgorod. Per state media, that would suggest airstrikes are on the way.
Does seem to be,
What the fuck are they doing? What else do they need to blow up?
And some of these very early phases may be designed to get people to leave the cities, to create that panic, to create those long lines of traffic that you're seeing out of Kiev, because there were reports of beach landings here in Mariupol. We're not seeing them. There were reports of beach landings in Odessa, also not being reported by witnesses, not along the scale of anything like the Russian state news agencies are describing.
Wait, so the Russian state news were beefing up actually what they were doing?
A short time ago, a report that the military infrastructure of Ukraine is being destroyed, but that civilians would not be harmed. So it seems that the Russian narrative is trying to soften the population, to appeal to the people to surrender without a fight, to appeal to the military to surrender without a fight, because what is being described by the Russians and what we're seeing at this moment don't correspond.
Richard, talk to me about Mariupol, because it's going to become important. We've heard Matt Bradley talk about when there might be
chat viewers. When I run an ad, viewership jumps up and down. Stop fucking watching how many people are watching. Okay, chill the fuck out.
Offensive weaponry.
That's just how it is. It just normalizes afterwards.
The southern coast of Ukraine.
So according to the Pentagon, Russia has 10 warships with Marines on board currently in the Black Sea. We are on the Sea of Azov, on the coast of the Sea of Azov, which is connected to the Black Sea. We can see ships in the distance, but they are not firing. They are not at war. They appear to be normal commercial ships. So any kind of naval battle off the Sea of Azov,
damn, it's over, bro.
As far as I can see from
Boys, pack it up. War is done. War is done. The United Nations tweeted. It's good. All right, we're good. All right. You know, GG's. This was a good run. The conflict is over. They said, President Putin, you know, please stop this now. It's done. It was a good run, but it's done now.
We're responding to any particular incident. Although now, as we're speaking, I just heard.
What was that?
One sounded like one explosion.
I heard that
It may
too.
have been two, or that first one could have been the reverberation of the first explosion.
Dog, put a fucking helmet on at least. What are you doing?
Loud and clear explosion that we have heard since this operation began. So we will see how that develops.
Yeah.
But that was on the outskirts of Mariupol. I'm right in the center now. That sounded like it was a few miles away at the very least. So we will continue to monitor
I heard that as you were speaking. We could hear that out here. That whatever it was loud. Richard, stay close as you get more. Just let us know. Richard Engel, NBC News chief foreign correspondent, who is in Mariupol, Ukraine. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv for us. I'm just going to ask my executive producer where she wants me to go. Mike Memoli is in Washington, D.C. Mike, you were reporting to us that you and your colleagues had heard that the president was talking to Volodymyr Zelensky. Now we have heard that Volodymyr Zelensky has released a video of himself talking about the fact that there is going to be martial law. We're hearing explosions. We're hearing sirens in Kyiv. We're hearing, as you just heard with Richard Engel, an explosion in Mariupol.
If this gets any worse, I might have to get personally involved. Don't do it, 21
from the White House on the president's call with President Zelensky, and I'll just read it to you directly. He says, it's interesting, Ali, having read so many of these foreign leader readouts, I will stay at the front, the sort of more casual language in this president's statement, which I think speaks to how quickly they wanted to get this out. President Zelensky, Biden says in this statement, reached out to me tonight and we just finished speaking. I condemned this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. I briefed him on the steps we are taking to rally international condemnation, including tonight at the United Nations Security Council. Biden saying that Zelensky asked me to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the leaders of the G7 and the United States, and our allies and partners will be imposing severe sanctions on Russia. That statement there making explicit what was implied by the earlier White House statements tonight, that the president will be, as promised, escalating beyond the sanctions that he had announced just about 31 hours ago, Ali, at this point. It was interesting. We had been hearing all along, this is now really almost 3 months.
Bro, I'm sorry, but there's only two ways. What do I always say? There's only two ways out of fucking conflict, okay? You either have to, there's only two ways out of conflict resolution. Escalation or de-escalation. Escalation, not in the form of sanctions. Escalation either with like military power and like full-blown fucking World War III, nuclear superpower, which is not going to happen, or de-escalation in the form of negotiations immediately, okay? It's fucking bananas that we're still like, oh, we're just going to give more, we're going to do more sanctions. Clearly, this motherfucker is lined up for the sanctions, okay? He doesn't give a shit. I'm pretty sure Vladimir Putin doesn't care, okay? And not only that, but we also already fucking got our oil out. I mean, we lined up our oil and gas commodities. They have to fucking, they have to treat Russia as a peer.
That's right. The president speaking tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with his G7 counterparts. And then in the early afternoon was what the White House has told us at this point. The president will address the
Dude, look at
nation.
North Korea. You can cripple a country with sanctions. Bro, North Korea got fucking genocided. What are you talking about? Okay. North Korea, or Korea in general, is nothing like currently developed, post-Soviet, but still currently developed Russia that is like pumping fucking gas into half of fucking Europe. What are you talking about? North Korea.
Sees Hadley Gamble, who's on her way to Moscow right now.
North Korea had nothing, dude. Half their fucking population got decimated, dude. What are you talking about, North Korea? They have nothing. Everything was like fucking bombed out into oblivion. Are you insane? Russia is not North Korea.
A car essentially to get into Kiev from a third-party country because Kiev, of course, is cut.
Why are you spreading falsehoods about Russia? They have done nothing. Yeah, totally, dude.
Fierce isolation of Russia. This is an attack on the world order. He's also saying that Ukraine is calling on the United States, the West, to immediately implement heavy sanctions. That would include immediate disconnection.
I mean,
of Russia.
like Russia literally said they were going to war. There is no misinformation. Like Vladimir Putin openly stated he's invading.
But I've been speaking to this man several times since December, and the message has always remained the same. If you don't implement sanctions ahead of an invasion would happen, and it looks as if that is exactly what has occurred. Now, he did tell me in terms of what happened, a timeline. He said 5 minutes after President Putin announced his intentions, we saw heavy artillery and rockets flying toward major cities, including the capital city of Kyiv. He said, of course, we've
That was the one guy from Belarus watching, like, what do you mean Russia did not invade Ukraine. What the fuck?
It's happening. And as I told you previously in many interviews that I've had with this gentleman, the Ukrainians plan to fight for themselves. They've already been issued weapons from the government. The civilians have said they are ready to fight for their country. So this is a country, frankly, Ali, that's up in arms. And as you mentioned, the market, the U.S. Open is looking to go 2% lower. But I have to tell you, the Asia markets have already been reacting to this story. As you mentioned, oil over $100 a barrel, popping above $100 a barrel. This is significant because the White House, Western powers declined to sanction the energy sector. And there's a reason for that, because this
what's
wouldn't
the
just hit
reason?
the gas sector, this would hit oil prices, and you've got to remember that when
because
it comes to
fucking
oil
fat
prices,
Americans need to fucking drive their gas-guzzling fucking Ford pickup trucks to Applebee's to get jalapeno poppers, and that's why, sorry Ukrainians, get fucked is America's position. Okay? Yee, brother. I mean, and now I know everyone's going to say, well, technically, gas prices are actually a strategic commodity that we absolutely need to stabilize us on. You're so fucking stupid. But my point is, if you're going to fucking do that, then treat Russia as a fucking peer instead of being like, oh, we're going to slap you with a little baby sanction. And yeah, totally, Ukraine, you'll be able to get into NATO. We'll totally let you into NATO. Just kidding. Get fucked. That's exactly what happened tonight.
System, you can't trade with the world. Let's go to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, where those sirens continue to blare as a warning that Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine, is under attack. Aaron McLaughlin is there for us. Aaron?
Hi, Ali. Well, you can hear.
Yes, you're right. I don't know why I'm so upset right now. I did see the UN tweet. I should be a little bit more calm. Clearly, it's over now because Antonio Guterres said the conflicts must stop now. I don't know why I'm freaking out. Like, it's over.
The kind of booms that woke up so many citizens here in the capital in the small hours of the morning, according to an advisor to the Interior Minister. Cruise and ballistic missiles had been launched on the capital, striking military installations and airfields. No indication so far that civilian targets have been hit, but civilians did say they woke up, some of them, to their windows being rattled by the sounds of these explosions. It's absolutely terrifying and surreal to be standing here on this balcony, Ali, in a flak jacket in the Ukrainian capital. Many here just simply did not think it would come to this, but this is the situation they are now in. We have heard from President Zelensky urging people to remain calm, urging people not to panic. In a social media post that he posted to Facebook, it was a kind of a selfie video that he took.
Bro, this motherfucker's doing selfie videos, dude.
At this hour, I was speaking to his spokesperson just a short while ago. He declined to comment any further than what the president had posted on his Facebook. But again, he was urging people to remain calm, but he did say that a martial law will now be implemented here in the capital. Just yesterday, Parliament voted to approve a state of emergency, meaning that we'll see checkpoints here in the city, as well as a number of restrictions imposed on people living in the capital, a ban on mass gatherings, also extraordinary powers to police to be able to stop citizens and check their papers, that sort of thing. But now another layer of martial law has been announced on top of that. Ali.
Aaron, thank you. We'll stay close to you. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, where there are sirens. I want to go back to Ambassador Michael McFaul. We were having an interesting discussion.
What are they doing? Like, the country is literally lit up by Russia, and they're posting fucking Hitler memes, dude. What is going on? Yo, I think, did we open up a fucking portal or something since the Hadron Collider? The fucking Hadron Collider, like, some shit happened, dude. Okay, and now we're just, I don't know. I think something is wrong, dude. Okay, this doesn't make any, like, what is going on, dude? You're under fire. Like, you're getting your shit blown up by Russia, and you're just like posting fucking memes? What is happening? It's like that one guy. Oh my God, I hope that guy that wrote the poetry didn't fucking die. That'd be really sad.
I think it's just really important for us to keep reminding ourselves how quickly things can change. Just 2 hours ago, we were talking about how everything's quiet on the streets of the major cities. Now that's totally different. Look at what you're showing right now, Ali. Not a single soul is on the main street of Kiev. I've been on that street 100 times. This time in the morning, that place is usually packed.
Well, fuck, it's 7:20 and there's a hella cars. What do you mean, dude?
Need to understand and keep updating as best we can. But I think, you know, people I'm talking to, they're preparing for war. They're scared. They're nervous. They've sent their children, by the way. They've sent their families, their older, elderly people already to places like Lviv. But most people are bracing for war. They're also talking about, by the way, that they don't have enough civilian defense to do that. One of the calls I was on today a few hours ago saying silly things, not silly things, but pretty pedestrian things like knee pads, which you need to shoot a gun. There's no knee pads. And so those are the kinds of things just every day.
God, I fucking hate Seth Abramson so much.
Preparing for what I think will be a pretty disastrous next hours and days and weeks to come.
I want to put up a map that shows the NATO countries that are in that region. There are a lot of discussions about what the rest of the world can do for Ukraine, but Ukraine is not a member of the world's biggest military alliance, and that is NATO. So at the moment, there are no discussions of NATO troops or U.S. troops going in.
Yeah, no shit. Like, of course there's no discussion of NATO troops anymore, just like there wasn't before. There was just a fucking false bullshit fucking attempt.
If there aren't going to be U.S. troops, if there aren't going to be European troops going into NATO, what does military assistance look like?
This is literally the reason. This is the reason why Ukraine couldn't join NATO. This happening. The likelihood of this happening.
More air defense systems are needed. Patriots.
It's so fucked up, dude. It's so insanely fucked up. We're just going to beef up the fucking nationalist battalions. We're going to give Ukraine guns, and we're going to be like, yeah, let God sort it out. Good. Be with you, okay? May peace be with you. We'll give sanctions to fucking Russia, and now here you go. You fend for yourself. It's so disastrously fucked. It is so deeply fucked up.
The president has made that clear. I think it is, however, incumbent on the president and the NATO alliance to take the necessary actions to make crystal clear that any attack on any one of our NATO allies will be an attack on all. There's something called the NATO Response Force, the NRF. It hasn't mobilized yet, Ali. I mean, why is that? Well, you know, it was
So would you rather have World War III? Just curious? No, of course not, dude. Of course not. At a certain point, you just have to fucking remember. What the fuck are you saying 2 days ago? You said NATO imperialism akin to Mexico joining Russia. That is the same still. Do you not understand? NATO is still an aggressive, expansionist, imperialist force. America saying that they're going to let fucking Ukraine join, we have an open door policy, is bullshit. Because they were never actually going to allow Ukraine to join NATO. Because if Russia invaded Ukraine as easily as it did just now, then it would be fucking World War III. Russia invading Ukraine like this is to show the rest of the world why Ukraine can't fucking join NATO. It is a buffer state. It is supposed to be a buffer state between fucking NATO. NATO isn't expansionary at all, you dimwit. Yeah, shut up. Tell that to the fucking Libyan slave markets and Afghanistan and numerous other instances where NATO has been used as a fucking offensive force. Shut the fuck up. We're not even having a conversation about NATO. Putin is still at fucking fault. He's the main party involved here, okay? But if you have a realpolitik fucking point of view, a real perspective on this, then you have one of two things that you could do in this situation. Either fucking be like, full-blown war. We're declaring full-blown war against Russia. The entire world's going to go to war with a fucking nuclear power, okay? Or you have to actually suck it up and take the L and meet the fucking demands, cave and meet the demands of this superpower on the planet. It's a sovereign power. It's not the global hegemonic fucking power that the United States is. But that's what happens when you fucking violate the unspoken rules of being like a major power, a major player on the planet.
Although I talked to them.
And as I said already, and as I said time and time again, the fucking victims of the situation are the Ukrainians.
To wipe out Ukraine's military defenses, right? Remember what Putin said a couple hours ago. He said, we're going to demilitarize Ukraine and then we're going to do denazification. So I still think we're in that early phases where they're still attacking military targets. But I don't want to second guess what Mr. Putin is going to do next. That we know he's doing now, and you know,
you could just take the L Ukraine. Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. America has already delivered the L to Ukraine. Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying America needs to fucking take the L. Ukraine is the nation that already, no matter what happens, they're fucked. Okay, they're stuck between IMF, European powers, possible fucking NATO allegiance that'll never come, okay? Acceptance of the NATO that's not going to come. And then on the other side, they have Russia, which is literally the fucking bear, the giant, that's like, yeah, fuck you. We'll literally, you know your fucking place. We will take you over. We will destroy you immediately if we want to.
They may try and ruin runways so that the defense systems are
Belarusian troops are now joining Russia in the attack. What the fuck?
Yeah, well,
what are they going to do?
This is simply not shock and awe. This
is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news. Ukrainians are waking up to the sounds of explosions and emergency sirens. Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine is underway. Officials there say missile strikes, troop landings, and shelling across the country has begun. Ukraine has declared martial law, and one of the first and most telling images of this crisis is the line of bumper-to-bumper traffic. You see it right there. This is to leave, or rather to escape the capital city. Russian forces are spread along nearly every border. Russian President Vladimir Putin going on television overnight announcing the attack and telling Ukrainian forces to lay down their arms. I want to get right to Kiev and Aaron McLaughlin, who's been reporting there for us all night. Aaron, what's the latest?
Hi, Tom. Well, we have heard the first sounds of sirens here in the capital, alerting people that the city is under attack. This was preceded by hours of booms in all directions from where I'm standing now. The last explosion that we heard was just about 50 minutes ago, according to an advisor to the Minister of the Interior. Ballistic and cruise missiles struck a number of locations, including airfields as well as
Hold on, we'll look at that in a second. Ukraine is trying to fucking kick off Russia from the Security Council? What?
Struck so far, as we know. We have heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a statement, video statement that he posted to social media.
Bro, are they fucking insane?
Russia has attacked our military.
They're like dying. The bully is fucking choking them out on the playground, and they're like literally fucking one last like fuck you. Like what do you mean? Here's the ambassador citing the part of the charter that deals with the admission of members during his speech at the UN Security Council earlier tonight. His demands for the document that shows the Russian Federation was welcomed by the body, by the UNSC and General Assembly. These documents don't exist, he noted, because the UN Legal Council made the call. Wait, what? Also, Belarusian soldiers joining the Russian forces is not surprising. It's a fucking vassal state. It's like Russian territory, basically. Earlier last year, if you remember, when uprisings occurred, popular uprisings occurred in Belarus, I watched it live, but I didn't realize that they were, I didn't realize it was also trying to fucking challenge whether the Russian Federation is the legitimate successor or not. So how much is Putin paying you? Dude, millions of dollars, dude. Putin is paying me to say that he is very bad and that invading Ukraine was an incredibly, horrifyingly awful thing. It's really cool that, you know, I'm getting paid to say that he is bad. It's a really chill thing. Yeah. It's a really, really interesting way to do business, to conduct business. But that's how you do, you know, statecraft. Millions of rubles.
Already under the heel of Putin. So, but very soft beginning to this whole assault. The big battle is coming. It's in the east to eliminate Ukrainian armed forces in the line of contact.
General, thank you for your analysis. It's all.
Do you think Russia will keep its promises to keep civilian casualties to a minimum? I think so far they have. as far as what we know from like Ukrainian Interior Ministry numbers that they've released, it's only like 100, which is still fucking insane and completely horrifying, unacceptable. Do not misunderstand me, but a full-scale invasion in a situation like this, especially if there was like serious pushback from the Ukrainian forces as well, could literally lead to thousands, like tens of thousands. Normally artillery fire, shelling into civilian areas, and not like super targeted towards, as they claim, military.
Well, he's already told
military targets.
In the call that President Zelensky initiated within the last hour, as to the president's statement, he says that he told him what he is doing at the United Nations and told him he's going to be talking to the G7 tomorrow and that there will be more tough sanctions against Russia. That said, take this back a moment to earlier this evening, 9:30 tonight, when the Ukrainian ambassador challenged the Russian ambassador who was leading as president until March 1st. He's the president of the Security Council, and demanded that he be replaced as leading the session because his government had just announced that he was attacking Ukraine's government. I mean, it was a very fierce argument. And that tells you everything about the UN and about the Security
Image
Council.
from Ukrainian president's office sent to CNN.
The Security Council overwhelmingly, the General Assembly today overwhelmingly supported Ukraine, and there were very strong statements. But the Security Council, Russia has a veto. China has a veto. China's not going to want Russia to be, sidelined here. They're likely going to support, at least not the invasion, but support Russia and Russia's initiative. But in any case, Russia has a veto. So there will not be any UN action. What will the president do? The president's going to talk to the G7 about more sanctions, and presumably NATO will now have a meeting of what they call the North Atlantic Council, which is the decision-making military unit, and they will order those.
Can we assume
troops.
denazification is code for purge
American
anti-Russian
troops
dissidents?
were
No,
on-
the entire country is anti-Russian dissidents. Denazification is very specific. The reason why he mentioned it is because he's not signaling that to the rest of the world. He's saying that, along with the propaganda that he has mentioned thus far, to the Russian citizens, because invading Ukraine is not a popular fucking concept. Okay, it's not a big W like Crimea was. It's not going to even be a fucking. There isn't that much of a nationalistic desire for even Donbass to be secured, especially at a time when it's not like Russians are doing great. Okay, as a country. So the reason why he's saying denazification is because he's signaling to his country, his countrymen, in order to get as much support as possible, that he's gonna go and fucking kill all of the Azov battalion people. They're gonna go and kill fucking their supporters and in higher levels in the Ukrainian government, that sort of thing. Here's a Twitter list of showing tweets from Ukrainian journalists and other foreign correspondents in Ukraine. Confirms Lutsk airfield shelling. Statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine. Okay, I don't want to fucking free scroll through Twitter. It's also a reference to Ukraine decommunization. Communization.
Not a NATO nation. It's pro-Russian. There are Russian troops all along that northern border.
Are you worried on what you might
Belarus,
happen to you since you're well known and you're saying these things about Putin? Genuinely asking.
Southeast, with Ukraine. Ukraine is
I don't think he's gonna.
surrounded, but the south,
I don't think Vladimir Putin gives a shit about a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer himbo. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. He's got more important things to worry about.
The Caspian's also got a Russian Navy and troops.
Well, the Russian Navy basically controls the access there because they've had those warships. They've got landing ships, and what you've been hearing so far,
oh my God,
is likely, according to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, them trying to take out airports and other military infrastructures, and so they will control the air as well. Very clearly, they've got S-400s in Belarus, and they, control the airspace. The commercial aircraft have stopped running, according to the European Union. So Russia has them surrounded, and they have a much larger conventional force with up to 190,000 troops that we've been reporting. And there are reports, I haven't confirmed this, I haven't seen this from the Defense Ministry, there are reports that the Belarus army, those troops are also lined up with the Russians. That would not be at all surprising, given the way that they've been doing
not
joint
transparent
military exercises and what has been happening there in Belarus. So you've got a really large conventional force. And there's
Where's
no
the
question that
background?
Russia
There's still
has
background on this,
the edge
Austin
here
Ox. How is this
militarily.
transparent?
But they are not going to win the hearts and souls of the Ukrainians. And they took on Afghanistan, and look at how that went for them.
Yes, which is
their withdrawal from Afghanistan, their defeat there, was the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, the Russian population
is
is.
Vladimir Putin.
The one thing about people around the world is not everybody's interested in their government getting involved in long, drawn-out wars. Obviously, by the way, as you said correctly, it's the Black Sea, not the Caspian Sea. Getting a little late in the night for me, but it's not so late that Secretary Blinken has just tweeted out, Andrea, that the defense secretary and I spoke with Jens Stoltenberg to condemn Russia's attack on Ukraine and to discuss the alliance's coordinated response. We are united in responding to Russia and strengthening NATO's eastern flank. So NATO's eastern flank, as it relates to Ukraine, is mostly Poland, but it's those countries that you named, the Baltic states, are very deeply concerned about this. They all have large Russian populations, sometimes in excess of 20%, and they're very worried about this thesis that Vladimir Putin has, that Russians anywhere else require the umbrella of protection of Russia. It reminds them of what Hitler did in 1939 as an excuse to go into Poland. So these NATO countries that are already fully NATO are very worried about this.
Of course they are. They are on the front line, and who knows if this will stop with Ukraine. So what are Vladimir Putin's ambitions? All we know so far is that he wants to control.
Russian and Belarusian armored formations assaulting Ukraine from the north now? Wait. And the Ukraine military says information about landing from Russian troops in Odessa is false. I don't understand. I mean, are mainstream media sources just like fucking lying? I don't really understand it. Ukraine military says information about the landing of Russian troops in Odessa is false. Ukraine military says Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is repelling an air attack by the invader. What is happening? By the way, it almost feels like Russia itself, because like I've heard Russian misinformation on the Russian side greatly exaggerating all of the fucking attacks that they've engaged in, and it's making it seem like it's literally making it seem like, I guess, whoever the fuck has like been telegraphing what Russia's going to do on the Russian intelligence side to the Americans is still baiting them into believing that certain things that are not happening are happening. You know what I mean? Like it feels like Russia is beefing up how vast and how large the attack actually is. Sorry, I just got some
the Vladimir
information.
Putins of this world and the oligarchs who are now being punished in these sanctions, but the sanctions will not touch Vladimir Putin and his progeny. No. They are so well protected. According to a lot of U.S. intelligence, he may be the richest man in the world.
It may hurt Russians. It may not hurt Vladimir Putin.
Exactly.
Andrea, I'm kind of fascinated that you're still talking to me, because I don't know what your last 96 hours. I've spoken to you in all sorts of parts of the world. You have been nonstop, so I appreciate you continuing to bring me your very important analysis right now. Andrea Mitchell is NBC News' chief foreign affairs correspondent. Courtney Kube is NBC News' Pentagon correspondent. And I have to say, Courtney, this has started to unfold the way you narrated it for me at 9 p.m. This evening. The things you said were going to happen, including, and surprisingly to me, not to you, what seems to be attacks on what might be an airfield or an airport near Kyiv. You had said they might intend to pock the runways so that those few aircraft military aircraft that Ukraine has can't work.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean,
Putin sent me a text
goal
message
of this initial
part of the invasion, of the kinetic phase of this invasion, is to stop the Ukrainian Air Force and Ukrainian military from mounting any kind of a response or defense.
Dude, Belarus, the Belarusian government, the Belarus government is such bitches, dude. They're like, what are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do, bitch ass? Like, they're like, oh yeah, we'll come with you, dude. Come on, we'll invade with you. It's like little babies, dude. Okay, sick. Such cucks. Just absolutely fucking cucked. Belarus is a Russian ally, yes. It's like a fucking vassal state. Belarus is Russia's Canada? I mean, kind of, but worse. Please stop sending me the same fucking meme over and over again. I don't know why the fuck. I don't know why the fuck that's what Ukraine has decided to do at a time when they're being invaded. Latvia's prime minister calls for Article 4 consultations with allies at NATO.
Coordinated defense in advance of the Russian military physically moving across those borders. Another thing that we've been expecting to see and we're hearing from the Ukrainian government that is happening is cruise missile strikes. So the Russian military already had dozens of missile assets all around that country. But the one that was particularly concerning to U.S. intelligence officials in recent days were those ships that the Russian military brought into the Black Sea and then into the Sea of Azov. They're landing ships, yes, they have the ability to bring mainly Russian Marines, but Russian military ashore there. But they also have missile capability, and those are among some of the Russian military's most precise capabilities for targeting from afar.
So this is an interesting point because we have had discussions about the Ukrainian military and how fierce they are and how enthusiastic they are, but this is almost like asymmetric warfare, right? When you're talking about missiles,
what the fuck is this? Russia's guide to a Mickey Mouse invasion. This invasion does not count on my book. If Russia does invade, it'll be a Mickey Mouse invasion. Has to invade a country 1% of its size. Spawn camps in its borders. Sleepy Joe's and a worthy contender. Germany is known for choking wars. Won't allow NATO. Mickey Mouse invasion. Bro, what is happening right now? Is this like LeBron Twitter? Like, what the fuck? It should be transparent. Let's see. Yo, it is. Let's go. Let's go, dude. There it is. Breaking news. Vladimir Putin is very bad.
did any alarm bells go off when Vladimir Putin a few hours ago made reference to the fact that they are a nuclear-armed country? Everybody knows Russia is. But the fact that he brought it up in the process of declaring military action in Ukraine struck me as unusually aggressive.
Yeah, I completely agree, Ali. And I actually asked people about that because, you know, most likely when he's saying...
Don't. I will die. I don't want to die. I don't want to subject you to fucking brain cancer. Did you just give me... Don't link me fucking Keemstar, dude. Keemstar explains Russia invading Ukraine.
Sent some bombers. There are reports that he has some attack fighters in Syria, which is meant to be a very specific deterrent to the United States military. If there's any sense that the U.S. military is going to go in, he has those capabilities all over the area. Also, there are reports that he sent some of these hypersonics.
Yes, I am curious. I am a little curious about how fucking stupid one can be. But it doesn't matter because I don't want to hurt my brain that much, okay? It is the equivalent of fucking hitting myself with a hammer over and over again until I have long-term memory loss. That is what it would be like if I were to listen to Keemstar's fucking point of view on this situation.
In this long written op-ed that he wrote back in July and released publicly, he has made it very clear what he wants to do here. He is also now sending signals, clear signals, but with things like these hypersonic missiles and these bomber deployments to the world and to Western allies and to NATO and to the NATO alliance that, look, I'm going after Ukraine. Don't try to stop me. And if you do, these are the capabilities that I have, and that he is making it very clear he is willing to use.
That is remarkable. When he said that, I thought that was something, we've come to expect everything these days, and that one I didn't expect. Courtney, thanks. Stay close, please, and let us know as soon as you've got any more updates. I want to go back to Kyiv. Aaron McLaughlin is standing by. Matt Bradley is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Keir Simmons is in Moscow. Let's start with Aaron. What's the situation there, Aaron?
Well, we have just heard from the emergency services here in Ukraine posting to the people, to Ukrainians, saying, we ask you to stay calm, not to panic, pack your valuables, warm clothes, and be ready to act accordingly to official orders. Military objects are being shot, and this can cause a threat to the civilian population. The State Security Service, Ukraine, is ready to help you. It has been a while now since we have heard the last explosion. The last explosion we heard was about over an hour ago. The sirens for now also seem to have stopped. People are continuing to evacuate the city here. Although while they're leaving in cars, we're hearing reports that some of the highways in the western direction of Ukraine are now jammed with traffic. But the streets of Kyiv themselves, though, are empty as authorities are trying to urge people to remain calm. We have heard from President Zelensky in a social media post urging people not to panic, and he was urging people to stay home and to stay calm, saying that Ukraine is now under attack. This is a scenario which really the Ukrainian government had been downplaying for some time. As early as the beginning of this week, President Zelensky saying that he did not think that Russia and Ukraine were going to go to war. But this morning, the blasts that woke people in the capital, obviously indicating that war is now very much underway, as we're waiting to hear more from authorities in terms of their next steps. I spoke to the Ukrainian president's spokesperson a short while ago and asked him where the Ukrainian president is. He declined to comment, Ali.
Aaron, have you been able to get, I know you're working hard and you're paying attention to everything that's going on, but we're not sure where, clearly you heard explosions in Kyiv. We were together when you heard them. Then you heard the attack sirens. Do we know where those explosions happened yet? And I'm asking you because when I was talking to Ambassador McFaul earlier, he seemed to think that he was hearing from people in Ukraine who thought at least some of them might be near the airport, although you indicated you were hearing them from different directions.
Yeah, I was hearing explosions really at all sides from where I am right now, really in the heart of the capital. I was hearing explosions to my left, to my right, and then directly behind me. Unclear where exactly, precisely those explosions were happening. Of course, we did hear from an advisor to the Minister of the Interior say that ballistic missiles were launched, striking a number of military installations as well as airfields, though we have no further clarity from authorities on specific targets at this time, Ali.
Okay, as soon as you hear about that, please let me know. Obviously, it's militarily significant and important if they're hitting the airports because Ukraine doesn't have a massive air defense capability.
Stay there!
What?
Stay down, just stay down!
What? What is going on, bro? Yo! It literally magically jumped the Sci-Fi Channel, dude. What? Did Russia just fucking hack NBC News
will have very strong ties to Ukraine, and they'll be waking up now really, I think, very worried about what is happening. But they will be told, as they have been so far, that this is not an offensive military operation. This is the defensive one. So there will be a sense of reluctantly accepting the need to enter Ukraine rather than supporting a president who is hell-bent on rebuilding a Russian empire.
Bro, this isn't even like live. This is like old shit. This is not live. It's like light in Ukraine. Lights are out. I mean, not lights are out. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. It's bright out. What the fuck happened to NBC, dude? Does anyone have that link again? That was crazy.
A member of NATO. And now we're seeing the events unfold on the ground there as a result of what Vladimir Putin had called very much a security threat to this country. I want to say that on Monday evening, during his first televised address to the nation, where he declared those two states as independent states in eastern Ukraine, Vladimir Putin said to the West that you didn't want us to become friends,
the
but
former
you didn't.
Soviet Union. This is one of his ambitions, and could be one of the underlying notions of why he's coming into Ukraine, because we keep asking that question. Why is he invading Ukraine? And we know, of course, that Vladimir Putin considers the collapse of the Soviet Union. He said this to be one of the most, the biggest political
Ukraine's military
of the 20th century, reconstituting it for him, or at least reconstituting some sort of sphere of influence that would include
Shot
Belarus
down a Russian
and
aircraft.
Ukraine. It's one of the motives behind the dramatic actions he's taking this morning.
Yeah, well, when you look at the map and you look at from the Baltics
Holy
to
fuck,
the Black
do you have the
Sea,
footage?
Only Ukraine is in the way for Russia's purposes. Belarus is not a NATO country. It is strongly in the pro-Russia camp, and this is what is so alarming to those NATO countries, Latvia, Lithuania, and even Estonia. Matt, we're going to come back to you very shortly. If you get a chance to look around and let us know what's going on, we'll come right back to you. I want to go to Moscow now. Keir Simmons is standing by there. He's got some news out of Moscow. Keir, it's morning there. What's happening?
Yeah, it's just coming up to 9 in the morning here in Moscow. The traffic, the streets are just as calm as you might expect. This city, of course, not being targeted the way that multiple cities there in Ukraine are. Russian people waking up to first see that speech by President Putin that happened at 5:45 in the morning, just being replayed again and again and again. It was almost as if the Russian television stations took time to kind of get started and begin their morning news programs, perhaps even many of those journalists wondering what to say, because I can tell you Russians across this country will be stunned. One little piece of news, Ali, we're hearing that the airports inside Russia close to Ukraine, multiple of those airports in the southern area of Russia near Ukraine, those are being closed. I think that's not surprising, to stop civilian aircraft from flying while there is an air campaign taking place close to those airports. And another piece of news from here too on the financial side, Ali. So the Moscow exchange has been suspended after shares dropped heavily. The ruble is frankly in free fall. It's hard to tell you what the value of the ruble is right now, because it's a straight line down against the dollar. And I think this goes to an important question right now for Russians and for President Putin, Ali, and I know I'm on your territory here when we talk about this. What we have been talking about up until now is the potential impact of sanctions. And clearly the markets will be very worried about the uncertainty. What will those sanctions look like? But there's also a question of the uncertainty of a conflict. Once a war is started, you don't know what happens. We definitely don't know how this is going to play out in Ukraine. For the Russian people right now, they're seeing the value of their currency fall. And as you know only too well, the next impact of that is heavy inflation if that continues. So aside from the question of sanctions, what the Russian people are waking up to right now is a heavy impact on their economy. How will that affect their psychology? You're going to have these twin track issues. One is, how is this conflict playing out for President Putin? And on the other hand, what is it doing to the Russian economy? Aside from the sanctions, what will it be doing to the Russian economy? What will it be doing to the value of Russian savings? What impact will that be having on Russian public opinion. President Putin clearly has made the calculation, and the opinion polls have shown that many Russian people haven't wanted this conflict, have hoped this conflict doesn't happen, but President Putin has clearly made the calculation that he can lead his people into this war and that they will support him. But he does have a domestic issues to deal with, primarily the economy, the standard of living for ordinary Russians, and that is going to be a challenge for him if the markets continue to react in the way they are in these early hours.
In fact, in 2014 and in years...
Bro, this shit is still more powerful than the lira. Are you fucking kidding me?
Is people not seeing prosperity. I'm always happy when you wander into this space. I will tell you, European markets are not open yet, but it is looking like we are looking at a more than a 2% drop across the board.
What the fuck is this shit,
markets,
dude?
Which would be about a 700-point drop on the Dow. But more importantly,
Turkey's not invading Ukraine.
The price of oil is up.
Fix the lira right now, America.
$102 an ounce now for Brent crude, almost $97 an ounce for the crude that we use here in the United States. So I guess this is a long way of me asking you, Keir, what's the long game for Vladimir Putin right now? Because you don't know economically how war works out in the short term, and it often isn't good for regular people. But Putin's got something else in mind. He's got empire building in mind here.
Yeah, he has. And we should just mention, when you talk about the price of crude, of course, there is this terrible reality that the higher the price of crude goes, the more money Russia makes, because, of course, it is an energy supplier. But that only goes so far if the currency is taking a beating, frankly, because of the other implications that has for people's savings and for inflation here in Russia. Just in terms of, what is Vladimir Putin's aim here? I think another aspect, we've talked about some of the things he said in that speech in the early hours of the morning here, how he talked about Russia's nuclear capability, how chilling that is to hear him talk about that at a point at which he launches this war in Ukraine, because it's clearly directed at the West,
Ukrainian military, 5 enemy planes and a helicopter shot down.
Reaction to this. So that is frankly chilling. But also in that speech, he once again talks about NATO. Now, we've said it again and again, and everybody watching will know this. Of course, Ukraine is not part of NATO. So at the same time as launching this conflict in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin once again saying that this is a part of his opposition to NATO. He's not fighting NATO right now. And so to answer your question, I think what his aims aren't clear. Is he trying to bring down the government of Ukraine? That seems pretty likely, pretty clear. What is his plan after that? We simply don't know. Does he plan to try to occupy the country? We simply don't know. We think that seems unlikely, not least because of Russia's experience in Afghanistan. Before America's experience in Afghanistan, of course, Russia had a very negative experience of trying to run Afghanistan. So it seems just hard to comprehend that President Putin's plan might be to try and occupy Ukraine. But of course, the issue would be even if he does manage to bring down the Zelensky government, what is he going to be able to put in its place? These are the kind of unknowns that will be worrying the financial markets around the world this morning, and very much so here in Russia. And these are the kind of questions that you begin to ask as the conflict starts, because you never know how a conflict ends.
What the fuck?
You're absolutely right about that, Keir. Thank you for your reporting on this. We're going to stay close to you through the course of this night. It is 1 a.m. In New York. We are here from NBC.
Bro, what the fuck? Yo, people need to stop, dude. I feel like I'm watching George Floyd die again, only the country version. We all stand knowing this is wrong, but helpless to stop it. What can we do now? Hashtag Ukraine is George Floyd. Dude, if Donald Trump abolished TikTok and then hit one off on fucking Twitter, I swear to God, greatest president of all time, okay? Just think. We're so this close to fucking ending TikTok. This close. This fucking close, dude. Imagine this timeline ends in nuclear war because we elected Biden over Trump, who maybe would have gotten us in shit with China. Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know where we would be at this point if Donald Trump was president. I mean, what am I saying? He is president, brother. He's my president. He's the real president, brother. Vladimir Putin fears him. That's going to be interesting to see. Kiev looking pretty not bombed right now. Yeah. I mean, listen, boys, listen. Yes, the American assessment was a little fucking aggro, but like, it doesn't matter, okay? What Russia did tonight is completely psychopathic. Just insane. So far, luckily, it has, it seems to have chilled out. I mean, but it is an act of war. I mean, people were saying shock and awe, like Baghdad style. This was like, you know, it was not shock and awe Baghdad style, but hopefully it doesn't get worse than this. Do chatters think that Ukraine is going to look like Iraq after 6 hours? I mean, if you listen to American media, yes, you would have expected Ukraine to turn into Iraq in not 6 hours, but like, yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying that they were going to fucking unload onto Kiev. And it's still completely unacceptable regardless. So what they did was insane, completely insane. Ukrainian Defense Instagram posted this. I don't want to see Ukrainian memes. It's like hurting my soul. That like some like intern is literally like fucking sitting under a desk in Lviv and just like posting fucking memes. He's like, I got this good one. This is going to be good. This will really shock the world. Didn't you say they wouldn't touch Kiev? Every time you say something, it won't happen, it gets worse. Yeah, it's my fault. I'm the one. Vladimir Putin is listening to everything I'm saying. I'm the reason why this is happening. That's right. Wakabi, telephone conversation with President Turkey. Wait, what? Telephone conversation with President Turkey Recep Tayyip Erdogan. What's Turkey gonna do, bro? Lviv air sirens going off, bombings in Lutsk. I like how your goalpost shifting, Lamau, and no one is claiming it's your fault. Wait, what? No, that chatter was joking, and I was joking back with that chatter. But I guess you're still feeling some type of way about it. Here, take a week off. I know that like leftism means no jokes, and the less jokes you make, the more leftist you are. But the greatest joke of all is the top of the hour ad break. That is, of course, if you are already subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That way it becomes a joke for you because you no longer see any ads and you enjoy an ad-free broadcasting experience. That's right.
Thing like that, he has history in mind.
Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. But these are the ways that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's just a minute long.
America had very good intelligence.
But here's the ad now.
We even heard the president of Ukraine in recent weeks sort of saying it's not as bad as Americans seem to think it is. It seems that everything that the White House has expected to happen is happening now.
Goalpost shifting. I was wrong. Focus on the actual issue, please.
What do they do?
Yeah, well, remember exactly. The Russian officials in the last few days and weeks used words like hysteria and misinformation and false information to describe the American warnings that Russia would invade. And here we are in the early hours of today. In fact, they have invaded, or at least they certainly have begun an assault on their neighbor, inflicting military casualties. And I think that, it is hard for the West to deter or engage in diplomacy with somebody who, as we've just discussed, has a, what he believes is a historic mission, right? It's not about achieving certain.
Yeah, Putin really heard me say only a little Ukraine news today and said, bet. Yeah, I literally said, we're going to do a little bit of Ukraine news, but it's an active situation. So like we might continue covering it depending on new information unfolding. And then, Russia invaded Ukraine. So yes, like full blown invaded. Not Dave Chappelle. Thank you. Iron Shadow. Thank you for the 5 gifted. So that was Azan. Will I be able to enjoy Elden Ring tomorrow, or will I be dead due to atomic bomb related incidents? I think you're going to be fine. Shock and awe Baghdad style would mean vaporizing civilians, hiding in underground bunkers. Let's hope that's not the case. Holy shit, this motherfucker keep talking about how fragile he is against light criticism. Come on, bro. Wait, what? No, no one is talking about this. You're the one talking about this. I don't know why people are like, not a single person is talking about it. You just invented something that people are talking about.
What would be catastrophic?
That's a day off. They can take a day
Ukrainian
off.
Military ran out of weapons. Javelin.
Listen, we have a lot of new people in here, so I just gotta, mention something really quickly. When I ban someone, it's usually for your, it's for your good and for your enjoyment of the stream. The reason why I say that is because, look, long-term community subs, community members, you all know I have a very, very bad brain. I can't stop myself from regularly engaging with chatters, no matter how fucking bad faith their criticisms might be, no matter how much they are repeating themselves. If it were up to me, I would literally just endlessly fucking duke it out. Non-fucking stop. But when I ban someone, it's because I want to stay on message when there's 100,000 people in here and they want to fucking learn about what's going on. I don't want that selfish person to to take over the stream. Okay? That's it. Because that person is being narcissistic. They want the stream to center around themselves when they do that. Anyway, let's continue.
People don't deserve to suffer. But at this moment, there has to be much more pressure on all of Russian society. And I hope that's one of the things that they were discussing.
Luhansk separatists announced the intent to seize more territory. Yes.
Who knows how to use the Twitter better than I do, just sent me Zelensky's tweet in English, in which he says, urge to stop Putin, war against Ukraine and the world immediately, building an anti-Putin coalition, immediate sanctions, which you just said, defense and financial support. He also says, close the airspace. Now, let's talk about this for a second.
My man
Close
said
the
the
airspace.
Twitter.
Can NATO do that? Can the U.S. do that? Ukraine's not a NATO country, but Ukraine is asking them to do that. What level of sanction, or does that cross the?
If anyone is to be to blame for what's going on today, it's Imran Khan. Okay, that's right. Fuck it, I'm saying it, dude. Look at this motherfucking poster, dude. Can you imagine? Can you imagine going to fucking Russia, going to Moscow, okay? And then this is the, does anyone have it? Oh, here it is. Wait, does anyone have that fucking tweet with Imran Khan going to fucking, some of you must have seen it, okay? You must have seen what I'm talking about. There's 100,000 people in here. Ukraine has reported they captured more cities in the LPR. Ukrainian authorities are capturing 2 towns along the Russia-Ukraine border in the Luhansk province. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This, dude. This. Okay, this is what I was going to say. Wait, no, not that. No, not this. No, the actual fucking poster. Did no one see the fucking poster? God damn it. The Imran Khan poster of him like actually going to Moscow. What? No. No. Yeah, okay, it's whatever. It's fine. What a time I have come. So much excitement. It's not looking great. Yes. Oh, this isn't even it, but this is one of them. Yes. On invitation of the Russian President Vladimir Putin, along with high-level delegation, including members of his cabinet, will embark on a 2-day official visit to Russia today. It's so funny when they have Imran, like when the Pakistani, when the Pakistani delegation, like when they go somewhere, it's like they have the funniest, they have the funniest posters. I know you heard Ludwig. Wait, what? I think there was another one. This is what I was looking for, dude. I've never seen some shit like this, bro. I think more leaders need to do stuff like this. Okay? I think more. What is this, bro? Is he visiting Disneyland? What the fuck? I love that. I think more leaders need to do that. Okay? This is like when chatters make memes of me for me to use before I blast off on Twitter. Okay? The sun and the shadow are behind him. Yeah, I mean, they weren't working too hard. Russia, wait, I don't understand. I'm getting conflicted reports on here. Russian military says it has neutralized Ukraine's air defense capability, but then Ukrainian authorities are reporting the capture of 2 towns. They're saying it shot down 5 Russian planes. You know what I mean? Like, what's happening? Who do I believe in this situation? I don't know. The clip of Lud stealing your content.
Oh, it's a 13-month sub. Don't do it to him.
You know,
it's a 13-month sub, Hassan. Don't do it to him.
Type of way about it. Here, take a week off.
Ooh, saved.
I know that, and I was joking back with that chat. Why is Ludwig just watching me? Lying only helps Russia. Ukraine isn't helped at all by lying. Believe them? They've been good so far. 1 hour and 22 minutes in. No, this account also said they fucking overtook like Odessa. Germany asked nicely for Putin to stop. Germany calls on Russia to halt military campaign immediately. Oh yeah, I'm sure the 0-2 in the last 2 world wars, Germany is going to stop them. Before I go to Ukraine to fight the war, I just have to thank one thing. Thank you, Fortnite, for teaching me how to hold a gun, how to aim, and most importantly, how to kill other players and win the battle royale. You have taught me how to fight war. Germany finally on the good side of a world war. The one time, dude. The world must act immediately. Future of Europe and world is at stake. To-do list. Devastating sanctions on Russia now, including SWIFT. Fully isolate Russia by all means. In all formats, weapons, equipment for Ukraine, financial assistance, humanitarian assistance. I mean, that's probably going to come, but 230, there are 230 motherfuckers from Ukraine watching right now while they're being invaded. What a wild time we're in. I mean, yeah. Good for them. Good for them. Why is Ludwig watching me? You do the same shit to NBC. I don't see the difference. Lamau. Wait, what? No, I don't have a problem with Ludwig watching me. I think it's funny. Fuck you, Ludwig. Dude, imagine we could be hanging out. That could be cool, but no. There was no good side on World War I, though. There was one side that won their battles. Third time's the charm, Germany. But still lost the war. Not even clear what the geostrategic advantage is here. It both vindicates NATO and whips up fear of Russian expansion into the Baltic Sea. Yeah, that is also the other part of this equation that is very interesting. And Q is correct. It literally does not make any fucking sense that Russia did this. Even the most like aggro fucking Marxist-Leninists are gonna, most aggro Marxist-Leninists are gonna say that's unacceptable. It's totally irredeemable, indefensible. Not only is it all of that, but also it's indefensible, irredeemable, completely aggressive and psychotic. Actually fucking falls into the memes that like Putin is a madman. Putin is a madman. Okay. It plays into Putin being a fucking madman. And not only that, but it just doesn't like, there's no advantage to it. This level of posturing. I mean, this goes beyond posturing. This is just all out war. Billion shells, goddamn you. Smirch MLR's rocket booster stuck in concrete. Man, I don't think you really know what you're talking about. This guy, Anonymous, keeps saying, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about, dude? Go ahead, Anonymous. Explain to me why this is happening. Let's hear it. What is this, some crypto shit? Is that what you're going to say? You know, the Russia needed access to the Bored Apes. Is that what happened? Please don't hack me. They might have gifted a lot of subs back in the day. I don't remember, but supporting a sympathetic breakaway region on the border is one thing, but invasion and forced participation of another sovereign state is nothing but violent irredentism. I want to hear what Russian propaganda is. Oh, Russian mission UN. Ukraine's provocations against Donbass not only failed to stop, but actually intensified. That's why DPR and LPR turned us, requesting military support under bilateral agreements on cooperation that had been signed simultaneously with the recognition of Donetsk and Lugansk. Oh, okay. That's why you're bombing Western Ukraine. Got it. Makes total sense to me. Yeah, nothing to see here, dude. Totally. I'm always doing things like that. Dude, I know, yeah. Just like when your neighbor's dog shits on your front yard, you go and kill the entire block. You know, normal stuff. You just light the block up. Makes sense. Why are you dick riding America? First of all, I'm dick riding your mom, okay? And by that I mean I'm not having sex with your mom's female penis. I'm saying like your mom is dick riding me. It's late. I've been live for 11 hours, okay? Secondly, holy fucking shit, dude. Can I catch a break? It's not black and white. These situations are not black and white. Everybody, every one of these dumbasses were like, oh my God, you're like fucking such a big fan of Putin. Why do you just have an anti-America bias? You love Putin. Whenever I do any sort of fucking analysis that features anything beyond like Vladimir Putin's a big bad baddie who's irresponsible and crazy and just wants to fucking melt the world on fire. But when he does actually end up behaving in a way that is consistent with like melting the world on fire, that does not have any sort of like immediate strategic, doesn't make immediate strategic comprehension. And I point that out and you're like, wow, you must fucking love America. You're dick riding America. The banner isn't up. It's your fault, dude. Yeah, we upgraded the banner, motherfucker. Look above me. Look directly above this on the right corner of the fucking screen. What does it say? Putin is very bad. Ukraine. It says Haas News breaking. Shouts out to Ostenok for the sign. Are you blind? Should I do this? Breaking news. Putin is very bad, it says. You wanted this admitted? I wanted Russia to invade Ukraine? What? Why would I want that? It is literally the absolute opposite of what I want. Anyway. Ukrainian officials say hundreds of Ukrainian service members believed to have been killed in Russian strikes. So, I don't know about this. I don't know about like this source, but I did hear Ukrainian Interior Minister saying that hundreds of, what the fuck is happening there? What was that? What was that? Yeah, I gotta go back and look at that. What the fuck? Were they hacked or something? What the fuck was that?
About ground forces is not good. There are a number of armored columns coming from the Belarus the country, which is now in a situation whereby there's a very...
That wasn't Twitter. That was like the official NBC YouTube page.
One border crossing where we were actually present yesterday. Senkivka is the border crossing. It's where Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine's borders come together. Now, it would appear that this is really, this whole Belarus area was really teeming with armory. Hundreds of airplanes being used from there on various airfields.
Yeah, it seems like they just hit strategic positions.
From satellite imagery, which we were working off at the time, we could see hundreds of new military vehicles in place and hundreds of tents for troops, new deployments. So this is on top of the 30,000 soldiers based in Belarus on what was supposed to have been a military exercise, but obviously the intent wasn't just that. And we're now hearing that that armored column is heading south in a Kiev direction. We don't know, obviously, where that force is intended to stop, if at all. And we're not sure about the situation with air support, but not wishing to be alarmist, it is heading in this direction. And we have seen video of that on what looked like a CCTV image. But we were there, as I say, on Wednesday. We could see...
Making me want to punch my Russian coworker tomorrow. Please help me with my growing hate. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Are you fucking stupid? When America goes and like blows shit up in Iraq or Afghanistan, is it your fault? Did you want that to happen? I mean, maybe, but usually it's not your fucking fault. Your government, especially in the case of Russia, like there's even less Russian people, especially Russian Americans, have less to do with what fucking Vladimir Putin decides to do than anyone else. Don't be fucking stupid, dude. Unless you're the Ukrainian ambassador. And that's who your coworker is. Coworker is the Russian ambassador.
They could peel off, they could go in different directions.
Then it kind of makes sense, to be honest. In that case, it's okay.
That only less than 200 kilometers away is a lot of military hardware, multiple missile launchers. There are also air defense capabilities there as well. A lot of the missiles may well have been fired from Belarus. We're not sure of that, but
Sepla, a well-known Final Fantasy 14 Twitch streamer, is trying to get to the border of Poland right now. Jesus Christ, dude. Do not drive to Zhytomyr on the MO6. Russian aerosol will be taking crossroads. Go to south to Bilaterska, to Berdichev, to Vinnytsia, to Kamenetsky. Fastest evac, go to Chernivtsi, crossing to Romania. Violence is never okay, dude. That's what people did to Muslims after 9/11? Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's fucking completely unacceptable. And disgusting. And has nothing to do with, like, Russian Americans. Ukrainian chatter wanted me to share with you. Tagging my shit right now. Shit right now with you as the radio? What the fuck? That's crazy, man. Be safe, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god, my Ukrainian chatter is Anthony Fantano. Oh my god, it's internet's busiest music nerd from Ukraine, from Ukraine. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's the melon. What does the text say? I don't know how to read what the text is saying here. Does anyone know what this text says? I don't know if I want to know. Too blurry. Yo, homie's got the masturbation paper towels. I mean, not the fucking... It says, love you so much, Hasan. Wish me luck. Fuck. Be sure to pack your fucking the jerk off napkins, dude. Homie sent it in and got made fun of. Dear marauders, please don't steal shit. Thank you. Dear marauders, don't steal, please. Dear marauders, don't steal shit. Thank you, heart. Be safe, man. Let's be honest. If you thought you were about to get bombed, you'd be jerking it right now. Dude, I said that. I already said that. Remember earlier before Russia invaded and we saw that dude writing a poem? And I was like, dude, what are you doing writing a poem on Twitter? Like, I'd be fucking cranking one off. Like, you know what I mean? It does make me real sad, though. Dude, listen, you're going to be all right. Yeah, hundreds of service members have already died from the Russian strikes, a senior Ukrainian interior minister official told. Ludwig on watching your stream. What is he saying? I think it's funny. Fuck you, Ludwig.
Wow, fucking narcs.
Dude, imagine we could be hanging out.
Typical narcs, bro.
That could be cool. But
Yeah,
no.
you ditched me to go to the fucking Super Bowl. And how did you get the money to go to the Super Bowl? Profiteering off of war, Dick Cheney.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Really, though? How is this even a war? I mean, dude, this is not like fucking America invading Iraq, okay? It's not. But it doesn't matter. It's still a complete psychopathic escalation. Again, I have to repeat myself. Just because it's not like fucking... Just because they're not, like, they're actually doing targeted deployment, like very actual precision strikes, does not change the reality that it's still an invasion, and they have they've deployed missiles, dude. What are you talking about? They blew up the fucking airport. You wanted to see what Russian news is saying?
Our own thing in the world and not be worried about everybody else. They don't really appreciate us anyway. Obviously, things are not going great at home here. There's a lot of divisiveness and people don't seem to like each other very much, and you worry about the rest of the world's problems. Maybe you got a few things to straighten out at home first. Clean your own house first before you go trying to clean somebody else's, you know?
I think that a lot of the focus overseas is definitely getting more attention, and in the U.S. we do need more attention on things that are happening here at our home.
We have a lot of issues, and they aren't addressed. We need to mind our own business.
The sanctions will topple Putin, never mind that they haven't before. And the US will defend Kiev's model democracy. To hell with those citizens and affordable petrol.
Confrontation, war with Russia is and will be very costly to the American people, beginning with increased inflation, making it harder for us to afford gas, food, and other necessities.
Dude, Tulsi Gabbard, there is not a fucking, like, there's not a situation in which Tulsi Gabbard doesn't find herself literally in the, like, worst position.
Apparently just as keen to sacrifice their people for a good PR campaign. Germans are split right down the middle on what to do with Nord Stream 2. But still, their chancellor halted the pipeline certification. Spoiler alert, no cheap natural gas for you, but at least we taught Moscow a lesson.
If you sanction a lot of one country, then it's going to affect a lot of other countries. So maybe the sanctions should be able... If there are sanctions, it should be more minimalistic, rather than major hits.
Sanctions as a whole just generally don't work economically. You know, I'm in the economist in the finance business, so no.
I suppose sanctions don't ever work. Nothing works really, and it will hurt. It will hurt the Ukraine. It will hurt all sorts of people with the sanctions.
The good news is the politicians have promised relief. Don't worry.
Hey, notice how no one gives a fuck about people living in Ukraine, though? That's because, once again, and I have to repeat myself, Ukraine is simply a pawn in this fucking game of two fucking world powers warring with one another. One with waning influence over the global scale, a hegemonic power that is trying to desperately fling around as best as it can. And the other, Russia, also in a nearly identical situation. Not waning power, better off than it was before, but still nowhere near what it once was. Ukrainians outside of Ukraine don't care about Ukraine. I mean, yeah. No, man, it's because this Russian news is not genuine. Dude, if you think America gives a fuck about Ukraine, you're out of your mind, okay? I know that's Russia Today, and that's why they're saying that. But, I mean, that's why they're picking people that say shit like that. What? Do you think his speculation is correct? Tim Dillon? Russia wants all of Ukraine pretty clear from locations of attacks. Doesn't seem to be limited in scope. What does Tim Dillon think about this? Russia Today is sarcastic? No, Russia Today is Russian propaganda. I am so fucking tired. Yes, for the people saying you must be tired as well. I'm super tired. New Azov meme just dropped. What is this? Guys, you really need to be more discerning than this. Christ. Dude, I'm telling you. Tweet came from someone I like and respect too. I get where the impulse comes from. Yo, listen. This is what I mean when I say, like, this is what happens when you blow up a country. When a country is like stuck between two imperial powers, they're going to become more reactionary. They're going to become more fucking I don't know. It's going to be scary. Missile striking an airport. Okay, here, I'll watch. That's crazy. Well, you don't see that every day. Ukraine border post in Kharkiv region. Like tank threads. Bro, people are just driving around. That's the craziest part. It's like, oh yeah, fucking casual, dude. Airport hit. Cameraman is at this airport. TOS friendly. Yeah, I just saw that. I was just looking at that. It's just like incredibly casual. It's like, oh yeah, whatever, dude. Another day, you know. Suka bliat. It's like the guy walking the dog. Exactly. It's like, fuck it, dude. Whatever. You know, I guess today's the fucking day. I think it's not necessarily that people can't comprehend the scale of what's going on, but it's more so that just like people are used to it living on the fucking border of Russia, and it moving into other parts of the country. Because shelling is like ongoing in the eastern side. Suckle on my teat, shitter. You probably made this worse. Me? I think like people grossly overestimate the impact that Twitch streamers have on the planet.
Russian soldiers, but did not identify themselves. So
very weird.
Out who's actually coming into Ukraine would be a hard task at the best of times.
I think the difference here, though, Ali, is that in 2014 in Donbass, you know, Russia tried to maintain the pretext that it was the separatists that were at the helm of that military operation there. When, you know, it was pretty clear to everyone all along that it was a Russian-backed operation. They were trying to maintain the pretext, though, that they weren't involved. Same thing in Crimea. But what we heard from the Russian president, you know, earlier, it is very clear that this is Russia assaulting Ukraine. That is, there is no doubt.
Bro, if I had an impact on this, why wouldn't Vladimir Putin listen to me when I said don't invade Ukraine, literally in December 21st on that faithful day? And then Vladimir Putin came out and said, I'm not invading Ukraine. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe I should have kept saying it every day, because he technically didn't invade. Awfully suspicious that he started bombing Ukraine the moment that I fucking took the foot off the gas pedal. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't invading Ukraine when I said don't do it.
Hearing and seeing there where you are.
We woke up around 5 a.m. also from the sounds of the shelling, but it looked that it was the anti-strike work of our forces, because the attempted amphibious operation that had been reported by some media was not confirmed later. So as for now, we see the city quite calm, where the city is on the high alert, because there are several options from the Navy, from the maritime.
Why are you joking about this stuff? There's millions of people dying out there and you're sitting on your lounge thinking it's okay to joke about? First of all, no, millions of people are not dying. Secondly, it's gallows humor, you know?
Territory that the Russian Federation supports, and this territory belongs to Moldova. So de facto, Ukraine can be Odessa can be attacked from three sides, but we have the headquarters of Navy and several other bases around here. So we hope for quite a serious defense of the city.
Yeah, Hannah, how difficult is it, or how easy is it to get information about what's happening in Odessa in terms of just painting that picture? Obviously, as we say, Odessa is of huge strategic importance. But how difficult has it been for you getting information about what's happening across the city? Because there were also reports that Russian naval forces had also landed in Odessa as well.
No, this information is not confirmed. As for now, it's been already debunked officially. First of all, luckily, we have internet and mobile phones working, so we have the possibility for communications around the city. And the second is the downtown and the seaport that Russians would definitely try to attack in case they decide so, is just in the very downtown. And it is very easily to see what is happening around in the harbor. So it's not the closed area or something like this. Odessa is completely flat. So any actions, they are either heard or they are visible. It's very difficult to hide when you have mountains or some kind of terrain like this.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin has painted this as a limited operation which is targeting
possible strategic goals for Russia: securing water for Crimea that Ukraine cut off and destroying Ukrainian military capability to protect their proxies in the short to medium term. Yeah, I guess that's one. But all of that could have been handled. Like, all of that could have been handled by even after you put the fucking boots inside of Donetsk and Luhansk. You could have easily fucking forced Western powers' hands into the negotiation table. Now it's like, I don't know how to describe it. Now it feels like, no, water is worth it, but water ain't worth this level of conflict. Water is worth a lot. But for the record, they didn't actually end up, they might, but they didn't actually end up fucking, destroying, leveling Kiev, bombing the shit out of Kiev. They only went after strategic positions. I'm shocked Ukraine President Zelensky is still alive after Kiev got hit. Dude, are you kidding me? Regional, leaders of countries don't fucking die like that. He wasn't even in Kiev. By the way, I'm saying yet, okay? Yet. Or now. I want to jinx it. One apartment complex got hit. Probably an accident. How do we know which locations were targeted? The Ukrainian Interior Ministry is explaining it. Why is water important when Russia is a Pacific? Wait, what? First of all, it's fresh water. What do you mean? Crimea is literally on the Black Sea. Technically. Like, it's on the Black Sea. It's like a sea, like a town that is on the sea. It's like a naval base, one big naval base of a city. It's a tourist destination. Except you can't drink the Black Sea. It's in the Black Sea, but you can't drink the Black Sea because it's the sea. You have to drink fresh water. You need fresh water. I don't know.
Around 9 a.m. here, and now I do see people, for example, just behind us, there's an ATM machine, and the queues are getting longer. We're also hearing from our driver who went to fill up some petrol that there are long queues at the petrol station. So people are sort of taking their own precautions and taking their own measures, stocking up on things. We haven't heard more explosions ever since those loud bangs at around pre-dawn, but there is a feeling that this is just the early stages. What is at the front line, we spoke also to several people just in the last half hour. Well, now they're saying that it is very calm, that there's nothing ongoing there. It's quite interesting. One person was saying that this is clear that at the moment it's Russia that is bombing these military targets around Ukraine, that the separatists, the Russian-backed separatists, are not on the move, at least for now. That obviously could change, since we know that the territorial ambition is to get the entire of the Donetsk and Lugansk region, including, for example, Kramatorsk, where I'm standing. But at the moment, they are staying very quiet, and it's quite interesting that we haven't heard any kind of statements coming up from the separatist leadership in both Donetsk and Lugansk. Now, how do people feel about this war? Well, I was just speaking yesterday to some here in Kramatorsk, and over the past few weeks during our travels, a lot of people would tell you that they do side with Russia. They do believe that this part of the country is Russian. And a lot of people would tell you that they feel also very angry at the government in Kiev that let the situation deteriorate. Some of them also blame the government in Kiev for refusing to have any kind of conversation with the separatists in Donetsk and Lugansk. But you also have those who fully support the government in Kiev, who say that this is Ukrainian land. And I think one of the biggest fears at the moment for the civilians living in cities and towns is actually those divisions coming up to the surface. They did in a very bad way back in 2014 and 15. Both sides were extremely polarized. There was violence between the two sides. And I think that's what people are very afraid of at the moment.
All right, Hoda Abdelhamid reporting there from eastern Ukraine.
Bro. People talking about oil prices rising. I'm just saying, good time to get an EV, okay? Obviously not, but
it'll bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering.
I'm an EV
Russia
evangelist
alone is responsible
now.
for the death and destruction this attack will bring. And the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. Let's go back now, live now, to Heidi Jo Castro in Washington, D.C. So, Heidi, President Biden responding there to events unfolding on the ground in Ukraine. He said Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. What more did he have to say?
That's right. And he spoke not only through that statement to the American people, but also directly to President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine on a call that began shortly after Russia launched its attack. And according to a White House readout of this call, the U.S. president informed Zelensky of the steps Washington is taking to rally international condemnation of Russia's attacks. Tomorrow morning, we know Biden plans to meet with G7 leaders. This is a previously planned meeting, but this will be top of the agenda, of course. Following that, around noontime here in Washington, that's when we expect the president to announce the more strict, more severe sanctions against Russia, which is what he has promised. But what will they entail specifically? That is still unknown. Of course, the current set of sanctions involve sanctioning Russian banks as well as the Nord Stream 2 companies and their corporate officers, as well as cutting off Russia's sovereign debt from Western financial markets. But there's still a lot of room, and that is why these sanctions were designed to be put in place in tranches, as the White House puts it. And today, a White House spokesperson, or I should say yesterday, a White House spokesperson said that there would be no financial institution in Russia that could be that's safe from these potential sanctions. The goal, too, not only to punish Russia for its invasion of Ukraine unfolding now, but also to deter it from further aggressions against the NATO alliance. Okay. That is a point stressed by President Biden's response. As well, we're also hearing from the U.S. defense and state secretaries who've spoken with NATO's Secretary General, talking about the response to Russia's aggressions and also ensuring that the security of NATO's eastern flank would be protected.
Heidi, let me just get a final thought from you. I mean, in terms of the bigger politics, how is this playing out politically for President Biden? I mean, he faces accusations of being weak over Russia and that these latest U.S. sanctions are all rather tepid and ineffective. So is this proving to be, do you think, his most difficult foreign policy challenge yet?
Well, right now in Congress, there seems to be bipartisan support for a tough response to Russia, and there has been support from both parties for Biden's response thus far. But yes, as you suggest, there are Republicans who have said that these sanctions should have come earlier and should have been stronger from the get-go to be a deterrent from what we're seeing unfold now. But it is interesting. There is, on the far right of conservative voices, led by none other than former President Trump, there has been a different response to this. Trump earlier days actually said Putin's doing this was, his words, a smart move. And there is now a fringe but influential group of conservative voices in the U.S. who appear to be supporting Russia as they undertake this assault.
All right, Heidi Jocastro live for us there in Washington, D.C. with political reaction. Heidi, thank you. Well, estimates vary, but it's thought there are between 150 and 190,000 Russian troops around Ukraine. The European Council on Foreign Relations believes there are 100 to 150,000 on the Russian-Ukrainian border. By Ukraine's estimate, there are also about 35,000 Russian-backed separatist fighters in Donetsk and Lugansk. In Russian-annexed Crimea, it's thought there are further 32,000, and 30,000 in Belarus, plus another 1,000 in Moldova. At least 13 Russian battleships have been conducting live-fire exercises in the Black and Azov Seas. Well, earlier, I spoke to Peter Zalmayev, Executive Director of Eurasia Democracy Initiative and contributor to the Odessa Review. He has more on what he makes of the latest developments.
So most analysts sitting here in Ukraine would tell you that he would start with a shock and awe campaign in the east of Ukraine for now.
This guy, this is a fake person. This is not a. This can't be real.
Predicted that he would be.
Homie does not look real.
Multiple targets at once. Putin has said that he's only going after military installations and not going to target population centers directly. It seems like once again we're seeing him trying to poke the West in the eye. To Putin, this is Russia responding to West's hypocrisy and its bombing of the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999. It was an air campaign. I wouldn't take Putin for Putin's word as truth, and wouldn't take it to the bank, as they say, when he said that he's not does not have occupation of Ukraine in mind. It's only to disable it militarily. Well, we'll see what happens, but maybe he's just softening up before there is a massive land invasion. There's already information of troops moving towards Odessa and Kharkiv, and then there's another very ominous tone he's struck regarding Ukraine's leaders. He said that he's going to take them to court for their military crimes against the Donetsk. That might mean they will try to go in to actually arrest those people. So anything is possible. The situation is developing very, very quickly, and obviously this is very scary. But Ukrainians are, sounding, resolved.
Why?
They're
Why do we care about what fucking Eurasia Democracy Initiative guy has to say? They already figured out what the problem was. Years and years of fucking studying stuff like this. It's like living through conflicts, you know what I mean? All of that, just cast it aside, bro. Putin has transitioning Saturn opposing his natal Pluto all year. This can be very destructive aspect and trait. Can you look up Zelensky's chart and see if they're compatible, Brace? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's also important to note that this transit is happening on angles which emphasizes the energy more. Mercury, Putin's Mercury is in Gatorade. Okay, that's like, I know what it is. For 1,000 likes, what the fuck's going on? Who was like, this is good, this is a good take? Oh my God, this person has 89,000 followers. Stop. Can't take it because you're a Libra? Jesus Christ. NFT son or astrology daughter? Astrology daughter.
Witnessing for some time now and have been warning about. But even as these events continue to take place, we do call on the Russian government to withdraw.
What are you guys going to do about it?
Well, let's remind you that the operation began despite last-ditch appeals from
What the
members
fuck
of the
are
UN
you going to do
Security
about it,
Council.
bro?
Ukraine's ambassador to the UN says the Security Council has failed to act on the ongoing crisis.
That's so dumb.
It's a historical.
Right then, you better fucking knock it out, yeah?
Humanity.
You better fucking knock it out, yeah?
That is
We'll give you sanctions on fucking...
to take the necessary actions in the course of the last 8 years. I demanded in the Security Council that Ambassador Nebenzi of Russia relinquish his responsibilities as the chair, as the president of the Security Council, as a representative of a country that egregiously violated the Charter, that he pass his duties to someone in the Security Council who is capable to perform the duties of the President of the Council.
It is 0700 GMT here in Doha. I'm Hasan Piker. Welcome. You are watching our continuing coverage of what Russia is calling its military operation in Ukraine. Let's bring you up to speed now. We are around 4 hours into Russian President Vladimir Putin's...
If you ever want fucking Vegemite, guess what, Mr. Putin? Vladimir Putin, no more Vegemite for you, Mr. Putin. Yeah, don't fucking frustrate us.
Across the border from Belarus. Ukraine says this is a full-scale invasion and its air force has shot down several Russian aircraft in the east. Now, explosions have been heard in multiple cities as well, including Kiev, the capital. The European Union says it will impose what it calls massive and severe sanctions against Russia. The German Chancellor is calling it a dark day for Europe. Let's hear some of the televised address now that Russian President Vladimir Putin made as he announced the military action and told Ukrainian forces to retreat.
We urge you to lay down arms immediately and go home. I will explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement can freely leave the area of military actions and return to their families. Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has posted a video online saying he's now declared martial law.
Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in Donbass. Russia carried out strikes on our military infrastructure, on our border guards. Explosions were heard in many cities of Ukraine. We introduced martial law throughout the state. I had a conversation with US President Joe Biden. The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba tweeted out this statement. Putin has just launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Peaceful Ukrainian cities are under strikes. This is a war of aggression, he says. Ukraine will defend itself and will win. The world can and must stop Putin. The time to act is now. Hoda Abdulhamid is live for us in Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. Hoda, bring us up to speed at this hour on what you've been seeing and hearing there right now.
Well, I have to say, I mean, with all this going on and all the news that has been unfolding, there isn't a great sense of panic among people. I've been observing that for the past few hours. If not that there's an indication of worry, is that there's ever longer queues at the cash dispenser machines and at the petrol stations. So people are definitely stocking up. Now, here in Kramatorsk, since those loud explosions pre-dawn that we think were hitting a military base just on the edge of the city, we haven't heard anything since. There were a few Ukrainian jets flying quite low over the city, but that was a couple of hours ago. Now, at the moment,
dude, I gotta go.
Eastern Ukraine, the city.
I was on the wrong fucking video this entire time. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. Look at me. Look at my fucking face, dude. I'm dying. Okay? I love you guys, but I have to go to sleep. I'm gonna be up early as fuck tomorrow. I've done 12 hours today. I'm gonna run my last ad break here, okay? But tomorrow, 11 a.m., I might even start earlier if I can make it earlier. But I have to get fucking sleep right now because my brain is stop functioning. Also, tomorrow's Elden Ring day. I might have early access to Elden Ring, as a matter of fact, but I don't even know if I'm going to be able to play Elden Ring now because look at what the fuck's happening, you know? Like, literally fucking war. It's fucking bullshit, dude. I mean, look, it's bullshit. What's happening to Ukraine is fucking bullshit, okay? First and foremost, obviously, especially because all those Ukrainians are not going to be able to play Elden Ring tomorrow, including the Ukrainian chatters. Be safe. Fucking dying a little bit. Hopefully you guys were, kept a little bit informed throughout this process. Gaming frogs hate Russia extra hard for delaying Elden Ring. Yeah. And we'll talk more about it. So you're pro-Russia? Wait, what? I forget that I don't have the Vladimir Putin is a bad guy post up on my fucking stream at this point. Anyway. All right. Like I said, that's all I got for tonight, okay? Trying to fucking do my outro song. I'm dying a little bit. Okay.
Stunning lo-fi
Anyway, guys,
introduction starting
Putin is
off
very
the
bad, okay?
All the
I will
chatter's
see you
trickling in.
tomorrow
I'll sell people
at 11
away.
a.m.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic's just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait. Sha-ba-da, sha-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. You wait. Oh shit, he already put. Oh wow. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with that break soon. You wait. You wait.